Taylor, do you have the most updated speaker list?
I do. I have the one that Zoe sent me and the translation services needed. So I think I'm in good shape.
Can
All
we
right,
check
can
our
you-
numbers? I want to
I
make
was
sure.
gonna, okay, hold on 1 minute. I just wanted to ask if you would please email that to me. So it's at the top. I want to make sure I'm looking at what you're looking at.
Absolutely.
Thank
Could
you.
we all have it, please?
I sure can.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to ask if I have the right one. I have 152 people on my list. Is that correct?
You got it.
And I know there were a couple of people that were having trouble getting links. I don't know if that got corrected.
Some people, so I was able to resend it to 3 people today, and I'm still trying to resolve it because it looks like 2 out of the 3 sent incorrect emails. So I'm in the process of fixing that as well. I'm waiting on correct emails.
Great. Okay. So let's get started then. I think we're ready, and I see. And when Senator Looney gets here, we'll add him. I'm sorry, just one more second. Okay. So if you are prepared to put us on.
We're live. We are live.
Oh, great. We're ready to start?
We're ready when you are.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Julie Kushner, and I want to welcome you to the Labor and Public Employees Committee first public hearing of this session, this day, Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. And I think that before I ask my co-chair and the ranking members to make comments, I want to make note of the fact today is March 8th, which is International Women's Day. And I think that it's a glorious day to celebrate all the accomplishments and achievements of women over the centuries. And I am so pleased to be here with my co-chair, the wonderful Robin Porter, who is one of those women who's accomplished so much, as well as all the members of our committee. We celebrate today and this entire month, Women's History Month. On a more somber note, I do want to also make note that 2 years ago, we really had our first death from COVID here in the state of Connecticut. And it's been an incredibly difficult year for us and 2 years for us. And I know that so many families have struggled with COVID and the impact of it, from those who lost work and lost pay to the children who struggled in school, but most importantly to the people we lost from this dreadful illness. And, you know, I want to make special note of, I believe one of the first, if not the first person to have died in Connecticut was a young man named Jonathan Coelho, and he lived in Bethel. He wasn't in my district, but, you know, as close as you can get. And he was a young probation officer, And so he was an essential worker who died from COVID. And I think it's quite appropriate that we honor him today and keep him him and his family in our thoughts as we take up some of the issues that impacted essential workers during this pandemic and continues to impact essential workers. So I wanted to start with my remarks today with honoring Jonathan and his family and his young children, who I'm sure miss him dearly, as do so many families around our state miss their loved ones who are gone because of COVID. So on that somber note, I will turn it over for comment to my co-chair, the wonderful Representative Robin Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for recognizing all that you have recognized, especially Women's Day. It is today, the number 8, new beginning. So I believe that I will embrace it as a new beginning for women moving forward in 2022 to do what women do, and that is lead. Nothing against our men, but I do feel a special salute for women today. So thank you, Senator Kushner, for bringing that to the forefront. And also just to say, we send out, continued condolences and support for all the families who have lost members to this pandemic and continue to lose members to this pandemic. Unfortunately, I just actually lost a matriarch in my family to this persistent pandemic. So I send out that to all people that are going through. I think we really do forget, that mental health is something that we don't talk about, but it is actually impacting each and every one of us. And it is having a deeper impact on some than others. So thank you to the public for being with us today, and looking forward to all the testimony that will be coming forward on these very critical and important bills for such a time as this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Next, I'll ask if Senator Sampson would like to make some remarks.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you to you and also your co-chair for your fine remarks this morning. Looking forward to a lively public hearing. I do want to just stress that it is a busy time for all of us. We have a lot of different committee meetings and hearings going on, so you may see members come and go. And please be understanding. It's not that they're not listening. It's just sometimes we're stretched thin and have to be in more places than one at a time. And with that, I look forward to a good meeting. And thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heartiest congratulations for the Women's Day, and let's recognize the major role and leadership women play, and the progress that's being made over the many decades. I also want to recognize here, on a different note, our solidarity with people of Ukraine, as well as members in our community and in our society, in our state, who have loved ones there and are unable to, are having such horrible. Such a difficult time handling and even trying to communicate as well as support their families. Thank you to all of you in the committee, as well as the public who's joined today to testify. This is the process of us making sure that we understand these bills, get public input, so that this debate and discussion enriches the understanding, as well as allows us to, all members in this committee, to do what is right for the public interest. As I normally do, I would like to salute our 1.7 million plus labor force, which really has done an outstanding job through this pandemic, persevered through this pandemic. 1.5 million working in the private sector, a little over 200,000 working in the public sector, and their hard work, their intelligence, their innovation, and their perseverance needs to be recognized. And we in this committee really stand to work with you to make sure that there is more opportunity, there are more high-paying jobs, more income growth, more job growth, and better working conditions for all of us. And finally, I would be remiss in not pointing out that there are bills which have not made it to this point. Most of them are ones which have been supported and proposed by members of my caucus. And while I'm understanding that it is the way the process of majority works, but I really would like to protest the fact that none of them are given even public hearing. And while there is while the process is what it is, I do think and hope that there will be more accommodation for the minority party, as well as the point of views which we bring, because we do represent over 40% or nearly 800,000 people in Connecticut in some sense. While we represent all 1.7 million, or all the voters of Connecticut, I think this point of view needs to be accommodated as well. So with that, I look forward to lively discussion throughout the day. And thank you all once again for being here and joining us today. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And I do want to point out at the outset that we have 152 speakers that have signed up for this hearing today, which is fabulous. It's great that there's such interest in the subjects that we have on the agenda today. But I do want to ask all of our committee members to remember that this hearing is a public hearing expressly to hear from the public. And we will have opportunities to dialogue amongst ourselves, to speechify and make sure that our point of view is heard in committee meetings. But I would ask that we refrain from that in this setting so that we can hear from the public and don't keep people up all night. So I would ask committee members to be very aware of that. When asking your questions, please keep them brief and to the point, and reserve your point of view for the committee debate. I would appreciate that from all. And I will try and live by that rule myself. So I would like to start this hearing this morning with, I think we're going to start with Commissioner Dante Bartolomeo. Commissioner?
Hi, good morning.
Good to see you.
I'm not able to see anyone, but can you see me?
We can all see you and we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm looking at a lot of blank screens and boxes and photographs. Well, good morning. So good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Dante Bartolomeo, Commissioner, Department of Labor. I actually have here with me in the background, if needed, Deputy Commissioner Daryl Dudinsky, Legal Director Heidi Lane, and OSHA Director Ken Tucker. Madam Chair, shall I just go into each bill? We have 6 bills we're testifying on.
Absolutely. The timer is starting, so go quickly.
All righty. So Senate Bill 312, an act concerning expansion of Connecticut paid sick days. Connecticut Department of Labor needs to oppose this bill due to a fiscal impact. The reality of going from businesses that are covered with 50 or more employees and 69 job classifications to all employers and their employees does require that the agency would need additional staff in our Wage and Workplace Standards Division, as well as our Legal Division. And the fact that the complaints would need to be heard per the Uniform Administrative Procedure Act's hearings procedure, and that would be something that would require additional time and effort and staff in our legal division. Senate Bill 313, now concerning adoption of recommendations for the task force to study cancer relief benefits for firefighters. CTDOL generally supports this bill, and we very much appreciate that sections 7 through 9 clarify Connecticut OSHA's authority to protect workers for volunteer fire departments and ambulance companies in the same way that we do our career men and women. But we do have to note that in section 1, where it mentions the best practices of the International Association of Fire Chiefs, we are trying to consult with federal OSHA to determine if these are best practices that we would be able to enforce as well. And we do want to just point out, and we hope that the committee takes into account that There are practical budget concerns, and we do accept the safety benefits for 2 sets of turnout gear, but we do know that the expense of this turnout gear and the time-limited usability may be an imposition on many, especially your volunteer companies. Senate Bill 314, an act concerning warehouse workers. Connecticut Department of Labor needs to oppose this, again, due to a fiscal impact. Connecticut OSHA, Con OSHA, we do not have enforcement authority over private sector employers. And so that falls under federal OSHA. So while we do have the expertise to be able to do the work that's requested here, we would not be able to charge our federal grants for this work, and therefore it would require general fund funding. This bill also requires that hearings of complaints be done through the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act. Again, these hearings are very specific and take substantial time to conduct, so additional staff and funding would be required for these. And lastly, the outreach to the employers and employees to educate them about this bill and collaborate with the Workers' Compensation Commission. This would require additional staff and funding as well. We just do not have that at this point in time. Senate Bill 315, the unemployment benefits for adjunct higher education faculty. Connecticut Department of Labor needs to oppose this because we have clarified and verified, and it is not in conformity with federal law. And most specifically, this goes to the list that would be suggested to be submitted. And a list is not determinative. The state has to make individual determinations, and that is from USDOL's reading of this bill. Senate Bill 317, the act concerning unemployment for striking employees. We have significant concerns about this because if this bill were to pass, we would actually not be able to implement the technical system changes that it would require for our automation until well after our modern effort reemploy CT is implemented and tested, and then some of the legislative mandates, if you will, going forward are put into place. So we're talking about at least 2025 before we could actually make the changes that are required of this language. And then we also have to caution that this may impact the trust fund and the solvency, which the bipartisan Public Act 21-200 passed last year is an effort to solidify the solvency of that trust fund. So we have to flag this as a concern for that solvency. And lastly, Senate Bill 319, an act concerning deadlines for arbitration awards. The department has to oppose this because the state mediation, State Board of Mediation and Arbitration really has a primary goal of labor peace and negotiations and settlement between municipalities and unions. And the strict deadlines that are put into place here, we do not feel are realistic in achieving that goal of labor peace. It also does not take into account the teacher negotiations and the strict timelines that are in place for those. So our concern would be that more of these would go to arbitration as opposed to settlement, and we don't feel that that is in the best interest of the municipalities or the workers. So with that, I thank you much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available if there are any questions.
Thank you. Of course, there's always concern about the resources of the Department of Labor, and I know my co-chair and I are very concerned about that and aware that resources over the years have been removed from DOL, and it has a tremendous impact on the working families of Connecticut. So those are always of concern, but obviously we would like to address that through budget and through appropriations. So we will get to that. But I do want to say that, we will have an opportunity to discuss with you other technical difficulties that may result from the way these bills were drafted. It's always challenging to take legislation from other states and adapt it to our Connecticut statutes, and hopefully there are changes that can be made that will overcome some of the technical difficulties that you point out. But I thank you for your testimony, and we'll have continued discussion with you and your colleagues. I see Representative Aurora has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. First of all, congratulations to you for your confirmation last week. I want to thank you for all your hard work, and I appreciate all the concerns you have brought up, and we certainly will be making sure that legislation which is not practical is not advanced, or we'll be advocating hard for that point of view, just as you mentioned. I only wanted to ask you one question, that is there, there is always a concern and a need for more resources at the DOL, but is there any rules and additional regulation? Because that's what I hear from my constituents, which can be taken off from our rule books, which would lead to a lighter load and a better efficient way for you to focus on the most important things. Because just as you said, there's so many, we are over, our businesses and many folks believe that we are overburdened with red tape and regulation. And since you are fresh and the new blood in the new management here, although I know you have been you've been there for a year now, we would love to hear ideas to be able to streamline regulation, and that's just a comment. And thank you very much for all your work.
Representative Aurora and Commissioner, I would ask that we reserve that kind of conversation, since there are no bills present on our agenda today to curtail regulations that are currently in statute. I would suggest it's not germane, and I would like to move on, because I'm sure the Commissioner has many thoughts on this issue, but I would suggest that they're reserved for either offline conversation or potentially an appropriations hearing, where that might be better suited if it's a subject taken up by appropriation. So if you will indulge me, I hope you will understand, Commissioner, it's no disrespect to you. I'm sure you have a great deal on your mind that you'd like to respond to, but we have, as I mentioned, 152 people waiting to testify. 151.
I was just happy he said I looked fresh after 3 years of unemployment.
Understood. I don't see any other hands at this time. So thank you again for being with us. And I do add my hearty congratulations as well.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
We will move to the next speaker. And I have next on my list, David Michel, but I do not see him in the room. So I will move and I'll ask that our clerks help me if I'm missing somebody. I would suggest that we'll go to number 4. I believe that's my dear friend and colleague, First Selectman from Ridgefield, Selectman Rudy Marconi.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Members of the Labor Committee, thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate it. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 313, an act concerning adoption of the recommendation of the task force to study cancer relief benefits for firefighters. CCM, who I represent, opposes SB 313 as it would, among other things, create a rebuttable presumption for firefighters bringing workers' comp claim for cancer. This bill would significantly change existing workers' compensation laws, thereby imposing crippling costs to municipalities. In addition, the bill is a result of a task force that did not allow for municipal input and ignores the bipartisan agreement that was reached in 2016 to assist firefighters diagnosed with cancer. A little background: in 2016, CCM was part of a bipartisan effort to address cancer amongst firefighters. As a result of that effort, led by Representative Michelle Cook, Connecticut created a process and program to assist firefighters when they have exhausted their health and sick benefits, to ensure that they are still able to receive the necessary treatment and as well be able to financially provide and support their families. A very, very important item that we addressed. It is important to note that currently cancer is not excluded under workers' compensation. There have been Connecticut firefighters that have applied for workers' comp coverage and have in fact been awarded benefits after contracting cancer. The Office of Fiscal Analysis has concluded in previous similar proposals that the, and I quote, costs associated with providing medical care, lost wages, and other indemnity benefits would be significantly higher than other categories of claims within the workers' compensation system. A single cancer claim may exceed $1 million over the life of this claim, end quote. $1 million. And that involves something called IBNR. I don't know if any of you are aware of it. It's incurred but not reported. When someone is identified as possibly a character victim, a cost is automatically assigned to that case and is held in escrow. And we have to account for that in our rates, a huge liability for municipalities. On the process, this is an extremely complex issue. In 2016, the deliberations consumed 6 months of exhaustive work. CCM has also taken part in efforts to address other sensitive and complex issues, such as providing benefits for diagnosed with post-traumatic stress injuries, which took well over a year to complete. Unlike those efforts, CCM was not a participant in the task force recommendations reflected in this bill. The work and recommendations only took a few months to complete. An effective policy is not developed in a vacuum. It requires an exclusive, inclusive, and thoughtful approach to serve the interests of all parties. Failure to do so will only perpetuate the presumed harm that is being experienced. We do recommend a couple of alternatives. One would be to maintain the state's commitment in supporting firefighters by increasing and securing a reliable funding stream for the Firefighter Cancer Relief Fund. That was never done. And originally what we had done is assessed a small fee, I believe, on the 911 bills that went out to every resident. This was deemed to be inappropriate. And since there has not been funding appropriated for this badly needed relief fund. Second would be to support firefighters by providing financial assistance for the purchasing of multiple pairs of firefighter protective equipment. Town of Richfield has done that. We have gone out and we've bought additional turnout gear, the gear that they wear in fires, to be sure that if they experience one situation, they can wash, clean, and wear their second gear to be protected. And then we need support efforts for firefighters routinely being screened for cancer. Encourage firefighters to clean the areas for carcinogen exposures such as the face, neck, and groin. Ensure firefighters maintain proper usage of their self-contained breathing apparatus, their SCBA equipment. And finally, promote healthy living intended to reduce long-term negative health outcomes. And finally, reconvene the Firefighter Cancer Task Force to include all parties and develop a comprehensive and acceptable proposal. In conclusion, imposing an unfunded mandate by creating a presumption as proposed in this bill will not assist firefighters, but rather prolong an ongoing struggle to appropriately address this important issue and/or impose a greater burden on the property taxpayers. This bill is not financially or administratively feasible for municipalities to afford, and we recommend gathering all stakeholders to discuss a solution that can be agreed upon by all parties, such as what we did in 2016. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, First Selectman Marconi. I appreciate your comments. I know that this is a very difficult issue, and I think that some of your comments are incredibly important to consider. I hope that we'll be able to quickly continue these conversations. But I know that I particularly am interested in the ideas you might have for the continuation of funding. One of the challenges that we considered is that a person under the workers' compensation system that comes in and has a claim for cancer, it's very difficult to prove that you got that in the line of duty, even though there are generalized studies that show that there's a greater likelihood. And so the presumption puts the burden of proof with certain conditions on the employer. And I think it doesn't preclude finding that the person did not, become subject to cancer because of the work that they're doing. And so that could still be an outcome of a workers' comp claim. What I think we're concerned about, and I would hope that we could get your ideas about, is that the Cancer Relief Fund that was established in 2016, and I appreciate all the hard work that went into it, there were shortcomings of that fund. You mentioned the actual funding, which I think is a big concern. And I know the 911 idea was to create a significant amount of money in that fund. Unfortunately, it was found unconstitutional and we weren't able to pursue that. The funding that was allocated, first of all, was probably not enough money to begin with, but then was also suspended during several years where the budget, it was decided by all parties not to put that money into the fund. And so as a result, we only have $800,000 in a fund that has been in existence for, I believe, at least 5 years, about 5 years. And so I think figuring out what a funding mechanism could be, and any ideas you might have on that, we could discuss offline, and would hope that you would bring forward those ideas. But also we have to consider, would it be enough to cover the benefits that we're seeking to cover? So not only wage replacement, which is what it currently provides for, but also continued support for the families when a firefighter is lost, meaning continued income replacement and continued health insurance, which are the primary concerns that people have. So I think those are the reasons why the workers' comp system was incorporated into the recommendations, is because those benefits would come from finding a determination that the cancer was related to work and line of duty. I think we all agree on one thing, which is that we need to support not only our firefighters, but their families in the cases where they contract cancer. And there's a strong belief that it's related to the work. So I hope that we'll continue to work on those issues. And I don't know if you have anything more you'd want to add about those specific issues.
I would just like to add that I haven't heard anything relative to any analysis of the cost to the municipality. We hear often, year after year after year, the burden of the property tax on the residents of Connecticut. And here's an unfunded mandate that will probably have a bigger impact than anything I've experienced in my 22 years of working for a municipality as a first selectman. We constantly try and control our costs, as we are in this current budgetary cycle. And the two areas, well, I should say one area, is the general umbrella of insurance. Our health insurance numbers are, we feel lucky if we get a 6% increase, a 4% increase. Sometimes they've been as high as 10 and 12. And we have no options whatsoever. And we're in the state insurance plan now. And workers' comp rates, we don't know what they're going to be. But one thing we do know is that this unfunded mandate is going to have incredible impacts on our budgets. And I just ask you, consider that, take it into consideration. And when we had an opportunity, when it was declared that the 50 cents on the 911 was not appropriate or unconstitutional, why didn't we come up with another system then rather than walk away from it? I don't know. I think we need to pull together on this one. We really need to work together to help the firemen and their families, but at the same time, be aware that everyone is going to have to share in the burden of this very, very expensive benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. I see, I will recognize Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, First Selectman Marconi, for your testimony and for sharing, for your time here. I have a couple of quick questions. First is, were any members of are you aware if any members of the CCM or any municipalities were invited to this task force? which was convened in the last few months.
No. Were we part of the task force? No.
Because I was fortunately a part of the task force and could participate in it, and there were many different points of interest represented. There were, I think, 2 or 3 trial lawyers. There were 2 of us from the 3 or 4 of us from the legislature. But I am quite intrigued that those who would be paying for it or most impacted by it were not included. And I'm just wondering. I thought perhaps it is the schedule and some were invited and did not participate. But it appears to me that it might have been by design, it appears here. So none of the CCM or the CCMs in association was not invited to be part of the task force by any of the sponsors, it appears.
To my knowledge, Representative, the answer is no, but I will double check. I was told that we were not invited to participate in the proceedings in the task force.
Thank you, sir. That clarifies.
Representative Aurora, let me just
interrupt.
Excuse me. I'm chairing the meeting. I just want, for a point of clarification, Representative Aurora, I do want to point out that the legislative appointments were divided between the House and the Senate, between both caucuses, and that is the standard practice. And so I just want to remind everyone that that's how invitations were made to participate in the task force.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I totally understand, and I'm not really laying blame on one or the other. I'm just saying the sponsors, and the sponsors, as you said, include several. 3 members were appointed by I think the one side of the aisle and 7 by the other side of the aisle. But howsoever it was, neither. I think it was important. Maybe it's an oversight. And I think it's a very expensive oversight in some sense to solve this problem, is because if there is one entity or one set of professionals who need to be in this dialogue and who bring a lot in and to solve this problem and are the closest. And as one of our chairs always points out, people who are closest are the best to solve the problem. And, as First Selectman Marconi points out, they are the closest, and it doesn't appear that any of them, of the 169 municipalities who have the most to tell us, most to help solve this problem, and most to pay for, were not invited. It's just a point I think we need to be aware, and it's not a criticism. It's just an observation. Mr. Marconi, again, another short question. In the past program, which we already had, which obviously, as you mentioned, was not implemented because we could not get the funding source from the emergency calls or from the levy, which was declared unconstitutional. There is still some contribution. So this seems to be a double kind of a track here, because we still are funding that program with 800,000 or 500,000 a year or some amounts of monies a year, and trying to figure out if there is more. And then we also open up this whole challenge, which really was opposed by many in the task force. As a part of the task force, that was a very strong minority said this was not a viable thing, but there were others who agreed that this was the right thing to do. My question is, should we combine the 2 efforts in your mind? Or should we have these 2 parallel efforts going? One, which was already, the solution was done, we don't have a funding source, which was how we would implement it. It's very clear when I go through that proposed answer or methodology to solve to help our firefighters. It seemed very well thought out. And I think CCM was involved in that discussion, in that prolonged discussion or a very long discussion. And then we keep that on hold, and then we put this second measure out there, plus some unfunded mandates for precautionary reasons as well. Do you not think that this should be all together, and we can't have these 3 separate things which are half-baked in some sense?
It's a long question. I'll give you a short answer. Yes. I would say that, the work that was done by the previous group of people, and I see Representative Rutigliano is on here. He was a part of that group with, I think, Representative Cook, who put it together. We spent a lot of time on it and did a lot of work and came up with a process where we had firefighter representation, we had municipal representation, we had workers' comp people. I actually brought my human resource director, who is very familiar with all the laws, much more so than I am, to be sure that we looked at everything that we needed to review, to be sure that we came up with a plan that was doable, workable, and it was. And it was something that had the right focus, it had the right results. Unfortunately, the funding was denied, but I believe Mr. Minor came up with that funding resolution one day in the cafeteria of the LOB. And he said, this is the way to do it. And I said, thank you very much. And that's how we ended up doing it. Unfortunately, it was reviewed and found to be unconstitutional, but I'm sure there are other ways of funding a program that was agreed to by all parties.
No, I really appreciate that
I
input.
answered your question.
No, this is really helpful because it appears we have a solution on the table which is partly being implemented. What we need to really focus on is the financing method. And just as you said, the intuition there came from sitting at the LOB by one of our members. Maybe we need to go sit in the LOB again and have lunch there, and intuition will come, which we haven't done for 2 years. That's a small problem.
Right.
But thank you for that. And one final short question, I'll try to phrase it quickly or in a shortest manner possible. Is one of the suggestions during the committee or during the task force was use of disability insurance because and life insurance, which many of the municipalities are already providing. Do you think that is a part of the solution? Because that was one thing which came about. Can you please opine on that?
Yeah, we do have here, I can only speak for Richfield, short-term disability as well as long-term disability that basically gives an individual about a 2-year window to go through recovery. And this benefit was designed to pick up where everything else left off when all other benefits were exhausted. What does that 40-year-old person, firefighter, do when they're diagnosed with cancer? How do they pay their car payment? How do they pay their rent, their mortgage, buy food, etc.? That's what this fund was meant to do, to kick in and help that person continue to survive as a family and to provide for his or her family. That was our main objective in establishing this fund.
Thank you. What you're saying is there's already insurance, there's life insurance. This fund was to be supplementary over and above.
Right.
That's very helpful. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you taking the time and your insights. And I fully agree that solving this problem will require your support, as in CCM and municipality support, more than anything else. And thank you for your time. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And I do want to remind members of the committee that we have a certain decorum that we expect from all members. And so when I'm chairing, you might not agree with my decision about how to chair the meeting, but I would ask that you respect the chair. And if you want to make a point of order, you can raise your hand and wait until I call upon you. So I understand there are a lot of strong feelings on this bill, particularly Representative Rutigliano, because you participated in that 2016 task force. But I would ask for that level of respect and decorum in our committee meeting, in our public hearing in particular. So with that, I will call on Representative Rutigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Rudy. How are you, sir?
Good.
I guess I don't know if I have a particular question. I just want to make, I guess, a couple of statements. First of all, the money wasn't 50 cents from the 911 fee. The original plan was to divert 2 or 3 cents from the 911 fee, which would add up to $240,000 per year. We did the math, and we had 2 or 3 years to substantially build up the fund so that it can get started and be sustainable. I don't know where the unconstitutional, where we thought it was unconstitutional came from, because as a legislature, and this was sort of part of the plan, the substantial portion of the 911 fee has to be used for its intended purpose. The theory was to possibly raise that fee to cover the cost of this fund. And then that's how the money and the supply would go. And we could call that, we could sort of call that tax anything we want. And that's how we would fund the thing. The other beauty of using the existing firefighter fund to take care of these folks is that it was fully controlled by firefighters. The idea was that we were supposed to take the level of government out of the way and allow these people who know their people, who know who is in most need, to take care of their own. That was, I thought, me personally, and I'm working with Representative Cook and Senator Minor was really just a privilege of my life. That was the idea, was to empower, sort of use this as a model, hopefully going forward, where we empower sort of these organizations that know their own people and know the needs of their people and let them manage the funds, and the state figures out a way to fund it. It is a disappointment of my life that we haven't, maybe we hit a roadblock on that, but we didn't come around to a new way of funding it. Because if you really divide it amongst the state, we're talking, it was pennies. It was literally pennies to actually substantially fund this fund and have these folks take care of their own. You can comment on that, Rudy. You were there. I was at that meeting in the LOB. I was also in a bunch of meetings in Representative Cook's office. And when we got I thought the firefighters and everybody involved really was attracted to the idea of taking care of their own people themselves. And it's unfortunate that we haven't really come up with another way, with the passage of time and COVID and not everybody in the building. I think maybe if we were all having coffee together, we probably could have came up with a solution for this and maybe fill the holes where we missed on this one. But if you wanted to fill in any blanks, I would appreciate it. If not, that would conclude my remarks. Thank you.
To the
Thank
chair.
you, Representative. Thank you, Representative. And I will ask if you want to respond to that.
I would quickly say everything David said is accurate. He has a more clear recollection, especially on the revenue component. But what I did not comment on and what he said was absolutely clear is that the firefighters would be in charge of overseeing this account and qualifying everyone who did submit for coverage, that they in fact qualified. And we had very specific safety concerns that were also associated with this. For example, turnout gear in your SCBA, even during the overhauling process, which is after the fire's out and they're picking through, they must keep that equipment on. I was at a fire this week in Ridgefield. It was a terrible fire, but firefighters, fire marshal, all of them were inside overhauling that fire remains with no equipment and no turnout coats. It was warm and no SCBA. And I said to the chief, what is going on? Why are they doing it? He said, well, we test for hydrogen cyanide, the twin toxin, hydrogen cyanide and carbon monoxide. If our meters say the levels are low, we don't have to wear our gear. And I said, chief, that meter is simply looking at two items. You have to be sure that these men and women are protected. And that's what we need to instill through this bill as well, the need for the individuals to protect themselves. But I won't go on. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. If I could just quick follow up. You're absolutely right, Rudy. Your recollection is almost better than mine. We had put an entire safety component into this bill that sort of uniformly had procedures for these professional firefighters and the volunteer firefighters to use this so that possibly they wouldn't be exposed to the carcinogens that cause the cancer in the workplace. So thank you for bringing that up. I had neglected to mention it. Sorry, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. And again, Representative Bertigliano, I appreciate your comments, and I have no problem with the comment you just made, but I would ask that you wait until the chair recognizes you as dictated by our very standard rules, not just in this committee, but in other committees. But I do appreciate your comment. I do have another question for you. I don't see any other hands, so I'll go ahead and ask for the second time around, I'll ask my question. And it really does go to the heart of the recommendations that came out of this task force. And I think what we heard from firefighters is that while this did not go into effect yet because of the 5-year waiting period, they're in thinking through what was finally established as the benefits that would be provided by the Cancer Relief Fund, there were concerns about the limitations on the benefits. And the two concerns that they raised were, number one, that if the firefighter fund was restricted to wage replacement. And while that's a noble and important component of taking care of the families, unfortunately, too many of the firefighters who contract cancer actually do die from the disease. And at the time of death, there's no longer a continued support for the family, either in terms of income or in terms of health benefits. And we heard from a firefighter family member who was really moving about the impact on her family after her husband died of cancer. So I think, I want to reinforce that what you were saying about prevention, and especially your last comments about prevention, we did incorporate those, very strong. It would be more than recommendations to the departments. It would be required that the turnout gear was many of the things you said, but that there would be multiple turnout gear it would use in fires. I think all of that is very important, and hopefully that will end up reducing future cases. That's our goal, is to eliminate this. And so that going forward, we would not have first of all, the families would not experience this dreadful disease, but also we would not experience the cost of the disease to the municipalities and to the state. And so, that is our top line goal. And it was included in the recommendations, and is included in this bill to enforce, to put in place and enforce. We just heard from DOL, they don't have the money to enforce it, but hopefully we would see that as a priority and address that. But I am concerned about the families, the firefighters who've already experienced this and have been exposed. And I would be interested in your thoughts on how to make sure that we're fully taking care of them. Number one, would you agree that they would get maybe wage replacement from a fund like this? I don't think there's enough money for the continued income and the insurance, but at least wage replacement, and then also continue a claim at workers' comp. That is one that was incorporated into recommendations.
Yeah, I don't think anything's perfect in this world. Of course, we would like to be able to supply everything that everyone would like to have. And again, referring back to our budgets, we look at locally what are have to haves and what are would like to have. And those would like to haves go on a back burner until we know we can fund them properly. We focus on what we have to have locally. And I think what we have to have is some kind of a policy. Is it going to cover everything? No. It may not. And that's not to say we can't continue to work on finding an alternative way of providing those death benefits to individuals who in fact succumb to cancer as a result of their job and their work. I don't know what the answer is. It's a difficult one. And cancer is a terrible disease. I've lost family members. Sure wish there was a replacement for lost salaries. Everyone does that's been affected by this dreaded disease, but I don't know if we can do everything for everyone. We've made a good step forward, and I think with the process that's in place that has been agreed to back in 2016, that's a good foundation for us to start. We need a funding mechanism. And then if we want to continue ongoing negotiations, there's nothing wrong with that. Communication is great. We should continue and not just say, okay, we did that one, let's move on. Let's continue to see how we can improve that fund and meet some of the additional demands that have to be addressed. But we should do it collectively to recognize what the long-term impact, short-term impact may be, not just from a health perspective, but also from a monetary financial impact.
Thank you for that answer. I see that we now have two more hands up. Representative Winkler.
Yes, one question. You mentioned that you bought a second thing of turnout gear. Is it possible to buy firefighting equipment uniforms that themselves are not treated with carcinogens for flame retardancy?
I'm not a firefighter, so I am not probably the right person to ask that question. But if I understand it correctly, to buy turnout gear that is not properly treated to retard.
Not at all. It is properly treated. Unfortunately, the only chemicals available to properly treat it are carcinogens.
I don't know the answer to that question. All I know is that we have purchased additional equipment that is certified by the National NFPA, and it's recommended. All of our equipment is NFPA recommended, and as well as the turnout gear. We bought additional washing facilities. We set up a whole washer and dryer. As soon as it comes in, that has to be washed. Their second set of turnout gear is put on, so they're wearing fresh gear. And those carcinogens can be washed out and treated properly.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do want to point out, Representative Winkler, there is a bill in public health that's pending regarding flame retardants and carcinogens. And certainly we can bring that question to the Public Health Committee. Next, I will recognize my co-chair, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really no questions for Selectman Marconi. Thank you for your testimony and for what you brought to our attention. I think the only thing I want to say, because I always say, I heard one of the representatives mention it earlier, the people closest to the problems are closest to the solutions. And we did hear from firefighters and spouses of firefighters and family members of firefighters. And I don't think you get any closer to the problem than that. And, firefighter occupational cancer is the leading cause of line of duty deaths in the fire service. I know not all states recognize it as line of duty, but there are some states that do. And back in 2019, more than 75% of the names on the firefighters added to the IAFF Fallen Firefighter Memorial Wall of Honor, and that's in Colorado Springs, Colorado, were members who died from occupational cancer. So I don't think this is a like to have. This is a must have. This is something that we must address, and we must address it now. There is a sense of urgency, and we hear that a lot of times in the building. You're absolutely correct. We can't get everything, well, let's just get this for now. And we do things incrementally. But I believe that this pandemic has showed us that there is certainly things that have been exacerbated, that have been done incrementally up to this point that really need to be made whole. So I'm very interested in having a conversation, sidebar, with you and whoever else you believe should be at the table, because we need to get to a viable solution, and we need to do that now. And we must make sure that these firefighters and their families, especially with 75% of them that are currently dying, are being impacted by occupational cancer. So I just wanted to put that on the record, because this is a pressing issue, and I don't think that you can put a price on life. As a matter of fact, I know you can't. You can't. So we need to figure out, mandate or otherwise, how do we fund this so that these firefighters and their families can have the security that they deserve? They're going out and making the ultimate sacrifice. And I speak as someone who has lost a firefighter, a family member, to cancer, and seeing how he was treated by the department, around trying to treat that cancer. So there are definitely some holes that need to be plugged. And this piece of legislation is an earnest effort to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Aurora, for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. I do think you've been very strict in imposing and suggesting it's a long discussion and we should keep it to questions. And I'm trying very hard to keep it to questions. And I would really ask you to impose that in a fair manner across all members. It is not that some members should not be pontificating and others should be. There's a committee meeting and we'll discuss this in detail. And then it leads to other members wanting to also kind of get that discussion going. This is a public hearing. While it's very easy for us as politicians to get sidetracked, but I really ask you as chair to really impose these fairly across the board and not on one specific member or two members. And that wouldn't be really the right thing to do. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Chair.
I would really appreciate it if committee members would refrain from commenting on my chairing of this meeting. I think it's only polite and appropriate that we not do this in the public hearing. I have been lenient with Representative Rutigliano when he made a comment, and I was lenient with Representative Porter. I try and chair in a very balanced way, and I would suggest particularly the chairs, co-chairs, vice chairs, and ranking members can have this discussion offline. But we have 152 people. We're on our first speaker of the day. It's been incredibly important to hear from First Selectman Marconi. I think we've, really appreciated his testimony, and we're very happy that you're here providing this information. But as to the mechanics of this hearing, please refrain from commenting on it and allow me to chair as I deem necessary, and we will take that discussion offline. It's just not appropriate for holding up the entire line of speakers that we have before us. So again, I urge that we focus on the people that are here testifying, because I know they're very busy people, especially I know my friend, First Selectman Marconi, you have a lot of things on your agenda. So let's focus on your testimony and the questions that we have for you and the others today. I don't see any other hands. Again, I really appreciate you being here, Rudy. I think I can call you Rudy. And I look forward to continued discussion on this and other bills that are before us.
Thank you.
So we're going to move on. And I believe the next speaker I see number 5, Anthony Salvatore. Go ahead, Mr. Salvatore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Representative Porter, ranking members, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Anthony Salvatore. I am the town manager for the town of Cromwell. I'm also chair of CCM Labor Policy Committee. I've been an employee with the town of Cromwell for 48 years. I've been on both sides of the street, labor as well as management. And I'm here today on behalf of the town of Cromwell as well as CCM to support Senate Bill 319. The most significant drivers of municipal cost are employee salaries and benefits. These are also some of the toughest costs to contain. Binding arbitration and other factors give municipalities limited options to address cost increases. This provision could limit the size of liabilities for the retroactive pay and benefits and provide for a more efficient collective bargaining process. It is not unusual for collective bargaining processes to go well beyond a year and for grievance arbitration awards to be awarded issues multiple years after the filing of briefs. This proposed change would provide some much needed predictability to local budgeting process during difficult fiscal times and ensure the employees realize any benefits gained through arbitration in a timely manner. I would also like to add that by approving this proposal, it also has a huge effect on morale of our employees. It doesn't do us any good to go multiple years with the potential of retroactive and then also try to get our employees to be productive. This has to be resolved in the quickest manner possible, and we believe that this proposal fits that bill. CCM welcomes the opportunity to discuss comprehensive binding arbitration reform. Senate Bill 319 is a good first step and urges committee members to support this bill. Thank you, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I'm not sure what I know you're a town manager, so I didn't want to neglect your title, but thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands at this time. And so we appreciate you being here today. Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you, Senator. It was a pleasure.
No problem. I do want to say that we have exceeded the hour that we typically reserve for elected officials. And so now we will start alternating between the public and elected officials. So I believe, and I don't know if our clerk has can open the promote the person that's next from the public on the list. But I believe that would be, correct me if I'm wrong, number 9, Puya Jirami. Is number 9 in the room?
9 is not in.
Who is the next member of the public?
All I see is number 6, Rose Reyes, but that was a Wyndham Town Councilor.
Okay, and so there's no one in the waiting room?
Not for numbers, not until, I think I promoted number 12 just now, and 15.
Okay, well, we will go then to number 12. And I apologize, Rose, but I hope you can stay with us for a few minutes there so we can begin to address the public. So next up, we'll have number 12, Joan Nichols.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Joan Nichols. I'm the Executive Director, Connecticut Farm Bureau Association. I'm here today to speak in opposition to House Bill 5353. So thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, Senator Cabrera, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. House Bill 5353 would be an incredible challenge for farm employers to be able to comply with. Our farmers rely on a very flexible schedule. They have to contend with weather patterns, pests and pathogens, market conditions, equipment breakdowns, availability of skilled and unskilled labor, highly seasonal industry, planting and harvesting demands based on individual crops, availability of shipments, and many, many other factors that are just completely beyond the control of the farm employer. Being able to set work schedules well in 14 days in advance, or even be able to provide 24 hours notice of advance in scheduling of employees would be nearly impossible for the agricultural sector. Our farmers rely on flexibility and efficiency, both for the employer and for the employee. Both the employer and the employee are expected to work multiple tasks and be able to pivot on notice, depending on what is happening on the farm, and to be able to comply with this provision in this proposal would be almost impossible. Right now, we have an acute shortage of farm labor, both on the management side and on the seasonal worker side. And so this would just exacerbate an already critical issue that our farms are experiencing with labor. So we would urge the committee to defeat this bill. If the bill were to move forward, we would be looking to provide some sort of an exemption due to the unique nature of the agricultural sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan, Ms. Nichols. And I do want to, I want to make sure that you understand this bill is restricted to certain industries, and agriculture is actually not included in the bill. So your opposition to the bill and your reasons for opposing it, I want to assure you you're in good shape, because agricultural workers are not included in the Fair Work Week bill and the way it's presently drafted.
Okay, I appreciate that, except that many of our farms also have rely on direct-to-consumer retail and have very robust both permanent and seasonal retail establishments on their farm. And so the nature and diversity of Connecticut agriculture, this bill could affect those farms, correct me if I'm wrong, that have retail establishments.
They would affect retail establishments if there were more than 500 workers employed.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for clarification on that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I hope that resolved it, because I don't know if there are farms that have more than 500 employees, but if they do, in the retail operation, but if they do, then obviously we're happy to discuss that with you. And I do see Representative Hughes has raised her hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to reiterate that for the public, that this is only for establishments that over 500 employees, and I very, very close to the farm community. I don't believe that applies to them. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other. Representative Aurora.
Madam Chair, just to expound upon the last comment, this is applicable to smaller businesses and smaller establishments if they are a franchise, though. Am I correct? And I know this isn't again for public hearing, but since the comment was made, I just wanted to clarify that.
Representative Aurora, again, I think that when we get to other witnesses, there may be a more appropriate witness for you to ask that question.
All right, Madam Chair, I just made that comment because the representative right before me made a specific comment that seems to be misleading. And so I think that needs to be clarified as well. And I'm not.
As I ruled, you will have an opportunity to ask other speakers. I know the next speaker, in fact, is going to address this bill, I believe. So I don't know what the next speaker is going to address. So let me take that back. But I think there are going to be many speakers today on the issue of Fair Work Week that are knowledgeable about the bill. And I don't think that asking questions amongst committee members is what the purpose of the public hearing is. So my ruling is that we'll hold that question for another speaker. Thank you. So I don't see any other questions and for this speaker. So I'm going to move back to the public, to the elected officials. And I believe next up is Rose Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair Kushner and Madam Co-Chair Porter. I'm taken aback because I'm so accustomed to being part of public that this was a gimme, so to speak. And first and foremost, happy International Women's Day, which leads me to my the heart of my my testimony. Also, as a point of order, I don't know if it's on file because I did not have access to the clerk. So if I can get guidance about that, I would love to have it on record, okay? I want to let you know that I'm Rose Reyes, first and foremost, a resident of Willimantic, an elementary school bilingual teacher, American Federation of Teachers member, and a Working Families Party counselor for the Windham Town Council, and good troublemaker. I've been advocating for the Fair Work Week since 2018 in all its evolving forms. And I'm here to voice my continued support for this concept. Sorry about that. To require certain employees to provide advance notice to certain employees of the employee's work schedule. In my previous testimonies, I focused on the social emotional impact that on-call scheduling had on my students. And I focused more on the direct relationships that their family life had impact on their academic success. And this time I was able to enjoy a workshop sponsored by the Working Families Party organization regarding the issues that the family working conditions had led to the very things that I was observing. And so there is a validation about the social and emotional impact on on-call scheduling for children. But I wanted to share some observations I made because this time I want to talk about how Willimantic is a microcosm. It's actually the face of the profile of the individual in need of this sort of bill. So I realized that out of the low wage industries, Willimantic has two of the three largest low wage industries, and in it, my Hispanic female cashiers make an average of $30,000, right? And that's $5,000 less than men. And in retail, about 45, and that's 20,000 less. And our poverty rate is 30%. And everything that I see means that in my area, compared to other places in Connecticut, we have two. That's my effort in trying to be efficient. I'm so sorry. We have like 2.5 times as many workers in the very industries that are impacted by on-call scheduling, 2.5 times. And then I have over a third of my Hispanic females are in these lowest wages industries. And I go, what a correlation, and the quality of life and the quality of academic success all intertwined because they are at this low wage job sector and they are at the beck and call, and there's little dignity about that, and then there's a disconnect. And so there's everything to be gained by lifting the boats for all in this town, especially because over a third of the Hispanic females are in the lowest wages of industry, and they are parents to the children that I serve, as well as the fact that my Latino population is 44% of Willimantic. And we also have like 57% of women across ethnicity and race in these low wage jobs. So this bill is the beginning of Better Jobs campaign that'll address the instability of the wages and work life, but also it'll inject a level of dignity that my workers need that can be passed down to the children and to the community. So with that, I end my testimony.
Thank you. Again, it's our Town Councilor Reyes. I do have one question for you, because I think your testimony about the members of your community is helpful to understand the impact of this bill. And so I wondered if you could be a little more specific about how the Fair Workweek scheduling would address some of those issues that you mentioned for low-wage workers.
So the aspects of this bill all have the good faith estimate of work scheduling. So they would need to be conferred with to change their schedule. That is like a step of, I'm going to talk to him later. That would affect the ability to plan ahead and also have stable salaries. Also, there's an aspect about if you're promised work and then it's taken away, there'll be compensation for that. All of that just brings dignity to that work, and that will give the families a fighting chance to stabilize their income and then impact actually the social emotional aspects of their children, because they won't be the children are conduits of their families. So whatever is at issue at home will be brought to our school buildings. And there's some things that we can't fix, but if we can correct this, having 14-day advance notice of the schedules, perfect, because then the parents can plan to meet with me or be part of events in our school, or actually reach out to me and talk about their child instead of feeling rushed or disconnected. What else? The predictability is crucial. The right to flexible working arrangements without retaliation from employers. A lot of fear-based work happens in our town, and I hear it from my families. My mom's not daring to take another day off, or not daring to ask, and feeling shackled, so to speak, because they fear of losing that low-wage job at the moment. And also the idea of getting stabilized so that you can get promoted for full-time work. No one cares for this situation with those wages like that. Everyone wants a full-time opportunity, but it has to be balanced and fair. And I think this bill has the potential to provide that dignity that is lacking at this moment, given all the things that I've watched.
Thank you for your response. I don't see any other hands at the moment, so we will move to the next speaker, but thank you for being here today.
Thank you for the privilege.
Next up, I believe we are going back to the public, and we'll be hearing from number 9, Pua Jirami.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Pooya Garami. I am the Director of Recovery for All, which is a statewide coalition uniting 58 community, faith, and labor organizations to build a more equitable Connecticut. And I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5356, which would provide hero pay to all essential workers. I want to tell you about an experience I had recently. I'm friends with a number of home care workers. These are folks who provide care to our most vulnerable residents, but who do it for poverty wages. Some of them are living out of their cars. And last month, I joined them in an act of civil disobedience right outside the Capitol building. We sat down in the street, got arrested, got put in the paddy wagon, got locked up for a few hours. And as I was sitting in the booking cell, I was looking around at these workers, my friends, almost all of them people of color, almost all of them women workers. And I thought to myself, is this really what essential workers have to do to be heard in Connecticut? There's something deeply wrong. We should call it for what it is. There's something truly evil going on in our society when essential workers who put their bodies on the line in the workplace got to put their bodies on the line in the street just to be heard. What's it going to take for the state of Connecticut to start listening to our essential workers? Now, today, this committee is going to hear stories from all kinds of essential workers, stories of extraordinary sacrifice, stories of how many of them were forced to work in the worst conditions imaginable, how they got COVID and brought it home to the people they love, how so many of them watched their coworkers or their family members pass away. Now, I want to point out a shocking disparity. Up to this point, these essential workers have received nothing more than empty praise. And at the same time, they risked everything. Connecticut's 13 billionaires increased their wealth since the start of the pandemic to the tune of $13.7 billion. That's billion with a B. How outrageous is that? 13 people, $13.7 billion. Thousands upon thousands of essential workers, $0 and 0 cents. To me, that about sums up the problem that this crisis has exposed and exacerbated over the last 2 years. And it's a problem that's going to take the rest of our lives to make right. Providing pandemic pay to the people who sacrificed so much over the last 2 years is the least we can do to start truly honoring the working people, Black, brown, and white, who keep society afloat. It's our moral obligation, and I desperately hope we have the courage to meet it. Thank you for your time today, and I want to commend this committee for raising this bill, in particular Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and so many of you on this committee for standing with our brave essential workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Puya, and I'm sorry I mispronounced your last name. I see Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Puya, on behalf of all those essential workers who are right now doing their job in person and can't be at the Capitol to testify. What difference would it make to those workers to get actual economic pandemic pay as an actual symbol of our gratitude and support for essential workers in Connecticut? Do you think it would make a difference in terms of the fleeing of the essential workforce and the frayed healthcare, especially the healthcare workers that we're facing such a shortage of?
Thank you so much, Representative Hughes, for that great question. First of all, as I'm sure all of you would agree, there really is no amount of money that can compensate our essential workers for the sacrifices they made and continue to make. But this bill is a starting point in a long-term effort to raise standards for essential workers and to compensate them for the essential work that they provide to our society. Representative Hughes is asking this excellent question about what difference would it make to provide this modest monetary compensation to our essential workers. We'll hear stories from these essential workers today, and these are folks who are stringing together multiple jobs in many cases, who are working 60, 70-hour weeks, and who are facing the threat of eviction, or who are already homeless, who are grappling with staggering unpaid medical debt, even for folks who are providing healthcare themselves. So our essential workers are providing this essential labor, but through our public policy, we're treating them as expendable. Providing the modest reward that's spelled out in this bill would make a huge difference in the daily lives of these workers, so that they can survive and make ends meet. But again, I do want to emphasize that it needs to be part of a broader long-term effort here in the state of Connecticut to start raising standards and honoring our essential workers. So thank you so much, Representative Hughes, for that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one final question, because I know we only get two. Do you think that our essential workers are going to face future public health crises?
Absolutely. I think what we've seen over the last 2 years, we're facing a set of intertwining crises, which have wrought a damage on our society that we're going to experience for years to come. And just look ahead to the crises that we anticipate this century, whether we're talking about the climate change crisis, whether we're talking about the crisis of long-term care that we anticipate in this state over the next few decades. So this is not the first time, and it's certainly not the last time that we're going to depend on these essential workers to protect us and to keep our society afloat. There's really no time to waste here. We need to start a serious conversation about enacting policies that are going to raise standards for these essential workers.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. I recognize now Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Puya, thank you for your, did I pronounce your name right? Mr. Puya, right?
Mr. Garamy, yes. Thank you so much.
Mr. Garamy, I heard your testimony. I found it very inflammatory. You know, you basically call public policy and us as exploiting and having the worst situation for workers, as if we are the governor or the legislator or this committee does not have in their heart an extreme desire to help everyone and provide opportunity to everyone and provide better circumstances, better living standards to everyone. And I take strong exception of you pointing that we do not have the right thing in heart. My question to you is, what are the exploitative policies we are following, which you refer to? And which countries or areas, whether it's Russia or Venezuela, are you referring to? Or which other jurisdictions which do not have the exploitative policies which we have? Enumerate a couple for me.
Thank you so much, Representative Aurora. To be clear, I wasn't making any comment about what you have in your hearts. I was pointing to a simple fact. And the simple fact is, right now, here in the state of Connecticut, there are thousands upon thousands of essential workers who have sacrificed everything over the last 2 years and haven't received a dime for their sacrifices. At the same time, there are 13 people living in our state who have seized an additional $13.7 billion in wealth. Now, those are just facts. I believe that the vast majority of people here in Connecticut would look at those facts and think it's a moral travesty, that we can do better. And the fact is that over the last few decades, we have been enacting state budgets that at best ignore, at worst exacerbate the extreme racial, economic, and gender inequities in Connecticut. And right now, those are the most extreme inequities in the country. we can say that Connecticut is one of the most unequal places in the United States of America. Now, this bill right here would enact a very common sense and I think humane measure. So if we're talking about what's in our hearts, I think it's simply the moral thing to do. It is the right thing to do to provide a modest financial reward to the people who sacrifice so much. Now, you were referring to countries like Russia and Venezuela. I'm really not sure why. I will instead refer to the state of Massachusetts right next to us, which last year enacted a package providing pandemic pay for all essential workers. We should do the same here in the state of Connecticut. Right now, we are a national model for extreme inequality. I was born and raised in this state, and that makes me deeply ashamed. I would like for Connecticut to be a national leader on addressing inequality, reducing and eliminating inequality, and providing pandemic pay for all essential workers is a critical first step toward that goal.
Thank you. I actually think we need to, employers need to provide the best pay and best additional bonuses and benefits for those who take on these tough roles. There's no disagreement. What the problem here, which we are hearing from you, is your point is confiscate the wealth of those some billionaires you have in mind because they're making too much. We are a free country. Some people will make more, some people make less. Sometimes they make money, sometimes lose money. That's not our, to go after people. And that's the reason I basically refer to other countries which confiscate because some people make too much money and go at them, kill them, discredit them, bring them up in committees like this. This has got nothing to do with those 13 billionaires. We have to provide good benefits for everyone. We have to ensure that there's strong job growth, strong income growth, which we have not seen. And economics is telling us that a slower income growth and the poor circumstance why we are only generating low wage earning jobs, whereas other states are creating high wage earning jobs, is because of the excessive regulation, which is basically ensuring that only that kind of jobs are being created in our state. That's just some degree of economics. Investment for higher talent, for higher jobs is going elsewhere. We want to bring it here. So I don't think in terms of the objective, there is any difference between what you're suggesting and what all of us think. What I'm saying is that when you come to testify on this specific bill, you're bringing in a divisive, venomous narrative of basically some people being bad and some people making too much money and how we are not doing right, while you're saying, well, this actual legislation is supported by federal dollars, as I understand. This is a federal dollars which we are discussing how we're gonna pass it through to private sector so that they can actually provide it to the essential workers. So I will leave it there, and if you would appreciate a comment as to why the whole idea of attracting capital and making us a place where high wage earning jobs are created and not lower wage earning jobs are created, and that challenge has to be addressed, is being replaced by this venom around certain sects or certain people or certain races. I'm not okay with that. I'm not appreciative of that. I think we need to create strong, high-paying jobs, strong circumstances for all 1.7 million and grow that number. That we are all in line with that. But I think, we need to, it appears, you have the benefit of Ivy League education and you have the significant benefit of some strong, theory. And we would want you to basically help us with it rather than just basically pit one against the other. Thank you for your comments, and thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging in me.
Excuse me, I do want to remind committee members that we're not here to debate ideologically our speakers, and we can certainly have that debate, Representative Aurora, in our committee meeting, and I urge everyone to we have members of the public who have varying views on how best to approach the problems that confront us. Let's hear from them, ask them specific questions. I think all of that was appropriate, and then move to the debate when we get to the committee meeting. So I just remind and urge everyone, we're passionate about these issues, and Representative Aurora, I appreciate your passion, just as you appreciate my passion, but we'll try and refrain today from expressing that when we're questioning the speakers that we have before us. So I don't know, I don't want to interrupt if you wanted to respond to that comment, but it was not in the form of a question, so it's not necessary if you, it's up to you, Mr. Gerami.
Madam Chair, I would like to respond, but I defer to you if you do want to move things along.
If you have a response, clearly I'm not trying to restrict, I'm just trying to maybe focus this going forward, but go ahead.
In response to Representative Aurora's comment, which I appreciate, I came here to testify in support of the essential workers who have sacrificed everything during this pandemic. And I'm not sure why you've misconstrued my remarks to be inflammatory in any way. Our coalition believes that it's time for all of us across Connecticut to join together and create a more equitable future where every single resident has the chance to thrive, no matter where they live, no matter what they look like, no matter how much money they make. We often say that our state budgets are a reflection of our moral values. And again, over the last few decades, we have been passing state budgets that allows for 13 people to seize $13.7 billion in additional wealth during the pandemic, while thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people are struggling. If our budgets are a reflection of our moral values, then I think that's morally unacceptable. Now, I'm here to testify in support of pandemic pay, but I do want to point out the Department of Revenue Services released a tax incidence analysis report last week that showed that the poor home care workers who are sitting in that booking cell with me contribute a much, much higher effective tax rate than those same billionaires who reaped $13.7 billion. So I think we need a total course correction to the way we approach the state budget that puts the needs of all people across Connecticut, not just a tiny few, puts their needs first. And I think providing pandemic pay for all essential workers is a crucial way to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I will now recognize my co-chair, Chair Robin Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Paul, for your testimony. I just want to say that I do appreciate you being here and lending the voice of those workers who you were in a cell with during that rally you all did. You just spoke about something that kind of crossed my mind, the fact that we did receive that report and that it is the poorest people in this state that are carrying the tax burden. And we talk about the wealth of our others. Income is earned, and a lot of this wealth is inherited. And that's a fact. I've been doing my homework around this because I'm really trying to be equitable when I speak about these matters. So my question to you is, if we had equity when it came to tax legitimacy, do you think we would need this bill?
Thank you so much, Representative Porter. I see these measures as related. I see the measure to provide pandemic pay for all essential workers, measures to bring about greater tax equity and transparency, measures to inject dramatic public investment in education, healthcare, housing, childcare, and social services. I see all of these measures as fundamentally intertwined. We need all of these pieces if we're serious about building equity in Connecticut. Again, we're talking about a bill before this committee that I desperately hope is voted out of the committee and then is passed in this legislative session. But then it can't stop, right? In the 22 legislative session. We've got our work cut out for us in the years to come. to make sure that we're truly raising standards for all working people. One last comment I want to make in response to Representative Porter's great question, because she's talking about this word equity. One thing I cannot emphasize enough is that when we are talking about essential workers in Connecticut, we're talking about essential workers of every race, of every gender, of every zip code. But in particular, we're talking disproportionately about Black and brown working people and about women working people. And so here in Connecticut, we're a state that proudly believes that Black Lives Matter. If we're serious about that, then we've got to provide hero pay to all the workers, again, disproportionately Black and brown workers who have sacrificed so much. So again, the measure to enact pandemic pay, measures to bring about greater tax equity and transparency, measures to increase public investment. We need all of these to reduce and eliminate systemic racial, economic, and gender inequities in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you for that response. And I do agree that infrastructure you just described is critical in order for all of us to benefit and for all to be lifted. And I hear the point you made, and it resonates. 77% of Connecticut's workers are hourly Latinx. 76% of them are Black. So this is definitely a people of color and workers of color, predominantly and majority issue. And we must lift from the bottom so that we all can be elevated. So thank you again for your testimony today. It was my pleasure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter, and back to Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out perhaps to you, Madam Chair, or to participants that this is a Labor Committee meeting, and we are here to solve some problems and some good ideas here. Dividing all of us, union versus others, rich versus other versus ordinary workers, one race against another, employers versus employees. This division and this breaking apart the fabric has got no place in this committee and our society. We are here to solve problems. I have been myself in my lifetime, been in a situation where I went hungry for days. And I know how hard it is. And I do not want this to one party against another, underlying tension here. Let us solve problems. And for participants, please, we were hearing here a veiled attack against the entire fabric of our system works, and then basically a very sophisticated narrative that I'm only focused on, the testimony is only focused on the pandemic pay. I entertain, I respect, I appreciate, I honor your testimony on the pandemic pay we're discussing. But this veiled attacks and this divisiveness has to stop somewhere. The Republicans and many conservative members are getting picked on. This is just not, this is a hostile environment here for anybody to sit around here and put together our idea, to put together a proper listening session. I just humbly request that the focus be the discussion, what we have in the discussion, with merit on the ideas on each side. And that's, I really would hope, Madam Chair, you would help us with that, and to all participants to also not divide us, unite us.
Representative Aurora, I serve on 7 committees of this legislature, and I have sat in countless public hearings, and including chairing countless public hearings. And some of those in other committees have been incredibly emotional, with people coming with extremely different ideas. And I must say that speakers often speak passionately about the issues they care about, but I have never entertained or heard entertained by the chair committee members who want to discuss their ideology and attack members for their ideology. I really think this is an issue for committee members. I would ask that you refrain, and every committee member refrain from any attacks on any of our participants, any of our public speakers. It is inappropriate, and I will take a stronger role in stopping that kind of polemic. And I don't think that anything I have done chairing today has done anything to inhibit our participants from speaking their mind. And I would just urge every committee member to take into account that it is critical to hear from all of our members of the public, even if we disagree with their analysis and with their perspective and with their personal values. We must respect that they have a right to be here and testify. And our job as committee members is to ask questions, but to hopefully do that in the most respectful way that does not challenge their value system, but only ask questions of why they are testifying to the particular issues and seeking further information from them. So I really think this is a committee issue and not a participant issue. So I would urge all of our committee members to really adhere to the principle of allowing all public speakers to speak their mind without comment, without questioning their value system. I don't think that's our role here today. So I'm going to chair in the way I see appropriate and urge committee members to respect that. Next up, I think we are going to number 10, Sean Howard. Mr. Howard, you have the floor.
Greetings, Chairman Kushner, Chairwoman Porter, ranking members, and members of the public employees committee. My name is Sean Howard. I work as a correctional officer at the Cheshire Correctional Institute. I also serve as president of the local AFSCME 387, representing the frontline staff throughout the Cheshire Correctional Complex. I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for the essential workers. The important legislation would provide a payment of $2,000 for the full-time employees and $1,000 to part-time workers deemed as essential during this pandemic. When COVID started, state prisons quickly became a petri dish for the spread of the virus and the many variants. My local, along with AFSCME Local 391 and Local 1565, had to buy 10,000 masks just to prepare for this. In February of 2020, I contracted COVID-19 while on the job. 2 years later, I'm still living with the damage from COVID-19, and it left me with a permanent heart condition. It left me feeling fatigued and short of breath, and I can no longer even participate in sports with my son. I'll be living with the impact of COVID-19 for the rest of my life. I'm not the only one, though, that's suffering from this. More than 1,300 frontline DOC employees across the state contracted COVID, as well as the variants. Coupled with already inadequate staffing levels, the pandemic made our prisons even more dangerous. Throughout the crisis, my fellow correctional employees and I got the job done for the people of Connecticut. We kept our facilities running despite the risk because our communities depend on us. We were called heroes for our work, and I appreciate that, but it's simply not enough. I strongly urge the committee to pass proposed bill 5356. Providing pandemic hero pay would be a meaningful way to thank essential workers for putting our lives as well as our health at risk, and also our families as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Howard. And I want to just personally, and on behalf of this committee, I'm sure we all agree that we really appreciate your service. And, you know, our hearts are with you for having suffered from COVID yourself and the effects of it. So we really, you know, I know you just testified that thanks are not enough, but I still can't refrain from thanking you. So I appreciate you being here and testifying today. I see a hand, Representative Porter.
Actually, I took my hand down, Madam Chair, because you did exactly what I was going to do. And since I have the mic, I will just go ahead and say thank you, Mr. Howard, to you and your colleagues. And it is my hope that we will get this over the finish line as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands at this time. So we appreciate your testimony and we'll let you go back to work.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe you're muted.
Thank you. You'd think I'd get used to this. I think next up we'll hear from Representative Michel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the esteemed chairs, vice chairs, and ranking members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for enabling this process. I'm here today. I'll be very brief, also multiple meetings, but I'm here in support of unemployment for striking employees, unemployment benefits, prohibiting captive audience meetings, arbitration awards being limited to certain time on the municipal level, pandemic pay for essential workers. So a lot of good bills. I'm sure I'm missing some right now, but I'm here in support of those bills. They're very extremely crucial, particularly with the time that we're going through, and especially our essential workers. And so, but I'll concede my time to Danny Schneider, who is from the Harvard Kennedy School. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Schneider. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Danny Schneider. I'm a professor of public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School, and I'm co-director of the SHIFT project. I'm here to testify on HB 5353, an act concerning a fair work week. The days of a regular day shift are long gone in retail and food service, and honestly, so are those of a regular night or weekend shift. Instead, workers face schedules that are unstable and unpredictable, that vary from day to day and week to week, often with little advance notice and very little worker control. At the SHIFT project, we've collected data from tens of thousands of retail and food service workers employed at some of the nation's largest firms. Focusing on more than 1,000 respondents in Connecticut, these data show significant exposure to unstable and unpredictable schedules for Connecticut workers. 2/3 of these workers experience some routine irregularity in the timing of their work shifts. 40% report having a variable schedule, 20% report a rotating or split shift. Just 16% of Connecticut service sector workers in our data have a regular daytime schedule. These workers often generally receive little advance notice of their schedules. Just 44% have more than 2 weeks advance notice of the hours they'll work. Just 30% have less than 1 week of advance notice. In fact, 16% get less than 72 hours notice of when they will work. Workers then experience many last-minute changes to schedules, canceled shifts, being asked to work on call. In fact, 2/3 of Connecticut workers reported last-minute timing changes to their schedules, like being told to stay late or come in early. This is not flexibility, not for workers, it's instability. Connecticut workers who we surveyed told us they would like more predictable hours. 70% report that they would like a more predictable work schedule at their service sector job. Now, despite being lauded as heroes and reports of a tight labor market, our recent research using national data shows that little has changed when it comes to unstable scheduling practices in the service sector. Workers remain exposed to last-minute scheduling changes, limited advance notice, on-call and canceled shift at similar rates now as they did before the pandemic. If there was ever a time when employers might have taken voluntary action to put an end to these precarious practices, the COVID pandemic was it. And instead, we find more of the same. Our results also show clearly that unstable and unpredictable scheduling practices undermine household economic security, worker health and well-being, and spill over from parents to children to negatively affect child well-being. Far from an equal shot out of the starting gate for all kids, kids whose parents work and work hard in the service sector don't have an equal chance because their parents' instability gets in the way of their success. In a series of peer-reviewed papers, we've documented how unstable schedules lead to income volatility and upset finances, how they create stress for workers and get in the way of good sleep, and how for kids, parents' exposure to instability at work spills over to instability in childcare arrangements and suboptimal care arrangements for young children that has consequences for their behavior. Predictable scheduling laws can make a difference. We've carefully studied the effects of Seattle's secure scheduling ordinance, which covers hourly workers at large chain retail and food service establishments. And using a quasi-experimental design, we show the law led to increased work schedule predictability, as well as positive impacts on broader measures of worker health and well-being and economic security. There's a growing research consensus that such laws are effective. A new report from researchers at Duke and Columbia University documents a consistent set of effects following from Emeryville, California's similar predictable scheduling ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. And I do see a hand, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schneider, for bringing the research on the impact to our committee hearing, especially in this vital moment when we're trying to figure out how to address our sluggish economic growth. Can you speak to the economic opportunities and the financial stability of workers once they have well, let's talk about the impact of the erratic scheduling on and the financial stability and economic opportunities that this erratic scheduling, what's the impact there?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Hughes. Unstable schedules really fundamentally upset household finances. They lead to income volatility, where the number of hours that folks get from week to week varies a great deal. They make it difficult to plan ahead. And what we find in our work is that this really translates directly to real material hardships for workers. Workers with the most unstable schedules are far more likely to report going hungry because they couldn't afford enough to eat. These workers who sell food for a living in many cases. These workers are much more likely to report having difficulty paying for core utility bills like heat and phone service. We also find that these kinds of unstable and unpredictable schedules get in the way of workers' prospects for mobility. They make it harder for students to go to class and study effectively for tests and exams. Far from being a first rung on the ladder of opportunity, which might be what we hope for these jobs, working conditions, especially around schedules, can make these jobs into a kind of poverty trap, one that's really hard to escape because of the conditions of work. If we want to encourage opportunity and mobility, we need to make job conditions allow that to be possible for workers and for their kids.
And what are the worst offenders of in terms of industry or corporations?
And we really find that these practices are quite widespread in the retail and food service sector, especially among the biggest firms in these sectors. These practices have really become a standard part of business operating procedure very broadly in the sector. Some firms do stand out as doing things a different way. Profitable firms like Costco and IKEA have much less instability and unpredictability in their schedules. The fact that we see this so clearly in our data shows that there is another business approach. This is not a business imperative to have highly unstable and unpredictable schedules. Firms in the service sector can take the high road and deliver value to both the firm and to workers.
And is there a correlation with the turnover rate in those firms that have, like Costco and IKEA?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that unstable and unpredictable schedules really impose costs on workers and on families and communities. But in many ways, businesses may take far too short-term a perspective when they look at unstable schedules. They may say, how does this schedule help me reduce my labor costs tomorrow? But they may lose sight of how these practices may undermine their business in a year from now. And one of those places is exactly turnover. We find that workers with more unstable and unpredictable schedules are significantly more likely to leave their jobs. These workers have much higher rates of turnover. At a time when firms report struggling to hire, this is exactly a set of practices that can help firms hold on to workers. A common standard that asks all firms to have these basic scheduling practices can also level the playing field and encourage all firms to take up these practices that may ultimately be beneficial for workers and for firms in some respects.
I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, I see Representative Porter. You had your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your testimony, your expert testimony, Mr. Snyder. Wanted to know, what you were just speaking about, there is a gap study that showed increased retention, 5% productivity gains, and 7% increase in sales And they even saw lower labor costs as workers were on time because they had a predictable schedule and they weren't doing these, what we call clopenings. Can you speak to that? And also, I wanted to know if you were familiar with Walmart and their new scheduling system, if that was something you could speak to as well.
I'm sorry.
Yes, pardon me. Thank you, Representative Porter. Thank you, Senator Kushner. The GAP study is a very strong piece of research that's been conducted by Professor Susan Lambert at the University of Chicago and Professor Joan Williams at UC Hastings Law School and a number of their colleagues. And this is a randomized study done in cooperation with the GAP, a large retail firm, that offered a set of practices to workers that provided more schedule stability and predictability. In some stores, these practices were rolled out. In other control stores, like an experiment, they weren't. And this allowed them to make really rigorous estimates of the effects of more stable and predictable scheduling practices on workers and firm outcomes. And what's so powerful about the GAP study is they have really detailed firm level data from GAP that lets them exactly look at outcomes like turnover and retention and productivity and sales. And as you suggest, one of the most compelling findings from this work is exactly related to the business case or the double bottom line that can come with reforming unstable and unpredictable scheduling practices. At the GAP, these reforms allowed the company to hold on to the most productive, more senior workers, folks who really had a high return on hours worked for the firm. And in so doing, the scholars argue, this actually led to increases in year-over-year same-store sales by providing more schedule stability and predictability. It's a really nice example of how such laws can provide a win-win. One concern that folks often raise is how can we comply with secure scheduling ordinances, given that many firms use existing software systems that had often not been designed for compliance with these kinds of regulations. And here I think there is good news in that there is the for-profit sector has really risen up to provide a set of software solutions that help firms be in compliance with these laws. We see that from scheduling software vendors like the firm Deputy and Home Base, which provide solutions that are really designed to foster compliance. And we also see it in some of the practices like you mentioned at Walmart and a number of other firms in the sector are doing to try to foster what's called self-scheduling among hourly workers, where using technology not to sort of instantiate instability for workers, but rather to use this technology to let workers have a stable base of hours and then to opt into additional shifts at times that work for them, but also for shifts that need filling for business purposes. I think it remains to be seen how well this goes at Walmart. They've certainly done a lot of work over the last 10 years now almost on this topic, and it's hard work. And I think we're all eager to read from Walmart about what they find in the implementation of this policy and practice.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. And I'll just close with the fact that the early results from Walmart showed an 11% decline in absenteeism and a 14% drop in staff turnover. And this is with a partial change, a much less ambitious, set of policies than what's being presented here in this Connecticut bill. So thank you again for your testimony today. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I just do want to point out, Representative Hall, you may want to mute your Zoom. We did hear you a little. Thank you. And now I do want to encourage you, Representative Aurora, I see your hand is up and I want to encourage you to ask the questions you had about franchise workers, because I think this is someone who's done studies and perhaps may have, I can't say that he has answers, but if he does have answers, he would be a good person to ask. So thank you, Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Professor Schneider, for your testimony. I hope things are going well at my alma mater there. And, I had two questions, and I will add possibly the one which I had asked earlier. The first one is that we all agree, it is an agreement that more certainty in scheduling is beneficial to our people in our workforce. 100% agreed. You laid out those points. We have heard it over and over again. The question here is if the economic processes underlying have huge amount of uncertainty of or unpredictability. So let's say that there is an underlying process where we don't know whether a party shows up or how much demand is there. If demand has uncertainty, the question which we are saying here is who takes that uncertainty or that unpredictability, and how do we share it? And so to the extent that what you're asking is let the employer share it 100%, or sometimes it says let the employee share it 100%. I think the right answer perhaps, and I would love your opinion on this, is somewhere in the middle. But what we are worried, or what my question to you is that to be a legislation, or is that a business practice issue where it should work itself out in a system which is competitive?
Thank you, Representative Aurora. I really appreciate this question. I mean, and I know we're not in the land of Harvard there in Connecticut, but this is exactly the issues that we've been talking about with my MPA and MPP students in the class, and so I really appreciate that they have this policy relevance today. I think you're exactly right that there is a question of who bears risk in our economy, and there has been a real transfer of risk over the past decades, where by many accounts, risks that were once borne by big firms and governments have devolved to individual workers and households. We see that in changes in pensions, and we see it in many domains. Scheduling is one great example of where we have seen risks really do a wholesale transfer from large actors like firms to individuals like workers and their families. So when demand is unpredictable, when firms don't, in the gap study, for instance, we see that variable sources of staffing come from, yes, variation in demand, but also from unplanned deliveries to stores, from visits by management to local stores, from sales that are announced at the last minute. When these things happen, firms often seek to transfer the payroll risk. You don't want to pay anybody on staff who you don't absolutely need in the firm logic, to individual workers by cutting their hours or having them come at the last minute. I think we should recognize, though, that that's a particular set of practices at this period in our nation's history, and that if we look back to what many see as a golden age of labor practices in the 1960s and 1950s, that was a model that was widely recognized as not offloading so much risk onto workers. And yet that is a time of real success in our economy for firms and for households, of widely shared growth. And so I do think that when it comes to scheduling, asking firms to take on more of this risk rather than offload it to some of the lowest paid workers in our economy makes good sense. It is what the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, Heather Bushey, refers to as a strategy for equitable growth or widely shared growth. And I think this kind of practice really epitomizes trying to make moves to encourage that sort of risk sharing.
Yeah, if I may ask you a follow-up, there's agreement to what you're saying. I also want you to comment on the fact that in the 60s was followed by a labor rigidity which led to mass bankruptcy in various industries and mass movement of various industries abroad, right? We got so many industries to move abroad that we can't make a shirt here anymore. We got pretty much the entire auto industry to go bankrupt. So, there is a middle ground. There is the heavily rigid where the employer takes all the risk. There is the other point, employee takes all the risk, but the reality is not like that. The real world is somewhat different. The person who is in the best position, for whom the risk is the least intrusive, should be taking the risk, coupled with some degree of constraints. And that's what really we are seeking for, that perhaps that the industry should, there should be some guardrails. And that's basically where I would ask you again, what you're suggesting is us making a legislation. This one is only focused on large employers. And then we have to worry about the equity between franchises and large employers and small employers. So I would go back and ask, not the whole idea that move the risk one way or the other. Where is the balance?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think there's really two things to bear in mind. The first is that there's research from the GAP study and from our work on turnover that suggests that firms and workers benefit from secure scheduling laws. So in this, we have a set of practices that are mutually beneficial. I think the second is to recognize what these laws really mandate. And what they mandate is not the Norwegian model of 12 months of advance notice of work schedules that may not change, but rather a much more modest and balanced solution. 2 weeks of advance notice for workers, modest compensation that recognizes the value of workers' time when these schedules change at the last minute. And I think seen this way, we recognize that the law, it does not outlaw schedule changes, but rather recognizes the value and humanity of people's time and the necessary of compensation. It recognizes the need for an amount of advance notice, but it is just 2 weeks. And so I think in some sense, we can see this as a fairly reasonable approach to provide for more schedule stability and predictability for workers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your input. I appreciate that. I think there's a balance out there we need to strike, and I thank you for your input.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Next up, I see Representative Hughes.
Again, real quickly, Professor Schneider, can you just illuminate, do you think that this proposal is creating parity in terms of time as power, in terms of economic power, and addressing, like you said, that in terms of your research, the decades of of not assessing power in workers' time? That's what it's just in terms of pay, but not time. And that's what I wanted to see if this was kind of your research is updating that model.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Our society has become starkly, historically unequal. We see this in broad distributions of income and wealth. We see this in categorical inequality between people of color and white non-Hispanic workers, between men and women. We often think about this in terms of income or wealth, but you're absolutely right that this inequality starkly breaks down in time as well. And time is money. Time is our most precious resource. We have lots of aphorisms for recognizing the value of time. And we should recognize the value of time by trying to actually provide for greater equity and stability in people's time and work lives. The contrast, the temporal inequality has not been starker, except during COVID, where we have white collar professional workers like myself, who have the ability to work from home, to tailor their schedules around work-life conflicts and family demands, and who are compensated often quite well at the same time. And then we have the frontline workers, many of whom we've heard from today, who we have all thanked, but also recognized that thanks does not solve some of the real structural problems that these workers face. They face unstable and unpredictable schedules, but also in jobs that must be done in person, often in an interaction with a difficult and potentially dangerous public in the context of a global pandemic. And so these time divides are really pronounced right now. We also see time divides on the job by gender and by race ethnicity among workers in the service sector, where workers of color, particularly women of color, have the most unstable and unpredictable schedules compared to their coworkers at the exact same firms. And here we see the potential for a common standard to raise the floor for all workers, and in so doing, narrow the gaps among workers in retail, but the gaps between workers in retail and food service and those in other more advantaged parts of the economy, in this basic set of standards that recognize all workers' humanity.
And it makes economic sense, it sounds like. I mean, for the companies as well.
Thank you, Representative
Thanks.
Hughes. I see next Representative Vargas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Daniel Schneider for this presentation and for quantifying this with research. I've known for a long time, representing teachers, that people have this idea that they work shorter hours, maybe 30 hours a week or 35 hours instead of 40, that they work 10 months a year instead of 12. And what people fail to realize is this concept of time that Representative Hughes brings up, because to be a successful teacher, you either have to stay after school or you had to bring work home. And people routinely worked more than 40 hours a week. To be successful, to correct papers, to do lesson plans, to be ready for your students was something that that people don't factor in. And of course, there is no such concept for many of us as overtime. In many jobs, you're just expected to put in whatever personal time you have to put in after work as part of your job requirement. So I'm glad that Representative Hughes brought that up, and I'm glad that you're doing the kind of research that quantifies the impacts on people's lives of these concepts, because here at the legislature, we discuss these in theoretical or political terms, but in reality, they really do impact people on everyday life, and it's important to be able to research that and quantify that. And so I truly appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I don't know if you want to expand on those comments, Professor Schneider.
I would just give my thanks to Representative Vargas for highlighting the important work of teachers. I am married to one, and I certainly see those hours up close in our family. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
I do want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. And, I took my lead from Representative Aurora's earlier questions, but there are a couple of questions that have been posed by colleagues about franchisees. And I'm wondering if you have the information. If you don't, certainly we'll have other witnesses, other speakers. You're not really witnesses. You're not on the witness stand, but other speakers today that might have the information. But if you know, can you talk about what % of workers, hourly workers, work for franchises? And then is there any observable difference between franchisees and large chain firms in their practices?
Thank you, Senator Kushner, for this question. I think it's a really important one, especially because in the service sector, particularly in the food service sector, franchise models are very widespread. As consumers, we don't generally distinguish between what is a franchise and what is not a franchise, but it makes a real difference potentially for workers, both in terms of coverage by legal standards. The FFCRA, for instance, is an example of this, where large firms are exempted, but smaller franchise groups may not have been. In our data, we are not able yet to observe which workers are at franchises and which are not, and so to measure the differences in exposure to schedule instability between those two groups of workers. There is work on franchises more generally that suggests that working conditions may be more difficult at franchised establishments as compared to company-owned establishments, and that compliance with labor standards may be less common at franchised establishments as compared to company-owned establishments. This is the work done by David Weil, who has been dean of the Heller School at Brandeis and is now the Wage and Hour Administrator in the Biden administration, as he was in the Obama administration. I think you point to an important issue, though, that where we do need more research, frankly.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, but you used an acronym there that I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with, and I'm guessing most people aren't. Could you please describe that?
I apologize. The FFCRA is the Family's First Coronavirus Response Act, passed in March of 2020, that provided some of the first ever paid sick leave at a federal level for workers nationally. Of course, Connecticut has already had a paid sick leave law in effect covering many workers in the state. And it exempted workers at firms of over 500 workers from these requirements.
Thank you for that clarification. I will recognize Representative Aurora.
Professor Schneider, I think I'm following up on Madam Chair's question here, perhaps. Now, we are trying to see whether this legislation, which is under consideration at this point, is for all larger companies, for firms with more than 500 employees. But however, franchisees, even if they are smaller, even if they are, let's say, a 5-person company, but because they have a Dunkin' or a franchise with a larger company, we're including them in the legislation because they are part of the larger franchise. I'm wondering if you would have, any comment on whether we should treat the franchisees, which is a 10-person firm, like another 10-person restaurant, single restaurant itself, Or should we consider that as a 500-person company for the purpose of this legislation? Your comment would be appreciated.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. I think this is an important question, and I'm afraid I just have to plead that it goes beyond the evidence that we have at hand. And I do want to, we see our role as providing really evidence-based information here to inform your policymaking process, and I don't have the evidence that would let me speak in an informed way to this question.
Thank you. I truly appreciate the fact, your honesty in terms of focusing all your recommendations based on evidence-based research. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Schneider, and I don't see any other hands. So I thank you both, Representative Michel and Professor Schneider, for being here today and testifying. And we will now move on to our next person on the speakers list, and I believe that is number 15, Tanya Long. Tanya, go ahead and unmute yourself. Oh, I'm sorry. Tanya, hold on one second, because I keep forgetting this. I'm so engaged in this discussion. I do want to ask our clerk, Madam Clerk, Taylor Hyde. We have, I understand, a person who is here on the phone, and I know you wanted to identify that person.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So now we have 2 phone numbers that have popped up since we last spoke. So first number, if you're calling on a phone number, just listen. I'll call your phone number. I'll give you permission to unmute yourself with *6. That'll allow you to unmute. The first phone number is 860-316-7623.
I think that's 6723.
7623.
Oh, I see. You're correct. I apologize. It's so hard to read that number.
Okay. I'll call it out one more time. 860-316-7626. If you press *6, that will allow you to unmute. And if you could let us know who you are, we can get you on the list.
No, I don't need to be on the list. I'm listening. I have someone speaking.
Who do you have speaking?
Tanya Long is about to speak now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then
You're welcome.
The second phone number is 860-906-8002. If you could press *6. 860-906-8002.
We can see you're on the screen there. If you could unmute yourself by pressing *6 and then identify yourself.
Hi, I'm just listening in. I'm not a speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. And now we can proceed with number 15, Tanya Long. And please do mute yourself again. Thank you. Go ahead, Tanya.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm Tanya Long, and I have 17 years of state service, currently working in addiction services at CVH as a mental health assistant. I come before you today in support of House Bill 5356. In April of 2020, we were told our detox unit was closing, and the staff on the unit were going to be running the new COVID unit 2 days later. At that time, there was not a unit set up to take care of COVID patients, and all staff were fearful of the unknown. We knew very little about the virus. Many left state service or retired for fear of dying from COVID. The detox staff went to the new unit and prepared to take care of these COVID patients. This unit was to be a medical psychiatric addictions unit with COVID positive patients. To say the least, we were put under a tremendous amount of stress. Staff that were assigned had to be quickly trained on medical issues, medical equipment, PPE, donning, doffing, fitting others with PPE, and how to safely restrain infected patients. Once patients started to arrive, it gave new meaning to our profession as healthcare providers. The goal at all times was to give patients the best care possible and make sure they were comfortable and had a rapport with staff. It took no time at all to get to know our patients and form strong relationships with them, but the fear of the virus was still there. The staff were not allowed to leave the unit on their shift. Other staff were afraid of coming in contact with us COVID unit staff. Our meals were put outside the door to reduce contact. We were encouraged to use a side stairwell that other staff did not use. We were given the option of using hotel rooms, but those who went home usually got undressed in their garages for fear of bringing COVID home to their families. Most days, the staff on the unit worked 16 hours as there were constant staffing shortages. Only COVID staff were allowed to work on the COVID unit, and relationships between staff throughout the building were torn because some were so fearful of COVID. There are still staff who work from home, and it's difficult to watch when you're asked to put your life on the line to take care of these patients. More significantly, our Demas leadership did not or would not come even onto our unit. When you look into the eyes of patients who have COVID, it really does something to you. We would play the Rocky theme song when they were able to leave. Our staff would clap our patients out as they left, and staff throughout the building would meet them at the doors and the elevators as they were leaving. We really made it a big deal for our patients who recovered from COVID, especially when they also struggle with other issues. We always treated our patients with the utmost respect from the moment they arrived on our unit until the moment they left. COVID has been the best and worst time in my career because we treated patients even when the rest of the country didn't know what to do with them. We have less fear now as we've learned a lot, and our COVID staff has strong relationships with one another. But everyone took on a huge amount of stress and trauma to take care of our patients. We just closed our COVID unit 1 week ago. We're always set up to open it up as
I'm so sorry. The chair has asked me to remind people of their 3-minute time limit. If you could just take a moment to summarize. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are asking the state recognize the heroic work that we have done over the last 2 years. As a state employee, it's my duty to take care of the most vulnerable in our state, even through illness, but never in my 17-year career have I seen anything like what our staff went through in the last 2 years. We've made enormous sacrifices and we deserve this small relief. Please pass House Bill 5356. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Long. And again, thank you for your service and sharing your personal. It really helps us to hear these personal stories because although it's only been 2 years, it's amazing how quickly we can forget the experiences of our essential workers. So thank you for sharing that. I don't see any hands at this time. So we really do appreciate everything you did and continue to do for our community and for the people who need our services the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all.
Take care. Take care. Next we have, I believe we are up to number 16, and that is Andrew Samsel.
Hello.
Good morning. Go ahead and proceed.
All right. Still morning, right? Good morning, everyone. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Andrew Samsel. I am a juvenile detention officer in Bridgeport. I also am a steward and trustee for AFSCME Local 749. I am here today to testify in favor of House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. Juvenile detention officers like myself, we have to show up to work daily. Our facilities do not close, and we weren't able to work from home. We truly are essential. During the height of the pandemic, our facilities became a flashpoint for the spread of COVID-19. Notably, Hartford Juvenile Detention and Bridgeport Juvenile Detention, where I work, had the largest concentration of employees who tested positive for the coronavirus. One of our officers, who I've known for about 10 years, contracted COVID from a in-house training. She had to be hospitalized and put on a ventilator. she's doing much better now, thank God. Early on, we had to take steps to urge the judicial branch to provide N95 masks and PPEs because there weren't any made available to us at our facilities. There was a lot of uncertainty. There was a lot of fear that we would bring COVID-19 home to our families. This especially rings true for me. My younger son has Crohn's disease, which makes him autoimmune. So after every shift that I worked, I had to be thoughtful and methodical to protect my family from contracting COVID-19. I had a daily ritual of changing my clothing, making sure my uniform was clean, and taking a shower. One time I was exposed to COVID-19 from a coworker. Unfortunately, I had to self-quarantine in a hotel for 10 days to protect my family. It was hard being away from them. However, this was the only option, so I would not risk exposing my son from getting sick. Even though mask mandates are being slowly lifted throughout the public sector, detention center staff were recently notified that we still need to wear our masks throughout our 8-hour shifts. As juvenile detention officers, we best understand the struggles of being in a congregate setting and at increased risk of contracting COVID-19. We put ourselves and our families at risk just by coming to work. Payments of $2,000 for full-time and $1,000 for part-time frontline essential workers is a simple token of appreciation for our commitment to serve the public and the juvenile offender population. I urge you all to support this legislation. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands, but as the previous speakers who've, essential workers who've shared their stories with us, I do want to also, again, thank you for sharing your story today and keeping the struggles that faced our essential workers in the forefront of our minds as we contemplate this important piece of legislation. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up, number 17, President Carl Chisholm. Carl, it's good to see you today.
Good to see you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Carl Chisholm, President of Connecticut Employees Union Independent, SEIU Local 511. Also, I'm a member of the Recovery for All. We represent over 3,000 active blue-collar maintenance and service state workers. Our members provide a valuable services within the state facilities. They cook, clean, repair, maintain, and deliver in Connecticut's state buildings, hospitals, college campuses, airports, roads, bridges, and parks. Thank you for this opportunity to testify to support House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. This is an issue that our members take very seriously, as they were all deemed essential during pandemic. They reported to work in person every single day to make sure the services they provided at their jobs.
President Chisholm, I believe you have frozen. I don't know if you can hear us, but sometimes it helps if you turn off your camera when the network is unstable.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Senator, I think you
actually think it's her freezing.
Yeah.
You're fine, Carl. You can go ahead. You weren't freezing
Okay.
it. You can actually turn your camera back on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. They reported to work in person every single day to make sure the services they provided at their jobs continued during the unprecedented public health emergency. They didn't have a choice to work from home like many other neighbors had been able to. They sacrificed their own safety and the safety of their families every time they walked into the hospitals, schools, buildings, and garages, and many other state-run facilities. They worked every day. While others were figuring out how to stay motivated while working from home, our members had no choice but to go out into the world we were all being told was very, very dangerous at that time. That meant the mental, physical, and emotional toll that during this day after day imposes a very real, and these workers have earned recognition for this beyond cardboard hearts of people's lawns and radio commercials calling them heroes. Since the start of the pandemic, the hundreds and thousands of essential workers across the public and private sectors, especially workers of color and women workers who risk their lives to keep our communities afloat, haven't yet received any pandemic pay at a time when the state is facing enormous budget surplus and the rainy day fund is overflowing. Surely there is enough funding to compensate the essential workers who have sacrificed so much during this historical crisis. Some of our members lost their lives to this virus, while some others remain severely ill. I asked the committee to pass House Bill 5356 to support those who supported us during these unprecedented times. And once again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Carl. I know I cut out there for a minute, but I came right back, and I want to thank you for your service representing these essential workers and for your testimony. Today, I don't see any hands, and so we will let you get back to the hard work you have before you representing the members here in the state of Connecticut. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I want to thank you guys again.
Take care. And next, I believe next on our list of people that I see in the room, I think we're jumping ahead to number 22. Am I correct? I don't see it. Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have number 19, Gildemar Herrera, correct?
Yes, that's next.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Gildemar.
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Gildemar Herrera. I am the IT Director to the New Haven Public School District. I am a member of the AFNI Local 31. I am here today to testify in favor of HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. When we think of essential workers, we first think of the firefighters, police, and medical personnel. No one is thinking of someone like me in IT. We are the unsung heroes of the pandemic. Not only essential, but many of the jobs that I mentioned could not function properly without someone from IT. When schools shut down, our staff continued. Give me 1 second. My staff continued to work at the schools. We came in, we were not remote. We dedicated and sacrificed. We came in and gave out more than 50,000 devices. It was our job to make sure the devices had connectivity, the students could connect, the schools could connect, the teachers could connect, administration, and the public. We have made a lot of sacrifices that have not been seen. My staff is definitely, they took it on the chin. They came in, they got sick. Half of my staff got sick with COVID. They made sacrifices and they came back. I am so proud of them as their leader. I ask you please to support this bill because these are people who have sacrificed and they demonstrated what we are all about. As employees, as essential employees, they didn't know they were essential, to be very honest. We didn't know we were essential till the moment that the sacrifice had to be made. And my staff, they came in with little resources. We assisted all these folks. We actually closed some of the digital divide. We set up networks, infrastructure. We had to rebuild, and we did it in a very short period of time. This bill would actually assist them financially to recover some of the time that they have taken. They have been here at all hours. They have supported every single need that we had. And moving forward, I am hoping that you folks please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Gildemar, and thank you for your comments. Someone who's worked with all kinds of workers over the course of 42 years, I certainly realize how essential you are to our economy and how essential you are to keeping us safe and secure and teaching us and, performing all the important functions of society. So, but what I appreciate most is that with all of the horrific events of the pandemic, the one thing that we did learn is how important and essential frontline workers are. So thank you for your service. I do see Representative Porter, my co-chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Herrera, I just wanted to say, as a representative in New Haven, thank you for the great work that you all did in helping to bridge that digital divide to make sure that our students, particularly students of color, had access and were able to stay engaged. And we certainly will continue to work hard to make sure that whatever efforts come forward out of this committee reflect our care and concern for you all, because you matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And seeing no hands, we will go to our next speaker on the list. That is number 20, Julissa Lopez.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. ¿Tú necesito traducir?
Yo le voy a traducir. Norma is going to interpret it.
Great. Go ahead, Norma. Go ahead, Julissa, and Norma will interpret.
Buenos días. Senador Kushner, representante Porter y los distinguidos miembros del Comité de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the distinguished members of the Committee of Labor and Public Employers.
Mi nombre es Julissa López y vivo en Norwalk, Connecticut. Soy parte de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras y miembro de la coalición Recovery for All.
My name is Julissa Lopez, and I live in Norwalk. I am part of Comunidades Sin Fronteras and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition.
Estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo de SB 312, una ley sobre la expansión de los días de enfermedad pagados de Connecticut, y la HB número 5356, una ley sobre el pago pandémico para trabajadores esenciales.
I am here to testify in support of SB 312, a Connecticut paid sick day expansion, and HB 5356, a pandemic pay law for essential workers.
Tengo 3 hijos de edades de 10, 5 y 3 años. Yo he trabajado cuidando a personas mayores por 5 años.
I have 3 children. They are 10, 5, and 3 years old. I have worked caring for the elderly for 5 years.
Antes de la pandemia, yo trabajaba 9 horas diarias, pero me redujeron las horas a 4 horas por día.
Before the pandemic, I used to work 9 hours a day, but since the pandemic, my hours have been cut to 4 hours per day.
Nosotros como familia no recibimos ningún tipo de ayuda porque no somos elegibles a la aseguranza de pérdida de trabajo.
Me and my family did not receive any type of unemployment insurance because we're not eligible for unemployment insurance.
Este recorte de horas nos ha afectado mucho y tenemos muchos problemas y deudas económicas por pagar.
The cut in my hours has really affected my family a lot. We now have a lot of debt.
Mi esposo, lo que gana mi esposo y mis 4 horas al día no es suficiente para pagar todos los gastos en la casa.
What my husband earns and the 4 hours a day that I work is not enough money to pay all of our needs at home.
Hemos tenido que recortar compras de comida u otras cosas que necesitamos para mí y para mis hijos porque nos han reducido nuestros ingresos.
We had to cut back on food purchases and other necessities for the family and for my children and for the house since our income has been reduced.
Mi esposo trabaja transportando comidas a los supermercados y gracias a Dios él pudo seguir trabajando, pero se arriesgaba todos los días en ese trabajo.
My husband works transporting food to supermarkets, and thank God that he was able to continue working, but he took risks every day by continuing to work.
Él en el trabajo se enfermó de COVID y no pudo trabajar por 2 meses, llevó el virus a casa y todos nos enfermamos de COVID. Puso en riesgo nuestra salud y nuestra familia.
My husband did get sick of COVID and he couldn't work for 2 months. And then he brought the virus home to everybody and we all got sick.
Somos trabajadores esenciales, pero excluidos de cualquier ayuda federal o estatal, como días de enfermedad y aseguranza, pérdida de trabajo.
We are essential workers, but have been excluded from any federal or state aid, such as sick days off or unemployment insurance.
No es justo, no lo veo justo porque nuestro trabajo, nuestra economía del Estado, mueve la economía del Estado y cuando necesitamos ayuda nos excluyen y digan que no hay dinero.
I don't think that this is fair because our work is what moves the economy. And when we need help, we are excluded and we hear that there is no money to support.
Una ayuda de como monetaria por pandemia nos ayudaría mucho a mí y a mi familia. Pudiéramos pagar facturas atrasadas y muchos compromisos económicos que tenemos.
The pandemic payment would really help our family a lot. We could pay overdue bills that we have right now.
También estoy apoyando el SB 312 porque durante la pandemia del COVID-19 el acceso a la licencia por enfermedad pagada es más crítico que nunca.
I'm also here supporting SB 312 because during the COVID-19 pandemic, access to paid sick days is more critical than ever.
Los días de enfermedades pagados son fundamentales para los trabajadores esenciales.
Paid sick days are critical for essential workers.
En nuestro caso, no podemos tomar días de enfermedad pagados como cuando nos enfermamos.
In my case, we can't take any days off when we get sick.
Fuimos al médico y las facturas son altas porque tampoco somos elegibles para ningún seguro médico.
When we did get sick, we went to the doctor and now we have a very high bill to pay because we're also not eligible for any health insurance.
Estimado comité, les pido que se toquen el corazón y pasen la ley SB 312 y la HB 5356, ya que ustedes fueron elegibles por el pueblo y ahora el pueblo los necesita.
Dear committee, I ask you to touch your hearts and pass SB 312 and HB 5356 since you are elected by people and now the people need you.
Acuérdense de que muchas familias trabajadoras los ven ustedes como héroes si hacen lo correcto.
Remember that many working families will see you as heroes if you do the right thing. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por tu testimonio. Mi no puedo hablar en español. Hasta Norma, por favor, traducir. I want to say a couple of things. First of all, I want to say how much we appreciate your service and how sorry we are that you and your family contracted COVID.
Quiero decir un par de cosas, Julissa, cómo apreciamos su servicio y qué lástima nos da que su familia se haya enfermado de COVID.
I also
Gracias por su tiempo y por escucharnos.
I understood that. Thank you I appreciate you thanking me for listening, but that's what we're here for. I do want to ask if you are aware of the Essential Workers COVID Relief Fund, and if so, if you became sick with COVID during the time period allotted there, I want to encourage you to apply to the fund for reimbursement.
Dice que no sabe si usted sabe que hay un fondo de alivio para las personas que se enfermaron de COVID, pero que le recomienda que se fije en ese fondo para que aplique para ver si pueden ayudarle. Hay reglas, ¿verdad? Pero se debe de fijar si le pueden dar alguna ayuda ahí.
Ok, trataré de averiguar. Muchas gracias.
I'll look into it. Thank you.
And if you need help connecting to that fund, I know that Norma, I'm offering your services to help translate, but either Representative Porter or myself can help connect you to the people who are administering that fund.
Okay. Y también me ofrece a mí para que les ayude, Julissa, para explicárselo y para ver y averiguar si están ustedes, usted o otras personas, si pueden acceder a ese fondo, y ella, la senadora Kushner o la representante Porter también pueden ayudar. Así es que yo trabajo con usted y con Carmen para averiguar de ese fondo.
Muchas gracias. Aprecio eso. Muchas gracias.
Very appreciate it, and I'll work with them to connect them to that fund.
Thank you. And I do want to just talk a little bit about what happens, because I know this is a problem particular to your experience with COVID, but in this work that you do, my understanding is you have not had paid sick days. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how that impacts you when you are sick and can't go to work for any reason, not just COVID. What happens and what does it mean in terms of your loss of income?
Okay. Julissa, dice que si podía explicarle un poquito, contarle un poquito qué es lo que pasa cuando usted se enferma y tiene que seguir trabajando, qué es lo que pasa con su familia.
Tenemos que seguir porque no hay ayudas, pero sí tenemos que seguir adelante porque mis hijos nos necesitan, los pagos no esperan, hay que pagar renta, hay que pagar los demás biles, y si estamos enfermos, entonces nos aliviamos como podamos y tenemos que continuar nuestro trabajo.
We gotta keep going because our children need what we get from work, and our families need us. So we continue to work, and that's all we could do is figure out how to get better, but we have to continue to work even if we're sick.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I think, did she also mention something about the difficulty paying the rent?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Senator Kushner. Yes, because we have to continue to work because our children need us, and we need to continue to pay the bills like rent and other ones. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think your testimony is critical to our decision-making around this bill.
Gracias, Julissa. Su testimonio es crítico para nuestras decisiones en estas propuestas de ley.
Muchas gracias otra vez. Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, I see we have on the list number 21, Megan Fountain. Megan, are you here?
She's the other interpreter.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry, I was confused. Then we will go to number 22, and that is Stuart Savalcool. And I know I didn't say your last name correctly because I usually just call you Stuart.
That's perfect. That's all anybody usually calls me. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Minor, Representative Aurora, and members of the Labor and Public Finance Committees, or Public Employees Committee. My name is Stuart Savicle, and I'm the Chief of Staff for AFT Connecticut, a diverse state federation of more than 30,000 public and private sector employees. AFT Connecticut supports Senate Bill 321, an act expanding workers' compensation coverage for post-traumatic stress injuries for all employees. First, we want to say thank you to the legislature for including PTSI for healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. As one of the largest healthcare unions in the state, it was certainly a welcome gesture. In addition to healthcare workers, we also represent thousands of public employees, paraeducators, and teachers, including those in Newtown, where 19 years ago, AFT members suffered one of the most traumatic events that any educator ever will, a tragedy that forever impacted their ability to do their work in the way they learned how. It is important that people are given an opportunity to heal their whole selves before returning to work. We believe positive mental and emotional health is key to our members being able to do their jobs. AFT Connecticut also supports House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. Our country kept moving and our economy kept moving only because our essential workers showed up to work. They showed up to work at a time of great uncertainty and at risk to their personal health and well-being. I'm not sure how we ever fully repay that service, but House Bill 5356 certainly represents a step in that direction. AFT Connecticut also supports Senate Bill 312, an act concerning the expansion of Connecticut paid sick days. The last couple of years have taught us all a lot about a great many things. We have also learned that for the most part, our existing approach to sick leave and workers is outdated and inadequate. This bill would expand access to sick time for all workers. It would expand the scope of family members who can be cared for by workers while we're still receiving sick leave. And it would recognize the impact that the public health crises have on the working public. AFT Connecticut is proud to say that many of the issues addressed in this legislation are covered by union contracts for our members. However, we also believe that such benefits are important for all workers, union or not. Finally, AFT Connecticut opposes Senate Bill 319, an act concerning deadlines for arbitration awards. We believe the imposition of strict timelines will not do anything to result in fairer outcomes in our negotiations process. Flexibility is important to incentivize both parties to negotiate in good faith with the desire to achieve a collectively bargained agreement that works for both sides of the negotiation process and the general public of Connecticut. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Stuart. I don't see any hands at this time. We thank you for the service, especially the service during COVID of your members. Please pass along to them our appreciation for their hard work and for having taken those risks. Thank you. I do want to ask, I want to remind folks that are in the waiting room where you've clicked in and you're now in the waiting room. In order to be here and able to speak, you have to accept the promotion when you get the request from our administrator, from the clerk. So when you see a request to promote yourself, you have to say yes. And Taylor, I know you're here. Did I say that correctly? Is there anything you want to add?
No, you got it right.
Okay, so for all of you in the waiting room, please accept the promotion and remember when you get here, you have to unmute yourselves. Next up, we have number 23, Roberto Fernandez.
How are you, Senator? Good to see you. Representative Porter, good to see you as well. If you don't mind, ma'am, I'm going to defer my testimony to Mary Tracy, who's number 83 on your list, and I will take Mary's spot. Mary is an essential worker who will be working second shift, and I really want the committee to hear her testimony, and I will return in Mary's slot in number 83. Go ahead, Mary.
Is Mary? Oh, Mary is here. Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Good morning. Co-chairwoman, thank you very much. Always having our backs for the workers. My name is Mary Tracy, and I'm a commercial security officer and a member of 32BJ SEIU. I'm speaking on behalf of the House Bill 5356, the pandemic pay for essential workers. All members of 32BJ have been on the front lines of this pandemic, performing essential jobs as cleaners, teachers, and security officers like me. The work security officers do always carries risks, but because you never know who is going to be coming through the door. Now, everyone who walks through the door is a risk in an entirely new way. We can't fully protect ourselves either. We might have masks, but still have to interact with visitors to the building in the same way, making the risk even greater. Essential workers should have hazard pay retroactive to the beginning of the pandemic. If you recall, that was part of the HEROES Act. But as the pandemic has gone on, people have returned to their old ways of thinking. When it started, everyone suddenly realized that security officers, grocery store clerks, janitors, and so many others could not work from home. Suddenly, people appreciated us. That has faded a little, I think. Yet, we still risk everything and still aren't paid much. It's not right. And one thing as security officers that we ran into was all that contact tracing. They're very time consuming. One of your coworkers, if they got COVID, where did they get it from? Was it a family member? Was it within the workplace? And then you have to go down the line. Who's going to be quarantined? Who had the close contact? We had many security officers that were laid off completely. There were many that were put to part-time status. And, you know, with the variants that are still out there and things like that, we're still going to be running this risk for a while. And of course, there's no amount of money that you could put on for the essential workers, but thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for everything you've done and you continue to do. I know this was incredibly difficult, and we appreciate your testimony here today. And we appreciate the fact that you have to go in for second shift, and so you could be here later. We want to make sure we're accessible to the public, so thank you so much. I don't see any hands at this time, so I will move on to our next speaker, and good luck at work today.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
So next on our list, I am checking out the screen, and I believe the next person I see, if I'm correct, is number 27. Is that correct, Taylor?
We have 25 and 26 in it as well.
I'm sorry, it's so hard to see on the screen. I apologize. So number 25 is Thomas Burr, and I did see you before. I apologize. It's just people move around on the screen and then you can't always find them again. So please, Mr. Burr, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Thomas Burr, and I am the Community and Affiliate Relations Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. I am testifying today regarding support for SB 312, an act concerning the expansion of Connecticut paid sick days. NAMI as an organization is dedicated to building better lives for those with lived experience with mental health conditions and their families. NAMI Connecticut and its 9 local affiliates provide support groups and educational programs for people with mental health conditions and their loved ones, and advocates for policies to improve the lives of people affected by mental health conditions. As you know, COVID-19 has had and continues to have a serious impact on the overall mental health of people in Connecticut. The pandemic highlighted the existing mental health crises here in Connecticut and around the country. As a staff member of NAMI Connecticut, I care about the mental health for everyone. We have seen our call volumes double during the pandemic, and the demand for our online support groups and education programs continues to increase. Therefore, we strongly believe that having paid sick days is certainly of vital importance to our members. You have my written testimony that delineates the factual, logical, fiscal, and health reasons why this bill should be passed. Therefore, I'd just like to share a quick personal story on why paid sick days are so important. My wife works for a nonprofit long-term care facility that serves adults with intellectual and other disabilities. She works 30 hours a week and gets limited benefits, and unfortunately, those benefits do not include paid sick days. So anytime she isn't feeling well, she basically has to take the hit to her paycheck, as she will not go to work and risk passing anything on to any of the clients at her workplace, as some have comorbidities that make them particularly vulnerable to potentially serious outcomes. Workers should not be placed with having to make these decisions, especially when caring for some of our most vulnerable citizens. Also, just today, my wife has had to take a day off to care for our special needs daughter, who has a midday doctor's appointment. Again, she is forced to sacrifice a day's pay in order to do the proper thing and take care of our child. So in summary, this bill provides relief for workers for all the right reasons. In addition to that, the COVID pandemic has really highlighted that mental health should be considered just as important as physical health, and that is why NAMI Connecticut supports SB 312. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Burr, and thank you for your testimony. I do see a question here, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burr, for your testimony about the real life impact of sick pay in not just a public health crisis, but ongoing in real life. I think we just really need to understand what we've normalized, which is exploiting people's goodwill, especially like your wife, in terms of her dedication to her clients that she works with, and to prioritize their health and well-being over the workforce's own, and that has cost us. And so these paid sick leaves days will actually save us, I think, economically. And I hope that that is borne out by the testimony that you're representing NAMI as well in terms of mental health sick days parity as well. Is that true?
Yes, I really believe it is, because, I facilitate a support group for NAMI, and I hear all the time about people who are caring for a loved one with a mental health condition at home. And, they are under the same pressures my wife is. Sometimes you have to take a day off to take a loved one to an appointment. And it's just the reality. And when they work for a company that does not provide paid sick leave, it's a problem. You have to make a terrible choice. And again, some people don't always make the right choice, which creates its own set of problems. So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands now, but thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Burr.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next up, we have number 26, Michael Berry.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, the ranking members, and all the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Michael Berry. I live in Manchester. I'm a retired juvenile probation officer, retired union president, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. Since my retirement from the judicial branch, I'm now the coordinator of the Connecticut Coalition for Retirement Security, and I represent a large coalition of workers in my new job. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill number 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. I worked as a juvenile probation officer for the judicial branch during the pandemic and was deemed essential. While the court system altered its hours significantly for the public, we in fact never closed. I hope that the legislature will continue to recognize the work we state workers, and especially those in the judicial branch, did during the pandemic. And a shout out to our colleagues, especially who work in detention facilities around Connecticut, some of who spoke earlier. They're the ones who kept our juveniles safe and listened to, and our family relations counselors who dealt with increased workloads because of the uptake in domestic violence cases during the pandemic. Today, I'd like to recognize some other members of my coalition who deserve a lot of credit. First are the healthcare workers who were the front line in the pandemic. Hospital personnel working on COVID floors contacted the virus, and some have lasting health issues because of their infections. Our group home workers kept our most vulnerable residents safe and secure, and they did so with very low compensation. Our municipal employees kept vital services going in our towns, including assistance with home heating oil, helping those with food insecurity, and conducting doorstep visits with our elderly parents and grandparents, and in some cases, telling stories and singing to them when our senior center buildings were closed. And of course, our school-based personnel who returned to their schools daily to hand out lunches to kids who might not have eaten or been given counsel on a given day. All of these essential workers stuck together and made things work, and they should be recognized. Pandemic pay will make a huge difference for these workers, as prices are currently high, in part because of the war which is taking place, one that we hope has a peaceful resolution soon. I asked the committee to pass this bill to support these essential workers who kept our society going during an international health crisis I hope we never see again. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands at this. Yes, Representative Aurora has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Berry, for your testimony. As I think this thing came up earlier as well, there's a lot of support we have for our essential workers and for this specific special pay for them. I'm hoping you will also advocate for the appropriations because it's got to go there as well. But I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. And any comment you'd like to make, would be appreciated. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Aurora. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Berry. Next up, we will hear from number 18, Victor Rodriguez. I'm glad you could get back in. Thank you.
Yes, hi, I'm Victor Rodriguez. I've been working with the state of Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services at many campuses throughout the state in 30 years. Cedar Crest, which closed down, Blue Hills, and CVH. I'm currently at Blue Hills. So there's many questions. I don't know if you want to ask me on how this goes, but I can just tell you where I'm at physically. I was one of the first to get the COVID well on as a counselor of the state of Connecticut, certified addiction counselor. I currently I have insomnia. I have memory fog. I forget sometimes train of thought. So I'm lately practicing. I'm a public speaker in the community. I have to almost write everything before just to make sure I don't lose thought. I've had chest compressions and I'm on medication for that. I've had CAT scans. I've had all kinds of tests as my doctor have sent me for, because I thought that something really bad was what's going on with me. Prior to all this, I'm involved in a church and we're always out in activities, playing with the young adult population, always on sports, doing all kinds of stuff with my family. We're a very, very active family. That's come to an end. Today I'm sick. I don't sleep, and so my energy drops. I'm at a point where I'm very upset about this because I'm in a point of retiring in 2 weeks from the services I've provided for so many years. And this is what I'm retiring to. And I've done everything I can. We, the state of Connecticut, 1199, we do a lot of work. Counselors, the counselors department alone, and there's a lot of departments within that. But we help the judicial system. We help the drug addicts, alcoholics. We provide all kinds of services, from counseling, one-on-one group interactions, one-on-one with the counselors, family interventions, public defenders, probates. We provide services for everybody, all in a facility, which is incredible. Getting these services out to the community individually will cost the state of Connecticut more money. I don't know if this is what you wanted to hear, but there's a lot more than that. There's the group dynamics we do with them, the recreations, the arts, the drawings to keep them busy, try to introduce them to new things that they never had. But I'm looking at my life right now. And was it worth it is the question that hits me when I'm at a point where sometimes I lose my breath and I don't want to take all these medications they're giving me. I'm at a little upset. I'm sure you can understand when your life is given to a job for so long and a COVID hits. The protection way before may have helped because we would have been ready. But when it hit us, it was like nobody knew what was going on, entirely. We were like surprised, and hey, well, start wearing masks or no science hit us on time to catch the 3,000 of us that are affected by this COVID while employed. And I've continued. I've been asked to go to Social Security. I've been asked to go to other places and relax. And I'm saying, no, we have a lot of people out sick and trying to get together in my same condition. Another one would be less services for the addiction and mental health population in the state of Connecticut.
Victor,
and I don't have to get into the fentanyl and the things that are going on, even in the schools. Now is not the time to stop. I'm hoping that other people will get back healthy.
Victor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The chairs have just asked me to remind folks of their 3-minute time allotment. So if you could just summarize for the committee. Thank you so much. I apologize again.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sick. I caught it at work. Advocating for the funding. It's not going to cure me, but I'm just saying that I'm one of those individuals that have been affected by the COVID while on duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And Victor, our heart goes out to you for your suffering. We know that many people in your situation went to work, took those risks, and as a result are sick today, or even worse, some have already perished. And so we appreciate your testimony here today. And hopefully we can do something to address, at least to recognize your sacrifice with some compensation. So I appreciate you being here today. I don't see any hands, but thank you for sharing your personal story.
Thank you.
Next, we are going to go back to, I believe, number 27, Sherry Drake.
Hello. Good afternoon, members of the Labor Committee. I am Sherry Dayton, registered nurse of the Emergency Department and a divisional vice president at the AFD Connecticut in healthcare. I'm in support of the mandatory overtime legislation, HB 5357. It is not a new concept that mandatory overtime is an unsafe practice. It has been limited in both the trucking and aviation industries. However, healthcare legislation has been slow to ensure safe working environment for patients and healthcare professionals. Healthcare professionals are not robots. They need sufficient rest. Some poor patient outcomes that increase when the nurse has been mandated are increased hospital-acquired infections, decubitus ulcers, medication errors, increased mortality rates, and lower patient satisfaction. Healthcare professionals get into this field to take care of patients, and we vow to do no harm. When harm comes to one of our patients at our hands for any reason, it causes a moral injury in you, one that's very difficult to get over or move on from. Nurses have increased work injuries, risk of motor vehicle accidents on the ride home, decreased work satisfaction, and decreased retention rates. Nurses with young children are often made to choose between their children and their jobs. Several times, I'm the union president at the hospital that I work at, represents 400 nurses. Oftentimes I get notified from a nurse saying that she's being told at 10 o'clock at night that she's being mandated to stay till 7 a.m. when she's supposed to leave at 11. A lot of times these nurses are married to other people who are also essential workers that work opposite shifts from them. So they trade off. When they get home, they take the children. This causes a huge stressor in both families and in both spouses, because one of them is going to get in trouble. Oftentimes nurses are disciplined and told that they could even lose their jobs and be terminated if they don't stay when they're mandated. A lot of times they carry the health insurance for their family, and that causes a huge amount of stress. We live in a community here where it's close to the subbase. A lot of our families might have moved here to work that do not have resources that they can just call at 10 o'clock at night to come over to their house and take care of their children. They don't have family and friends that live nearby. So I ask you to take that into consideration when you consider this bill. We're currently experiencing a staffing shortage in the healthcare field. It's projected to get worse, not better. The COVID pandemic has exacerbated this unsafe staffing. We need to make this healthcare field a more desirable profession to attract individuals into it. This bill will help to do this. Please seriously consider this bill, for one day you or your loved ones will be a patient, and you deserve excellent care, not the care given by a strained, overworked healthcare professional who's human. Healthcare organizations can no longer intentionally staff bare bones to save money and then abuse the mandatory overtime as a staffing tool. There are other alternatives to mandatory overtime. There are incentive programs. There's a better retention strategies in the short term. In the long term strategies, there's student loan forgiveness. There's, for healthcare workers, increased nursing faculty's pay to help bring more people into the profession by opening up more seats in nursing curriculum. Thank you very much for listening today.
Thank you. And I want to be sure we have your name correct for the record. I thought I heard you say a different name. We have you down as Sherry Drake.
It's Sherry Dayton.
Dayton, that's what I thought.
D-A-Y-T-O-N.
Thank you, Sherry. Before I look to other committee members for questions, I do want to thank you for your service. And, we are very aware that nurses in particular were really carried us through the COVID crisis on so many levels, whether it was in hospitals or nursing homes. You really did amazing work. And I know there were often times when people worked extraordinarily long hours, and we appreciate that, we recognize that. But I also hear what you testified about the impact of that on families and on yourselves, and particularly in non-crisis moments. We know this is a practice as well. And I just want to personally, I was working in the area of Bacchus Hospital when you all organized your union a number of years ago. And in fact, my son was involved in that, Ole Hermanson. So I don't know if you know him, but he spoke a lot of and very kindly of the work done by the Bacchus nurses. So I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Are there any hands? I don't see any hands at this time. But again, thank you for being here today, and thank you for everything you've done to get us through the pandemic crisis and everything you continue to do in your regular course of service to our communities.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have number, looking for my list, I apologize. If I'm correct, I think we're up to number 31. Is that correct?
You got it.
Okay, number 31, Mary Jane Massimino. Go ahead and unmute yourself. At the bottom there on the left, next to the camera, the little microphone. It should be at the bottom of your screen to the left. There you go. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Actually, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Mary Jane Massimino. I am a union steward at Stop and Shop Supermarkets, and I am also an executive board member of my union. I am here to speak in favor of Raised Bill 317, an act concerning unemployment for striking employees. Thank you for your time and for holding a public hearing on this bill. In 2019, we went on strike for 11 days at my supermarket. It was something I never thought I would have to do in my lifetime, but we had no choice. After years of working hard and seeing so much turnover against employees in my store, we knew we needed to improve wages. At the time, we were looking to make improvements. Our employer has sent out sites of cutting our health insurance plan and our pension. We knew we had to draw the line in the sand and take a stand as a group. I wasn't sure how my coworkers would hold up without paychecks, but nothing can describe the feeling of pride watching all of us streaming out of work that first day of the strike, and then bonding together as true sisters and brothers over nearly 2 weeks. That said, it was easier for some of us to survive than others. Many of my coworkers typically run out of money before their next paycheck comes, and they had no idea how they would make ends meet. We were happy when the Branford Food Bank opened their doors just for us, and that was a lifeline for many of my coworkers. Luckily, our strike ended before the 2-week mark, but often I wonder if we were able to stay out longer, how much we could have gained in that contract. The contract we just settled last week is even better than the one we struggled to achieve in 2019. Some of that is because of the economy and COVID, but I suspect much of it is because the union proved how strong we are, and the company did not want to risk another strike. Had we had unemployment benefits to rely on during the 2019 strike, we might have been able to stay out longer and gain the great contract that we signed last week, 3 years ago. That would have meant 3 more years of living wages. Workers have very little leverage when fighting to be treated better at work. Workers without a union even have less protections. If we had unemployment benefits to back us up, we would have given up us a little bit more leverage to fight the large municipal corporation that employs us. Every time a union worker takes a stand and achieves better economic security, it lifts the wages for everyone in the industry. Giving workers a tool in their toolbox to fight for strong union contracts will help improve all jobs in Connecticut. Thank you, Mary Jane Massimino, East Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you, Mary Jane. I appreciate the work that you do in Stop and Shop, and I will have I have a question, but I will actually defer first to Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Thank you so much, Mary Jane, for speaking today and testifying on this important piece of legislation. It was an honor to be out there on that picket line with you and all your workers. It was a historic strike that reverberated all throughout New England and the country. And just wanted to ask you a quick question. Everything you said was spot on, and those are things that I heard on those picket lines and that we heard our members oftentimes describe to us. Could you explain maybe just a little bit personally for you, if you were able to qualify for unemployment benefits, say for a month or so, how that person would have helped you as you went through this strike?
Well, we all tried to apply. Obviously, we were denied. But obviously you're worrying. I'm single, so everything falls on me. I have a mortgage, I have food, I have utility bills. I can't say to my husband, gee, you're working, you pay the bills this month. It was me. So it was very scary every day to say, am I going to make next month? Am I going to make them next month after that? It's something that I was brought on pride that you need to pay your bills and not let them lapse. So it was hard, but we stuck together, and thank God we did get a contract within 11 days, and it wasn't longer because, a lot of my people, I felt bad because the part-timers, they don't make much or have that many hours. So it was also very hard.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for your bravery, not only on that picket line a couple of years ago, but for coming in today and sharing your story and explaining to us how difficult that process was for you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just to let you know, Mary Jane, I actually have lived in this community for nearly 30 years, and I have spent all those years shopping at Shop and Stop. I can't tell you how many times, because we're the kind of family that doesn't plan ahead. So we go to the store all the time. And during the strike, I did make it my practice to go to the picket line every day because it gave me inspiration and strength. And so I thank you for your efforts that not only benefited you and your coworkers, but benefited all workers in advancing and increasing crucial benefits for workers in our state and in the whole region. I do have one question. I don't know if you're aware of this, and if you're not, that's fine. We'll ask another person when they testify. But I understand that in New York State, I know there are Shop and Stop workers in New York State, but in New York State, I understand that the workers there, when they're on strike, they do have a benefit to collect unemployment. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No, I'm not. I know, like I said, we all applied here in Connecticut and we were all denied because they said we walked out. It was on us and not something that the company did.
Well, thank you. I know I didn't expect you to know New York State law. I just thought on a chance I would ask, but I appreciate you being here today and appreciate the work you do as essential workers. You guys kept us fed and healthy throughout the pandemic to the best of your ability, even when there were shortages. So I know that wasn't easy, and I know the risk that you took to go to work when so many of us were able to stay home and shelter safely. So I appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have, let me go back to my list, number 34. So number 34 here. I'm just looking to see you on the screen. And actually, I see number 32. I apologize. Donna, you are here. So Donna Civitello?
Yes, that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter. Thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon. I am Donna Civitello from the law firm of Carter and Civitello. I'm testifying in my individual capacity and on behalf of the Connecticut Trial Lawyers Association. I'd like to testify in opposition to Bill number 5354, which is entitled An Act Concerning Undue Delays in Workers' Compensation, and in support of Senate Bill 313 regarding firefighters, which CTLA strongly supports. I've represented injured workers for 36 years, and I served on the 2020 Legislative Task Force on Undue Delay in Workers' Compensation Claims. Bill 5354 would substitute 45 days for the 28 days currently in General Statutes 31-294C subsection B. That statute was passed 55 years ago to correct the problem of employers and their insurers ignoring workers' compensation claims filed by injured workers. The statute imposes penalties on employers and insurers that don't at least notify an employee of the position the employer is taking on a workers' compensation claim within 20 days of receipt of a valid and timely notice of claim. There is a deceptive narrative circulating about how this statute, as it exists, is applied by the commission and the courts. So I want to explain how the statute works legally and in practice at the commission. The injured employee has to file a valid and timely notice of claim for the statute to apply at all. If the employer or the insurer doesn't mail a one-page, simple piece of paper, usually called a Form 43, indicating that it's denying the claim or denying it pending additional investigation within 28 days, then the employer can't raise certain defenses to compensability of the claim. However, there's built-in relief in the statute already for employers and insurers. They can raise jurisdictional defenses at any time. If they mail out the form within 20 days, they can raise any defense at any time. Or if they begin paying benefits within 28 days, they have up to 1 year to deny the claim without any penalty whatsoever. So procedurally, if an employer fails the statutory requirements, then the claimant can file something called a motion to preclude defenses. And in such cases, the judge holds a formal hearing at which the claimant presents evidence that the claim was properly initiated, timely filed, jurisdiction exists, and that the employer and the insurer failed to deny within 20 days or to begin payment of benefits within 28 days. The employer can introduce evidence at that hearing to refute all of this. But if the judge finds that the employer didn't comply with the 28-day deadlines, the judge will grant the motion to preclude. The judge then holds a second formal hearing, usually, at which the claimant has to present competent medical evidence that the injury or illness was caused by the work incident or the exposure. The judge can question that evidence, can reject it, can obtain an independent medical opinion on causation, and the judge can deny the claim. But the employer and the insurer are prohibited from saying anything at that claim, basically, other than objecting to the form of question. So this is all highly technical legally, but if the judge finds that the injury is compensable, then the employer has to accept initial liability. The employer and the insurer can still contest particular medical treatments, the extent of disability attributable to the compensable injury, and can raise any other defense it normally would raise in the absence of the granting of a motion to preclude. So I find the title of this bill, which is regarding undue delays in workers' compensation, particularly outrageous because it creates additional delay for workers who are injured. Under the current statute, how hard is it for an employer and insurer to mail a one-page piece of paper to let a claimant know whether the claim will be accepted or fought, or whether the employer needs more time to make up its mind? 28 days is long enough for an employer to say, gee, we have to do more investigation. For now, we're denying the claim. At least the employee knows what to do. Should I put my treatment through medical, my health insurance plan if I have one? Should I pay rent or ask my landlord for an extension? Allowing an insurer or an employer 45 days would enact just a terrible toll on injured workers. The statute as it exists today strikes a very careful balance between the rights and the needs of employers, insurers, and employees. And it certainly does not allow the granting of spurious claims on a mere technicality, which is a lot of the narrative I hear. And I think it's really important to understand how the commission handles very wisely, and the courts, these claims. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It was very technical, and it.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate it, because I think very few people are familiar with the process of workers' comp claims being filed. And I have heard, I have the same question that you raised about the title and whether or not, how it addressed delays, because it actually it appears to afford more time, which one could then assume is a further delay. I think the argument that I have heard, and I would like you to address it, is that if employers had more time, they would be able to resolve cases without going through the whole process, which can be quite lengthy. And I wondered if you could address that, whether you think additional days would then, if somehow within that additional period of time, employers would be able to ascertain better whether or not they should contest or go ahead and start paying a claim, because I think that the people who conceive of this have that in their minds, that would happen more frequently.
So they can take all the time they want as long as they mail a simple form. It's an easy form to fill out. It's just you fill out the information about the employee, the employer, and the date of injury. And all the employer has to say is denied pending more investigation. And then that's done. So then, because that Form 43 is what employees with private health insurance need to put their medical bills, if they're injured, through their health insurance. They can't do it without that form. And also, often there's no response at all. So people think their claims are accepted. I have one client, Stop and Shop worker, who went to the ER thinking, because her employer took her there, thinking the claim was accepted, ran up huge bills at the ER, and then the employer decided to deny the claim. So someone needs to know if there's a denial so they know how to arrange their lives and their finances. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say, okay, you may need more time. Just let the employee know according to the commission's mechanism for doing so. And the Supreme Court has countenanced this practice over and over, the way the law is currently written.
Thank you, Attorney Civitello. I hope I said that right this time. I do hope that maybe we'll have an opportunity to get you together with the proponents of this bill. I think the proponents who happen in this case to be legislators, but also other folks who've testified in favor of this bill. Maybe we can clear this up offline and have some discussion with you or other members of your organization to try and make sure that we understand fully what's being sought here and how best to address it. I think when we hear a title like undue delays in workers' comp, we're all thinking we want workers to get workers' comp as quickly as possible when they're injured and have a legitimate claim. So hopefully we can figure out how to communicate between the various opinions about how this might work. And we may hear other testimony today in support of that bill. So I hope you'll continue to listen so that we can get your insights, if not, obviously not more today, but certainly after the hearing. So thank you for testifying.
Thank you very much.
Next on our list, we have, let's see, I think we go to number 34, Seth Freeman.
Hello, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Seth Freeman. I'm a professor at Capital Community College and the president of Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, 4Cs, SEIU 1973. Our union represents faculty and staff at the 12 community colleges and adjunct faculty at the University of Hartford. I'm happy to testify today in support of 3 bills on your agenda: SB 315, HB 5356, and HB 5353. SB 315, an act concerning unemployment benefits for adjunct higher education faculty. The 4Cs strongly supports legislation that will assist our adjunct faculty in both the public and private sector obtain unemployment benefits between semesters. This legislation outlines the criteria that the Department of Labor can utilize to determine, quote, reasonable assurance of rehire, and requires the higher education employer to notify the Department of Labor of which employees have a reasonable assurance and those who do not. For years, colleges and universities have been relying on adjunct faculty at an increasing rate. Adjuncts are paid less and offered little to no benefits. 75% of the teaching faculty in the community colleges are part-time adjunct faculty. 75% in the community college system are adjunct faculty. Our colleges and universities throughout our state would literally not function without these employees. Yet these employees are limited in how many courses they can teach, and they don't receive health insurance, sick days, or vacation days. Importantly, however, their salaries do contribute towards unemployment compensation. We are asking you to help these public and private employees who rely on help between semesters. The second bill we are speaking to is HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. The 4Cs believes all workers who sacrificed so much during the pandemic should be recognized with pandemic pay. Both public and private workers kept our economy running. Both public and private workers got ill and suffered. Both public and private workers paid the ultimate sacrifice and lost their lives. It is time we do what is right by workers who have given so much. I want to second my brother, Puya Jeremy, who spoke about how our state must do better. Hero pay is just a start. It's a mere acknowledgement of how important workers are to our state, and it's just another step to facing the terrible income and racial wealth inequality in our state. And lastly, HB 5353, an act concerning fair workweek schedule. 4Cs fully supports legislation to require certain employers to provide advance notice to certain employees of the employee's work schedule. I want to second what we've heard from other speakers about how this legislation will provide stability and dignity to workers and families. All workers deserve to have predictability in their work lives. This is strong legislation that will positively impact all workers, and particularly low-income Black and brown workers in our state. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you for your continued hard work in support of workers across our state.
Thank you, President Freeman. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service. I do want to ask you, I don't know if you were listening this morning when we heard from the Commissioner of the Department of Labor, Dante Bartolomeo, because she raised some concerns with Bill 315, the adjunct faculty unemployment bill. And I hope that we can have the opportunity also to connect you with the Department of Labor folks to maybe clear up any legal issues that they might find. And if you are aware of her testimony, you want to address, maybe that would be great. But the question I heard, you mentioned in your testimony that adjunct faculty pay into the unemployment trust fund, but rarely can benefit from it based on the nature of your work. And I had not thought about that until you brought it up. I think that's a really important point, because one of the things that our commissioner said is that the solvency of the trust fund could be impacted if workers, adjunct faculty, were to be paid unemployment. But in a sense, it sounds as though adjunct faculty are in fact subsidizing other workers who do get paid unemployment benefits when they're out of work. And so I wondered if you could address that a little further, because I think we all recognize that it's not a fair system if people are paying in and are not going to be able to receive the benefits.
Certainly, Senator Kushner. Well, I can't say that I can add much more to that. And I think we can find some other than our organization who can speak to it a little better than I can. But that absolutely is our understanding about our members contributing to it, but not consistently reaping the benefits. And this is a category of our adjunct faculty who primarily make a full-time living from teaching, from adjunct teaching. So we are not referring to our adjunct faculty who some of which have full-time jobs, and this doesn't apply to them. This applies to our adjunct faculty who are effectively, putting together a full-time salary through multiple adjunct teaching positions across multiple colleges and universities across the state. And these are the individuals who are not provided reasonable assurance of rehire. Yet when they apply for unemployment, that standard is working against them.
Thank you for that response. I see Representative Aurora has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Freeman. I just wanted to ask you a question about the same legislation regarding adjunct faculty. Because the real challenge is that it is a short-term contract, predictable contract, in a sense that, you know, that is a contract made for certain periods of time, just akin to a lot of contract workers or contract businesses who will basically professional services who would do kind of, you know, for an accounting reason or for many other reasons. So then the real problem which arises is if you're going to do it for adjunct faculty, then why not for someone who contracts for, you know, providing law services, right? Or for accounting services is quite often. Listen, most people hire accounting services for certain periods of time or short periods of time, maybe just to do their taxes. So in some sense, this is a contract service. The definition or the designation or the differentiation is between contract services and non-contract services. And I'm wondering whether you have an opinion on in this differentiation and how much problem it would create on an overall basis if you would just take one category, which is just professors, and offer them or include them in the unemployment benefits during the time they don't have that contract.
Certainly, Representative Aurora. I can't say I am knowledgeable enough to answer that question in terms of the effect on this change would have in other industries. So I do follow your question, but I can't say that I'm able to answer it. I would say that our in our community college system, again, where there is such a reliance on adjunct faculty to teach and to effectively keep our colleges running, right? I don't think it would be, constructive for our system to think of our adjunct faculty as contract workers in that sense, because the system of really relies on them for the basic service that we provide to our students, teaching, right? The foundational to what we do. So I think, I think, philosophically we would, to take objection for different, not take objection, but what we wouldn't want, we don't want as a system to think about the core function of the institution, teaching, to be, a contract service, if you will. So I think that just that framing kind of speaks to the dilemma we're in as a system, where we're so reliant on contingent faculty to provide the core service, right? And that's not fully addressed by this. This bill, if you will, is a symptom of a larger problem, which is that we have this gross over reliance on our contingent faculty in our teaching system, and this is, I don't think anyone argues this is the perfect solution, but it's addressing a bigger problem. And I think that framing of potentially considering or comparing our adjunct faculty to contract workers kind of speaks to that weird dilemma we're in right now, where individuals that are so, our students don't know the difference between an adjunct faculty or a professor. Right, just a teacher in their classroom, and we don't want them to know the difference. Right, we want them to just have a resource to help them achieve their educational goals. So, I'm not able to answer your question, but I do appreciate your question, and I think something the community is working through.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate your insight, because there is one idea where you have let's say a very high-tech lawyer who basically gets hired only for, like 50 hours or, for a 1 month project. And then, you don't expect them to get unemployment. There's one comparison there. But at the same time, I appreciate the insight you provided that there are some professors or many places, it looks like increasingly happening, where the entire program has been run by adjunct professors. And to your point, that's also a bigger problem in a different context. And I'm appreciating that point here, that maybe there is, that's not right, or that shouldn't be the case. And if you're running the whole program with adjunct faculties, for, they are doing both fall as well as spring, as well as, a week in the summer, they're really, for adjunct in name only, they're really full-time faculty. So, I take your point of view as well. I never thought about it that way, that there is, but I do know, I'm aware that there is an increasing reliance on adjunct faculty. So point well taken. I still find the challenge in intercomparison, but I appreciate the input you bring here. Thank you, sir. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. I don't see any other hands at this time. So thank you, President Freeman, for your testimony here today. And we will go to the next speaker on the list, and that is number 35, Leslie Bumpus.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but we cannot see you. I don't know if you want to.
Understand why? Because
now we can. Now we can see you.
Excellent.
We can hear you.
Excellent. Computers. Okay. Thank you so much. So good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Leslie Bumpus, and I'm a dentist with the Department of Corrections. I treat infection, diagnose disease, and educate patients on oral health and disease prevention. I relieve people's pain, and I restore missing teeth to attain a better quality of life. I am here today to support House Bill 5356. I, as well as our entire dental team, work very closely to the mouth, which is an extremely high risk for contracting COVID-19. We had to fight tooth and nail with management in order to receive safety dental equipment to protect ourselves. Many of our dental staff caught COVID-19 and became severely ill, hospitalized, and missed extended periods of time outside of work. We had immunocompromised dental staff that literally put their life on the line with no appreciation or monetary compensation. Pandemic pay would help to relieve the financial burden on many people, as well as provide morale to show that we are appreciated. When you give a little, employees are willing to give so much more back. If the state wants to show that they appreciate state workers, they really shouldn't fight so hard to give a little in return. People got extremely sick and were hospitalized due to lack of safety precautions in the workplace. The state shows appreciation by trying to remove benefits from its workers. Personally, pandemic pay would greatly help me pay my astronomical student loan debt, as we receive very low pay as dentists working for the state of Connecticut, the bottom 25th percentile, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In addition, both my husband and I got our hours cut, so that resulted in me having a 12.5% pay decrease, and my husband received a 20% pay decrease. Many of us live paycheck to paycheck and would greatly benefit from pandemic pay, as we both lost a significant amount of our wages. Please pass House Bill 5356. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your service. And I know we all really appreciate the difficulty that you all faced during the pandemic, and that's why we're here hearing this bill today. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have number, I think it's up to number 37. Is that correct?
I believe 36 is in as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see him on my screen. That would be Rob Cheatham. Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairwoman Kushner, Chairwoman Porter, ranking members and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Robert Cheatham, and I work at the Norwalk DMV, and I am a member of ASME Council for Local 478. The members of Local 478 have been doing critical work in continuing to provide services to the public throughout the pandemic. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers, which would provide $2,000 for full-time workers and $1,000 for part-time workers who were deemed essential during the pandemic. When COVID-19 first struck Connecticut, the workers at the DMV were deemed essential, and we had to continue providing services to the public and adjust to the frightening new normal. This caused a great deal and a great level of stress and uncertainty among DMV workers who initially did not have enough PPE. Luckily, we were able to procure enough, so we were able to clean our workstations and protect ourselves as best as we could. Despite the pandemic, the public still required DMV services, and we did as best as we could to continue business as normal. The pandemic did not stop the public from needing to register their vehicles or receive their licenses. Throughout all of this, we did our best to remain adequately spaced and safe. Even with precautions, there was still a fear among workers about catching COVID-19 and endangering ourselves or our families, since we could not conduct this work remotely. Unfortunately, we had to see many coworkers become sick with COVID-19, which increased all of our stress and worry about our safety. For the last couple of years, we have heard officials call essential workers heroes and praise the work we've been doing to provide services. Now is the time to help the workers who sacrificed their safety and health to ensure that the public did not lose access to services. All essential workers who were on the front lines during the pandemic have earned either a $2,000 or $1,000 payment for what we've done. I want to thank the committee for raising this bill and urge the committee to support this important piece of legislation. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you being here today and all you've done in service to our state. I don't see any hands at this time, but thank you. And we appreciate you taking the time out of your day to be here with us.
Okay, thank you as well. I really appreciate it. And I have to get back to serving the public.
Absolutely, we appreciate that.
Okay.
Next up, we have number 37, and you're listed there as the number 2, Mr. McNamara. I don't know if you have a first name or if it is 2, in fact.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I didn't change my name. I typed it in wrong. But thank you again, and to Representative Porter and the ranking members and members of the Labor Committee. I'm here to support Senate Bill 315 and Senate House Bill 5356. I am John McNamara from New Britain, a member of the 4Cs, Faculty Staff Union, the community colleges. And my perspective on these bills comes from working 22 years as Capital Community College's Grants and Development Officer, working alongside adjunct faculty members who, as President Freeman pointed out, comprise 3/4 of the instructors at the 12 community colleges. He made many of the points I wanted to make, so I'll be brief. HB 315 is essentially about fairness and equity, 2 words that I hope all of you will take into consideration in the bills before you today. Contract employees, as was discussed, and other occupations may collect unemployment insurance when their contracts end. Adjuncts do not, despite paying into the system, paying their wages into the system. This creates economic hardships for part-time faculty who, as President Freeman pointed out, teach at more than one institution to make a living and to pursue the teaching profession. Again, it's false to assume that many adjuncts with the expertise come out of their full-time jobs to teach a class or 2 a night, to moonlight in their discipline. Because of years of austerity, budget cuts, community college budgets do not have enough funds to retain a lot of full-time faculty. So adjunct faculty now continue to play an outsized role in ensuring academic quality, advising students, and carrying the teaching load. I believe Connecticut should do what New Jersey did in 2020 by enacting unemployment benefits for adjuncts in accordance with the eligibility provisions and requirements contained in the current bill. Let's not let the good teachers in the college where I worked for 22 years and in other institutions get caught in limbo, as they are not now receiving insurance that they paid for. In signing New Jersey's bill, the state's governor, Governor Murphy, said The law gives adjunct instructors the clarity they need to receive full unemployment benefits so they can stay and get back on their feet. It's time Connecticut does the same. And again, let me join with many others in asking you to issue a favorable report on the Connecticut Essential Workers Pandemic Pay Program. In 5356, the compensation is reasonable, time limited, and represents overdue support and recognition for frontline service workers and caregivers who sustained our state through the prolonged pandemic. I recall back at 9/11 and in the Congress, there was an unfortunate fight when there should have been unanimity in providing all those affected by that, the disaster. And I think it's analogous to our situation with the pandemic. So I'd urge you to make a favorable report and hopefully expedite its passage onto the floor. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Professor McNamara. You spoke very well on these issues, and you did bring up something that I think is important for us to note and maybe can give us guidance as to how we take care of any technical problems in the drafting of this bill, is to look at what they've done in New Jersey. So that's very helpful to us. I don't see any hands at this time, so we will let you get back to your retirement. And because I see from the list that you're retired, but thank you so much for your comments here today.
Thank you.
And we will move to the next speaker. I believe we're going to go. Okay. Just to address number 32, Donna, when I referenced you listening to the rest of the testimony today, I didn't mean you had to stay logged in, because we will not be able to come back for further testimony, but I was just hopeful that you or members of your organization could help guide us as we think about this bill going forward. So you don't have to hang in there, but I appreciate that you stayed for this long. But we are going to move along and go to number, let's see. Next is number 42, Yanoris Gonzalez.
And I'll be doing interpretation.
Thank you, Norma.
Yanoris, puede comenzar.
Ok. Buenas tardes, senador Kushner, el representante Porter y los distinguidos miembros del Comité de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the distinguished members of the Committee on Labor and Public Employees.
Mi nombre es Yanori González y vivo en Norwalk. Soy parte de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras y miembros de la coalición Recovery for All.
My name is Noris Gonzalez. I live in Norwalk and I am part of the organization Comunidades Sin Fronteras and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition.
Estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo a SB 312, una ley sobre la expansión de los días de enfermedad pagados de Connecticut, y HB 5356, una ley sobre el pago pandémico para trabajadores esenciales.
I am here to testify in support of SB 312, Connecticut Paid Days Expansion Act, and HB 5356, a pandemic pay law for essential workers.
Yo tengo 3 hijos y tengo 15 años trabajando en limpieza de casas. Antes de la pandemia, yo trabajaba a tiempo completo.
I have 3 children and I've been cleaning houses for 15 years. Before the pandemic, I worked full-time.
Durante la pandemia seguí trabajando y arriesgando mi salud y la de mi familia porque necesito el dinero por el trabajo que hago.
During the pandemic, I kept working and risking my health and that of my family because I need the money for the work that I do.
Aunque me preocupaba enfermarme, yo seguía trabajando y tuve que comprar mascarillas, guantes y coberturas para los zapatos para poder seguir trabajando.
Although I was worried about getting sick, I kept working and I had to buy masks, gloves, and shoe covers so I could continue to work.
Aún así perdí la mitad de mi trabajo, pero no pude recibir ninguna ayuda de aseguranza de desempleo.
And even so, I lost my job. I lost half of my hours in my job, and I didn't get any help from unemployment insurance.
Al ir incrementando la pandemia por COVID, mis jefas me mandaron a casa y después no me volvieron a llamar a trabajar.
As the COVID pandemic increased, my bosses sent me home and they did not call me back to work. And I didn't get any any kind of compensation.
Por el despido, solo me dijeron que ya no me necesitaban y perdí totalmente mi trabajo.
So basically they fired me and they told me that they no longer needed me. And so I lost part of my work.
Mi esposo trabaja en la construcción y jardinería. Aunque a veces no se sentía bien, él no dejó de trabajar porque no podemos permitir que los dos nos quedamos sin trabajo, ya que de nuestro trabajo dependen nuestros hijos.
My husband works in construction and gardening. Although sometimes he did not feel well, he did not stop working because we cannot allow for both of us to lose our jobs since our children depend on our work.
Hemos visto que en otros estados han ayudado a los trabajadores esenciales como en Nueva York y Nueva Jersey.
We've seen that in other states, there's been more help for essential workers like in New York and New Jersey.
Vivimos en el área triestatal. No puede ser que en Connecticut no se le ayude a los trabajadores esenciales.
We live in the tri-state area and it can't be that Connecticut doesn't help essential workers.
Pedimos esta ayuda que nos merecemos como por arriesgar nuestras vidas para que nuestras familias tuvieran sus casas estuvieran limpias y jardines bellos.
We demand this help that we deserve for risking our lives so that other families can have clean houses and beautiful gardens.
Somos trabajadores esenciales, pero excluidos de cualquier ayuda económica estatal. Necesitamos obtener días de enfermedad y aseguranza de desempleo.
We are essential workers, but excluded from many state economic aid. We need to obtain sick days and unemployment insurance.
No es justo que se sirvan de nuestro trabajo y cuando necesitamos ayuda nos excluyan y digan que no hay dinero.
It is not fair that they use our work and when we need help, then we get excluded and we hear that there's no money.
Pero sabemos que recibieron casi $4 billones que pueden ser usados para los trabajadores esenciales.
But we know that through ARPA, there were almost $4 billion that can be used for essential workers.
También estoy aquí apoyando el SB 312 porque durante la pandemia de COVID-19, el acceso a la licencia por enfermedad pagada es más crítico que nunca.
I'm also supporting SB 312 because during the COVID-19 pandemic, access to paid sick days is more critical than ever.
Los días de enfermedad pagados son fundamentales para los trabajadores esenciales.
Paid sick days are critical for essential workers.
Estimado comité, les pido que se toquen el corazón y pasen SB 312 y HB 5356, ya que ustedes fueron elegidos por el pueblo y una comunidad que ha dado la vida sobre sus ganancias.
Dear committee, I ask you to touch your hearts and pass SB 312 and HB 5356, since you were elected by people in your community, has given life over gaining more stuff for themselves.
Y ahora el pueblo reclama justicia para nuestras familias.
And now we demand justice for our families.
Muchas gracias y que el Señor les bendiga y lo guarde en este camino.
Thank you very much and may God bless you and keep you safe in this journey.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez. We appreciate the important work that you do and recognize that it's not always compensated and doesn't have the benefits to go with it that are so necessary for you and your family, but also really well-deserved for the kind of work that you're performing. We too are frustrated when we hear there isn't enough money to provide these benefits because it really means that you're paying the price for that.
I will summarize. Dice que muchas gracias, Yanoris, porque ella sabe que a veces no se les recompensa a ustedes por el gran trabajo que hacen y que también ellos a veces están frustrados cuando sienten que no hay dinero para poder darles lo que merecen.
Okay.
You forgot to mention the part where, I think you forgot to mention this. I understand a little Spanish, but the part where I said that her family and other families are paying the price for that.
Yes, thank you, Senator Kushner. Y que usted y su familia pagan el precio por eso, porque no hay dinero a veces. Entonces le agradece.
Okay, gracias, bendiciones.
Gracias. I do understand a little bit, and I used to do that to my interpreter all the time when I was in Puerto Rico working there, and I would know that he missed a couple of things that I felt were so important. So Norma, please don't take offense, but I'm listening closely.
I am not a professional interpreter, and I'm doing my best.
You are doing a great job, but we appreciate it. And I too really appreciate the opportunity to listen to the Spanish and learn from it. So thank you. I think next up we have Mr. James Arcobelis please proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner. It seems like we're following each other around from committee to committee.
I know. I looked at your name and I thought I just called on you yesterday, wasn't it?
And maybe tomorrow too, back in public health. But good afternoon. My name is Jim Acabelis. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs at the Connecticut Hospital Association. And I'm here to testify on House Bill 5357, and that concerning mandatory overtime for nurses in Connecticut. Since March of 2020, almost exactly 2 years, and Senator Kushner will remember back that Friday night in March, about almost 2 years ago to the day, we had our first case of COVID in Connecticut. And since that 2 years, hospitals and health systems have been at the center of Connecticut's response to fighting the COVID-19 public health emergency. And the foundation of that response have been our nurses, and our nursing leaders. I'm here to talk about HB 5357. I'm going to break it down into two parts because the bill is really broken down in two parts. The first part has to do with the mandatory overtime provisions. With respect to those provisions, back in 2004, Connecticut hospitals worked with the legislature to craft this current mandatory overtime statute. At that time, few hospitals used mandatory overtime, and that remains true today. We recognize the committee's role in taking a look and reviewing our statutes to make sure that they last over time and they still work. We believe the current statute does still work. It was a carefully crafted and balanced statute. So we are opposed to making any changes at this time. Also like to particular note that there is an added complex and reporting provision and authority to bring legal action. We think for the mandatory overtime provisions, the current statute works, and we urge you not to make any changes. The second part of the bill, and it establishes new requirements in nurse scheduling. Hospitals in Connecticut and across the nation are struggling with a severe workplace shortage, especially a nursing shortage. And we're focused on the best ways to attract and retain nurses and staff in Connecticut. And we know one of the most important things is control over scheduling, and the nurses have input and design scheduling that works with them. We've heard, I've heard today, and you've heard today, testimony on another bill related to the importance of having the ability to impact and design your schedule. This bill puts limits on nurse scheduling. So we urge you to not support that provision and let nurses work with nursing leaders to design their own schedules. So for those two reasons related to mandatory overtime and for the nurse scheduling, well, we are opposed to 5357 as drafted.
Thank you. And I know that folks have worked hard in the past on addressing these complex issues. And as you mentioned in your testimony, that there have been previous there is previous legislation. But I also think we sometimes, after we see how that legislation works in practice, we know we have to adjust it. And so I would encourage you to think about what's being proposed here, as you have already, obviously, but also maybe we can work together to find some ways in which this will move us forward, this bill, because I know I've heard from nurses, and this is a particularly difficult time. Everyone recognizes that there was overtime that couldn't be avoided during the pandemic because of the severe crisis that we were in.
Mhm.
But I heard about this before the crisis. And so I know from the frontline workers that are filling these jobs, it's not working for them as I think we all want it to. So maybe there's an opportunity going forward to have more discussion about how to make this work for the nurses. And I think it will, in the long run, help us keep people in the profession, which is so important. And I know how you yourself have talked about in other forums. And so I feel like that's one of the keys, is making sure people can serve in these valuable positions without the stress of overtime. So thank you so much for your testimony today, though.
And we are happy, and we will follow up to continue this conversation. And I don't think I can say it enough how much we respect the dedication, the hard work, and the professionalism that we have seen from Connecticut nurses. And we know the way in which to deal with our workforce shortage and retain and attract nurses is to get this balance right. This balance right that ensures that the patients are always provided the highest quality and safest care. At the same time, recognize the importance of a working schedule for our nursing professionals. So thank you very much, and look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Next up, we have number 45, Roger Senserich.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porters, members of the Labor Committee. Thanks for letting me testify today. I'm Roger Senserich. I'm the Communications Director at Connecticut Working Families, and I'm here to testify in support of 5353, the Fair Work Week bill. Previous people testifying have already spoken up about the specifics of the bill regarding the numbers and the data and how many people are impacted. So I wanted to stress more than anything about how this bill is above everything respecting workers and respecting workers' time. We've seen in the research, and it was explained by Daniel Schneider before me, that one of the impacts that we see when workers don't have predictable schedules is that the sheer stress that they go through makes them much more likely to be homeless, for instance, much more likely to be hungry at the end of the month, much more hungry for their kids to do poorly in school because they don't see their parents. They don't know when their parents are going to be there or not to put them to bed, bring them to school, and so on and so forth. They don't have stable childcare. They don't have the references that other families will have. The Fair Work Week bill, it's a bill that gives workers the respect they need. Basically, it's a way to make sure that workers have the stability they need to thrive, to build opportunity, to work two jobs, to go to school, to take good care of their kids and their families. And we've seen, and research shows that in other places that a bill like this has an impact that goes much beyond just a peace of mind. The SHIFT project had a report recently showing how the results of similar legislation work in Seattle. And the outcomes were really impressive. You had workers saying that they were happier by a significant margin. People were sleeping much better, which with just having the stable schedules. People were much less likely to go hungry or to face homelessness, which for a bill that is just making their jobs more stable, it's an incredibly significant achievement. We know that tens of thousands of workers in the state, hundreds of thousands of workers in the state face this and are facing this uncertainty, not knowing how many hours they are going to work, not knowing how they are going to take care of their kids, if they need to borrow a car, how they are going to get back and forth work. The Fair Work Week bill puts an end on that. and gives them the backstop, the stability they need to thrive. You cannot look forward, you cannot build a career if you don't have that stable base. So Forward with Bill gives workers that. It respects them, it respects their time. So we ask the committee to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senseric. Did I say that correctly?
Senseric, but no one pronounces it right, don't worry.
I do want to ask you, I know one of my colleagues asked earlier in the day about reaching compromise on differences in relation to this bill. And I wanted, if you could, to speak to how this bill is a product of compromise, because I remember when this bill was introduced in a previous session, it was introduced with a lower threshold of workers and other changes that were made. And I wonder if you could address that and why you chose to start with the threshold you did of 500 workers.
Well, one thing that we know is that unstable scheduling and these scheduling practices that use workers around, that treat workers like disposable, being on call, giving little notice and so on and so forth. It's something that it's mostly large business that do that. Small business, small family restaurants, small like hotels, places like that. They know the workers personally. They treat them. They have that contact. They have that ability to have the arrangements and treat them well. It's the big actors. It's the Chipotles. It's the McDonald's. It's the big chains that use this automated software, that use this kind of management that uses workers as entirely replaceable, to the point that they actually have churn and have like huge labor turnover built in as their business model in order to move. So part of the reason that we have this 500 threshold is because we know that the worst actors are the big players, are like the big corporations. This is not an issue with the small mom and pop restaurants. They do well. They have that, but they have the flexibility. They know the workers. They are not the ones that mistreat the workers the worst. So that's why we put the limit at 500. In addition, they have the resources to accommodate for that. They are using automated software, changing the programming of the software, like the Gap did, as a previous presenter said. It's within their means, and we know because research shows that once they do that, they do better. So that's why we put the limit up. It's a matter of knowing who the bad actors are and making sure that they address it.
Thank you. I see Representative Rivera has his hand up. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Sensorich. It's very helpful. I appreciate your comments. The question which I'm following up with the earlier question, which is that if you were to say small businesses which are running a franchise, right? So you are, running, let's say, a Subway or any small franchise, right? And it's only Subway is still a very well-known name, but there's lots of small franchises as well. Should we treat them like small businesses? Because that's one of the kind of discussion, because there's some agreement amongst many of our members that something needs to be done, especially in situations which you just defined, very large business with thousands of employees, and they treat everybody like a number rather than a person, compared to small businesses where it's a friend or it's somebody you've worked with. So the question being, would it be a good compromise to classify franchises, as long as they're owned by small companies, which are 10 or 20 or 50 or whatever the threshold we choose, 500 employees, that they should be treated the same way as other small businesses?
Not really, because franchises they use the software, they use the advertising, they use the product. They are essentially like big businesses that are managed, subcontracted to small owners. But in terms of how they manage staffing, how they manage revenue, how they actually share advertising with corporate and so on and so forth, they are not a small business. It's not a corner diner. A McDonald's franchise has a completely different cost structure. They actually outsource all payroll, outsource most of the paperwork, most of the bureaucracy of running a business to the big company. So they are not a small company. It's shared risk with corporate, but they are still part of a larger corporate entity. If we excluded franchises as well, it will mean that tens of thousands of workers will be excluded of the bill. And those are the workers that actually we know that have the worst treatment. And we know because right next door, New York City has a Fair Work Week bill, and Chipotle, that it's run as franchises, was sued by the city because they were systematically violating the bill. So even with the bill in place, we know that franchise businesses like Chipotle are going to be mistreating, are going to try to get away with. So no, they are actually quite often the worst actors. And in terms of, we know as well in terms of part-time workers and that want to work more hours and not getting them, in terms of living within poverty wages, these businesses are the ones that have the workers that are getting through the hardest, that they're being hit the hardest by unstable schedules and by actually being working poor.
I see. I think what your point of view is that franchise should be kept even if they are a 10-person company, because the feedback which we were getting is that they still are a 10-person company. It's very hard they know just what you were saying earlier for small restaurants. They know their employees, they work with them. They're not, they may use their advertising, but the input which we received was that they really, many of them, and I'm sure not all of them, many of them work just like another small restaurant, but the only thing is they don't do their own advertising, and their economics and their personal, it's still one manager, and the manager is most likely an owner. But I see, this is what the objective is. Go ahead, sorry.
So the thing is, if this bill will penalize the bad actors, though. Like if you are running a McDonald's franchise and you're working with employers, with your employees to have like reasonable schedules and telling them in advance, like you're treating them like you were like this kind of diner around the corner that has this personal connection, you're not going to notice anything about this bill because you're already doing it well. This is going after the bad actors, like those kinds of absentee franchise owners that have like 10 McDonald's, 12 McDonald's, things like that, or Subways or Dunkins or whatever, that are treating workers as disposable. So if you're already treating your workers well, the bill, you're not going to notice the bill at all. You're just going to have to post the schedules ahead. You're already doing that, most likely. You're going to have rules so workers can, ask for different shifts. You're already doing that, most likely. So it's not going to impact you. This is for like probably minority, but of franchise owners that are not doing the right thing.
Great. No, thank you. I think the real question which has been asked of us by many is that, the flexibility is inbuilt, but it is self-negotiated. In a sense that, if you suddenly have a party which comes in for a restaurant 3 days from now, you just basically go to your person who works, so your manager, and you just basically say, hey, listen, this has just come in, it's only tomorrow, but this guy's gonna do a big party, and can you work? And they'll say, well, I can't, but I will see what I can do. And they they work it out. And it is not that they're doing it because they want to punish the specific worker. It's just a new business. A party came in to have a restaurant, to have a birthday party or something like that. And the question here is that under this law, now they will be obliged to follow certain other rules, even if there was a we have just put them in a position where there's now a rule that you got to pay him, because it's in 48 hours extra and so on and so forth. And that's the discussion. Is it a rule? Is it a law? Because law, then it becomes a different kind of a situation. But anyways, I really appreciate your input. The nuance between the franchisees and the small business is something we have heard a lot, and we're trying to figure, at least some of our members are trying to figure out. The larger companies, with thousands of employees, there is a little more consensus. And we are trying to use this public hearing to get input to build to say can we all agree, what makes total sense, and what some people, says where there is a gray area or not consensus. So I appreciate your input on that. Point well taken. And, obviously there are always opposing points of view, but I appreciate your time and your testimony. Thank you to you, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do want to, I see Representative Porter has her hand up, and then I have a couple of follow-up questions on that as well. Representative Porter. Oh, you're muted. I love telling you that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Roger, for your testimony. I wanted to know, and forgive me if I'm overlapping or duplicating here because I am jumping in between two different meetings. Can you just talk about when we consider underscheduling, where it's really unstable, but it's considered a part-time job? Can you speak to the percentage of work that's full-time, right, that would be covered under this bill?
I don't know if I understand exactly the question. You mean how many workers are underemployed in the state? Off the top of my head, I can send you the report. I don't remember the data off the top of my head. It's a report that actually Professor Snyder prepared a couple of years ago from 2018.
Yes, and I was just so what I'm remembering is that it's only 12% work full-time, which is 40 hours a week, in the sectors that would be covered by this piece of legislation, right? And that would be retail, hospitality, and food services.
Yes, in terms of hourly workers in the state, it's 350,000 on those three sectors, but that's both full-time and part-time. And yeah, I'll have to look the report. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay, and I'm just bringing that out as one of the problems that we're trying to actually, address with this legislation. But could you speak to the impact from the workers, the no work-life balance, the lack of notice of schedules? What does that really look like in real time, in layman's terms?
So what it looks in real time for many workers, and that's stories that we have collected from people that we have been speaking with, from people that actually spoke up years prior, and experience from people that we have that we know, because a lot of people that are going through that are our neighbors, is that essentially you start a week and you don't know which days you are going to work. And even if you have to keep your schedule open, because it might be that you get an extra shift or the shift gets moved the last minute. Meaning that instead of having a solid foundation, instead of having a job that it's stable, that gives you like the certainty that I'm going to make this much money at the end of the month and I'm going to pay these bills, it might not be. One of the things that we saw that research shows is that when workers were comparing how many hours they were scheduled at the beginning, and like the biggest difference between the week that they got the most hours and the week that they got the least, it jumped about 37%. Imagine that you have a regular job and your income can change 37% 1 week to the other, 1 month to the other, without any notice. You don't know. It depends if your supervisor feels it's a good mood, or if it's raining a lot or not, or whatever. Any reason whatsoever. You cannot plan anything ahead. You live with this constant source of anguish behind, because you don't know if you're going to be able to pay your bills. To top it off, if you have kids, you literally don't know what to do with them. I mean, we have been living through the last 2 years, anyone that is a parent, with this like constant, are daycares open or not? Is school going to be open or not? How are we going to take care of our kids, essentially? Because, daycare. Imagine living through that and not just having a 9-to-5 job. Imagine that you don't know if tomorrow you're going to be called to have a shift at your the big box store, and you need to find a relative that is going to take care of your kid. Like now, you have 24 hours to do so. If not, you have to call your boss like 2 hours later, saying, "Sorry, I cannot do that. I cannot take your shift," and that's constant. That happens week after week after week after week at any time of the week. Like the stress levels that adds to the people that are living through that are staggering. And it shows that even people that are making exactly the same amount of money are much more likely to be homeless or much more likely to go hungry because they don't know what to expect any given week at the beginning.
Right. You actually just spoke to something that this bill addresses, and you nailed it perfectly, because I was going to ask you, why is it important to have a right to rest between shifts and in the tradition of clopenings? But my last question through you, Madam Chair, I would imagine that this legislation would promote opportunities for full-time work. Can you speak to how the requirements would help to make that happen?
Yeah, one thing that happens a lot with these companies, it's that they keep workers part-time on purpose, because they know that if they give them more than a certain amount of hours, they have to give them benefits. They have to include them to the insurance plan. They have to include them with paid sick days. They have to pay them. Basically, workers become more costly for them. So what they do is that they have this huge crowd of part-time workers that they juggle. Instead of having 30 workers doing 35 hours, they have 70 workers doing half the time and basically messing around with their schedules. What the bill does is that it imposes a requirement to businesses that if they are going to look for new shifts, before they go out and hire another worker, they have to tell their current workforce, we have more shifts, who wants them? Basically giving them a chance to move from part-time to full-time. Because that's something that we also see in the data. There is a lot of people in the state, a lot of people in the country, this is a constant, this is not Connecticut only, that are working part-time and want to work full-time. And they cannot do it because they are in a job that basically it's playing with them, not respecting their time, not respecting their work, basically not giving them the chance to work more hours. So this bill will make businesses, first, instead of trying to dodge all the obligations that you have when you have a full-time worker, make sure that your workers are getting the hours they want. And if they want to work more hours, let them. Respect their work, give them the chance to actually, give more to you, work for you, actually, do better for themselves and their families.
Absolutely. And you actually covered quite a bit there. I wasn't going to ask any more questions, but you answered them, even though I didn't ask them. So thank you for that. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I do have one more question again, I want to go back to the genesis of this bill, because this bill has changed since it was first introduced. And I know that last year I worked on this bill with one of your colleagues. I don't believe you were involved, but you weren't carrying this bill in the same way that you are today. And if you're not familiar with this, it's fine. But I know we passed this bill, almost essentially the same bill. It's been changed somewhat to address what we understood to be language that was hard to understand. And we tried to make it more simple in this version. But essentially, it was the same bill that we voted on in the Senate last year. What I recall is that were compromises made from the original bill as first introduced, either at the beginning of the session or in previous sessions, to address some of the concerns we heard from colleagues, from employers. In particular, I talked about the number of employees. I think we started at 250, and now this bill is at 500 to recognize a compromise that was sought. But there were a couple of others, I believe, that were also made during the course of the session. And one, I think both the question of how much compensation a person would get, as well as how much time an employer would have to change a schedule without any cost, without any compensation required. I don't know if you could address those two issues.
So regarding the notice time, the bill started last year with 2 weeks posting the schedules, and you got compensation if your schedule got changed during those 2 weeks. It was amended to be 1 week. So if you get compensation only if you get less than 1 week notice. And this was in part because weather forecasts are hard, and after a week. I mean, my guess, like it's that longer than a week, it's hard to forecast demand if you don't know how the weather is going to be. But essentially, it's this. It's really useful for workers to get a notice 2 weeks ahead. And that should be the requirement, because that's what research shows, that it's the big change in how bad the impact is for workers not being able to plan. But for businesses, it's sensible that, a week notice makes sense, especially regarding weather conditions, if storm is coming and so on and so forth. A week, we thought that it makes sense. The other change that you just mentioned, and I don't remember what you were.
I was talking about the amount of compensation.
Oh yes, the amount of compensation. So right now, it's if you get called for working extra hours, like the scenario that Representative Aurora was mentioning, that big party comes to a restaurant, can you call tomorrow? You get paid an extra hour. So if your new shift is 6 hours, it becomes a 7-hour shift. It's a help. It's not like a huge burden. It's, if there is so much demand to justify any worker, it's fair, we think, that the worker gets some of the benefit as well, besides the wage, some extra pay, an extra hour of work. If a shift gets canceled with less than the 7 days notice, the worker will be paid half pay. So if someone gets a scheduled 8 hours in a big box store, they tell him, don't come tomorrow, they are going to be paid for.
Thank you for that. I think that, and when you said the worker gets an extra hour of work, you meant an hour of pay.
An hour of pay, yes.
Correct. And I think that one of the things that was testified to last year, and I don't know if we're going to have a worker that could address this this year, so I will ask you. I know we heard from workers last year that one of the problems is that many shift workers work for more than one employer. So you might be working for several McDonald's. Well, McDonald's is probably not the best. You might be working for a McDonald's and another workplace that also is shift work. We even know teachers who work at large chain restaurants in the evenings and on weekends. So people are working more than one job in many, many cases in Connecticut today. And one of the things I believe we heard was that a worker who is scheduled to work might turn down work for another employer. So they would have had compensation from another job, but they turned it down so they could work for this employer. Or there were also cases where workers accepted work, hired childcare, and then got to work and the job wasn't there. So either they lost money because they hired childcare, or lost money that would have come from a second job, or in some cases, both lost the money from the childcare and lost the money from the second job. And I wondered if you have heard that from workers, if you have anything to add to that scenario.
Yeah, this is something that comes up often when we talk with workers, that they have a job, they are trying to get ahead, they are trying to save money to go to school, and they just cannot do it because their employer, one of their employers keeps jumping them around, meaning that, well, I have to be constantly telling the other employer that I cannot come in because I just got a shift moved and vice versa. So it's hard to keep two jobs. Same with workers that are trying to go to school. They are trying to attend classes at community college or online, or going to, learning a craft, anything like that. And some employers care and will try to work with them. So, if you have a class, you cannot, we are not going to give you shifts. But for those big companies that have these automated systems, sometimes, they don't care. So they either cannot go to class, or even if you're going to community college and you're working around classes, you have homework. If you get a shift before a big exam, you're not going to be able to either go to your job or pass the exam the day after. I mean, you should not study the day before an exam, but that's besides the point. It's really hard to do anything outside your work, that if you want to build opportunity, if you want to build savings, if you want to actually move ahead by working harder, working more than one job, studying, anything like that, it's hard because you don't have that predictability. You don't have that steady set of days that you know when you're busy and you're not.
Thank you. That is what I had heard previously, and I think it's an important aspect of why we're taking up this bill this year. I don't see any other hands at this time, so I thank you for your testimony and look forward to speaking with you more about the bill.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next up, give me 1 minute to check my list, because I know we've been skipping around a little. And we do that because of the way people come in and sometimes go out of this chain. But I believe next up we have, if I'm correct, number 49, Lori Bonjo.
You got it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee for this opportunity to address you all. My name, as you all just heard, is Laurie Bonjo. I live in New Haven and I'm an associate professor in the Department of Counseling and School Psychology at Southern. I'm also program coordinator of the only doctoral program in counselor education and supervision in all of Greater New England. I'm also a member of the SESU and chapter of the AAUP. I'm also chapter secretary. And I'm a proud member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I join you all today to encourage your support of the following 3 proposals: HB 53000, an act requiring legislative approval for the consolidation, mergers, or closures of CSCU institutions, and HB 5115, an act requiring a plan to increase child care centers near CSCU institutions, and SB 315, an act that would require the committee to consider specific circumstances when determining whether an individual who performs instructional, research, or principal administrative duties on a contingent basis at an institution of higher education is eligible to receive unemployment compensation. Over the last several sessions, the General Assembly and multiple committees have taken up issues related to access to affordable, high-quality public higher education and the impact of this merger. Members across the 17 Connecticut state colleges and universities have repeatedly raised their voices in response.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt. I hate to do that, but I do think, I didn't realize this, but I think you're addressing 2 bills that are not before us. We do have 315 about unemployment insurance for adjunct faculty, but the merger is not under the jurisdiction of this committee.
I'm so sorry. I was misinformed about my role in testifying today.
And I hate to do this to you. What I would suggest, if you don't mind taking a short pause, and if you will review your testimony and then tailor it to the bill that is before us today. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to give you a minute to collect yourself as well. We can hear from another person and then come back to you if that's okay.
Sure. I actually can just say very briefly, the one main point that I wanted to make about SB 315 is that the COVID-19 pandemic, that's the one that you would like me to speak on. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that unemployment benefits are essential for faculty whose primary work is adjuncting. At a time when all faculty have worked harder than ever to provide high quality instruction under unprecedented circumstances, it's essential that we provide assurances that contingent employees are able to receive unemployment compensation. And I will simply leave it at that. Thank you, Chairperson Kushner, for correcting me and helping me understand what I was speaking on, and to the committee for the opportunity to testify.
Well, thank you so much. And I hate doing that to you because I've been on your side of the table here, so to speak. And I know how rattling it can be, but we do have those other bills in other committees, and I encourage you to testify in those committees if they are still being heard. We have heard from some of your colleagues today about the unemployment insurance, and it's something that I think we recognize is a complex problem because, as was testified earlier, so many faculty jobs in higher education today are actually filled with adjunct faculty. This is a trend that's been occurring over decades, and it's really reached a height. And I wonder if you have that experience or if you could share your thoughts about that.
Yes, what we are noticing is that there are certain disciplines in which there are accreditation bodies, and those accreditation bodies limit the number of contingent faculty that can be employed to teach students. And when we compare the outcomes, both in terms of retention and completion, along with looking at success on things like national standardized exams for licensure and certification, we see that having inconsistent adjunct and contingent faculty impacts student success. When we have adjunct and contingent faculty who have longevity in terms of their relationship to the department, that increases student success. So when we're looking at this, we want to be thinking about how an adjunct faculty's ability to channel time into the students is impacting their success. And when adjunct faculty are not provided unemployment compensation, that impacts their ability to be able to provide high quality instruction to our students. And we, as full-time faculty, do have access to unemployment. So we are having an advantage and a privilege that those individuals who are working at a lower rate of pay and really experiencing the same level of dedication to our students are not provided the same supports and provisions to be able to do their work successfully.
Thank you so much for that additional commentary. It is a serious issue, and I appreciate that that it's an inequity that we need to figure out best way to adjust it. There was testimony earlier today that this is something that's been accomplished in New Jersey, so hopefully we can look for that as a model of how we can approach it. So
I will
thank you.
also throw in that since it's International Women's Day, to also keep in mind that more frequently those individuals who have contingent positions are women, and particularly women of color. So this is yet another issue that impacts individuals who are underrepresented and underserved, and that have been spoken about multiple times already today.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony here today. And again, I hope you find those other committees that are hearing the other bills of concern.
I'm going to work on it.
Thank you. Thank you. So next up, I do want to recognize, I believe Senate President Marty Looney is available now to testify. Hopefully he is here with us. Oh, there you are. Good to see you, President Looney.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner and Representative Porter, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm Martin Looney, Senator from the 11th District, representing parts of New Haven, Hamden, and North Haven, and would like to express my support for several bills on the committee's agenda this afternoon. First, Senate Bill 318, an act concerning captive audience meetings. Senate Bill 321, an act expanding workers' compensation coverage for post-traumatic stress injuries for all employees. Senate Bill 314, an act concerning protection of warehouse workers, and House Bill 5353, an act concerning fair work week schedule. Senate Bill 318, captive audience bill, would prevent employers from firing or otherwise disciplining employees who would prefer not to be compelled to listen to employer speeches about religion or political matters, including labor organizing. This is a fundamental matter of protection of First Amendment rights to assemble, or in this case, not to be forced to assemble. I thank our Attorney General, William Tong, for his decision in 2019 that showed a constitutional path to enact this bill, and this bill is clearly in line with what the Attorney General says is appropriate and defensible should it be challenged. We all know the main reason that employers resort to captive audience meetings is that they are, in effect, among the most intimidating and unsettling and frightening measures that can be employed to hurt people into a room against their will, in some cases to block egress from the room, as at a time when so many other means of communication are available to employers, including presenting material, written material as employees come into or leave work, handing them something at their work site, emailing them, texting them, phoning them. All of these options remain available to employers. None of them are in any way infringed upon by this bill. All we are saying is that the one that is the most intimidating, and knowing that employers know it's the most intimidating, and that's why they want to use it, and that should not be allowed in the state of Connecticut. So I would urge the committee to approve Senate Bill 318. Also, Madam Chair, in 1993, the General Assembly made a serious mistake in changing the law that denied workers' compensation benefits to employees suffering from a mental or emotional impairment such as witnessing the death or maiming of someone else, without a physical component to that. If there was only, I shouldn't say only, if there was emotional trauma, but without a physical component, the injury was not compensable. Today, there's a far more sophisticated understanding that the seriousness and the reality of mental and emotional impairments completely distinguishable from physical injury. And it's time to correct that mistake and allow all workers who suffer a mental or emotional impairment in this way to access workers' compensation benefits, regardless of whether a physical injury occurred or not. Neuroscience advances since 1993 document that. The coverage limits that we enacted for partial coverage to first responders and others provide for a limited benefit. And what's provided under this bill would be a limited benefit also, limited to 52 weeks from the diagnosis date, so it would not be open-ended liability for coverage or treatment. It also would prohibit the benefits from being awarded 4 years after, more than 4 years after the qualifying event that formed the basis for the PTSD, and prohibits an officer or firefighter who is receiving those benefits from receiving workers' comp, a permanent partial disability benefit. So all of these limited benefits would be applied here, but just be applied more broadly to the general worker. Remember, under current law, teachers at Sandy Hook who were not injured physically on that day do not have a compensable injury for the stress and trauma that they may have suffered by what they witnessed there that day. Neither do the workers who were present and fortunately escaped physical injury at the shooting of co-workers at the Lottery Corporation or Hartford Distributors. And also, if someone is working on a machine and sees the person working on the machine next to him or his partner on that machine sucked into that machine by an accident and horribly killed and mutilated by that machine, as long as the worker standing next to that unfortunate worker is not physically injured, no matter how traumatized he or she is, there is no compensable injury. That's something that should not exist in 2022 in Connecticut. So it's beyond time for a change to reflect current scientific understanding of the causes and effects of mental impairments. As I said, we've made partial progress in this direction over the last several years with the Public Act 1917 provided the benefit to police officers, parole officers, and firefighters. Last year, we added that to include emergency medical services and Department of Correction employees and telecommunicators and emergency dispatchers. Now is the time to recognize that trauma occurs all over and in all kinds of work situations, and we shouldn't arbitrarily limit compensability. Also, Madam Chair, Senate Bill 314 would provide much needed protection for warehouse workers from quotas that violate their rights and sometimes constitute occupational safety and health standards. Some large corporations have warehouses in our state that routinely put worker safety at risk by requiring them to work at an unrealistic speed. And this bill would also protect workers who raise issues regarding these quotas. So would urge the committee to take favorable action on Senate Bill 314 also. In addition, House Bill 5353 would require employers to provide employees with at least 24 hours notice of their shifts, would greatly improve the quality of life for shift workers who currently have little control over their own schedules, can be left in a nearly impossible scramble to make arrangements for childcare and other matters. So this is something that would assure that minimal humane consideration be given to employees who have to reorder every aspect of their lives to comply with the requirements of shift work. And the bill would not prohibit employees from working if they receive less than 24 hours notice of their shift, as long as they mutually agree to do so with their employer. This is just a simple recognition of the fact that people have lives outside of employment that have to be adjusted, and in some cases at a very in a short period of time to accommodate the demands of the employer. And this is just a simple matter of fairness and humanity. So I would urge the committee to take favorable action on that bill as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you, Senator Looney, and I want to thank you for your leadership in the Senate and for decades of work on behalf of workers and their families here in Connecticut, because you testified here on 4 bills today. But first of all, I recognize you've supported the work of this committee on almost all of our bills, if not all of our bills, and not just this year, but for decades. And so we really appreciate your leadership in the Senate and in the state. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much, Senator. Appreciate it very much.
I don't get a chance to say that to you often enough in public. I will recognize my co-chair, Chairwoman Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Looney. I'm just going to echo what the good senator already stated. We have to take advantage of the opportunities we have to sing your accolades publicly, and we certainly, as the Labor co-chairs, really appreciate your support in all our efforts to take care of the workers in this state in a way that's impactful, efficient, and effective. So thank you for making the time, because I know how busy you are, that you would make the time to be here today. I want you to know that's very appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure representing New Haven and Hamden with you.
Likewise, good Senator.
Thank you. I don't see any hands. Any questions for you? We've been at this. I bet if you had testified first thing this morning, you would have been here for an hour because there would have been a lot of questions. But just to let you know, we've had some great testimony and some great dialogue here today. So thank you for coming on this afternoon.
Thank you so much. And again, I want to commend both chairs for all of the superb work that this committee does year in and year out. It was my great pleasure to be a member of the committee when I was in the House of Representatives. And this committee is one that deals with issues of care, compassion, and equity every single year.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next up, I'm going to move to, I believe, Looney. Number 46 is Scott Dolch. And Scott, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Senator. I apologize for my backdrop. Just got out of a meeting, and Representative Porter, I was down here in New Haven with some restaurateurs. So apologize traveling a little bit today, but I appreciate you guys finding some time for me. So I'll get started. Good afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Scott Dolch. I am the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. On behalf of Connecticut's 8,500 restaurants and food service locations, I'm here today to oppose House Bill 5353 and Senate Bill 318. House Bill 5353, an act concerning a fair work week schedule, would negatively impact restaurants and small business owners across the state. Over the past 2 years, we have seen more than 600 restaurants close in our state. For those that have managed to stay afloat, they have faced incredible challenges having to adjust to ever-changing COVID guidelines, such as dining room closures, capacity limitations, business curfews, and a drop in consumer confidence due to the pandemic and all the variants we've all seen. While these challenges have made it impossible to predict the future for restaurants, this proposal is asking this industry to do just that, predict the future. Our industry is known for its flexibility, for employers and employees alike. In fact, many employees choose to work in restaurants specifically because of the flexibility that it allows. Managing and working in any restaurant is, by its nature, fluid and often unpredictable. Dinner reservations or events are added or canceled last minute. Weather forces restaurants to close or even remove outdoor dining. Employees call out last minute and their shifts still need coverage. These are just a few of the many examples that make on-call scheduling an essential aspect of the hospitality industry. This legislation would create a one-size-fits-all proposal that would be an unworkable burden for all businesses that fall under the bill's definition of an employer, requiring them to post schedules 14 days in advance with little to no opportunity for changes. This would result in understaffing, eliminating shift swapping, and reducing on-call opportunities. All changes that harm employers as much as employees as much as their employers, negatively impacting the very people this bill is seeking to help. The current system works, and it has worked for both the employer and the employee. Also wanted to comment on Senate Bill 318, the captive audience meetings. This legislation seeks to limit an employer's ability to require employees to attend employer-sponsored meetings concerning political and religious matters. The definition of political matters is overly broad, and we believe would prohibit employers from requiring employees to attend meetings related to subjects such as explaining new laws to employees which impact the restaurant industry and how they do their jobs, sharing industry charity events with employees, updating employees on regulations regarding FMLA, and much, much more. I urge the committee to reject both these proposals, and I thank the committee for the time as always, and I will take any questions.
Oops, I didn't unmute for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Dolch. Thank you, Scott. I will recognize first my good chairperson, Representative Porter. I think your hand was up.
It was, but I actually have to take this call, so I took it down.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you. I see Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott, for your testimony. I know you have, you're on the road, and I really appreciate you adjusting your schedule to be here. We really need input from this side, from the restaurant owners and managers as well. We've heard a lot from many who are impacted. And the question here is that, does this reduce the viability of the business? Because we understand that most restaurants, what we've heard is most restaurant managers work very closely with their employees to help them, but there is underlying economic uncertainty. And we heard from a professor saying, hey, well, these restaurants, they should take the risk. And my question here is there a risk? Can they take the risk? Is there a possibility that this would just make it very difficult for them to operate because they will have missed business and so on?
Yeah, Representative, I appreciate the question. I think, when I hear those testimonies and I hear, let's let the restaurants take the risks. We're putting this on the businesses to take a risk. And there's so many, when you look at this Fair Workweek schedule and you look at the challenges that really are in play here, we're dealing, I'll give a perfect example. Supposed to get 3 to 5 inches of snow in the New Haven area and obviously throughout the state tomorrow. How does it impact, a restaurant? How does it impact their staff? What flexibility do they have to be able to work around that? And that's one example of how this, you're putting the burden on, the way that it's written and the way that the legislation is saying is, it doesn't matter. You had that scheduled 14 days ago. I'm sorry, you're going to have to, pay those people because it's okay that there's a snowstorm or, a global pandemic or things that start to happen that are really out of your control. And I think that's where our industry, we talk about flexibility all the time, has been so flexible. And I would say more flexible now than they've ever had to be, because worker shortage is a real thing. And you guys all know that we're about 22,000 jobs short in our industry. We are trying to get people back every day. Restaurants aren't open even the normal hours or days that they've been. They've shut down lunches. I was in restaurants this morning that aren't open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And this would just add another burden. This would add another stress that they have.
I believe Mr. Dolch is frozen. I don't think it's me, is it?
I can't.
No, he's frozen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dolch, I'm afraid you're freezing. We cannot hear you. And
maybe you can turn your, pardon me, maybe you can turn your video off and just be on audio. We might be able to get the connection if you don't mind.
Mr. Dolch, I'm not sure he can hear us, Representative, because he's frozen, but that is a good suggestion. And I think we've lost him now. So Taylor, if he does come back to us, would you please readmit him, and we'll continue to question him if he comes back. I apologize for that, but out of our control, but hopefully we'll get him back in a little bit. let me just move on to the next speaker on the list, and that would be number 50. That is Rosa Ferrara. Is Rosa with us?
She just needs to unmute.
Rosa, please unmute yourself there. And that would be,
unmute. Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
We can. We cannot see you unless you turn on your camera, but if you choose to, you can.
Okay. 1 second. Nope, I'm on. Okay.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm doing this in my car, and I think some other folks have done this in their car as well. So I'm trying to get acclimated here. So my name is Rosa Ferrara. I'm here to speak on the bill for the pandemic pay for essential worker. I'm a head teacher for Team Inc. in Ansonia, as well as a member for the 32BJ. And I'm also a union steward representative the entire lower Naugatuck Valley. I represent teachers, family support, home visitors, and the Meals on Wheels. Throughout this pandemic, the staff here at Team Inc. have been committed and strong and willing to continue to serve our community. This includes children ages 6 weeks to 5 years old, families and seniors. As a head teacher, I worked throughout the pandemic, and in the beginning of the pandemic, March of 2020, for placement for children. Parents worked in our community, and they were deemed essential workers, such as nurses, police officers, and grocery store workers. In June 2020, Team reopened its doors to our children and family. Our classrooms reopened at half capacity, meaning only 10 children per classroom, and the other children became virtual learning. Virtual learning is something early childhood has never used before. Our children are young in age to understand virtual learning. The teachers needed to learn how to create lesson plan, unit activities, and keep consistent communication with the children and families via Zoom. We created Zoom accounts and held Zoom virtual lessons with the children and provided the families with information about COVID-19 and how to stay safe. For the children in our classroom, we needed to set up multiple individual bins to keep to know of the same toy was being used twice on 2 different children. The children learned to play separately and independently because of the 6-foot rule and the social distancing rule. You can imagine how hard this was for teachers, but we stayed positive and we did it. During this time, we dealt with some parents who were dishonest with the COVID screening form, which caused direct contact of COVID-19, which further caused the need to quarantine both teacher and the entire classroom. The teachers ended up using their PTO, sick, vacation, and personal days to cover the quarantine period. However, once the class had to quarantine a second time, the teachers were left with no PTO time to use, and that meant no paycheck to receive. Financially, this put a burden on a lot of our teachers, our health, as well as our family and extended family at home. Still, to this day, 2 years later, 2022, we are still dealing with the same issues. Teachers are living paycheck to paycheck, and this lack of pay, and many of us second guessed, is it worth doing this anymore? But we are staying strong. We are staying here for our community and the love of teaching. During this time, our family support program provided families with much needed assistance applying for state benefits, providing essential needs such as already cooked meals for our children and for themselves, diapers and wipes, milk and formula, etc. With the support of our family and children, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The chair's just asked me if I could remind folks of their 3-minute time allotment today. You have got over. If you could just summarize. I'm sorry to interrupt you, though. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so just one short paragraph left? Or am I done?
Go ahead, you can finish
Okay.
a short paragraph.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So with our program, we also have Meals on Wheels, and they deliver food to our seniors. They were providing hot meals to our seniors on a day-to-day basis. And for most of our seniors, this was the only way of communication or human contact they had during during this pandemic. And the concern that I want to advocate is that they were not given the proper attire to make sure that they were safe in their job. So in my conclusion, I want to conclude my statement by saying, continuously dealing with COVID-19 and the requirements that have been put in place by the early childhood program, our classrooms are still having to still quarantine and being denied unemployment. It takes a lot of time and process to go through arbitrary. Our classrooms are not fully funded. We're not fully.
Rosa, I am going to ask you, we're having a hard time hearing you now. You're breaking up quite a bit as well. And since you've gone over, I'm going to ask, yeah, you're breaking up too much. We're not hearing you and you're not hearing us. So I don't know. Taylor, you have to mute.
Got it.
Stress on our families,
Not letting me.
And our children and our teachers. We're not
letting me
compensated for the work that we have done.
We'll give her one more minute. I apologize to all of you.
Alex,
unfortunately,
our struggles are real.
Okay, I am so sorry, Rosa. What you're saying is very important, but you've gone over the time, and we also couldn't hear you because you were breaking up. That's part of the problem with the technology. I do want to say that I hope that if there's someone representing Rosa that's listening, if they could please make sure that she is aware of the Essential Workers COVID Relief Fund, because she testified that she had run out of PTO and had to go without pay. And that's why we set up that fund last year. And so hopefully someone can help make that connection, because we wanted to help compensate those folks. So we are going to go back to Scott Dolch, who I now see you are stabilized in a workplace. And Scott, you broke up just like Rosa just did, I think. You were answering a question when you broke up. I don't know if you want us to restate the question or if you remember what you were saying. You're young.
No, I do. I don't know. I just hit a big milestone over the weekend, unfortunately. No, I apologize to everybody. I am now at a rest area here with the Dunkin' Donuts. It has Wi-Fi, so it might actually fit well with this. But to the representative's question before, I think that, the way that our flexibility in our industry fits is it allows both the employer and the employee to work together. And over the last 2 years, the challenges that have been had by our industry, our staff is our most important thing. They're our family in restaurants, as you guys all know. And I think that the important piece here is, my worry is the way that the language is written. It puts a lot of burden on the employer and a lot of risks on the employer, where they are always been open and flexible to be able to work within their employees. I know there's been testimony today of examples that maybe that's not the case, But I can at least assure you what I've dealt with for the last 2 years in Connecticut, that is the farthest thing, from the truth. So I hope that Representative, or I know you asked that question, I hope I kind of answered it as best I could. I'm happy to do some follow-up if I missed any points to that as well.
Yes, no, absolutely. I thank you for that answer. That the concern faced by some restaurants is real. One of the discussion which is very important is the how to consider the small businesses which are operating a franchise. Because as you know, this regulation or this bill we are discussing is for firms which have 500 or more employees. And there is discussion out there. Those are large companies. They have the wherewithal to handle some of this. So that's one thing where there may be some consensus, but where there is quite some active, robust debate and discussion, and where I would like your opinion, is how do we think of the business of a small business, which is a 5 or 10 person business with 5 or 10 employees, but is operating a franchise for a big company or a big brand like a Dunkin', just as you said, right? Should we treat them like a 500 person company, or is their business and their susceptibility and their operations, how they deal with their employees, more like the for lack of a different terminology, a mom and pop restaurant where they treat them pretty much like family?
Oh, it's a great question. I think that's part of the legislation that I have major concerns to is, when you look at a franchisee and understanding for the legislators and people listening in, a franchise owner that buys a Dunkin' or a Buffalo Wild Wings, or hear someone testify a little bit later, they're paying the larger group to put that sign on their building. It's their business. They're a small business owner, whether they own 1 location, 4 locations. So the way that the bill is written right now is it's 500 or 30 more locations, 500 more global employees. But even though you might only have 30, you might have 1, let's just say, franchise, you still fall within that. And I think that is my fear and biggest, pushback on this piece of legislation is they are small business owners. You're creating a competitive disadvantage where they're now with their employees having to fall into these standards where another small business across the street would not. And I think that's obviously, I know you've probably heard some testimony you're going to hear later on, but making sure that the legislation understands what a franchise is and a franchisee is, and making sure we're not hurting small businesses, because these are small business owners, that are taking that initiative. It's on them if their business succeeds or fails, not as much on the larger corporations or larger, businesses that people see and just see the brand, but really don't know who the owners are below that. And I guess I do want to reiterate, I know there was some testimony before, Chipotle is not a franchisee, just so we're clear. They're not any Chipotle within the state of Connecticut. They are corporately owned. That would be a different example of what I just gave. And just knowing the difference between some of these businesses that have franchises and some of these businesses that are corporately owned. And I'm happy to help answer those questions. And they're all members of ours in the National Restaurant Association in different capacities. And that's really why I'm testifying today, to say, we don't want to hurt this industry in any capacity. We want to help all these businesses get back on their feet.
And Madam Chair, if I might squeeze a very quick one, is that okay?
Yeah, just make it quick, because we are on number. We actually have only gotten through the first 50 people testifying. We have another 100 plus to go tonight. So yes, please do be brief.
Madam Scott is one of very insightful into this industry, hence I take this luxury. Or do you think that this might be the wrong time, and perhaps waiting a year or two and discussing and getting this right might be one approach we could take, because the industry is so, as I would say, in such a bad spot with what has happened over the last 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think as the chairs here know, and I'm always willing to have these conversations. I think, as I try to share even with the media this morning, and a couple, our industry hasn't started recovery yet. What they're still dealing with inflation, with what we think the impact of gas prices that are affecting everybody are going to affect our industry. We know consumer confidence is building back, but it's going to take a while. And I think, when we look at only one other state in the country has passed a bill like this, and that was 4 years ago. There's been no one that's kind of pushed this thing forward in other states, even neighboring states. I do think we should sit back on the drawing board and try to find a solution, but I don't feel now is the time, especially as you want to get these businesses back on their feet, these small businesses with an opportunity to hopefully recover and make it. And we don't see any more of those 600 plus that have closed their doors have to close as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony, your time. I truly appreciate it. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I see and recognize my co-chair, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Scott. I just want to go back to a couple of things. You said early on in your statement that this bill would hurt or harm small businesses. So can you tell me what constitutes a small business by your definition?
I would say anyone that owns a business with, I think the U.S. Small business says 500 or less employees. I know how the bill is written, but that's why I use that example, Representative Porter, with a franchisee that has 1 or 2 locations and 60 employees would constitute a small business. I think you would agree with that. I think that's, when you look at the definition, the United States definition of a small business, it's 500 or less employees. So I think anyone in that category, in my opinion, is defined as a small business in my thought.
Okay, so that is your thought, and we do have that for the record, but I do want to speak to the fact of how this legislation is written and that small businesses are not impacted at all. The bill impacts 500 plus employees only. So they aren't even considered, the people that you're talking about are not even covered by this bill. That's the first point that I wanted to make. But then I also wanted to go back to the franchisee statements that have been made, because I don't believe, and I just want to, for clarity, confirm this is what you said. I don't want to misspeak on your behalf. Are you saying that franchisees are equivalent to small business owners straight across the board, that they have the same opportunities, the same? How would you make a comparison between if I decide to be a franchisee owner versus starting my own business?
Sure. So I guess I want to go back to your first point and say the way the bill is written, a franchisee is considered in this bill, no matter, because it's 500 or more global employees of the business. So if you own one Dunkin' Donuts, you own one Buffalo Wild Wings, even though you might only have 30 or 40 employees, and that's your business, your LLC, you are in this bill. So that would be a small business are impacted based on how this bill is written. And then to your point, I would say a franchisee or someone making a decision to open a restaurant, what a franchise offers you is really the brand and the marketing that maybe you don't create. So you go out and you say, hey, I'm going to work and open a Dunkin' because of that brand that's there, but I pay them. But I still have to, I own the land, I own the property, I own, it's my business, it's my LLC, it's my employees, but I have that logo, I have the menu and everything else. That's a decision a business owner makes versus someone that's creates a business out of their own. You can go different paths, but in my view, they're still both in the example I gave, small business owners, and still affected by this pandemic, affected by this piece of legislation in the same way of what we're dealing with. So I hope that answers your question a little bit. And I wanted to get some clarity on, a franchisee and how they are impacted as the legislation is written.
Right, and that's exactly why I asked you that question, because if I'm a small business owner starting from scratch, mom and pop, let's say a restaurant, soul food, I have to do everything on my own. With a franchisee, if I want a Dunkin' Donuts, a Subway, etc., I don't have to build a business from scratch. And one of the major advantages is owning a franchise that you don't have to make it from the bottom level. You get trained. Another major advantage of owning a franchise is that your employees get a good training regarding the job. So the cost of doing business is something totally different. And that's just something that I wanted to bring to the conversation. The support that's provided in most cases, franchises give a lot of support systems, which are very much important if you want to run a business and run it smoothly and efficiently and effectively. All these things are things that somebody starting a mom and pop doesn't have the same advantages. So when we talk about it, I just want to put it in its proper perspective and still say that, the owners that you're talking about, I see more as mom and pops, which are not included in this bill, versus the ones that you're still calling small business, but have tremendous advantages over quote unquote mom and pop startups. And you know, that's really all I wanted to ask you and actually state for the record that we just be mindful, because, you know, we say it's going to be a burden, but this pandemic was a burden, you know, on businesses, small and large. And I've seen many small businesses adapt, many businesses in general across the board. Wintertime, I was able to like eat outdoors because the pandemic was booming and they couldn't have people indoors. So they created these nice bubbles and heated spaces, and they made that investment because they knew there would be a return on the investment. And what this legislation is doing is making an investment on those workers so that they can have a return. And I think it's equitable. I really do think it's fair, but I thank you. I really do thank you for your time, making the time to come before us today and give your testimony. And I'm sorry I missed you today in New Haven.
And Representative Porter, I just want to follow up. I see where you're seeing it, but I would just make it clear to everyone that to be a franchisee, there is a fee, and some are in the hundreds, thousands of dollars that you have to invest to be able to do that. So understand there is a huge financial burden for a franchisee to take on that as going that route. That's the decision they make about whether they want to start it on their own with using those resources for their own brand. But then they have fees that they pay every year that gives them some of those benefits you're talking about, but understand that it's on them. And I look at a franchisee in our state that I've dealt with the last 2 years the same way as I look at a small business owner. When I know they have 2 or 3 locations and what they're going through and the struggle that they're having, just because they've got a name brand on the front of their building doesn't mean that they're in a better place, you know, or they're handled this differently, you know, in this legislation. So I appreciate it, Representative Porter. I'll definitely let you know the next time I'm down. I try to get down as much as I can. But no, thank you as always for the time.
You're very welcome. And Madam Chair, I believe, because we think alike, that you will ask the one question that still lingers in my mind. Thank you.
well, if I don't, then I definitely will give you an opportunity to come back. I do want to ask you though, Scott, I don't think you meant to say this, but it might have been misunderstood by folks. There were a couple of things you said. You said that when they post a schedule, there's no flexibility for the employer after the 2 weeks that it's posted. And I do want to make sure you understand that there actually is no cost to the employer for changing that schedule up until 7 days out. So there is that difference. There's the advance notice, and then the cost that is associated with changing the schedule kicks in after the 7 days. I think you might not have been clear about that.
No, Senator, I appreciate the ask. I think, you know, I know we've had this conversation in this bill for many years, and I apologize on this piece of legislation versus others. I think obviously the posting is 14 days, but even within that 7-day time frame, I think I gave an example to Representative Aurora, like we have a snowfall potential tomorrow. That's a 1 day. That's 24 hours to make a decision on your staff and what you're going to do and what you expect, you know, to come through your door and how that impacts your staffing. So I still think it's impacted. I still think, you know, I don't want to be wrong about 14 versus 7, but understand I still think that time frame, unfortunately, does not work in a hospitality sector with that flexibility you talk about.
Sure, so I just wanted to be clear that there is that difference, that you do have complete flexibility for the first 7 days, and then the next 7 days there is a cost, and the cost though is not exactly the full cost. So when you talked about the employer takes all the risk, I think you would agree that an employee who had a schedule change because of a snowstorm tomorrow, they're taking the full cost at this point because they're getting no pay for those lost hours. Whereas this bill would require, for certain employers, not for the small employees, but for certain employers, a shared cost. The employee would get 4 hours and lose 4 hours. It's based on an 8-hour shift. And so it isn't a full, risk being put on the employer under this bill. It is a shared cost risk. Would you say that that's accurate?
Well, I think the way that you're asking the question, you say it's a shared risk. Well, in any industry, with our industry, it's about generating revenue to be able to pay staff. And if you have to not have revenue because maybe you're shut down or you're not having a party or something happens, you're now you're paying what you're saying half. And I think the flexibility that I want to look for is if you adjust and say, okay, well, we were going to give you these many hours in that week. We can't do this day. We're going to move it and do it this day. And you're still within that frame. I think that's the flexibility that our industry always works towards. Otherwise, they're going to lose staff, because if you're not allowing your staff to be and work with that the same way on the reciprocal, if someone says, hey, I can't make it in 3 days, something came up, there needs to be the flexibility for the employer the same way. So I think that's what our industry has always had. And I just worry how this legislation is written takes away some of that on both sides to make sure that we can find the right solution. And that's, and I would just say that, as I said before, Senator, when you look across the country, and I talked to the National Restaurant Association in Washington, D.C. a lot, when you look at just the state of Oregon 4 years ago was the only state to pass a bill like this. There's a reason for that, I believe. I believe that, at least when our industry specifically is because that flexibility that is there and on both ends of this, that people get into our industry for it, and employers, give that back to their staff. So, I want to continue this conversation. I appreciate it. I know, we continue to talk and we'll always be open to talk after this as well about how we can benefit both the employer and the employee.
Thank you. And I do have another just a clarification. I know you're the Restaurant Association here in Connecticut, and I just wanted to ask you how many of your members that have, full service restaurants own and operate more than 30 locations?
How many of my members own and operate more than 30 locations globally? I think that's a hard, when you take into consideration some of the franchisees that we talked about, I would say there's at least a couple hundred based on, the way that this legislation is written on the franchise side. Probably even higher than that. And we look at how many Dunkin', just taking Dunkin', for example, how many locations there are within the state. I think there's 391. They're all members. So there you go. And just one example. I believe they're all, they're maybe under as franchise of the 30 number you talked about, but they're obviously over the 500 global by the way the legislation is written. So that's just one example where I think there's probably close to more than that, and obviously close to probably 1,000 members that could be affected by this legislation.
So those franchisees would meet the more than 30 locations globally and the 500 workers globally as well. But
correct. To your question, they would. Yep.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I do have to go vote in another committee. So thank you for, Representative Hughes. I was trying to finish the speaker so I could go vote, but we'll
go vote. Go vote.
No, go ahead, Representative.
I have it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Scott, for your testimony. I'm sorry it was off camera, but I hear you talking about the Dunkin' Donuts, and I want to say, we've been talking about essential workers and a fair work week, especially for people that are in healthcare industry and so forth. And I respect all the workers, but I gotta say, I think the business model is changing. We have to treat people's time as valuable, and especially for pouring coffee and making donuts, that we need to be able to predictively schedule a Dunkin' Donuts franchise, just as we need to predictively schedule healthcare workers and CNAs and so forth, and retail workers. So I respectfully disagree with the dichotomy that it's going to cost the franchisees more than it's going to cost the workers' time, because I think we've got to elevate workers' time as well at this point as profit.
Representative, I would just chime in and say, as we look at this, holistically, I think the biggest thing for me is it's not that schedules aren't being made in any of these businesses. I'm happy to walk and show you whether it's a franchise, a small business, a large corporate. these schedules are already being posted, for the most part on average, probably 2 weeks in advance. It's the concern I have with the legislation is the penalties and the worry of things that come out that are out of the business's control that then affects, the concerns of under 7 days, like Senator Kushner brought up. So that's really, at the end of the day, we are being flexible. I think if any industry has been flexible about our workers, I'd beg to differ that there's another industry out there that's done that to try to keep them on their feet and also helping them in time of, one of the darkest times was those 2 weeks of the early part of the pandemic. And we let so many people go and the challenges that faced and didn't know what the future would hold. So, we're trying to get as many people back as we possibly can. And we want to be flexible with them. We want to work with them. I think that's already happening. And maybe I'm hearing some of the other testimony sides of saying it's not in our industry. And I question that in a big way of what I deal with every day.
Well, I appreciate that perspective. And I'm just going to ask you this question. Do you think by implementing this legislation that we will see an increase in your members at least trying to be a little bit more planful and predictive of those schedules? It sounds like you're saying they already are, and maybe that's true, but maybe there's some more members that would really make that bigger effort.
Representative, I would say that they already are. I've been a leader in trying to make sure our restaurants and understand where we are in this current situation. When we talked about this bill in the past, like we're talking about a 22,000 jobs short. Anybody that walks through the door right now in any restaurant, they're looking to hire and they're looking to be flexible and be open to their schedule because they want to be open on lunchtime. They want to be open Tuesdays and Wednesdays, not just, the nighttime shifts. So I would say to you, I think it is already happening. I don't think this legislation, makes that change. And I think that the worry I have is the penalties of, and the lack of flexibility where someone's going to go, you know what, I'm not going to give you all those schedules because if I have to change it, I can't. And that's not what I want from an owner to say that to their staff, is to say, hey, we want to be able to work together and cause that. And don't get me wrong, are there challenges everywhere? Of course there are. I've dealt with it, in this pandemic about some people, and I would be happy to go and be like, hey, if you're not doing these things, we need to work on that. I will continue to preach that. But I just think this piece of legislation overreaches that a little bit in the hospitality sector. And that's where my worry is when you look at other states, you compare us to what's happening. It's not like we are, there's only one state in the country that's ever passed a predictive scheduling bill like this. And this has even more overreaching penalties and challenges. And that's a concern that I have, not even in a pandemic, but now where we are trying to come out of a pandemic, and why I think we need to continue this conversation and find the right balance for not only the employee, but also the employer.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. And I do have to say that I believe this actually brings equity to the penalties. Right now, the workers are the ones that are being penalized. You get your schedule canceled or you get sent home, you don't get paid. And I think, there needs to be a balance in that. And if we really do respect workers and honor them in the way we say we do, then this is something that dispels what they've been calling in the conversations I've been having with them lip service. And I mean, like, I've been talking to these people, Scott, and there are definitely businesses that are doing what they're supposed to do, by all means. I absolutely agree. But we have to admit that there are companies that are not. And that is what this legislation is about. But we thank you. We thank you for your time. We thank you for hanging in there with us. We thank you for coming back after getting kicked off. And we look forward to carrying on this conversation outside of this public hearing.
No, Representative Porter, I just want to say, I know you guys got many other people. I always thank you guys for giving me the time. I apologize. That was my fault on technical issues and being down in New Haven here today and trying to hear the voices of our business owners and making sure we're helping. So as always, thank you guys for giving me this time to testify. And you guys have my contact. Any follow-up, I'm happy, and continue to support your local restaurants any way that you can.
Absolutely. I hope you got to see our boy Jason while you were down here.
I did.
Good. All right, Scott. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so the good senator has went away, but I do see we have Senator George Cabrera, who is the vice chair in the Senate. And at this time, I will be turning the reins over to Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much. Just 1 second as I grab the mic here. Let's see, that was, what number was that? Can the clerk help me, please? 1 second.
Yes, number 51 will be up next.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator Cabrera.
Is Stacy Pacheco in the room?
Yes, I'm right here.
Hi, Ms. Pacheco, how are you today?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm well. Floor is yours, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, Senator Cabrera, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Stacy Pacheco, and I'm a respiratory care practitioner at Yukon Health Center. I've worked in this field for 13 years. And I love my job because we are a specialty field where we run life support and life-saving equipment for anyone from adults to premature babies with issues ranging from the head to the toes. I work in the ICU, the emergency room, and neonatal ICU. Unfortunately, we are often forgotten and we work very short-staffed, even though we are responsible for every single patient in the hospital. We have to be the first to arrive during any emergency. We are and always have been the front line. During the pandemic, respiratory therapists were the first ones to take care of the COVID patients and put ourselves and our families' lives on the line. My job was and is literally a matter of life or death. During the pandemic, I was terrified for my life and for my family's life because I work on the front line and I didn't know what would happen if I or my children caught COVID. In addition to those fears, we worked very short-staffed in very stressful situations. We didn't have enough equipment and PPE. We saw extremely sad cases where we couldn't save our own patients' lives and had to see people die all alone with only us holding their hands. Can you imagine what we went through emotionally? Our respiratory department didn't have the staff to fulfill all the needs of all the patients coming into the hospital and for the patients already in the hospital. I apologize. We worked short-staffed and extremely long hours, up to 16 hours a day, mandatory, and did not get extra pay while putting our lives on the line. Essential workers like me deserve pandemic pay for what we went through emotionally and physically. Please pass the House Bill 5356. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pacheco. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Any questions for Ms. Pacheco? Nope, seeing none. Thank you so much for testifying today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for listening to me.
So up next is Olivia Rinkus. Am I saying that right, Olivia? I see you're in the room.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you. Not bad, thank you. I hope y'all are having a nice day. It's going quick for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you as well to the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkus. I'm from North Stonington. I'm just here to testify in favor of House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. The pandemic was definitely a tough time for all of us, but essential workers were out there on the front lines. They were holding the state up. They were, in many cases, they were exposed to COVID directly, or they were working through like all of that, and they absolutely deserve the pandemic pay. That is like the least of it, considering that, at this time there's a lot of people facing the threat of evictions. People are still struggling. COVID is still out there, and people are still, there's still, the possibility of it. So the pandemic pay is really.
So someone, I'm so sorry, you guys.
Okay. Please continue, Ms. Rinkus.
Thank you. Well, that was basically it. I'm just, in support of HB 5356, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And of course, thank you so much for taking the time to testify today. Any questions for Ms. Rinkus? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Rinkus, for your time today for testifying. Next up is Stacey Harris-Birdsong.
Good afternoon, Senator Cabrera. Good afternoon, Chairman Porter, and ranking members and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Stacey Harris-Birdsong. I serve as secretary to AFSCME Council 4, which represents 29,000 public and private sector employees. I am also the president of AFSCME Local 3194, and I've been a lead educator at Capital Region Education Council for over 30 years. I'm here today to testify in favor of HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers on behalf of Council 4 school support staff workforce. We rise in strong support of HB 5356, which would provide a pandemic payment of $2,000 for full-time workers and $1,000 for part-time workers deemed essential during the COVID-19. School support staff are some of the lowest paid workers in the state of Connecticut. We don't go to work every day because of the pay. We go because we're proud to be a vital part of every school district, and we deeply care for the children we support. From the beginning of the pandemic, we never hesitated to work on the front line. Food service workers were handing out meals to students in need. School nurses were assessing sick students, and every one of us exposed ourselves and our families daily to COVID-19 while trying to support students during a chaotic time. Students were going through trauma young people should never have to endure. We were there for them every day, driving them on school buses, cleaning classrooms, feeding them, and helping them learn. One of our dear paraprofessional members, Eleanor DeShields from AFSCME Local 1522 of Bridgeport, was there too. She loved her students as if they were her own children. Her coworker, Leandra James Harris, had this to say about Eleanor. Eleanor not only was an educator, she became that mother figure to all the children she came in contact with. She would feed children. She bought them school uniforms. She had such a unique way of helping children learn as well. This was a gift that she had. She would bring out the best in all of the children that she worked with. Eleanor drew her last breath on December 10th, 2020, after losing her battle to COVID-19. Next month, Eleanor would have celebrated her 70th birthday. Instead, a beautiful soul was cut down too soon due to the pandemic. Her students and coworkers remained devastated as I. All of us on the front lines knew for the past 2 years that the struggle during this pandemic wasn't about words people use like heroes. It was about deeds. It was about showing up, being brave, and taking care of those who needed us, even though it was really scary for us. We let love lead us. Now we're asking for legislators to show up for us, to show us you saw us and that you understand that our sacrifices meant something to you personally, that our sacrifices meant something to helping the students in our schools survive, thrive through this worldwide pandemic. And I, yes, me, I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart to support HB 5356. Thank you so much for all of your time.
Thank you so much for that incredible testimony, and I'm so sorry for your loss. Please know, on a personal note, as the husband of a school administrator, we talk a lot in my home about the incredible role that supportive staff play in our public schools, which is really an incredible amount of work. And those buildings would not run without those supportive staff. So thank you so much for that awesome testimony. I see Representative Porter has her hand up. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Harris, for your testimony. My condolences as well on the loss of your member. I just had to say, wow, what an awesome testimony, very passionate. And I really appreciate the way you were able to speak to the lived experience of not just yourself, but others, and why this piece of legislation is so critically important for such a time as this now. So thank you for making the time to be here today. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Any questions for Ms. Harris? Seeing none, thank you so much for taking the time to testify today, and thank you for your powerful testimony.
Thank you so much, Senator Cabrera. And I just want to say, Robin, you're always still my Wonder Woman. See you later. Thank you so much.
Up next is Brian DiDonato. Is Brian DiDonato in the room? I don't see him. So we'll move on to Robinia Calderon.
I think we skipped 53.
Okay. Oh, you're right. No, actually, Stacey Harris is 53.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ignore me.
You're fine. You're fine. Is Elicio Aguilar in the room? I don't see him here. Okay, we'll move on. Mary Ellen Barnes. No. Rosalba Montoya.
Oh, Mary Ellen Barnes is here.
Oh, hey, Mary Ellen, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I almost missed you. Thank you for speaking up.
That's okay.
Your floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator and Chairwoman Porter and ranking members of the committee and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mary Ellen Barnes. I am the president of AFSCME Local 1303-479. I serve as the Social Service and Park and Rec Director for the town of Essex, and I am also the municipal agent for the elderly. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. HB 5356 would provide a welcome relief payment of $2,000 for full-time workers and $1,000 for part-time workers who provided essential services on the front lines during the pandemic. When COVID-19 began, all of our lives were turned upside down, and suddenly our workplace became a possible area for infection. All town hall employees became essential workers. It was important to continue to provide services to our community and to come to work every day. Even though our town hall limited access, we still met with the public in person. We ensured that we were available to provide assistance to the community throughout the pandemic. We utilized technology when we could to limit contact, but that wasn't always possible. For example, in my position, I have to work directly with families and seniors who rely on our services for their basic needs. In order to make sure our most vulnerable population received assistance, we still conducted in-home visits and met the public on site as needed. We worked in cooperation with each other within our departments, and this caused additional stress for our jobs as we were all at risk for contracting COVID-19 throughout the pandemic. I want to thank the committee for raising this important bill and you're considering providing payment to those workers who were on the front lines during this difficult time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the committee in support of HB 5356.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes, for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Barnes, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see 58 or 59 or 60, but I do see 61, Cassandra Gomez. Hi, Ms. Gomez, how are you?
Hello, thank you to the chair and to the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cassandra Gomez, and I am a staff attorney at A Better Balance, a national legal advocacy organization providing support to paid sick time campaigns around the country. We have worked on nearly all of the paid leave laws in effect, and we thank you for considering SB 312, a critically important bill that will bring Connecticut's paid sick time law into line with other paid sick time laws around the country. Over 10 years ago, Connecticut became the first state to pass a statewide paid sick leave law. Now, 15 states and nearly 24 local governments guarantee paid sick time to their workers. While Connecticut's law was a landmark as the first such statewide law, even when passed in 2011, it was less inclusive than local laws passed before it, and today it is an extreme outlier compared to other state laws, leaving far too many workers behind. Connecticut's current paid sick time law excludes all workers whose employers have fewer than 50 employees and applies only to limited sectors of the economy. This narrow coverage renders Connecticut's law barely protective of workers who need it most. Most state laws contain no business size carve-outs, which makes sense as research shows that workers at smaller businesses are less likely to have paid sick time than those who work for larger employers. Similarly, federal data shows there are millions of workers across industries and occupations beyond just hourly service workers who lack paid sick time, which is why no other paid sick time law restricts coverage to such a narrow subset of workers. As detailed in our written testimony, numerous studies have shown that workers without paid sick time are less likely to seek medical care, more likely to face workplace injuries, and more likely to go to work sick and spread illness to colleagues and community members. During the height of the H1N1 flu pandemic a decade ago, research showed that lack of paid sick leave lengthened the pandemic. New research confirms that access to paid sick time lowers the spread of COVID-19 in the workplace and throughout the community. Against the backdrop of the ongoing pandemic, Connecticut has the opportunity to take meaningful steps to ensure that all of its workers have access to paid sick time. SB 312 builds on best practices for paid sick leave that have been studied across the country. As highlighted in our written testimony, numerous studies clearly show that rather than harming businesses, these laws have led to savings by successfully reducing worker turnover, boosting worker well-being and productivity, preventing the costly spread of illness, and leveling the playing field among businesses. We urge you to advance SB 312 without delay. This legislation will ensure that Connecticut's paid sick leave law is no longer a restricted outlier, improve the health and well-being of workers and their loved ones, lead to cost savings for employers, and help to disrupt the spread of illness like COVID-19, both now and in the future in Connecticut.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez, for your testimony today. Any questions for Ms. Gomez? No, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Gomez, for testifying today. Before we proceed, just a quick note, you have to accept your promotion to get in the room in order for us to get you in here so you can testify. So I'll just wait a quick second to see if anyone wants to accept the promotion to get into the room, because we skipped over a few. Madam Clerk, see anybody else coming through?
Not that I'm trying to accept. No, right now we have 63 in, but we're still waiting for 59 Kelly, 62 Kim to accept those promotions.
Okay, so we'll just keep going, and if you see them before I do, just alert me and we'll let them in.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so we're going to go to 60. I don't see 62. I see 63. Michael Pesci. Hi, Michael.
Hello, Senator. It's a pleasure today. Good afternoon, Senator Cabrera, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Michael Page. I live in Waterbury, and I work as a mental health assistant, MHA1, in the Waterbury Young Adult Service Program. I come before you today to testify in support of House Bill 5356. I work in the Waterbury YAS program as an MHA1 for DEMAS, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I am very proud of the work I do, and we are providing young adults with much needed mental health care. The COVID-19 pandemic has been the toughest situation I have faced in the more than 20 years I have worked for the great state of Connecticut. In my line of work, there are challenges you are trained to handle. We were not trained to operate in a pandemic. Nevertheless, we had a job to do and we had young adults to serve. And so despite the risks to ourselves and our families, we continue to do our jobs. I personally acquired COVID-19 in November of 2021 while working in the YAS program. I got it from a young adult in my program. That young man eventually died. He was 25 years old. He is now gone. As a staff, I have lost young adults to suicide and overdose. Those were very devastatingly tragic. All bets were off, though, when we lost this young man. He was healthy and died from an insidious virus that stole his life. As a staff, working through the pandemic meant facing physical risks to our health, but also facing a great strain to our own mental health. We lost clients, some of us lost family members, and yet day after day, we continue to do our job. Those of us who worked in the state service throughout the pandemic, and I use the word service because this is the work in our service to our communities and our great state, did so with great courage and in the face of death. That is why pandemic pay is needed. It is an honor. It is to honor the sacrifice of essential workers and to say, we see you and we thank you. Please pass House Bill 5356. May God bless the great state of Connecticut and bless us all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony, and please accept our heartfelt condolences on your loss. Really sorry to hear that. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today. Appreciate it. All right, I see 62 is back in the room. Miss Kimberly Small.
Hi, oh, there we go.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to SB 315, the unemployment for the adjunct community at the community colleges and CSCU system. There's a lot of discussion about them being contract workers and how that somehow is negative, has a negative impact on their ability to collect unemployment. The adjunct workers are unionized, and their work is no different than a carpenter or an electrician or plumber who's, when their job they're working on ends, they collect unemployment. Why? Because they don't have a job till the next job starts. Unemployment is a mechanism to help people through periods of unemployment. And I know that the CSCU management has said that it would open up a large cost potential, when in reality, many adjuncts have other jobs, work full-time, teach as an adjunct in their specialized field, legal, accounting. And there are also many people who won't qualify for unemployment because of their other earning potential. And my worry is, again, we're taking people who are essentially part-time people in as a contracted employee whose contract ends on a specific date. So if I'm working in the spring, my contract ends June 1st. Well, from June 1st till August 31st, I don't know if I'm going to have a job. And CSCU can say all they want. Oh yeah, we're going to give you a job, but I don't know that until August comes and I get my contract that says I'm working again. So why should I have to worry about keeping a roof over my head or feeding my children when there is a program already in place to support people in that position? I know that there's a lot of, it's education and there's a reasonable assurance of work, but there really isn't in this situation. And the CSCU is trying to have it both ways. We're going to give you a contract that terminates on a certain date, but we're not going to let you collect unemployment because maybe we'll give you a job in the fall. And that summer period is when it's most important for our adjunct faculty who do not have other income, who do not have other full-time work elsewhere, or whatever their circumstances, they should be able to collect unemployment. And my advice to all of our members is to file for unemployment and let the process at the Department of Labor take its course, because many of these people do not have a guarantee. They don't know. No one knows in the spring what the fall enrollment's going to be, what circumstances are going to be. So we really need to give this opportunity to provide for their family, just like so many other tradespeople have. Thank you. I'm Kimberly Small from the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, the union that represents the community college faculty, full and part-time, and professional staff, full and part-time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Small, for your testimony today. I really appreciate it. Any questions for Ms. Small? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Small, for testifying today.
Thank you.
So we'll move on now to Kelly Wood. Ms. Wood in the room? Ms. Wood? I see Ms. Kelly Wood here, but I don't know if her microphone's on.
She just needs to unmute.
Ms. Wood, can you please unmute your Zoom? All right, I'll go back to her if she pops back in. So let's move on now to Karen Marilla Ardon. Karen, are you in the room?
Good afternoon.
Hi, Karen, how are you?
I am actually Sylvia Salinas from Connecticut Workers Center.
Oh,
but I will
okay.
be reading the testimony on behalf of our member, if that's okay with you. She couldn't take the day off.
That's fine. Please proceed.
So, dear Representative Robin Porter and members of the Labor Committee, her name is Karen Mariela Ardon. She lives in Bridgeport, Connecticut. She's a member of Connecticut Workers Center and a member of the Domestic Worker Justice Campaign and the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm actually here on her behalf to testify in support of two bills, SB 312, an act concerning the expansion of paid sick days, and HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. During the pandemic, I worked as a house cleaner in a private house. I didn't have the choice to stay home. I had to work. As a domestic worker, I didn't have any protection like other workers. I wasn't provided with any personal protective equipment from my employer, and for that reason, I was exposed to the virus and got infected while working. I had to quarantine for 2 weeks without pay and with many bills to be paid. I was not eligible for any type of federal stimulus like many others. Unfortunately, I also got my family sick. I live with my sister, her husband, and daughter, and they were all very sick because of me. If the family I worked for had told me they were sick, I would have avoided contact with them. Our job as domestic workers need to be recognized and respected. We are essential workers too. Even if I work in a private house instead of a big company with benefits, I deserve to be included in this bill. I want you to understand that because of my jobs, many families can come home and find their pretty houses clean. If I had the opportunity to have sick pay days, I could have received payment for the weeks I was sick. I could also go to my doctor's appointments without losing a day of work, which at the end of the month can be very hard to my income. A pandemic pay will make a difference in my life and in many domestic workers' lives. I urge this committee to include domestic workers because we are important too. Please support Bills SB 312 and HB 5356 to make a big difference in domestic workers' lives. I am very proud of the work I perform every day, and for that reason, we must be included. Let's make it right. I know you always find a way, and for that reason, to get it done and done well, especially today on International Women's Day. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much.
See you, Ms. Representative Porter. Always a pleasure to see you all. Thank you, and Representative Hugs.
Thank you. Just 1 second. I see Representative Hughes has her hand up. Representative Hughes.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for giving the lived experience. In your testimony, it sounds like you're talking about really modernizing the workforce climate to include domestic workers that have been deliberately excluded from modern worker protections like paid sick leave, like we have, especially on International Women's Day, why have we excluded this very, very essential workforce? I think the pandemic has exposed that. We're just trying to update and modernize our working climate and our workforce protection to include all workers, especially those that have been deliberately excluded. So
and thank you for that. We still have time to make it work for them. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your lived experience that you're bringing to this legislation as we move it forward. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
You.
Always
Thank
a pleasure.
You, Representative Hughes. Any other questions? All right.
No questions. Just a comment. Just wanted to say great to see you as well. And thank you so much for continuing to fight the good fight. It's always appreciated when you make the time to be here on your behalf or instead of others. So thank you.
Thank you for supporting domestic workers. Thank you, Senator.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody. It's nice to see
you. All right.
Thank you for coming today. Thanks for testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. I see Kelly Wood is still in the room. Can she hear us? Are you ready to testify? Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Ms. Wood. How are you?
Okay,
You can proceed. The floor is yours, ma'am.
excuse me.
You can go ahead and testify. The floor is yours.
Okay, in support of HB 5356, enacting the pandemic pay for essential workers. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the members of the committee. My name is Kelly Wood, and I'm testifying in support of the House Bill 5356. We need a pandemic pay because of the risk that we've taken for the last 2 years. And even now when we go to work, you can try to secure and make the workplace as safe as possible from the COVID-19, but all it takes is for one person not to put our individuals and staff at risk. Sometimes it is something we cannot control, and next thing you know, it is spreading like a wildfire.
Ms. Wood, you still there? I think we may have lost you for a second. We can hear you now. Yep.
At our health and bodies having COVID-19, which affected our lives and our job performances because of the way this virus attacks every vital organ in your body. The virus leaves you hopeless and helpless. You will never be the same again, mentally and physically. I fled for my life with this virus and barely made it out alive. We have lost loved ones, our individuals and coworkers to this COVID-19 pandemic. I'm still healing from the virus, and I will never get over the fact that upper management and administrators did not have to continue to take this pandemic seriously. We are frontline workers. Please pass the House Bill 5356 so that the workers like me and our family can be compensated for the risk that we have taken and control to take. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wood, for your testimony. Thank you so much, and we're glad you're okay and with us. Any questions for Ms. Wood? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Wood, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get back on in line here. So Mr. James Long in the room. Mr. Long?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you, Mr. Long? The floor is yours. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Senator. My name is James Long. I'm a parole officer assigned to the Waterbury Parole and Community Services District for the Department of Correction. And I'd like to thank the esteemed chairs, Kushner and Porter, for allowing me the chance to testify in House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. And I'd like to thank all the other esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Like I said, my name is James Long. I'm assigned to Waterbury, and I am officially a parole officer too. Throughout the pandemic, my fellow officers and counselors, employees of this division reported to work. Throughout the whole pandemic, we provided an essential job service to the taxpayer and to the residents of the state of Connecticut, thus getting prisoners onto parole supervision from their respective prisons and or jails. We also provided, we went through and, did our jobs. We did home visits in the communities. We did pretty much everything, our total job duties as assigned that we had to perform. There are approximately 170 parole officers and counselors assigned to this division. And we have 50 of those are probably assigned approximately over at the Board of Pardons and Paroles. They perform a very necessary function as they do the actual, put the packages together so the parole panel members can actually vote these people out. Just to give you a little bit of a story, early on in the pandemic, myself and some of my fellow officers and staff at the Waterbury Parole offices, we Narcaned a COVID-19 positive inmate, thus saving his life in the office here. And we thus exposed ourselves because you have to get pretty close to Narcan someone, and it's usually in the nostril. And like I said, the department early on didn't have enough protective gear for us to wear, our PPE and all those other things that they provided. We had a hard time getting them, but we don't have that problem any longer. So I just like to say that I did provide written testimony. And I'd like to say that, if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to take them. I don't want to take too much of the committee's time today, as I did provide written testimony. So like I said, we were not allowed per our policy to telework. We had to report to our respective duty stations, whether that be a prison or a parole office or in the field to do our home visits. And we did basically all aspects of all functions of our job. Also, during the most recent Omicron variant, several of my fellow officers in the parole division volunteered to go inside and work, including myself, by the way. We volunteered to go work inside our fellow correctional officers and staff at any facility that was deemed to be in a critical staffing shortage. So we signed up to go in on off shifts, midnight shifts, weekend shifts to assist them. So thus further exposing ourselves to COVID-19. And just to let the committee know that our family, we might be hazardous duty employees, but our families are not hazardous duty. They didn't sign up. They don't have a collective bargaining agreement. So we thus would sometimes we could bring these things home to our families. And that's all. I'm going to end my testimony, and I'll take any questions that the staff or the legislators have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Any questions for Mr. Long? All right, seeing none. Mr. Long, thank you for taking the time to testify today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we've got Logan Place. Logan?
Hi, hello. Good
How are you?
afternoon, Senator. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Cabrera, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Logan Place. I'm a field representative with AFT Connecticut, where I represent healthcare workers, and I'm here to testify in favor of HB 5357, an act concerning overtime for nurses in hospitals. I am not going to testify about how mandatory overtime for nurses is unsafe for nurses and patients alike, or how it is burning out nurses and driving them to leave the profession. I'll leave that for the nurses who can tell you firsthand. What I'm here to talk about is why the current law is inadequate and how this bill will address those inadequacies and put Connecticut in line with other states that have mandatory overtime laws. This legislation would establish maximum hours a nurse can be forced to work and establish minimum rest periods after a nurse works a shift. The current law in Connecticut only prohibits hours above a predetermined scheduled shift. A peer-reviewed study published in the Health Service Research Journal concluded that maximum hours legislation does a better job at limiting the number of hours nurses work, which in turn is correlated with improved safety for patients and staff. Including maximum hours would put Connecticut in line with other states. At least 14 of the 18 states with mandatory overtime laws placed a restriction on the number of hours a nurse can be forced to work in a day or week, and at least 9 established minimum rest periods. I want to repeat this because this is not a novel proposal. 14 states place limits on the hours nurses can be mandated to work. That includes states like Alaska, New Hampshire, and West Virginia. This legislation would also remove the exception which permits mandatory overtime when permitted by a collective bargaining agreement. Due to inadequacies in federal labor law, hospitals can insist on including mandatory overtime provisions until impasse and then impose the terms in the contract. Patients should not be put at higher risk because an employer forces mandatory overtime into a collective bargaining agreement. Lastly, this legislation will prevent abuse of the exception to mandatory overtime. Everyone understands that given the nature of healthcare, there will sometimes be emergencies where mandatory overtime is required. But that should be a rare exception. This legislation includes 3 key provisions that will discourage hospitals from abusing the exceptions. First, it requires hospitals to seek volunteers and make a good faith effort to find reasonable alternatives to mandatory overtime. Similarly, it expressly prohibits mandatory overtime from routine staffing needs. Second, it requires that all instances of mandatory overtime are reported to DPH, as is the law in Massachusetts. This report requires the employer to certify they are complying with state law and to explain the exception under which the mandatory overtime is permitted. And third, it provides penalties if the employer violates the law. Many other states have expressed statutory penalties for violating mandatory overtime law. The mandatory overtime law in Connecticut, however, has no clear enforcement mechanism, nor does it impose any penalties if the law is broken. A law that can't be enforced is likely to be broken. And if I have just one more minute, I want to take a quick moment to respond to the testimony from the gentleman from the Hospital Association. The Hospital Association said this would restrict scheduling practices and that nurses and hospitals should be able to work it out. But the bill still does allow volunteers to work longer than 12 hours if the nurse so chooses. The hospital also say that the current law, the one that was crafted in 2004, works, but nearly 20 years later, it is outdated, is one of the weakest laws in the country, and has no enforcement mechanism. The current law works for health chain executives, not for patients or their caregivers. Connecticut will not attract nurses to the state if we do not protect them from abusive practices and ensure safe patient limits. Thank you for your time and this opportunity, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Place. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Place? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for coming today. We appreciate your time. Next up, I have Callie Heilman. Am I saying that right?
Hi, yes, Callie Heilman. Thank you.
Heilman, floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Cabrera, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Representative Hughes, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Callie Gail Heilman, and I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I'm the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. We are a resident-led civic engagement organization with over 300 members and a member of Recovery for All. On behalf of our members, I'm here to testify in support of HB 5356, pandemic pay for essential workers. We also strongly support HB 5353, the act concerning fair work week schedule. During the COVID-19 pandemic, while my co-director, Jameem Davis, and I were able to work from home and in the safety of our small office, we saw firsthand how this global pandemic and public health emergency deeply affected our Bridgeport family, friends, neighbors, and members. From our healthcare workers to public facility employees, from grocery store clerks to transportation workers, all of these people labored full-time during the worst days of the pandemic, exposing themselves and their families to this deadly virus, which as of this week has killed 6 million people worldwide. Essential work can be hidden in plain sight. We learned this year that at our trash to energy plant in Bridgeport, known as Wheelabrator, the workers who are already engaged in dangerous working conditions while burning garbage never stopped working during the pandemic. This Bridgeport facility processes approximately 2,250 tons of garbage a day and produces 67 megawatts of energy, burning the garbage of Bethany, Bridgeport, East Haven, Easton, Fairfield, Milford, Monroe, Orange, Shelton, Stratford, Trumbull, Westport, and Woodbridge. It was during the pandemic that the workers at Wheelabrator, many of whom are Bridgeport residents, successfully unionized with the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 30, and started negotiating their very first contract in an effort to improve their working conditions and secure their rights. That fight has been ongoing for over a year, and they still do not have a fair contract with their employer. The workers at the facility in Bridgeport are essential workers and continue to serve our community and the surrounding communities during the pandemic. We recognize their commitment to our city, and we stand in solidarity with them and with all essential workers who deserve to have pandemic pay. Economic relief and the recovery we need is more than election year tax cuts. The hundreds of thousands of essential workers across the public and private sectors, especially workers of color and women workers, who risk their lives to keep society afloat, haven't yet received any pandemic pay. At a time when the state is facing an enormous budget surplus and the rainy day fund is overflowing, surely we can allocate funding to compensate the essential workers who have sacrificed so much during this historic crisis. We ask the committee to pass HB 5356 and 5353 to support those who supported us during these risky and frightening times. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for taking the time to testify today.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Next up is Ms. Brenda Glazer. Ms. Glazer in the room?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Ms. Glazer. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you today?
I'm well. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Brenda Glazer. I'm here in support of SB 312, an act concerning the expansion of Connecticut paid sick days. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Brenda Glazer, and I am a PCA from Simsbury, Connecticut. I'm here to ask you to invest in home care services in Connecticut so that we as PCAs do not have to live in poverty. I love the work I do because I make a positive difference in my consumers' lives. The consumer I care for has a traumatic history and has lived with me since 2016. I'm essentially a round-the-clock caregiver. I've been without health insurance throughout the bulk of the pandemic. I have looked in private insurance, but it would cost me $600 to $700 per month. If I purchased that insurance, I'd probably be living in a tent. I do not qualify for food stamps or any other state assistance and insurance because I work 40 hours per week, which puts me technically over the poverty level, but still working poor, uninsured, and without a safety net. I'm also on a maintenance medication for a chronic condition, and I just received a letter from my primary care physician that if I do not come in for my physical, she will no longer prescribe my medication. But a physical costs hundreds of dollars. And as I write this testimonial, I have only $1.68 in my checking account. I got COVID last month, and the anxiety of worrying about what would happen if I would need medical emergency care was overwhelming. When I was having severe leg pain from COVID, I was worried it might be another blood clot, which I've experienced in the past. Excuse me. I knew I would have to call 911 if anything happened to me, because that would be my only option to get care without being denied. To add insult to injury, in addition to not being able to afford proper health care and medicine, I also had to go through COVID with no sick days or paid time off. We do not have the option to get unemployment or disability, and we can no longer avail of COVID pay because that ended last July. Please do what is right by me and my consumer and support SB 312 to expand paid sick day laws to include PCAs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Glazier, so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Any
Thank you.
questions for Ms. Glazier? All right, I don't see any questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Glazier. Have a wonderful evening.
You as well. Thank you kindly.
Just another reminder, please accept your promotion to panelists. We want everyone to have the opportunity to testify today, but you do need to accept your promotion to panelists in order for you to get into the room. We'll move on now to Ms. Madeline Granado. Ms. Granado, how are you today?
Good, thank you. So I'm Maddie Granado, and I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund, or QWELF. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 312, House Bill 5353, and House Bill 5356. QWELF's legal education program serves over 1,000 women per year, the majority of whom are women of color, burdened by low income, and often work in jobs on the front lines of the COVID-19 crisis, without access to livable wages or predictable work schedules. These women represent the experiences of thousands of Connecticut workers who struggled long before the pandemic and have continued to shoulder the heaviest burden of this crisis with little relief. A fair work week with stable, predictable hours and pandemic pay for essential workers are a start towards providing the stability and security that women, especially women of color, need to support themselves and their families. These women also need stronger access to short-term paid time off or paid sick leave. Senate Bill 312 is crucial legislation that will make necessary improvements to our state's paid sick days law. The past 2 years have confirmed that staying home from work when you're sick is critical, actually mandatory in some cases. But for so many, just staying home when you're sick is just simply not an option. In 2011, Connecticut became the first state in the nation to require certain employers to provide 40 hours of accrued paid sick leave per year. We were a leader then, but over 10 years after the law's passage, and while we're still quantifying the pandemic's havoc on the economic security of women and their families, we know that improvements to our law are past due. Currently, our paid sick leave law only applies to certain service workers at employers of 50 or more. This leaves out a large portion of the hourly workforce employed by small business or who do not fit into the narrow definition of a service worker in the law. Without access to paid sick leave, workers go to work while they're sick. They put their coworkers and communities at risk of COVID-19 and other illnesses. Healthy workers are fundamental to a successful business and a thriving economy now more than ever. We won't grow our economy the way that we hope if we don't seize this moment to improve existing policies that protect our public health and support workers. We also have a responsibility to pay attention to the women and people of color who have been harmed the most by a combination of a lack of reliable work schedules, inadequate access to paid sick days, and the challenges of the pandemic. We call these workers essential, so we need to stop treating them like they are disposable. We urge the committee to advance Senate Bill 312, House Bill 5353, and House Bill 5356 this year to make Connecticut a leader once more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Granato, for your testimony today. Any questions for Ms. Granato? Seeing, oh, Senator Kushner, floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. I just, I know it's been said and you've been thanked for your work. I know your organization worked on the original paid sick days bill. And I guess what concerns me is that you mentioned that we've fallen behind other states. We were the first and now we've fallen behind. And one of the things that concerns me is that some would make the argument that we can't afford as a state to extend paid sick days to all workers in our state, in all industries, I should say, because I think that's what this bill is seeking to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so I just wonder how we reconcile that. We've heard testimony today from people who've said they have no sick leave, and it's really hard to imagine. These are often low-wage workers, as you mentioned. It's hard to imagine how they possibly can live without sick days. I know, I've been somebody who's had paid sick time from my employer my entire adult life, since I was 24 years old. I just can't imagine how folks live like that, especially people living paycheck to paycheck. And I just wondered if you had anything you wanted to add about the seriousness of the situation.
Yeah, Senator Kushner, thank you for that question. Yeah, we were a leader, right, in 2011, but since then, a lot of the states that have passed their own policies, they don't include the level of carve-outs that our law has. And when workers don't have paid sick leave, right, they don't get paid when they miss work. But right now, if you test positive for COVID, you need to miss work. So, right, you don't have a choice. So, that means that workers are missing their paychecks, and that's money that they don't have to spend back into the economy, right? And it's part of the larger picture of how do we recover as a whole state from this crisis. So, I think now more than ever, access to paid sick leave, it's critical for workers and their families, right? But it's a piece of the puzzle to solving this whole crisis, right? It protects our public health, it keeps businesses open, right? It keeps workers healthy and safe. So I think it's more critical now probably than ever, than even it was in 2011, right? So thank you.
Yeah, I remember the testimony at the time because I was not in the legislature, but I was working on this bill with your organization and others. And I remember much of what was compelling was that too often workers went to work sick. And we were talking about colds at the time and the flu, and they would go to work sick in service industries and then pass it on to coworkers, but also to the general public. And, we're a far cry from that today with the possibility of passing on a deadly disease, which we've just experienced. But I appreciate what you said about the carve-outs, because it's just really it's very hard on the families to understand why we as such a rich state with such great resources that we can't afford to even give 5 sick days to all workers. So I appreciate what you said.
Thank you.
And your work. Thank you. Thank you all. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much. Any other questions for Ms. Granato? Seeing none, thank you so much for testifying, Ms. Granato.
Thanks.
Have a great day. Is Margaret Cleary in the room? Ms. Cleary?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Ms. Cleary. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Maggie Cleary. I have been a nurse at Danbury Hospital and a member of the Danbury Nurses Union for over 3 years. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 5357, an act concerning overtime for nurses in hospitals. I support this bill because I have seen firsthand the dangers of overworked and understaffed nurses. It hurts the nurse, but more importantly, it hurts the patients that we devote our careers to caring for. Most nurses I work with will pick up extra shifts or stay late on a scheduled shift in order to help their coworkers and our patients when they can, when they have the physical and mental capacity to safely and effectively care for their patients while still preserving their own physical and mental health. Nurses need the help of laws in order to protect their patients and themselves from the risks of mandatory overtime. What nurses need is help protecting their patients. My fellow nurses and I have been working in severely understaffed field and trying our best to still keep our patients safe and cared for. I have recently had to care for as many as 9 patients at one time. That means in an hour, I have less than 7 minutes to spend with each patient. If I have a patient that needs a blood transfusion, I need to spend at least 20 minutes with that patient. That leaves 5 minutes for each of the rest of my patients that hour. Another patient has low blood pressure and I have to spend 15 minutes with them fixing that. That leaves about 3 minutes and 30 seconds to spend with the rest of my 7 patients, which is barely enough time to say hello before I'm rushing out the door. What nurses need is safe patient limits. We know how to do our job to keep our patients not only alive, but happy, but only when we have the time to do so. A recent memory that stands out in my mind is a day I had too many patients and not enough time. I had multiple patients with problems, low blood pressure, fast heart rate, new admissions, and I was running around trying to get it all done. I finally got in to check on a lovely, sweet older woman, and she was in tears. She had been incontinent and she had been stuck sitting in her urine. She told me, "I called you so long ago, please help," she said through tears. It broke my heart and made me feel like the worst nurse in the world. I cleaned her up and got her settled, and I left that night feeling like a failure, like I had failed every one of my patients that I cared for that day. I had to remind myself they had done all I could possibly do. I physically could not have done more, but I was right. All those patients deserve more. We need safe patient limits in order to keep our patients safe in the hospital. Mandatory overtime will not fix any of the current problems in the healthcare field. It will cause more burnout and more nurses leaving the profession. More importantly, it will put patients in harm's way. Studies show the correlation between long hours and adverse patient outcomes and mortality. I know I wouldn't want a nurse that had been working the last 16 hours caring for my mom or dad, especially if they have been forced to work those hours beyond their better judgment. I have worked a 16-hour shift on occasion, but I only do it when I know I am rested enough and alert enough to still be a thorough and safe nurse. Connecticut currently has one of the weakest laws regarding mandatory overtime in the country. This bill will limit the amount of hours a nurse can be required to work in a day and a week, 12 a day and 48 in a week. It'll also reduce loopholes around overtime laws, such as collective bargaining exemptions, which allow hospitals to refuse to settle a contract that does not allow mandatory overtime or discourage nurses from even forming a union. Lastly, it will make the law enforceable, allowing nurses to enforce the law themselves in state court and requiring hospitals to report each instance of mandatory overtime. HB 5357, an act concerning overtime for nurses in hospitals, will help protect both patients and nurses in Connecticut. Patients do not need overworked and overtired nurses forced to work overtime. They need nurses with safe patient limits because it saves lives. I urge you to support this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your heartwarming testimony. And please know you're not a failure. You're trying to do the best you can within a system that, quite frankly, is broken. So thank you so much for your testimony. Recognize Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. And Margaret, thank you so much for your testimony today. I met with a group of nurses from Danbury Hospital. You're all working right here in my community. And first off, I want to just say how much I appreciate the good work that you do, particularly in these times. And when you said you've been working there for 3 years, I thought, wow, you were just a year into the job when the first case of COVID in the state of Connecticut was in Danbury Hospital, and it was 2 years ago. And I remember that night really well because the governor came down and the lieutenant governor and the mayor from Norwalk, and we all got together in a really small room, which was probably the worst thing we could have done during COVID. But we all were so shocked that it had hit Danbury Hospital. And wow, since then, I know you guys have just done amazing work under the worst possible situations and circumstances. So first, I want to thank you for everything you've done for our community. I think you packed a lot in there. And one question I have is, you testified about your own experience recently with having too many patients. And I wonder, do you work in a COVID ward? Were those COVID related illnesses? And if not, is this something that you think existed prior to COVID, or is this something that is just strictly related to the pandemic that we're in?
I do not work on a COVID unit. I've floated there, but this was not a floor at that time. But I do think that it is strongly related to it, because one part of the shortage is that we have burnout nurses that left. And so we have reduced numbers. I do think that that story was during the last wave. So we did have a lot of nurses out sick as well, which makes it worse. And then also we're putting so many nurses and resources to those COVID floors that then the other floors are still packed full with other cases and have less resources to put into that.
So we heard earlier today from a member of the public who represents hospitals saying that, and I'm not trying to quote him, but, and we'll have continued conversation with him. I appreciate that he was here testifying, but I had the impression that left to their own devices without legislation, that nurses and the administrators would work out fair schedules and that would address this issue. And I wondered if that's been your experience.
So Danbury Hospital, we're lucky that in our contract, we were able to get the no mandatory overtime in our contract. One, I do think if it was able to be in the a legislative thing that it can't be in our contract and we can't have it would be helpful, because we did have to sacrifice other things in order to keep the no mandatory overtime clause in our contract. Danbury will do things like offering incentives and bonuses if you do pick up extra shifts. And like I said, I think we try to when we can, but you can only do it sometimes. You are too tired, or you have kids at home, or things like that. So we do work together and try to get that done there. And then also when we are able to make that extra time and put in that extra effort to come in an extra shift or stay later, we get an incentive for it, which I think is well deserved, because it's hard to pick up those extra shifts, especially with how exhausting shifts are right now. Whereas if it was a mandatory thing and we just got the same pay with maybe a little bit of overtime, I don't think that would be particularly fair.
Well, again, thank you so much for your testimony today, and thank you for everything you've done for our community. We really appreciate your taking care of us so well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Thank you. I see Representative Hughes' hand is up. Representative?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Nurse Maggie. You are not a failure. I echo everyone's sentiments, especially Vice Chair saying that the system has failed both the medical arts, of which nursing is an art and a practice, and in this workforce shortage, this protection around mandatory overtime. How do you see this building on the future, given that we have a severe workforce shortage, or a severe nursing shortage? How does this work into the ecosystem that we're facing in terms of building protections and attracting more nurses to the workforce?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mandatory overtime usually comes into play when they're desperate for more help. And it's a way that people are trying to fix the shortage, but it's just not an effective way. And as we are more short-staffed in all different kinds of fields, there's more risks of the employees of being forced into mandatory overtime. So I think that it's going to be a long road to fix all these staffing shortages. So it's important to, in the meantime, protect us from that mandatory overtime, and also encourage hospitals and other people to look at other ways to fix the shortage rather than just making their current people overworked and burnt out.
So you have a license, I have a license. So who bears the risk when basically we have institutionalized systemic neglect because you're not able to address a patient in a timely manner, change a patient and toilet, support those essential things. Who bears the risk?
So the patient and then the nurse and their license are at risk. And something I've always found is we fill out unsafe staffing forms whenever we feel that we have too much to deal with safely and effectively and with our license to be safe. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. And we still always find like if a patient falls or something goes wrong, it always comes down on the nurse being the one that did something wrong. And we will try to say, the main way to fix this is we need better staffing, we need less patients. And they always say, oh, well, that's not a good reason because that's not something that they want to be able, they can't feel they can fix, which I get. But in the end, you can only do so much. But it's scary knowing that it's going to fall back on you when something goes wrong, even if you know that you've told them that you physically cannot do what you're being asked to do.
Well, I think it's an important point is that we're basically putting you and your license at risk by not protecting you with this mandatory overtime legislation, which we cannot leave just up to the whims of the big hospitals or employers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, Mr. Seeing none, Mr. Terry, thank you so much for taking the time to testify today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right, so we're going to pop back up. Rosalba Montoya is in the room. I think you may need translation. Is that available? Thank you. Okay.
Megan, if you could just ask her to unmute herself.
Yeah. Unmute.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? ¿Ya?
Yes, sí.
Ok. Estimada representante Robin Porter, senadora Julie Kushner y miembros del Comité del Trabajo, mi nombre es Rosalba Montoya Gaviria y vivo en Stratford. Soy una mujer. Ok.
Good afternoon, Representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kushner, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Rosalba Montoya Gaviria. I live in Stratford.
Soy una mujer guerrera y luchadora desde Unidad Latina en Acción. Somos parte de la coalición Recuperación para Todos y somos parte de la Alianza de las Trabajadoras del Hogar.
I am a woman warrior and fighter from ULA, Unidad Latina en Acción, and we are part of the Recovery for All Coalition and the Domestic Workers Alliance.
Hoy pido su apoyo para la aprobación de la Ley 312 para que todos los trabajadores y las trabajadoras tengan un día de enfermedad pagados y la Ley 5356. Esta ley daría un pequeño reconocimiento económico a todos los trabajadores esenciales que arriesgamos nuestras vidas durante la pandemia.
Today, I'm asking for your support for two bills. The Bill 312 to provide all workers with paid sick days and House Bill 5356, which would give a small financial recognition to all essential workers who risked our lives during the pandemic.
Hoy es el Día Internacional de la Mujer, de las mujeres que luchan, cuando recordamos a las trabajadoras inmigrantes que murieron en la fábrica del Triángulo de Nueva York, y algunas eran niñas e inmigrantes de Italia, de Rusia, de muchos lugares donde no hablaban el idioma, el inglés, y se pusieron en huelga para exigir jornadas laborales justas de 8 horas y un trabajo libre de violencia. El empresario las encerró en la fábrica y esta se incendió, matando a 129 trabajadoras, si no es más, y otras personas quedaron heridas.
Today is International Women's Day when we remember the immigrant workers who died in a triangle factory in New York City. Some were girls as young as 14 years old. Immigrants from Italy and Russia who spoke little English, they went on strike to demand a fair work day, 8 hours, and a workplace free of violence. The employer locked them inside the factory, and then the factory burned down, killing 129 young women workers.
ULA incluye a miles de trabajadoras inmigrantes de Connecticut, la mayoría mujeres que hemos trabajado en los campos, en los supermercados, que limpiamos hospitales y las que cuidamos a sus hijos y a sus abuelos.
WILA includes thousands of Connecticut immigrant workers, mostly women, who work in the fields, in the grocery stores, we clean the hospitals, we care for your children and your grandparents.
Queremos que traten nuestro trabajo con dignidad y respeto. Queremos que reconozcan que el trabajo vital que realizamos durante la pandemia y antes y después de esta es hora de aprobar esta ley 312 porque
We want our work to be treated with dignity and respect. We want you to recognize the vital work that we do during the pandemic and before and after the pandemic. It's time to pass SB 312.
¿cómo es posible que uno de los estados más ricos de este país, con un superávit presupuestario, en el que muchas madres trabajadoras no podrían tomarse un día libre para ir al médico o llevar sus hijos al médico porque no pueden permitirse un sueldo o una ayuda? Y las personas que sostienen nuestra economía no han visto ninguna recuperación económica.
How is it possible that in the wealthiest state in this country, when Connecticut has a budget surplus, many working moms can't take a day off to go to the doctor or to take their children to a doctor because they can't afford to lose a paycheck? And the people who sustain our economy have not seen any economic recovery.
Hoy quiero contarle la historia de una compañera que se llama, una hermana que se de lucha, que se llama Juana, que hoy está trabajando.
I want to quickly tell you the story of one of my sisters in the struggle, Juana, who had to work today.
Durante la pandemia, Juana trabajó en los hospitales, exclusivamente desinfectando y limpiando cuartos donde estaban atendiendo pacientes de COVID-19.
During the pandemic, Juana worked cleaning hospitals. She worked exclusively sanitizing and cleaning the rooms where patients were treated for COVID-19.
Fueron tiempos de mucha incertidumbre, ya que corría el riesgo de infectarse no solamente ella, sino también sus 3 hijos, y no podía darse el lujo de descansar, ya que tenía 3 hijos que dependían de ella.
Time of great uncertainty as she ran the risk of infecting not only herself, but also her 3 children, that she could not afford to stay home because her kids depended on her.
Cuando ella se enfermó de COVID, no tenía seguro médico por ser inmigrante, no podía colectar ninguna ayuda por ser inmigrante. Y aunque estuvo en la primera línea de la pandemia, Juana ganaba el salario mínimo y vivía de cheque en cheque.
With COVID, she had no health insurance because she was an immigrant. She could not collect any assistance because she was an immigrant. Even though she was on the front lines of the pandemic, Juana earned the minimum wage and lived paycheck to paycheck.
Y Juana tenía que hacer 2 trabajos y su esposo también tenía que hacer 2 trabajos, ya que el salario mínimo no era suficiente para pagar la renta, los servicios y los gastos de una familia. Pero en el día Juana cuidaba niños y en la noche limpiaba hospitales.
And Juana was working 2 jobs, and her husband was also working 2 jobs because the minimum wage is not enough to pay the rent and the bills. During the day, Juana worked at a family daycare and at night cleaning hospitals.
Juana es una de las trabajadoras imprescindibles de esta economía a la que llamamos heroína y la reconocemos como tal, pero que vive de cheque en cheque, sin seguro médico y sin reconocimiento. Y hasta el día de hoy sigue desinfectando habitaciones donde se atienden a pacientes por COVID-19 y hasta el día de hoy no ha recibido nada de ayuda o compensación por ser una trabajadora esencial.
Juana is one of these essential workers who's called a hero, but she lives paycheck to paycheck with no health insurance, with no recognition. And to this day, she's still disinfecting rooms with patients who are treated for COVID-19. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Have you been hearing me at all? Okay.
The mic's a little iffy.
Well, I'll try.
That's good.
I haven't been hearing you very well. Juana is one of the essential workers who is called a hero, but she lives paycheck to paycheck without health insurance, without recognition. To this day, she continues to disinfect rooms where patients are treated for COVID-19. And to this day, she has received no help or compensation for being an essential worker.
El pago por la pandemia le ayudaría a cubrir a Juana y a su familia parte de las necesidades y parte de los gastos que sus hijos y su familia no puede cubrir ahora.
help her cover a bit of the necessities that her children need that we cannot give them at this moment.
En conclusión, compañeros senadores y representantes, les agradezco por esta audiencia que es del pueblo y para el pueblo, y es muy importante hacer que nuestras historias se escuchen.
In conclusion, dear senators and representatives, I want to thank you for this hearing. This hearing is for the people, and it's very important to make our stories heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, señora Montoya, por tu testimonio. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for your testimony. Are any questions for señora Montoya? I don't see any.
Justicia para los trabajadores, eso es lo que queremos.
Gracias por su tiempo. Que tenga buen día.
Gracias a ustedes.
Okay, we'll move on to Megan Balducci. Ms. Balducci in the room? Ms. Balducci. Oh, I saw her. Yep, I see her. Ms. Balducci, are you in the room? Can you unmute your Zoom? Okay, if not, then we'll move on to Bill Adamson. Mr. Adamson, are you in the room? I see you in the room, but I'm not sure if you're ready. Mr. Bill Adamson? No?
I'm here. I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Adamson. How are you today?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm well. Welcome. You can go right ahead, sir. Proceed.
Okay. Well, thanks for the opportunity to testify. My written testimony's got a great deal more detail. I had participated on the task force to study cancer relief for firefighters. Thanks to Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and Representative Aurora for good discussions during those committee meetings and permitting me to participate. I'm, again, Bill Adamson. I run an insurance company called 7710 Insurance that provides workers' comp for firefighters across the country. We're one of the few companies that does that. As I said, enjoyed participating in the task force, and I did certainly make the point early on in that task force that I thought prevention is a very important component that firefighters need to have. And I certainly vocalized throughout those discussions that we need more money invested in prevention and testing for firefighters. But be that as it may, if Bill 313 has decided that it'll move forward as a piece of legislation, in my opinion, there needs to be some clarification or revisions to that bill to make it basically successfully implemented for all stakeholders. As I said, my written testimony goes into more detail, but in looking at it, number one, it says an implementation date of July 1. That does not give ample time for fire departments to analyze the alternatives presented in the bill. There will be a lot of work to look at the alternative that's suggested versus workers' comp. And I think in addition, some of those entities may not be ready for the budget change that'll be needed to be able to do that. So I'm recommending moving that date to January 1 of 23 versus July of 22 to give ample time to budget and study the alternatives for those entities. Also needed in that bill is the ability for insurers to surcharge the NCCI rate. NCCI is the rating bureau for workers' compensation. They do not rate for presumption changes, and in order for insurance companies to be viable or insurance entities, that we would need it written in the bill that we could, the insurance industry could file a rate filing for a surcharge with the Department of Insurance, and they'd have the right to approve the adequacy of those rates and what information goes into approve that. I've had this done in another state successfully. In addition, any surcharge approved should also be handled or applied to the assigned risk plan, since that's the a facility of last resort, and it should be after commercial insurers have had their shot at the business. They're typically 35% above the commercial rate for workers' comp. Lines 58 to 62 in the bill define that the cancer coverage is limited for firefighters up until 5 years after they terminate service. I think there should also be a maximum age there of 65. That's consistent with other presumption laws throughout the country, simply because at 65, people have pensions, Social Security, Medicare, and it's very difficult to rate for the incidence of cancer excess of 65, since a third of the US population will get cancer, and much of it comes between 65 and 80. Also, lines 71 to 75 of the bill talks about an alternative to workers' comp, which was a part of the discussion that we had in the committee, but the bill does not define how the policy shall define what benefits are comparable. I think there should be a description in the bill that outlines what is comparable and acceptable. We had talked about in the discussions about critical illness policies that cover, in the instance we discussed, $12,000 for copays and deductibles, $25,000 upon diagnosis of cancer, and a minimum death benefit of $300,000. In addition, the bill needs to require health and long-term disability insurance to be required and maintained, and also that firefighters should not have to use any vacation or sick days for cancer treatment or recovery if that alternative is chosen. And finally, the bill needs to be clarified such that if a fire department is making a choice between alternatives, if they do choose to go separate insurance versus workers' comp, that needs to be captured in some kind of form that's filed with the state and allow insurers to accurately rate for either cancer coverage or no cancer coverage. So again, my recommendation is that my suggestions here are certainly considered strongly, and this will certainly make the bill a lot more successful, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Adamson. I appreciate it.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Adamson? Mr. Aurora, Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. It's good to see you there. Question for, and thank you, Mr. Adamson, for your testimony. It's so good to see you again. I think we saw you every day in the task force, or every few times last month in the task force. My question for you is we heard the workers' compensation concerns with adding it to the workers' compensation as high costs to the municipalities. We heard from several leaders this morning. Do you have a lot of experience in thinking it and analyzing this? Can you tell the committee as well as the public as to what you think would be the possible increase in workers' compensation? Should we make it happen? Should we let that happen? What are the kind of costs we're talking about?
Well, we did some for another state, did some analysis. We had information from the NCCI. We hired a top outside actuarial firm. And in looking at Connecticut, similar charges per firefighter that we're charging, it's probably about 100% increase. It would not be quite so much for volunteers, because 4 out of 5 cancers are not related to the fire industry. So if our premium for an average firefighter in Connecticut is $2,700, 80% of that would be $2,160. So you take that times the number of career firefighters that you'd have in a fire department, or the number of volunteers. But it's a significant cost. I mean, I think, didn't we find out during the meetings that there's about 20,000 volunteers?
That's right.
Yeah, so that times $2,160 per firefighter would add, I don't know, some $40 million per year to the cost.
That is why we are getting a lot of concern from some of the municipal leaders. Now, you had also discussed, which is part of our legislation here, the alternate. And I think there was a lot of discussion in the committee, in the task force, what should be the default or the primary idea. Can you talk a little bit about the benefit of having the insurance option as the more preferred option, and if that would save money?
Well, as I pointed out in the committee, the alternative option, which is a critical illness policy, is rated much differently than workers' comp. Workers' comp, you have to price for. If someone has cancer in your policy today, you have that cancer for as long as they have the cancer, which could be, a long time, 10 or 15 years. So trying to price coverage for that is a lot different than a critical illness policy or the health insurance, which rate every year. They see what their costs are, and they ask for rate increases going forward. So it doesn't front end all the costs. The approach that I described that's used in another state is a critical illness policy. And that relies on the firefighters still having their health insurance, and also the fire department providing long-term disability insurance. And what the critical illness policy adds is a benefit that's paid upon diagnosis, automatic immediately, $25,000. They also have a $12,000 benefit for any co-pays or deductibles on those medical insurance. And also then you can, there's a menu on these policies, but you could choose, say, a $300,000 or even higher. You could do $500,000 death benefit. And that, again, was far cheaper than, the putting it in workers' comp. And as I'd mentioned, I'm big on the prevention side. A lot of money could be spent on prevention. There's a new test out there, for example, that costs between $600 and $900 that should be implemented per year, but it tests for 50 different cancers in the blood. And if one can find cancers a lot early, the mortality rate is much, much better than finding someone stage 4. So I was more for spending some money on prevention and doing the lesser cost on providing the same benefits as workers' comp to firefighters as a result.
Well, thank you, Mr. Adamson. I really appreciate your input. I think the committee has a lot to chew on here. There are two options. There's one has got, both of them have clear pluses and minuses. So, I appreciate your input, and I specifically appreciate you really providing great details about the insurance option and how that could be quite powerful or a viable answer to this challenge we face. Thank you once again, and you may comment if you'd like, and otherwise I'll give this back to Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Barbara. I see Senator Kushner has her hand up. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have to agree. It's good to see you, Bill. I feel like we got to know each other over the course of months of intense conversations about this issue. And I really want to thank you for your participation in the task force and your, really active participation. Some of the information you brought to the committee was adopted in whole, and I particularly appreciate your sharing with us the ideas around prevention. And I think we had unanimity about the subject of prevention, and we hope that it not only reduces cost, but more importantly, it saves lives. And I know that's why you brought it to us, and we really appreciate that and have incorporated it into this. And hopefully we'll be able to convince legislators that that's something critical to the future of firefighters and to the future of the state and our communities. There are a couple, I do have a question for you. You mentioned the test, the $600 to $900 test. We totally agree also that catching cancer early has a much better prognosis, and it's not just lower cost, but obviously better outcomes for the individual as well. So I would hope that as part, and I think we did adopt that in any way you look at it, because we adopted those routine, those yearly exams that hopefully, if we need to be specific, I think we can be, but we agree that those tests should be part of the regimen for those doctor's visits. And so I appreciate that as well. You mentioned that some of this, that active firefighters, career firefighters still have their health insurance. And I think we did hear testimony during the task force about the ability, like we've done in hypertension, heart and hypertension, to ensure that folks in workers' comp would still stay on their medical insurance, their health insurance, which also would reduce the cost of coverage in the workers' comp system. So after we take all that into account, all the things we agree on, which I wanted to point out because you were very helpful in helping us reach agreement. I guess you mentioned in your testimony the concern about understanding what is comparable benefits that would be required in private insurance, comparable to the workers' comp system and what the benefits are there. And I think what we were trying to get at, what concerns me, it's hard to, if you have an out-of-pocket limit, and maybe I'm not saying that right, but if you have a limit on the amount, say for instance, on the co-pays, you said $12,000, what happens after those co-pays go above $12,000, what happens in terms of that individual? If you have a $500,000 death benefit, the concern there is, presumably most of that, a small amount would go to the burial, but the rest of it, let's say it's, $580,000 or so, $480,000 that's left would be there to support the family. But I guess my question to you is, how long would that really support a firefighter's family if let's say the firefighter was making, $75,000, $100,000 a year? And so I wondered if you could actually look at the Connecticut workers' comp benefit and then analyze that and compare it to what it would cost in terms of private insurance to match those benefits. I think that would be really helpful for all of us to know. If you haven't done that yet, if it would be something I think that we'd ask you to do.
Yeah, well, I had mentioned that I did go back and look at the death benefits paid over the last 11 years in Connecticut. And I think there were 97 lives involved. That's not just firefighters, it's all deaths. And the average was, I think, 472,000. So the thought was, if you wanted to pick 500,000, that would be more than adequate to meet the norm in Connecticut. All these have a menu, and you can require as much or as little as you wanted. You could pick a 750 death benefit if that was, and you could also put more in the co-pays, although typically health plans have a max per year. The design on the one from the other state was to cover the health benefits down there. So you just have to look and say, hey, if the max a firefighter has is more than 12, then you pick 15 or 20. Well, you require whatever necessary. My point is the bill doesn't specify in enough detail what would meet the criteria, because you don't want someone to think they're providing it and then not meet, what's an adequate requirement to meet similar to workers' comp, because then you're going to get into bad things, people that are, underinsured, there'll be litigation. And that, I don't think, was the intent of anybody to create a problem, was to try to obviously give people choices. So, by better defining it as to what the minimums are, then people, if they want to provide more, that's fine. But there is a menu that you can pick for those critical illness policies. And, they did this 3 years ago in Florida, and the rates haven't changed at all in the 3 years, and it's been very successful.
Thank you for the answer. And I do really, again, thank you for your participation in the task force.
Yeah, you did mention, though, the testing. Again, the bill talks about that. We had a lot of good verbiage about prevention, but one, may want to be more specific as to some of the tests that should be done on an annualized basis. I've got departments across the country that have full body scans 10 different ways. They're taking this special test for the 50 cancers. And the body scans, they do it, once a year. It's a good baseline for someone. So as the body changes, as they're working, you're able to see things much quicker. And they caught a number of, tears. And also there was a gentleman that had a small tumor in his brain that they got very early, and he's, fine now. And the fact they caught it so early, he's in great shape. So all good if we can get on top of it.
I really appreciate that. And I think if you wouldn't mind, some of that information you just shared, I don't know if it's in your written testimony, but if you could make sure we have that, I think that would be helpful to be as specific as possible about those annual exams. So do
Yeah,
appreciate.
I'll send in some more information.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Any other questions for Mr. Adamson? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Adamson, thank you so much for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye now.
Next up, we have Estela Jimenez. Estela Jimenez here. I believe she's going to have some translation. Ms. Jimenez.
She just needs to unmute.
Yeah, gotta unmute Ms. Jimenez. There you go. Oh. Unmute. ¿Me oyes? Adelante.
Estela puede hablar. Megan, I don't think we could hear you. Estela,
I don't hear Estela. Yeah.
Estela puede hablar ya.
¿Sí?
Adelante.
¿Sí? ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí.
Sí, escuchamos.
Ok. Buenas tardes. Sí, pues mire, aquí estamos entregando para ver si nos podían ayudar con las trabajadoras domésticas. Necesitamos hacer bueno, no, por la pandemia nos afectó a todos, ¿no?
Okay, I'm here. Déjeme interpretar. I am here to see if you could help domestic workers because the pandemic affected us all.
Sí, mi esposo trabaja también de jardinero y de pintura también. Se le escaseó mucho el trabajo. Y yo trabajo de limpieza de casas, lo mismo nos pasó.
My
no nos
husband,
querían.
My husband is works as a gardener, and it was hard for him to get work, and I work as a domestic worker.
Y lo mismo nos pasó a nosotros como mujeres de limpieza de casas. No podíamos entrar a las casas a limpiar por la pandemia. Nos cancelaron bastante trabajo.
It was really hard for us to work as domestic workers because we couldn't come to work into houses to work, and so they cut a lot of our hours.
Todavía hasta la fecha se nos ha escaseado mucho, inclusive pues no ganamos lo que nos paga, o sea, lo que nos paga, no hemos ganado lo suficiente para pagar biles, para pagar renta, y necesitamos mucho de su ayuda de ustedes para que
It still continues to be really hard because we don't have enough money to pay our bills and to pay rent, so we need your help.
Sí, estamos muy atrasados con las deudas del gas, de la luz, renta para mantener a nuestros hijos. Ahorita no alcanza mucho el sueldo que tenemos, inclusive ahora yo trabajo a veces fines de semana o solamente un día, 2 días por semana, no siempre, porque todavía no se empieza a componer mucho el trabajo.
It's been really hard for us to be able to pay like electricity, gas bills, rent, be able to get caught up with all of our needs because still we haven't been able to work as many hours as we used to.
Y pues también con lo de la ayuda médica también, con seguro para nosotros como indocumentados también. Yo pienso que tenemos el mismo derecho todos, ¿no? A tener un seguro médico y porque ahorita también, inclusive algunos nos hemos enfermado, otros no, tenemos hasta deudas en la clínica todo, que no hemos podido pagar por lo mismo.
I also think it's really important that we get some kind of health insurance coverage, because some of us got sick and it's been really hard to pay those bills, and I might have missed something there, but it's been really hard around healthcare too. Estela, adelante.
Sí, sí, no sé si me expliqué bien o no, con todo esto de la pandemia y todo lo que nos está afectando. Pero sí necesitamos mucho de la ayuda de ellos, y como ellos están más cerca ya del, por decir así, más allá del, se dice, la ley que hay ahora, no recuerdo ahorita cómo se llama.
Uh-huh. It says
Inclusive,
to help, but she's not remembering the name of the legislation.
sorry, que estoy un poco nerviosa.
A little
Y necesitamos también una ley que haya para nosotros como indocumentados, que para un permiso de trabajo, seguro médico, y para los jóvenes que son del Dream Max o que no tienen documentos, que no pueden hacer una carrera aquí, que están estudiando, pero inclusive a veces no pueden hacerlo porque no hay una ley para ellos. Y necesitamos que se haga esa ley también.
We need laws change for our young people too, for the dreamers. We need a lot of support and help. Estela, usted escribió testimonio escrito, ¿verdad? También. Se los vamos
Sí, sí, ahí están escritos todos.
So she also has written testimony that we'll send in that has more specifics about the laws that she's testifying around. Porque les mandamos eso, Estela, ahí lo que tiene los nombres de las leyes y se los mandamos.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Okay, gracias. Thank you all.
You're welcome. Gracias, señora Jiménez, y gracias por tu testimonio. Lo agradecemos mucho. Thank you so much for your
Gracias a usted. Gracias a ustedes por escucharnos, y qué bueno que están presentes todos.
Thank you for listening and for being here, everyone.
You're welcome. Gracias. Tenga un día. Thank you so much. All right, so we'll moving on to, is Megan Balducci in the room? Balducci? I don't see her. I see her, but I don't hear her. Miss Balducci? Hi, Miss Balducci.
Is that actually supposed to be Colleen Carter?
Hi, Miss Balducci. You're on Zoom. Can you hear me?
I think that's actually supposed to be Colleen Carter, right?
Hi, Miss Balducci. You're on the Labor Committee. How are you?
I don't believe that's Megan Balducci, Senator Cabrera.
Oh,
I got
I think that's she was supposed to not go on for me, but hold my space because I was at work.
Yes, that's correct. Please state your name for the record.
Okay. My name is Colleen. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Kushner, Porter, and ranking members and members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Colleen Carter, and I work for the Department of Administrative Services as a data support specialist. I am a member of ASME Council 4, Local 704. As a data support specialist, it requires me to make sure that the computer operating system for all state agencies function 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The work that I do, as well as my other co-workers in my department, is critical and essential to that service to the public can be provided and fulfilled. During the pandemic, we did not have a choice. We were dedicated to our job, excuse me, and we chose not to miss work. The service we provide had to continue throughout the pandemic. I am here today to express my support for HB 5356, an acting concern pandemic pay for essential workers. This bill will offer all essential employees a one-time payment of either $2,000 for full-time workers or $1,000 for part-time workers. It is so important to recognize the workers who had to be present at their jobs during the pandemic each and every day, no matter what, and that this bill would financially support us in more ways than one. The pandemic itself brought on new struggles for myself and my brother. My brother is mentally challenged and he needs significant daily care so that he can be successful each day. In March 2020, the heart program in Hartford, which my brother attends, had closed due to the pandemic and did not reopen to full capacity until late summer, fall of that same year. My brother not only needed care for his daily functioning, but he is also struggling with diabetes. He needed his medicine and he needed to be monitored, and this meant that he needed a caretaker. I had to be that caretaker for him. I had to stay home for a few days to make sure that my brother was safe and happy. I also needed to have a paycheck, but that was put on hold as I had to family responsibilities to care for my brother. It is literally made me broke trying to take care of my brother during the first few weeks of the pandemic. I had to go to work, but I also needed someone to care for him. I used all my savings to provide personal care for my brother. I really did not have the money to provide for this, but things happen. You have to find a way to do it. It is literally took a few days until I could find care for him and to get myself back to work so that I could pay for this care. It wasn't until September that the heart program itself reopened to full time. My job requires that the work that I do to be continuous. It is a 24, 7-day-a-week operation. I am considered an essential level 1 constant employee for DAS. We provide information technology service to all the citizens of Connecticut by supporting the state police, DCF, Caroline, the Department of Corrections, and the Department of Motor Vehicle, just to name a few. Missing work means others must have sacrificed for my absence, and that just doesn't fly with me and the services that the state of Connecticut needs. I am a data specialist too, and it is my job to make sure that the state employees can work online each and every day. I am passionate about this bill and its purpose. I ask that you vote for it in favor so that it may help those like myself and other frontline workers who continue to work their hardest each and every day. Thank you for supporting this bill and value piece of the legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Carter? I don't see any. Thank you so much, Ms. Carter, for taking the time to testify this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Luis Luna. Mr. Luna, how are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having me here. So thank you. So Senator Cabrera, Senator Julie Kushner, Representative Robin Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Luis Luna, and I am an organizer with the Connecticut Working Families Party. And I'm here today to support HB number 5353, an act concerning Fair Work Week schedule, and ask you to vote in favor of this legislation. So I've been involved with this campaign since 2016, when I was hired as the Fair Work Week organizer for Make the Road, Connecticut. So over the past 6 years, I've spoken to hundreds of workers across Connecticut in workplaces like Target, Home Goods, Macy's, Applebee's, and many others. So, sorry, many of these workers have bravely shared their stories with the Labor Committee in previous years in hopes of finally passing this crucial piece of legislation. The truth is, however, that this pandemic has exacerbated the poor working conditions that essential workers have long faced. We have seen unfair scheduling practices destabilize entire families, affecting their mental health and physical health, and diminishing the strength of our entire community. So we know that the people most impacted by unfair scheduling practices are women and people of color. So this is an urgent issue of equity that we can begin to solve for our state. So in the past 2 years, corporations in retail and the food industries have amassed enormous fortunes, while working people have struggled even harder than ever to make a living. So what this legislation aims to do is to begin to give power back to the workers by creating fair scheduling practices. So that's why I strongly support this legislation. So I'm also asking today for all members of this committee to take a bold move that you took last year, again, in passing this bill out of committee, so we can bring it and finally have it bring to both chambers of the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. Thank you so much for your time. I see Representative Hughes has her hand up. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Luis, for coming before us. In your opinion, since you've been with us through a few iterations of this, how has this legislation before us, 5353, improved over the last bill we raised last session?
So we have aimed to, in the past, to include some other provisions in this legislation, like, having access to hours stay within some places that like Target. So, for example, if Target has extra hours to share, that they don't hire new workers, but rather give workers who are part-time those hours. Also thinking about having a more having more time for workers to, so the question is, how over the years have the different durations have improved,
right?
Or like, unfortunately, we haven't been able to pass this legislation, but I think that this legislation is pretty, to include corporations that have 500 or more. It's a pretty good step to really address not small businesses, but very large businesses. So we have seen that, and I had mentioned Target, and I had mentioned other places. They have had tremendous profits over the last 2 years, especially during the pandemic. So I think this legislation right now, I can't find the word right now, but it's conservative. We're not asking businesses who have 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 employees. We're asking the big guys. We're asking these corporations who have been profiting a lot in the last 2 years.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Chair, because you raise a good point. These are the biggest actors that have actually profited, and I think we've normalized these exploitive practices, like like unpredictable scheduling, so much that we feel like it's a big step to normalize actually treating workers fairly with their time as well as their pay and their hourly rate, which we also need to improve. But when we put those together, now we start to address what we've normalized as exploitive and fair, and it's not fair. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Mr. Luna? Seeing none, Mr. Luna, thank you so much for your testimony. Oh, excuse me, I saw Senator Kushner's hand. Oh, Representative Porter.
Thank you. That's okay, Senator Cabrera. Thank you. And Luis, thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to know if you could speak to or share some of the specific stories about impacted workers that you've talked to.
Sure. So someone that comes to mind is Shay, and I met her when at a Target. a Black woman, 4 kids, lives in New Haven, in Newhallville, and
I know Shay.
yeah. And
I
and
know
I met
Shay.
her, yeah, because I went to Target in Orange, and she was working on the shelves, and I said, hey, like we're want to talk to you about some scheduling issues, and then she said, yeah, let's do it. So that afternoon, I met with her, and she shared that she gets up around 3:30 in the morning because she needs to catch the bus to go and take the shift that the shift before this the store opens to shelf. So then she works until that shift ends around 11 a.m. But sometimes they would ask her to extend her shift for a couple of hours. But because she has children, she has sometimes she couldn't get a babysitter, or had to stay longer and try to just scramble for someone to pick up her daughter from school. So she did a recording of this of her story, where she works really hard, waking up very early in the morning to provide for her kids, but in return, Target didn't see her as a woman with a family with kids, but rather, someone who can work from 5 in the morning until 11. So those are some of the stories that I found. I also remember speaking to Lexi, who lives in Hartford and worked at Nostrand, the high end
Yes, apparel store.
Yeah, apparel store. So she was going to school, and sometimes she would take the bus to go to West Hartford to the mall, and on the way to work, they would cancel her shift. So now she's trying to get to work, and they don't pay her for the energy and the time that she has spent in order to get there halfway to her shift. So this affected her, because the little paycheck that she had became even smaller because they cut 4 hours, 5 hours out of her total of 25, sometimes 20 hours of paycheck. So these are some of the stories that I've heard, over the years.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with the committee, and I just always want to take advantage of an opportunity to put some real lived experience behind what it is we're trying to do through our legislation, and it is extremely needed. So thank you for making the time to be with us today, Louis, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions for Mr. Luna before we let him go? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Luna, for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Next up, we have Karen Dross. Ms. Dross. Hi, Ms. Dross. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I am here to discuss the Bill HB 5356, Pandemic Pay for Essential Workers. I currently am a home visitor for Team Inc. in Waterbury. When the pandemic first started, we were front lines. Our doors were open to serve school lunches. We delivered diapers, we delivered wipes, we delivered sanitized Lysol spray, hand sanitizers. We were checking in our families because our doors were closed in the beginning of the pandemic. We were checking on our families on a weekly basis, making sure that they had a voice that was supporting them, that was hearing them, providing that emotional support. We were also grocery shopping. We had plenty of families who, once you're in quarantine, no one can leave. And they had newborn babies because we service prenatal women until the age of 3 as a home visitor. And we were in those supermarkets, we were grocery shopping, collecting, hand delivering to front doors, making sure that these families had food and the essentials. When our doors opened, our teachers had to rethink how they educate these children. making lesson plans, trying to send videos so the children know that their teachers were still there, that they were still valued, that they were still important, that they were still receiving the activities to make sure that their development continues. As a home visitor, when we opened our doors again, I was allowed to go back into the home. We started going back into the home. How do you tell a 3-year-old who sees their teacher for the first time, I can't hug you? Because they run to you. They like, where are you with their little words? How a 2 or 3-year-old say, where you? And that's what you're hearing because they haven't seen you. We were there. We were frontline workers. Our teachers, once the doors open, once there was an exposure or a child contracted COVID, they had to quarantine. Many of our teachers exhausted their vacation and sick times to the point where some of them lost pay. That means that they had to go into the little savings account that they were saving for probably their own family vacation, were exhausted. There was teachers who were questioning themselves how they were going to pay rent, how they were going to pay for their own children's daycare. Again, we are essential workers. We were there. I am very thankful that Washington and Connecticut has begun acknowledging early childhood educators as essential workers. What I'm asking for this committee is to put those words into action by passing this bill, HB 5359. We are exhausted. We are not only physically exhausted, we are emotionally exhausted. We hear a lot in our careers, and I know many of you have experienced this yourself, about self-care. You can't withdraw from the bank if you don't have money in the bank. Well, self-care, this bill will help that self-care because self-care comes from being with your family, being cared for and loved on by your family. But you can't do that because we've lost PTO, we've lost vacation time, we've lost that little bucket that we put $3, $5 just to save up to take a long weekend with your families. So again, committee members, I ask you, please help us take care of those essential workers who take care of our community members.
Thank you so much, Ms. Strauss, for your very passionate testimony. Thank you so much.
Can I just say
for Ms. Strauss?
Can I say something?
Sure.
Hi.
You just appeared. I see you.
Yeah, I'm Harry Droz. I know you.
Hi, Harry. How are you? Good to see you again.
Representative Porter and Senator Cabrera. My wife has been an essential worker. She was considered an essential worker, but they don't treat her essential, right? It's time for the lawmakers to make these businesses understand that the workers are essential. It's not just a label. It's for real. I mean, I seen her go through, she was essential. She never got to take off, and work from home. I work from home, I'm comfortable, but she never got to work from home. And she would come home and start spraying herself so she didn't infect me and everything. So, I mean, my wife suffered greatly, but so did her co-workers and everybody involved at the center she works, so I'm just saying, these people are essential. Let's treat them that way.
Thank you, Harry. Thanks for saying that. Yeah, thank you so much for all your hard work. And that's why we're doing this. So, any questions from Ms. Dross or comments? No, thank you very much, Ms. Dross, for your testimony and for your passion. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone. Stay safe.
You too. Next up is Mr. Jeffrey Branch. Mr. Branch? Good evening.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes,
Okay.
please proceed, sir.
Yeah. Hi. Good evening. I had prepared this presentation, so I have to change good morning to good evening.
You know the
I'm
feeling.
I am a delegate at 1199, and I'm in support of HB 5356, the act of concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. Senator, well, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and many of the committee who are here today. And again, my name is Jeffrey Branch, and I am a 1199 member and an employee for the state of Connecticut Department of Developmental Services. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5356. Workers like me deliver and continue to deliver a vital service to families under the DDS and Department of Mental Health umbrella. During the ongoing pandemic, we continue to risk the health and welfare of our own families because we are dedicated to serving our individuals with intellectual disabilities as well as our individuals with mental health during this pandemic. To me, pandemic pay is not about the money, no way. It's about the dedication and respect that we give to the families that otherwise would not have had the services and would have been abandoned when the entire world shut down, just like that. This dedication has been recognized by many of the private sector employees who have employees caring for families, same as we. However, the state of Connecticut has yet to recognize that we deserve to receive pandemic pay. We are heroes to the hundreds of families we serve. We fight because we are not considered essential workers until it suits the needs of the state. 1 minute we on, 1 minute we are. We had to fight for PPE just to make sure everyone was safe. Many workers across the state have gotten sick with COVID, including myself. I did everything right. I washed my hands, I did the hand sanitizer, I wore the N95 mask, and I'm the only one working in my house, and somehow I was able to pass that on to everyone in my family. I was the only one that was hospitalized. I've lost income, which was the scariest part of it because I thought that I could die, my wife could die, my daughters can die. My daughters serve in the military, and they say all the time, every time somebody goes to them and say, thank you for serving this country, they're getting tired of it because they don't feel like they are appreciated the way they should be. And the same with the state. The states keep saying, yeah, we hear you, but they're not doing anything to show that they hear us. I would just say I'm thankful that we are all okay. But as you consider House Bill 5356, I want you to act as if we're talking about your wife, your husband, your brother, your mother, your sister, or anyone you love. All essential employees that were and continue to be under such pressure deserve pandemic pay. Please pass House Bill 5356, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Branch, for your testimony. I see Representative Porter has her hand up. Proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera.
How you doing, Representative Porter?
I'm well, Mr. Branch. How are you?
I'm okay. I met you a couple of years ago from a distance at the
Yes.
Legislative Office building.
Yes, yes. Well, I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and just to let you know that I've been saying the same thing. You know, we can't keep calling you all essential workers and treating you like sacrificial lambs. Like it's time for the lip service to end, and it's time for us to fund some things so that you all can have some kind of sustainability in your lives. That's a basic need that should be met.
Absolutely.
And we won't put a price on it because you can't put a price on life. And many have sacrificed their lives during this pandemic as essential workers while we've been able to sit home and stay safe, you know, and not worry about contracting COVID. So I just want you to know what you're saying is not falling on deaf ears. We hear you loud and clear. And this piece of legislation is actually a living document that we're putting forth as a counter to the lip service. Like, we're done talking and this is what we need to do. So thank you again. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Any other questions from Mr. Branch or comments? Seeing none. Mr. Branch, thank you so much for your time and your testimony this evening.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Okay, next up is Mr. John Brady. Hey, John, how are you?
I'm good, Senator. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Cabrera, members of the committee. My name is John Brady. I'm a registered nurse. I'm the Executive Vice President of AFT Connecticut. I come to you today in support of HB 5357, an act concerning mandatory overtime for nurses in hospitals. I had remarks prepared, but frankly, our field rep, Logan Place, did a great job in laying out what the bill is and why the bill is needed. And earlier today, Sherry Dayton, and just a few minutes ago, Maggie Cleary, told you what it feels like on the hospital floor, much better than I ever could. AFT Connecticut represents nurses and health professionals in 11 of Connecticut's hospitals. Part of my role as the AFT Connecticut Vice President is to listen to those 7,500 healthcare professionals. Maggie's testimony just a little while ago was moving, but it was not unique. It's something that I hear way too often. At some of our hospitals, like Bacchus Hospital, a Hartford Healthcare facility, where Sherry Dayton works, mandatory overtime is the norm, and it is not safe for patients. None of us want our loved ones being taken care of by a nurse in their 16th hour of work, especially when they may not have had much time between shifts, much rest time. It's also what Maggie meant by safe patient limits. And it also leads to what Maggie referred to as moral distress, which is that tier between what a nurse wants to do for taking care of a patient and what they're able to do. And moral distress does lead to nurses leaving the profession. This bill is needed, and this bill will help. We also recognize that staffing is an issue, nursing staffing in particular. And sometimes it is used as a reason on why mandatory overtime is needed, but there are other solutions. For example, at Bacchus Hospital, we have had memorandums of agreement where shifts are filled because they have incentives for people who are fresh, who are not tired, to pick up those extra shifts rather than waiting until the nurse is in their 11th or 12th hour of work and then telling them they have to stay another 4 hours. For these reasons, AFT Connecticut urges passage of HB 5357. I'd also like to urge passage of SB 163. I've testified in the past about my experience as a victim of captive audience meetings and would appreciate your support on this. And as a personal note, I'd like to thank Senator Kushner. Senator Kushner's son, Oli, was my organizer, and his help in debriefing after those captive audience meetings was critical to my mental health. And Senator Kushner, one parent to another, you did a good job. So thank you to the committee for supporting Connecticut's nurses and patients. I thank you for the service you provide to the people of Connecticut, and I'm willing to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Brady? I don't see any. This is a great job. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Okay, up next is Mr. Dwayne Schroeder. Is Mr. Schroeder here?
Good evening. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Schroeder. Please proceed. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much for hearing me today. My name is Dwayne Schroeder. I am the representative of the Connecticut Lodging Association in the position of president at this point in time. And at this point, the CLA would like to oppose Bill HB 5353. Although many of our hotels we operate carry the flags of large brands like Marriott, Hilton, Holiday Inn, most of the hotels in our state are operated by families and are small family businesses. The stipulation that this bill will cover employees that employ 500 people globally will in fact significantly impact all of the hotels, despite the fact that a large number of the hotels are operated by entities that employ possibly barely 50 people or less. Hotel operators have seen the opportunities to invest their life savings into a business and work tirelessly to ensure that it is successful. This in turn leads to a better life for them and their family. And as success grows, they're able to invest in additional hotels and grow their businesses and help their families and continue to grow themselves in their things. The language in the bill, if they operate a franchised branded hotel, they will be required to schedule to these very restrictive requirements. They will significantly put pressure on their operations. The inherent nature of the hotel business is one of flexibility and being able to accommodate to our guests' needs and requests. In order to provide the highest level of service and customer satisfaction, we allow guests to update their guest count 72 hours before arrival. We allow guests to cancel their reservations up to 24 hours before arrival. And we also allow guests to make their reservations up until the time they walk in the door and check in. So as you can see, flexibility is key in our industry. Flexibility, I'm sure at some point in time, we've all been grateful to have experienced as our plans have continued to evolve and change, specifically over the past, going on 24 months now. Flexibility with our guests translates to being flexible in our operations and having the employees when we need to service the guests to their expected service levels, as well as to adjust to business demands if there's an unexpected turn of events that leads to a drop in business demands. The case for this could be seen as more in front and center as we're coming out from the COVID pandemic. Over the past 2 years, the hospitality industry saw a catastrophic drop in business in a very short period of time. Sometimes in as short as 24 hours, we had to adjust our operations to accommodate the drop in demand. At times, there was an upswing in business as companies and sports groups decided last minute to move forward with their groups and events. And all this meant we had to be flexible in our business to survive. Having another requirement on the scheduling will be onerous to our operations and other challenges to navigate as our operators and employees seek to satisfy our guest needs. As we as an industry attempt to recover from the pandemic that has been devastating to Connecticut hotels, down still about 15 to 20% down to 2019, we need to continue to maintain as much flexibility as possible with our staffing levels to ensure we can return to stability. Our hotel families need to recover from the many challenges they've faced and the challenges that we could continue to face. We cannot afford to impact these hotels to further stunt this recovery or worse, cause a family business to close. Thank you for your time this evening, and I appreciate your time in listening to me. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder, for your time and testimony. Any questions for Mr. Schroeder? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder, for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. You too. Thank you all.
Okay, up next we have Mr. Jeffrey Tomczyk. Tomczyk.
Good evening, Senator Cabrera, as well as co-chairs Representative Porter and Senator Kushner, and the ranking members, Senator Sampson and Representative Aurora, which I don't see them on. I'm sure they're at their other meetings, but as I know, there's several members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee that are here, and I appreciate their indulging us in listening to our discussions. My name is Jeff Tomczyk, and I am from Uniformed Professional Firefighters Association of Connecticut, and I represent over 4,000 union firefighters across Connecticut. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 313, an act concerning the adoption of the resolutions of the task force to study cancer relief benefits for firefighters. As mentioned earlier this morning, I was an active participant in that 2015 working group that was built up of legislators, insurance experts, workers' compensations, career volunteer firefighters, and municipal leadership to finally find a resolve to getting some benefits for our firefighters that incur cancer from the line of their work. 7 years ago, we presented expert medical testimony, the unfortunate testimony of survivors of spouses that had lost a family member due to cancer from their service as a firefighter. And it was concluded that the legislative body made a distinction that certain cancers share much more than a casual link to firefighting. You know, again, that was 7 years ago, and we worked in that group very hard, and the legislation and working groups and task force continued to work to make improvements, to make adjustments, to try and identify what would be the best benefit that we can do. You know, last year, the appointed task force had met again, and I don't want to use the term in a derogatory sense, but there was a failure of the benefits that had been formulated in previous legislation. And now the task force has come with resolutions that allow for the full identity of cancer as a work-related injury that can be constituted into the statute, and allows for access to benefits as any other injury that would occur on the line of duty. But most importantly, in the resolutions, it requires mechanisms for prevention and steps for early detection. Obviously, preventing exposure to carcinogens and minimizing the cancer risks are the key components to protecting our firefighters. And early detection measures are the best possible, can lead to the best possible health outcomes for firefighters that incur cancer, and also a speedy return to work. You know, at this time, there's in my last research, there were 38 other states that have a presumptive cancer legislation protecting their firefighters. And to my knowledge, municipalities in those states are not in bankruptcy states, as explained earlier this morning, that these resolutions might provide. In addition to that, we can tell that it's supported nationally by our federal delegates who implemented in 2018 a national cancer registry for firefighters, so that we can develop a stronger ability to track and study how cancer is afflicting firefighters, and the technology and testing and screening that we can do to better improve it as we go on. Again, we have the opportunity right now to protect those that are protecting our communities and keeping us safe. And I think they deserve that. So that's why our organization, the UPFFA, is supporting and requests that Senate Bill 313 moves forward. I'm certainly available or open to any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you, Mr. Tomczyk. I see Senator Kushner has her hand up. Please proceed, Madam.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeff, for being here. And, you know, as a firefighter in Danbury, you serve an incredibly important purpose. And I know you've served here for a number of years. And so I really want to thank you for the protection you've provided to our community, making us all safer, and the work you're doing now to advocate for firefighters and their various needs from the state of Connecticut. So I really appreciate your service, and I'm very, very proud to have you as a constituent in my district. I do want to, some of your comments, I want to sort of make sure I fully understand them, and make sure that they're part of your written testimony, so we can go back and review this as well. One of your last comments was about the other states that have a presumption for workers' comp. Could you restate how many states have that? Is that what you testified?
Yes. So my last research indicated 38 other states have some form of presumptive coverage. Now, of course, every state and municipality entity, I should say, because there's counties involved in other states, county governments, municipal governments, all work differently, especially within their forms of workers' compensation. So it's very difficult to take apart each legislation that each state has and make it comparable or usable to what we're trying to apply here in these resolutions. Piecemealing it, identifying high points, low points, what works for them and what doesn't work for them, I think was a lot of what I had seen through the task force work over the off session, where they had, I believe, Mr. Adamson, who referred to it today as well, was able to compare some financial numbers based on insurance. But my predecessor, Rick Hart, who was also an attendee of the task force and an appointee at the task force, was able to draw off of a lot of those comparisons as well. And again, the individual concepts of what their presumptions are may not be able to fit within the way we operate our workers' compensation system. However, the point that I was making and the importance of it is that this is not something new. It is not something that has developed within a short period of time. Listening to a full day of testimony over the various issues caused out of the the COVID pandemic. There's obviously significant labor needs that need to be addressed immediately. But this is something that we've been identifying and working on both through the UPFFA, through our International Association of Firefighters, and at a national and international level, that cancer is a significant problem amongst the fire service. And it has caused many deaths, unfortunately. And it is a sad fact that currently, earlier testimony had referenced that there were a significant number of names. I believe Representative Porter had brought up this fact, a significant number of names that were added to the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial directly related to a cancer death. And unfortunately, if a firefighter had passed today or in the past 7 years while we had battled to work out this language, that firefighter is not giving that honor of incurring a line of duty injury or death.
Thank you. And I appreciate everything you've said here. I think a couple of points, that 38 states, even if it's not directly comparable, the fact that they have some form of presumption is really important to note. It was suggested, and I think you heard me testify probably, or I think you heard me ask questions of Mr. Adamson and the praise I had for his role in bringing forward a lot of prevention methods and the testing, things that we embrace. But I was concerned about his comments about 100% increase cost in workers' compensation. It doesn't make sense to me. So it's something we really definitely need to look at more closely, because I can't imagine those other states that have some presumptive workers' comp legislation would have incurred that kind of expense. And so it's something we can learn from. And the other thing I want to say is that, and I know Rick Hart, you mentioned Rick Hart, and Rick worked on that committee in 2016. Rick also participated in the task force this year before he was, as a representative of your organization, before he was promoted to chief. And what I think is so important to note is that whether he was on the front lines as a firefighter or in top management as a chief of a firefighting unit, Rick remained very dedicated to these issues and worked hard to see that we correct mistakes that we have maybe made in the past. I really think that 2016 work was well intended, and I know you all participated in that. And maybe perhaps even though it never really went into effect, it never became effective because there was a 5-year waiting period before it was to start paying out benefits. And we just hit that 5-year mark in February. So we haven't really seen any firefighters benefit yet from that fund. But in the interim, it appears that your organization had an opportunity to really look at what implementation would mean. And I know that you guys have stressed some of the failures of that fund beyond just the financing, which we were all concerned about, but in terms of the benefits. And I don't know if you want to elaborate on that a little bit.
Absolutely. And I don't like to use the term failure, because it was certainly a collaborative working group that we had, and a lot of ideas and concepts were moved back and forth. And again, not to be negative, but concessions were made because we understood that there is always a fiscal impact attached to these types of things. And we were really reeling off of some really difficult financial constraints amongst the state and different municipalities. And not that we may not see that in the future either, but the point that really needs to be driven home about this for our position is that in the working task force, which I followed very closely, there was a lot of conversation in regards to supplemental insurance plans and utilizing some municipality-based initiatives to capture a supplement that would protect the firefighters from cancer. And our position on that was we were unsure of that. It seemed that there was a reinventing of the wheel per se, where there were several aspects of the workers' compensation system that's currently in place that covers, infectious diseases similar to what a cancer case would be like hepatitis and situations like that, where they're rarely, not in the sense of the disease, but in the sense of the coverage for are really relative, and it already seems like a stable working system. Another contention that we had questioned regarding a supplemental plan is that the adjudication of a cancer, which all of our groups, especially in our working group the first time around in 2016 that we had talked about, was, cancer, we all know, is a very horrible disease. And it's very stressful for the person that's going through it. It's very stressful for the family that person's involved with. And so for them to have to, concentrate on paying hospital bills or working out maybe disputes and coverages is very difficult, very time consuming, and costs a lot of additional resources through union support, family support, so on, to get them a benefit to where they need to be. And the workers' compensation system already has adjudication process, a commissioner system, an avenue to file appeals, and that is very smooth. It's already existent and it's already there, and that was a lot of the reason why we wanted to follow that path and stay along the lines of workers' compensation. The cost of it that you had referenced earlier is very difficult to come up with a number. And of course, Mr. Adamson, I certainly don't discredit that gentleman. I understand he is a very smart insurance professional, and he knows the business. I myself am a firefighter, and I don't deal or sell in insurance policies. But it is clear to us that there's a very large lack of control in the private industry, insurance industry, opposed to a workers' compensation process where municipalities are involved in either a self-insurance plan or the few marketed insurance plans that are available to them to cover worker injuries. And a lot of that is regulated by the state and the state statute. And it just seems to be a more stable system. Identifying the amounts that would incur are very dependent on or very difficult to determine from a study aspect, because it could be one firefighter this year with one minor type of cancer. It could be 3 firefighters the following year with varying types of cancer. The early detection obviously would play a key role, because caught early would minimize the amount of treatment a firefighter would need, which would decrease a lot of the costs. So some of those numbers, I would say that we wouldn't agree with. 100% seems extremely high to me. And I would like to hear a lot of more research and data collection, factual data collection on what he can provide.
Thank you for those answers. They were very thoughtful and I think measured. And I know that all the parties that are involved, we heard from Mr. Adamson, we heard from others, including First Selectman Rudy Marconi, who I think has, the charge of representing CCM and the municipalities. And I think the main concern that we have to grapple with right now is that it is a complex problem, and one that we'll probably continue working on for years to come. But what we can't do, what I don't think we can do, is to ignore the problem and say it's too hard, we can't solve it. Because in the meantime, as you stated, in the last 7 years, there have been firefighters who've died from cancer and whose families have suffered without the support that we as a state and as municipalities are really obligated to provide. And so, I think we need to work very hard to get this bill to the floor, passed out of our committee, and work very hard in the time that we have this session to make sure we pass a bill that will address these needs, because we can't ignore them. You've waited too long. And so, I really appreciate your testimony. And as I said in my opening, I so appreciate your service to our community. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Any other questions from Mr. Tomczyk? All right. I don't see any. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony this evening.
Thank you, and I appreciate your long day of work here listening to everybody's debate. Thank you very much.
No worries. Okay, next up, we've got Marcial Torres. Mr. Torres?
Yes.
Good evening. The floor is yours, sir.
Hi. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Marcel Torres. I'm a PCA from New Haven. Having healthcare is a very important benefit to have. In my genetic family, I am predisposed to diabetes and cancer. I try my best to eat healthy, but I am a PCA of Connecticut. And unfortunately, working as a PCA means that I don't receive health care from the state. And currently, I have no coverage. In fact, I work 3 jobs, 75 hours to be able to cover for all my needs, and trying to become economically viable for lack of living wage and medical insurance on this state waiver program. Last fall, I sprained my ankle. Unfortunately, I had to go to the emergency room and I did not have health insurance. I have a bill that I am solely paying, having to work extra to be able to cover for this bill because I don't have health insurance. In January, I did not have COVID, but my consumers did have COVID, and I lost 75% of my income. Being in the state, these wages are not covered. I do not get sick paid time off. I had to use my credit cards to stay afloat for the month of January. And now working extra hours just to cash up. Connecticut has neglected this workforce of 10,000 employees that do not have health insurance, do not have paid time off, that don't have any way of retiring with dignity. I am in fear that if I had a non-automotive accident and I have to go to the emergency room, I'll be left without work. I'll be left with bills. I'll be left with having no way to pay for my bills. Me and other 10,000 employees were asking the state of Connecticut and the representatives to please support SB 312 to ensure that home care workers are covered under the Connecticut paid sick day laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. I see Senator Kushner has her hand up. Proceed, madam.
Yes, and I just want to thank you for testifying here. It's really important that we hear from people who are facing situations like yours. We know that the work you do is incredibly important, and the fact that you do it as a home care PCA, it is work that is part of the state's budget. We budget the salary increases when we pass the minimum wage increases, and we know that we have a responsibility to all. I think the situation with COVID really sharpened our focus and the need to address this. And I just want to, I think but I want to make sure that the bill that is proposed that you have just referenced is to provide 5 sick days a year. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Except in the case where you might get COVID, and then it would have been 80 hours.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Torres? All right, seeing none, Mr. Torres, thank you so much for your testimony this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Good night. Okay, next up is Tiana Hercules. Ms. Hercules.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself? Thank you. Good evening, everybody, or good afternoon. Dear Senator Kushner's, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. First, just wanted to thank you for holding this hearing on an issue of extreme importance to myself and to many of the hardworking people of our dear state. My name is Tiana Hercules, and I currently serve as a councilwoman for the city of Hartford. And I'm here to stand in support of HB 5353, an act concerning a fair work schedule. This bill would stabilize the lives of countless Connecticut workers by ensuring that their employers treat their work, their time, and their families with respect that all people deserve. Today, I speak not only as a Hartford councilwoman, but also as a working mother. My family's needs go beyond me just putting food on the table. My children, like all children, need their mother to be present, healthy, and financially stable in order for them to continue to grow and to prosper. But an unpredictable work shift makes planning for their future, scheduling childcare, figuring out transportation, and budgeting incredibly difficult when you never know if or how much work you will receive for the week. When an employer doesn't respect your time or your humanity, it takes a toll on your family life and your physical and mental health. These are conditions that nearly 350,000 Connecticut hourly service workers are subjected to. And even more troubling is that they often feel pressured to tolerate the unpredictable shift changes out of fear of either losing their jobs or not being called for additional hours. It really doesn't need to be this way. As an entrepreneur and a criminal defense attorney, I have successfully managed many individuals in my professional career, and I know that a consistent and fair schedule is not too much to ask for from an employer, particularly not the large employers covered under this proposed legislation. Throughout this pandemic, we have expected Connecticut workers to rise and meet the challenges of rebuilding and running our society. The least that we can guarantee for them is the security of a good faith schedule given to them in advance. The least we can do for ourselves and as a state is to build an economy that creates good, stable jobs rather than unreliable and exploitative part-time positions. When we allow large employers to shirk their simple responsibility of providing clear hours and advance notice to their employees, the employees are only the first to suffer. In the long run, without a fair work week policy for Connecticut, we all lose. Therefore, I'm calling on you as a committee members to join me in fighting for our families, for our public health, for our economy, and most of all, for the idea that all people deserve dignity and security in their place of work. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hercules. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify this evening. Okay, we'll move on now to Roberto Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Dr. Roberto Fernandez. Roberto Fernandez is my political director in my union, 32BJ. My name is Ciro Gutierrez Alba. And I have to say that I am grateful to you for allowing me to give my testimony in support of the bill HB 5356, referring to the payment of essential workers for having worked during the hardest day of the pandemic, COVID-19. I have been working as a janitor for 11 years at the University of Connecticut, Hartford campus, despite the fact that during the most critical days of the pandemic, COVID-19, the virus could be very dangerous for me and my family. I have not stopped my work, keeping the classroom and office clean and disinfected to safeguard the few students and workers who during the academic semester have attended daily. Cleaning workers at the University of Connecticut have always been considered essential workers. And as such, many times we had to work according to our regular schedule, even when the buildings were closed due to bad weather or other emergencies, and even if there were not students or employees in my place of work. For this sacrifice, we never receive any extra compensation, even though in the same circumstance, other workers stayed at home. But with COVID-19, it was different because due to the nature of our work, we stay in contact with other people at the university, on the streets, in the bus, which is exposed us to the virus and put our health and our life at risk, and also compromise the safety of our family members. In these circumstances, some cleaning workers have fallen ill and others died, even their families orphaned. That is why I'm glad that the Bill 5356 is included as such as an essential workers, and consequently, we are eligible for monetary compensation. This is a recognition of our contribution in the fight to beat the pandemic COVID-19 by providing a safe work environment at the university. The bill approval will be an act of justice with those who were in the front line working at the service of others in such difficult times for the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, sir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to address to you.
No problem. Okay, so moving on, we have Ms. Margarita Fuentes. Ms. Fuentes, are you there?
Yep. Hi.
Hi, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm Margarita Fuentes. I'm a member of Comunidades Sin Fronteras in Norwalk, Connecticut, and the Domestic Worker Justice Campaign and Recovery for All. I'm here to testify to support SB 312 and HB 5356. I'm 22 and have worked in domestic work as well as, and I've also had almost like all my female family members work in domestic work ever since I can remember, probably even before that. And I'm really proud of this field and have been able to make a living off of it and have been sustained through it through my mother, who was a domestic worker and currently still is one. But I've also seen the lack of care that that is given to them by the state, by their bosses, especially when they need protection. Specifically, how a lack of sick days has affected them. When my mom was sick, she had to get her appendix out, and she had to go straight to work like a day after. There was no such thing as having a sick day because I was about maybe 12 at that time, and if she didn't work, we didn't have food the next day or that same day. So it still is a challenge, And as I've mentioned, there's a lot of risk when a domestic worker gets sick, risking not getting paid if they have COVID, as we are in these times, having no support. If they did have to stay at home for 2 weeks or more, for some people, it's not just 2 weeks, it's a month, 2 months, or they just have to slow down their work. So that also means being behind in rent or utilities, or not being able to pay any debt that they might have. For undocumented workers, they don't have credit cards, most of them. So they can't put stuff on credit card, on the credit card. So there's also that type of debt that we have to take into account. So yeah, so paid sick leave would help us center actually caring for the workers that have put their life on the lines, on the front lines as well, and have been essential to keep other sectors running, and who help even teach at home, you know, when other parents had to go back into offices, into whatever sector they go into. They've been teaching, they've been cleaning, disinfecting, they've been caretaking, they've been cooking food, anything. They've all done this type of work. Also, I would like to add that this would also help stop the spread of COVID and the spread of this illness that can leave debilitating chronic side effects. Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of make this really quick for y'all because you've been here all day. But yeah, in conclusion, thank you for your time, and I hope you support these two bills.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. Thank you for your testimony and sharing your experience with us. Any questions for Ms. Fuentes? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Fuentes. I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you, you too.
Up next is Travis Woodward. Travis, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey,
how's it going?
How are you? Good.
Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer at the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 23,000 state, municipal, board of ed, active and retired, public and private sector workers. I offer on today's public hearing agenda. I submitted written testimony. I'm just going to kind of skim through it because it is rather lengthy and I know it's a long day for you folk. For Senate Bill 321, post-traumatic stress injury does not distinguish between job titles. PTSI coverage should be available to any worker who needs it, regardless of where they work. Workers' compensation laws need to reflect that understanding. Passing SB 321 would provide peace of mind to all workers. Or House Bill 5356, this is the pandemic pay bill. Since the start of the pandemic, hundreds of thousands of essential workers across public and private sectors have risked their lives to keep society afloat. To honor their service, commitment, and sacrifice, I encourage you to pass this bill and give the brave workers who are eligible for crucial pandemic pay bonus. Additionally, this legislation should not interfere with the ability of workers, whether they are members of a labor union or not, to secure additional pandemic pay bonuses directly from their employers. For Senate Bill 318, this is the captive audience bill. I am a proud union member who was raised in a union household. My mother and father were both Connecticut state employees and also members of CSCA. Growing up, I saw firsthand the power and value that workers joining together to form a union. Senate Bill 318 protects the fundamental rights of workers to make their own choice to form or join a union and ensures that workers can make their own. When the first Continental Congress convened in 1774, the delegates met in a union hall, the Carpenters Hall in Philadelphia. And so all these years later, I encourage you to honor our nation's history and cast a patriotic vote in support of Senate Bill 318. I got one more for you. For Senate Bill 312, this is the expansion of Connecticut paid sick days. In 2011, Connecticut became the first state in the nation to require certain employers to provide paid sick leave days. This historic law has made a real and meaningful difference in the lives of workers throughout Connecticut. Now is the time to update and strengthen our state's paid sick days law. Senate Bill 312 will ensure that all workers have access to paid sick days while reducing the waiting period to use them. No one should ever have to choose between their health and a paycheck. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you so much for your testimony. I see Representative Porter has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Travis. You never fail. You've been in, I've seen you throughout the course of this session in different committees testifying. The last time I saw you testify is on a bill that we actually are raising here in labor as well, but we haven't had a lot of conversation or testimony around. So I would ask if you could please speak to the captive audience piece of legislation that we're raising, and just kind of speak to what it would mean to workers for this to actually gain passage this session.
Well, right now we think that all members or all employees anywhere should have the right to choose whether to join a union or not. And we know a lot of mostly large corporations, but a lot of franchises as well use captive audiences to dissuade people from joining a union. Usually with their indication, they'll sit them in a closed room and tell them how bad the union is and how they'll be retaliated against. Some people even leave those rooms crying for fear that they'll try to join a union and be reprimanded or retaliated against to do that. It's just disgusting what these big corporations will do.
It is, and I tell you, we're starting to hear, well, I am personally starting to hear stories about what's going on at Starbucks and the union busting that's happening there. And I'm really surprised because I've always been a big fan of Starbucks. I always say, if you want real coffee, go to Starbucks. But I have to tell you, that has changed where I'm spending my money right now, because I believe that there should be no obstruction in the right to organize and unionize. And I'm deeply disappointed that they are one of the organizations, or should I say corporations, that are participating in this very demeaning, hostile, intimidating, bullying tactic. So thank you for coming before us today to support all of the pieces of legislation that you've spoken of, but especially the captive audience, because we haven't heard a lot about that today. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Representative. And you hit the nail on the head with Starbucks. They spend so much money on advertising how good they are to their workers, but you don't hear that dark side of them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Any other questions for Travis? I see Senator Kushner has her hand up. Senator Kushner?
Yes, thank you. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, Travis, but I did want to ask, and if you don't know the answer to this, then we'll ask another person that comes before us. But we did hear testimony earlier today that there was a concern that the prohibition on requiring mandatory meetings, the prohibition would preclude an employer from advising their workforce about changes in the law, that would be considered political speech. They also gave an example of it might prohibit an employer from asking employees to participate in a charity that the company was supporting. And I just wondered if you had any knowledge whether that was the intention of the legislation.
That's not the intention, and that's BS that they're even trying to make that kind of a stretch. And forgive my, I guess, language. But yeah, for them to make that stretch and call it a First Amendment thing is ridiculous. Because we know you go to any Walmart and you apply for a job, that they're bringing you in a room and they're telling you how to sign up for Husky and skirt around the system, because they know that their wages are going to be so low that you're going to be able to qualify for that. And they're certainly not going to pay for your health care. So they want you to go out there and get it from the state and get subsidized that way. And that's not the intent. And, anybody could have an orientation that's free from, everything that goes on at these captive audience meetings. It's mostly the big corporations. It's Starbucks, it's Whole Foods, it's the big companies that they don't want to pay their people a fair share, and because it's just bad for business.
So to be clear, what you're saying, and I want to be sure we're clear about it, is that a corporation or any company that would be covered by, if this bill were to pass into law, that they would not be prohibited. For instance, the example you gave of bringing in workers and explaining their right to participate in Husky. We may not like the fact they don't provide healthcare,
correct,
but they would still have the right to do that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And my first job was with Stop and Shop, and they brought me in, and we had an orientation, and it was more about the nuts and bolts of getting the job done. And it, it didn't get into anything political or anything along those lines.
So participating in a meeting or being required to come into a meeting where they talked about different laws that impact your work or charities that the company's engaged in, that's not the intention of this bill to preclude.
That's not the intent.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Thank you, Travis. Any other questions for Travis? All right, seeing none. Travis, brother, thank you for your hard work and your advocacy, and I'll see you down the road.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Corrado Gansi. Mr. Gansi, are you on? I see you.
How you doing?
Hi, Mr. Gansi. How are you today?
Good, good. My name's Corrado Gansi. I've been a juvenile detention officer for over 7 years, and I'm also a local 749 union steward. And I actually have a little something written down here for you guys. I am also a union steward for AFSCME Local 749, which has represented JDOs at Hartford and Bridgeport detention centers, along with many other essential employees in the judicial branch. I am here to ask your support for HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential employees and essential workers. When COVID-19 arrived in 2020, it hit our building like a ton of bricks. The juveniles under our charge got infected, and as did many other staff members. Our branch was very unprepared for the situation. We were in units pretty much with makeshift masks and bandanas. One of the staff members, a female staff, she actually the night before she sewed, I don't even know how many, she put together, I don't know how many cloth masks to try to protect us all. And I remember in particular, where it was in a unit and we had 4 confirmed cases. I was in that unit for about a month. And I remember coming home and literally soaking myself down with any type of Lysol or disinfectant that I could possibly find, because I was scared to walk into my house. And, I'm not just speaking, on behalf of myself, but speaking for everybody that in the both facilities and along with all the other corrections officers across the state, we went through something beyond scary. Not only did we have to worry about ourselves, we had to worry about the juveniles, the inmates, and then to come home and I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old, and there was times that I missed seeing them, because I was too scared to be around them, because I didn't even know if I had it or if I didn't, because we didn't even have an opportunity to get tested, because it just, we were just wicked unprepared for it, and I'm here in support of that bill. And I was just, I hope we could get it, and because I definitely think everybody deserved, they deserve a little some type of like a thank you. We never received anything from administration or anything like that. We just went to work every day, tried to do the best we could under the situations we were in. I remember they would bring food in for the juveniles, and we were like, the 2 staff members that were inside the unit were actually passing them up one by one, we had to open the doors and pass them in, and it was just a very tough situation, so that's why I came in today. I have the written testimony as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gansi, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Gansi? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your time this evening and for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, have a great evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Is Mr. Mark Torres in the room? Let's see the Zoom.
Yes, I
Hi,
am.
Mr. Torres. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good. The floor is yours, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mark Torres. I am a record specialist for Parole and Community Services, which is part of the Department of Corrections. I am also president of AFSCME Local 704, representing 600 administrative clerical workers from a variety of agencies. I'm here today to testify in favor of House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. Throughout my career working as an administrative clerical employee, we have always been designated as non-essential employees. That changed overnight during the onset of the pandemic. When our designation level changed, we became essential and were required to report to the office during a time of heightened fear and uncertainty regarding the coronavirus. Our members took on tremendous risks to serve the public and maintain operations of state services. Dispatchers worked right alongside with state police. Clerical members worked side by side with corrections officers in correctional facilities. We were constantly going through hallways and interacting with other employees to get paperwork. Many of our coworkers tested positive for COVID-19 and exposed our loved ones. We lost 2 clerical members to the coronavirus. It is an understatement to say that we sacrificed to provide vital services. The spread of COVID did not discriminate between those in the field and those in the office. The provision of pandemic pay should not either. Clerical workers are unsung heroes of this pandemic. Payments of $2,000 for full-time and $1,000 for part-time frontline essential workers would help recognize our commitment and sacrifice to the state of Connecticut. It would also affirm our importance and value as workers dedicated to servicing the state. I urge you to support this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Are there any questions for Mr. Torres? Seeing none, we thank you so much, Mr. Torres, for taking the time to testify this evening.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Have a great evening.
You as well.
Is Brooke Foley in the room?
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Foley. How are you this evening?
Finding yourself?
We're doing well. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Cabrera, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, Representative Hughes, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you all for the work that you do and for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Brooke Foley, and I'm the General Counsel of the Insurance Association of Connecticut. The IAC represents Connecticut's property and casualty insurance industry and Connecticut's life insurance and financial security industries. The IAC would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 318, an act concerning captive audience meetings, and Senate Bill 312, an act concerning the expansion of Connecticut paid sick days. The IAC opposes Senate Bill 318. The insurance industry is one of the largest employers in the state and is vital to the state's economy. This bill is problematic to employers, including insurers. First and most importantly, it's preempted by federal law. The Supreme Court has held that the National Labor Relations Act preempts state legislation that regulates employer speech under circumstances in which Congress intended free debate, which is the same situation with this bill. At this core, this bill is an attempt to regulate the content of employer speech and prevents an employer from discussing political or religious matters with its employees without opening itself up to litigation. This directly conflicts with the National Labor Relations Act, which protects the rights of employers to discuss political matters, including labor issues, with their employees. If this bill passes, employers will be prevented from requiring their employees to attend meetings or read communications or regulations that may be necessary to the employer's business operations, such as how a particular piece of legislation might affect their business. This would lead to an undisciplined work environment, particularly in the current environment where there's already friction in the workplace. There are many diverse opinions on political and religious issues where an employee might decide that any particular communication is political or religious. For example, diversity training or employer policies about LGBTQ employees. An employer may choose to disregard his or her employee's direction to attend necessary training or read regulations, or in a situation where one employee is mistreating another employee because the employee doesn't approve of the other employee's lifestyle. The employee could refuse to attend a supervisory meeting, leaving the employer with no way to take adverse action against an employee without exposing itself to potential litigation and being subjected to paying back pay and punitive damages. These conflicts in the workplace are real, and this bill would restrict the ability of the employer to manage them. It undermines what companies are trying to accomplish as far as inclusion and acceptance, and creates a new layer of liability for companies. Unfortunately, the intent of the legislation is not what matters. What matters is the language of the statute. And at reading the language of this bill and the definition of political matters, it specifically states that the employer can't enforce employee participation in communications if the employer discusses political matters, which includes discussing community matters, etc. The IAC also opposes Senate Bill 312. Senate Bill 312 expands the current paid sick leave statute to mandate that every employer in the state provide every employee with up to 5 days of paid leave per year. It expands the circumstances for which an employee may take paid sick leave and imposes record-keeping requirements on employers. It further requires every employer to provide an additional period of paid leave to every employee for time off due to various COVID-19 issues. This unfairly burdens Connecticut employers with the financial weight of COVID-19 related absences. We urge the committee to reject Senate Bill 318 and Senate Bill 312. Additionally, the IAC also supports House Bill 5354, an act concerning undue delays in workers' compensation, and the IAC opposes Senate Bill 321, workers' compensation for post-traumatic stress injuries for all employees, as well as Section 2 of Senate Bill 313, adoption of the recommendations of the task force to study cancer relief benefits for firefighters, which would create a rebuttable presumption that certain cancers suffered by firefighters were caused by their employment. The IAC president, Eric George, has provided written testimony on those last three bills, and he's happy to answer any questions you may have about the IAC position on those bills. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Foley, for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Aurora, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Foley, for your testimony and your insights. A couple of quick questions. On 318, can you talk to the good or very reasonable need for the employers? I think this is used much more in the unionization sense, but many employers are already unionized, right? And many are not, and they will not. So, can you talk to other reasons why, this we need to make sure that this bill doesn't really work for employers?
Yeah, the concern is that with employers that they're going to have a really tough time maintaining good order and discipline in the civilian, that's the military term, but in the workplace, just management, business management. They're going to lose control over business management because they won't be able to enforce like employees attending required informational meetings about regulations or read regulations about certain things like that the employee may consider to be a political issue or a religious issue, or they may have a concern like if an employee decides, well, it's against my religion to, recognize two people of the same gender can marry each other or whatever, and they have an issue with somebody else in the workplace, and the employee refuses to attend a supervisory meeting to address those type of issues. Right. And it will leave the employer with no way to enforce, no way to say, okay, employee, you have to come to the supervisory meeting so we can address this misbehavior. And then what's going to happen is when they do address it, if they do address it, it subjects them to potential litigation on the part of an employee who may be disgruntled or claim, oh, I was just disciplined because it's against my religion, or it violates my particular political view, or my employer discussed a political view. So yes, those are very real concerns, especially in the climate that we're in right now politically.
Right. Especially in the climate, as you said, that we are in. I think it's very important for us to ensure that there is that is available to employers. And we also heard that many times it's issues related with the industry, which are in some sense political. You know, the government tries to regulate industry. You want to inform your employees. You want everybody to attend it, to understand, you know, what the matter is going on. So we heard that as well. Thank you for that insight. And finally, I think we heard that your concern on 313. What were your specific concern? We heard a lot from the municipal leaders about the increased cost of workers' comp. You know, from an insurance perspective, one of the proposals was to provide disability insurance by from private disability insurance. What were your concerns for 313, 313 on the, was it regarding the workers' comp costs or the sustainability of that program? Where were your concerns on that?
Is the 313 is the task force to study cancer relief?
That's
is that
right.
correct?
That's right.
Yeah, our concern on that is the presumption issue, the rebuttable presumption that certain cancers are caused by the employment, just for the mere fact that they're firefighters, just because the causation issue is very difficult. So the IAC opposes just section 2 of that bill for that reason.
I see, because we heard the number that 1 of 5 in the case of firefighters were caused by on a statistical number, but it was very murky. It was not very, those numbers were not strong, but the numbers we heard during the task force were 1 in 5. Do you have that's a final question. Do you have any thoughts on that, or does the insurance industry have much of a strong position on that?
I don't have, creating a rebuttable presumption will cause claims unrelated to work to be accepted as work-related and will likely increase in a significant increase in the workers' compensation claim cost. That's what I have here. And I know that my boss, Eric George, was going to testify on this. So he knows a lot more specific information about the IAC's position on this. And like I mentioned before, he's very willing to answer questions if you want to direct those questions to him.
Okay, great. So we'll take it offline. I think that's important from an insurance perspective. What are the concerns? And because we don't want the workers' comp to double, and that's not in the interest of anyone. And I guess, there's a lot of intellectual knowledge which lies in the industry where we can leverage that, because we heard from a prior speaker that's very difficult to predict where workers' comp insurance will go if we put this in action. And I think what you're telling us is that in the insurance industry, there is the knowledge base. And so rather than first say, let's just do it and then we'll figure out what happens and whether our municipals are really will suffer and then create a crisis, might be a better idea to basically, we are, after all, Connecticut is the insurance capital or Hartford is the insurance capital of the country. So it might be a good idea for us to really ask that question, but we'll take it offline. I know it's getting very late. Thank you for your time and your testimony, and we appreciate your insights. And back to you, Mr. Chairman. And please feel free to comment if you'd like before I hand over.
No, thank you. Thanks for asking the question.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Foley? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Foley, thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Okay, up next we have Janelle Roberts. Is Ms. Roberts in the room?
Good evening.
Hi, Ms. Roberts.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Janelle Roberts, and I'm a PCA from West Haven. I've been a PCA for 28 years. I love my job. I get to spend time with my consumers, and I get to know them and get to know when something isn't right. I cook for them, I clean, help them bathe, feed them, go to appointments. I'm their therapist in ways. I listen to their concerns. Without providing any of these services, my consumers would not be able to live even a semi-independent life. And I get frustrated that we're treated like glorified babysitters when we do 3 times as much work that is equally distributed among nursing facilities, among coworkers. And yet we don't have sick days or health insurance. When I get sick, I still have to go to work. And if I don't, I'll fall behind in my bills. If we had sick days, I would be able to stay home. I would be able to not have to worry about passing germs back and forth. I would not have to worry about my clients getting sick, and I would be able to rest and stay healthy and not have to really worry about falling behind in my bills. Over the holidays, my client got COVID, and then I got it from my client. Because there's no backup coverage or any paid sick leave, I had to work while having COVID. It's not healthy for either of us, and I have severe asthma, and so I really struggled really hard to breathe while providing care for my consumer, which is not fair to them or me. We shouldn't have to go through that. Please make this right by supporting SB 312 to ensure that home care workers like myself are covered under paid sick day laws. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts, so much for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Roberts? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Roberts, thank you so much for hanging in there and taking the time to talk today.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have AFL-CIO President Ed Hawthorne. Hey, Ed, how are you?
Good. Good evening, Senator Cabrera, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Representative Hughes, Rep. Aurora, and other members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee that have stuck it out to after 6 p.m. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, and I'm about to represent over 200,000 working men and women in the state of Connecticut. You all have my written testimony. There's a lot of bills in there. I'm going to highlight a few, and I promise I will summarize. First one is HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay essential workers. Throughout our pandemic, our state's public health and public safety net have been depleted and depended heavily on the efforts of frontline workers. Their jobs became essential and highly dangerous at the same time, almost overnight. We're talking about healthcare workers, firefighters, janitors, teachers, and school staff, police officers, transit workers, grocery store employees, and many other municipal and private sector employees that were deemed essential with the stroke of a pen, but since have been ignored when it comes to pandemic hazard pay. We cannot merely say thank you and call them heroes without compensating them for their tremendous sacrifice. With our budget surplus and overflowing rainy day fund, it is truly a question of priorities, not affordability at this point. Also, it's been discussed the past few testifiers, SB 318, an act concerning captive audience meetings. SB 318 protects a worker's fundamental right of free speech when employers misuse their authority and require employees to listen to management's views on matters of individual conscience. This bill allows an employee to leave an employer-sponsored meeting and return to work if the meeting is about religious and political matters unrelated to his or her job performance. Employers may, of course, require employees to attend meetings and listen to communications that are related to their jobs. But employers cross the line when they require employees to listen to speech intended to influence their views on politics, religion, labor organizing, and similar matters. It in no way prevents employers from discussing religion, politics, or any other subject. There is an extensive list in my testimony regarding each one of the things that still would be allowed. So in short, an employee may hold any meeting employer may hold any meeting they want. They can say whatever they want in the meeting. The bill before you in no way prevents employees from discussing religion, politics, or any other subject. It only prohibits the employer from firing or disciplining employees who leave the meeting that don't wish to hear the views on that subject. It's about balancing out power. No employer has the absolute right to push their views of politics, religion, or union organizing on any worker. We're simply asking you to give the workers the rights to leave. Also, a few other bills, act concerning workers' compensation coverage for post-traumatic stress. We should expand it to all workers. Act concerning mandatory overtime for nurses. You've heard from the nurses themselves. I've heard from them as well. Nurses are far less effective and patient care suffers when they are working 16-hour shifts. So please consider that. Also, an act concerning unemployment for striking workers. Striking workers are brave when they go out. No one wants to be on strike. It's often a last resort. They have tremendous courage. They risk losing pay. This bill simply moves us in line with our neighbors in New York and New Jersey that enacted similar legislation in 2018 and 2020. And you also heard from Brother Jeff Tomchek as well regarding the cancer relief for the firefighters. Thank you for your time. I hope I'm under my 3 minutes, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Ed. I see Representative Hughes has her hand up. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ed, for clarifying what the bill does and doesn't do in terms of allowing basically employers to continue training and communicating with their employees just like before. It's really trying to prevent the abuse of that, the captive audience meetings like we talked about. Can you clarify to the states that have already passed what you said, New York and New Jersey, I believe it was, how are those employers? And I think you passed about, I think you talked about the unemployment for striking workers.
Yes.
How is that climate doing now that they've passed those?
Well, the climate with UI was greatly skewed by the pandemic, so I don't know if we can compare apples to apples there. But there is a 2-week waiting period, and it would help push these, people back to the bargaining table that might not otherwise want to speak. So it would lessen the blow for the employees that bravely do go out on strike for often very good reasons. And a lot of the time it is for an unfair labor practice that they're outside holding signs and, chanting and walking, as we've all seen, such as brave workers at Sunshine that were the 1199 members. I mean, they were getting charged exorbitant amounts for healthcare that they couldn't possibly access with the low wages that they were being offered, despite the state giving them a lot of money in order to have them pass it on to their employees. So that's the type of thing we're dealing with here. Right now in unemployment compensation, if you go out on strike, they're essentially shut out of it. This would once again put us in line with the other members of the tri-state area. I think it's something that's important for workers' rights and the workers' struggle for a better life.
I agree. The other complaint is it'll suddenly drain the unemployment compensation fund, and that's what I was asking about. Have you found that?
Oh, absolutely not. The unemployment compensation fund, there are so few strikes in the state of Connecticut that it would barely even be noticeable in the unemployment compensation fund. The way the unemployment compensation fund is actually funded is, well, most employers pay into the fund based off an experience rating. So, it's a small amount and it would barely, affect the fund.
Thank you. And finally, I've been listening all day about the pandemic pay and the essential workers that keep showing up and reminding us of the cost to them and the sacrifice. And I get the feeling that society, including possibly this legislature, just wants to move on and forget and, close that chapter onto the pandemic. I totally understand, but qualifying their service it's kind of like what we did to Vietnam. To me, it feels like we just want to close the door, forget about it, stop acknowledging the sacrifices and the costs and the harm that these workers who showed up on the front lines have done for us. And I think we owe it to those workers to this very, very modest pandemic pay and not to treat them as we've treated, other uncomfortable chapters in our history of service to our country.
And I'm glad you highlighted the point that it's modest. The federal funds that came in were over $4 billion. That's billion with a B. We're asking for, they authorized up to $13 an hour. Up to $13. We're not asking for anywhere near to $13 an hour. We're asking for $2,000 for a full-time worker and $1,000 for a part-time worker. That is the least we can do for people that, were staying in hotels because they were afraid to bring the virus home to somebody that they cohabitate with that may have been immune compromised or going through cancer treatments or elderly. We forget at the beginning of the pandemic, there were no proper PPE. We had our workers in nursing homes wearing trash bags. It went overnight from safety protocols that were in place in hospitals overnight changed without explanation other than This is how it is now. So when workers went into a environment, a room where there was an infectious disease, they took the gown off, threw it away. They took the mask off and threw it away. Now they're being told without an explanation other than this is the way it is now, you have to wear that mask. I had a technician at Waterbury Hospital tell me that I was told I am not allowed to change my mask until it is visibly soiled. That's the type of fear that that these workers dealt with. And they went to work every day to keep society afloat. And we need to compensate that. We need to stop saying thank you, stop putting a sign on the front lawn and start actually recognizing what they did for us. And it's the least they can do in that bill to compensate them. It'll never be enough. It's not enough, but it's something. And it's better than what they have now, which is absolutely nothing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ed, for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Mr. Hawthorne or comments? All right, seeing none. Ed, once again, thank you for your passion and your dedication, and love to see your advocacy out there, brother. I'll see you out there.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
All right, buddy. Okay, up next is Ms. Fishman. Hey, how are you?
Good evening. Hi, Senator Cabrera, Senator Kushner, and Representative Porter and committee. Happy to be here. My name is Joelle Fishman. I live in New Haven, testifying on behalf of the Connecticut Communist Party and with Recovery for All in favor of a number of bills, the ones concerning pandemic pay for essential workers, a fair work week schedule, captive audience meetings, and expansion of Connecticut paid sick days. That's in my written testimony. I'd like to appreciate the Labor Commission for bringing these bills forward and all your consistent efforts on behalf of working people, especially low-wage workers, women, and people of color, and how wonderful that today's powerful testimonies of workers are taking place on International Women's Day when we celebrate the courageous women in our country who walked off their sweatshop jobs in the last century, demanding health, safety, wages, the right to vote, awakening the solidarity of women around the world. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed unfair and inhumane treatment of low-wage essential workers. And it's also revealed that inequalities of race and wealth have gotten worse in the pandemic. Pandemic pay for essential workers is a small step to provide dignity and economic well-being and make whole the largely Black and Latino workforce, mainly women, in service industries who have risked their lives to do their jobs. And so I'm honored to bring you the message of, or the story of Jamal Henderson, who's a food service worker at Southern Connecticut State University. And he says, each and every day, workers like myself faithfully came to work since the start of this pandemic, exposing ourselves, which in turn exposed our entire families every day to this potentially fatal virus. Essential workers like me, a food service employee at a university, like the women and men at grocery stores, hospitals, correctional facilities, many other places, kept our state moving despite the personal risk to our health. And while it was nice to be called a hero, it's time to treat these essential workers as the heroes they truly are. It's time to pass pandemic pay for essential workers, HB 5356. It's the responsibility, end quote. It's the responsibility of government to make sure families can thrive. The harsh lessons of the pandemic, which further enriched the wealthiest few at the expense of the many, require concrete steps to meet essential worker needs, address discrimination according to race and gender, and ensure a recovery for all. On this International Women's Day, let's honor the working women organizing and standing up for their rights and families by passing the bills before you I mentioned as a powerful step toward improving quality of life and the economy for all workers in Connecticut. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fishman. Thank you so much for testimony. I see Representative Porter has her hand up. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Joelle, for your testimony today, or should I say this evening. And thank you for hanging in there with us. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to actually salute you as a personal point of privilege on today, Women's Day, for the tremendous work that you have done and continue to do in this movement to uplift workers and disenfranchised, marginalized populations. And everything that you've said has fallen on ears that are wide open. You know, Jamal Henderson is actually a constituent of mine, and I know no harder worker than him, and others that are considered being named and called essential workers. And you're absolutely correct. Now is the time for us to put our money where our mouth is, to find the funding that's needed to get it done. You know, we talk about taking time and making time. Well, we need to take time and make time to make sure that we have the financial backing to support the legislation that's before this committee, so that we can make families whole and really show them that they matter in a way that's tangible, and not just call them heroes on the job, but make sure that they're heroes when they go home and that they're able to pay their bills, put food on the table, and take care of their families. That's really where it is. And it is time, you know, for folks that have made tremendous gains during this pandemic to share in that. You know, we all should be sharing in the wealth. It should not be so concentrated. So I wholeheartedly speak on behalf of many of the members in this committee, not all, but many, that support what you have testified to here today. So thank you and God bless. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
May
you,
I
Representative.
respond? May I respond or?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Quickly.
Thank you so much, Representative Porter, for your words. And speaking from New Haven, I just want to say thank you. You're a hero for the working people of our state and our nation, and we appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Representative Aurora, you have the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wanted to clarify. You just said that you're representing the Connecticut Communist Party. Is that right? Is that what?
Yes, that's right.
No, I'm just, I'm just a little bit, just wanted to clarify, I fled when I fled, I'm an immigrant, first generation immigrant. And my personal story is always, related with huge amount of repression from a dictatorial regime. So I just wanted to check and yeah, I'm sure, Connecticut communists are different from Russian communists and other communists. But I just wanted to see, you were talking specifically about the 313, right? Or the one with the one on captive audience.
Yes.
Right. And you're concerned with the captive audience because there's the to and fro on that is from a communist standpoint, it is that it should be allowed because the employers put undue stress on the have an undue advantage. The employers have undue advantage, so that they would make them sit through stuff. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, I think first of all, we stand for expansion of democracy and human rights, and that's really the way I see the captive audience bill, because it opens the possibility for workers without intimidation to be able to have a voice at work and organize into a union if they so choose. And that is a question of democracy and human rights. So that's how I view that. And I support the comments of previous speakers who have talked about how the captive audience bill is not meant to make it impossible for an employer to have a meeting with workers on issues that are relevant to that workplace.
Well, thank you for the insight. I just am trying to kind of reconcile some of some of these your support of some of these bills or your opposition to some of these bills. But I hopefully I will start to and get to know the Connecticut communists here, because generally speaking, the human rights is not really being the other communists. Hopefully they're different ones. But I thank you for being here. Maybe open my eyes to something which I really did not agree with, but hopefully I will. One of pluralism and being open to all ideas is always been the American idea, and which I love and dedicate myself to. So I will definitely learn more, and I appreciate your participation. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Are there any other questions for Ms. Fishman? All right, seeing none, Ms. Fishman, thank you so much for taking the time to testify this evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, next up is Colena Seasanker. Hope I'm saying that right. Ms. Seasanker?
Colena, thank you.
Great, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Colena Seasanker. I live in Hartford. I teach at Gateway Community College in New Haven. I'm political director of my union, the 4 Cs, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5356, SB 315, and one that I left off of my written testimony, which is SB 318. In support of SB 315, some of our adjuncts cobble together a living semester by semester and across more than one institution. Our institutions are increasingly reliant on adjunct instruction, and though the institutions cannot function without them, in our system, 75%, over 70% of our courses are taught by adjuncts. There is no commensurate commitment to those instructors. This is a really disappointing labor practice, and the system, as in our CSCU system and others, should be willing to do everything that it can to minimize the most damaging effects of that sort of contingency. A retrospective basis for reasonable assurance, given the current enrollment challenges we face, is not as reliable as the prospective one that this bill proposes. And the system's clear communication about who will and won't be able to successfully file an unemployment claim, would eliminate much frustration, confusion, and wasted time for those who may already be occupied cobbling together a living at multiple institutions. I did hear the concerns of our labor commissioner about federal restrictions, and we can work with you to tweak this. Our legislation is modeled on 2020 New Jersey legislation that has been made to work. In support of HB 5356, look, in 2020, many of us were able to stay safely in our homes with no loss of income, and some of us increased our wealth because others deemed essential went out and kept this place running. We would not be where we are now without them. We call them heroes, and I, for one, have not forgotten. Some of those essential workers are my current students. They bear the repercussions of that sacrifice. It wasn't just a perceived risk they took. The risk was real. They are burnt out, traumatized, their health was compromised, their education's interrupted. They lost family members to a virus that they brought home from work to them. We cannot compensate them for what they have done. They truly were essential. We can at least acknowledge their contributions and do a little bit more than the empty gesture that is just simply calling someone a hero without providing anything tangible. $1,000 or $2,000 will mean something to many. So I thank you for considering HB 5356, and I urge you to pass it. And very quickly, I didn't include SB 318 on my in my written testimony, but I just want to say that I'm a big believer in union membership. A union like the one I'm in is one of the only places that someone who looks like me can be reasonably confident that I'm compensated on par with my peers. And the power differential between an employer and employee is real. So to have an employer's interest imposed on you in the way that it would be in a captive audience meeting would constitute undue pressure. So I just want to say that I support that bill also. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Seasanker. Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Okay, we're moving on to is Stacy Zimmerman in the room? Hey, Stacy, how are you?
Well, how are you? Good evening, chair people and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Stacy Zimmerman. I'm here today representing the Service Employees International Union, Connecticut State Council. We represent about 65,000 members across the state in both the public and private sector. SEIU strongly supports not all this agenda this time, but most of it except for Senate Bill 319. But I really want to focus in on an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. The past 2 years have shown us as a society some glaring truths that our culture has papered over for far too long. The pandemic, while traumatic and disconcerting for everyone, was felt at a much more personal level for those providing essential services. Many of these heroes are low-wage earners or come from communities who have historically been discriminated against. We can address some of this by rewarding and recognizing their heroic efforts. Today, you've heard heart-wrenching stories from our members and other essential workers, workers hit by illnesses on the job, the loss of coworkers, being the one who introduced it to your household because you had to go to work. Essential wasn't a choice, it was a mandate by the state.
Am I the only one? I can't hear her.
Excuse me. Oh. Having trouble with the audio? Did we lose him? No, I see you.
Can you hear Stacy? I can't hear her.
I can't hear her either.
Stacy, is there something you can do with your microphone or volume? Try it one more time.
All right, how's this?
Can you try again speaking to see how that sounds?
How is this?
That's better. Much better.
All right, victory for the people. I'm not going to just go on with my testimony. You know, we support this. We saw folks go to work. We had members die. People put their lives on the line, and we should show them some respect and some dignity and reward them for it. I mean, this is not a lot of money when it comes down to what came from the feds. Some of it was to be used for this purpose. Let's just do the right thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Stacy. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and testimony this evening. Is Mr. James Burke in the room?
Yes, I am.
Good evening, Mr. Burke. You have the floor, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Senator Cabrera, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter. My name is James Burke. I am the operations manager for the Working Families Organization, and I'm also a city councilor in New London, Connecticut. Here today in support of SB 318, HB 5356, SB 312, but most prominently in support of HB 5353, and that concerning a Fair Work Week schedule. So I have a personal story about this. 10 to 12 years ago, I worked in various restaurants and hotels early in my career around southeastern Connecticut. And yeah, I experienced unfair schedule practices, from not knowing your schedule until, the day, maybe if you're lucky 2 days before, being left on call for hours on end, or being told that it was too slow and you come in, fold napkins for an hour and then get sent home. As a 20-year-old, this was a large inconvenience. But today, as a father with a mortgage, this would be crippling. I'm very thankful that I'm no longer in that situation, working for the Working Families Party and being a union member. I'm so concerned about the too many people in my community that I see still being victim to these practices. I mean, just on my block, just the other day, dropping the kids off at school, I was talking to a neighbor and she was, talking about being on call and how she wasn't sure, if she was going to have time to make that trip to the pharmacy or the grocery store, or the uncertainty of, what the next trip to the grocery store looked like, since that paycheck is just inevitably less predictable. And I also wanted to speak, specifically in response to, folks who spoke earlier from the Restaurant Association. Again, I've been there. I've been in those restaurants. I get it. at the end of the day, I know we need to support our small businesses. That this bill, again, only covers businesses with more than 500 employees. So I don't really consider that anything above that a small business myself. But we survived a pandemic, and I know that the vast majority of our businesses are back open, and we're proud to support them. But we survived that. We can survive a snow day. If any business that can't pay the $60 to pay a line cook half of his shift's wages when they can't come in on a snow day, then that's not anything that's going to help any of our communities, especially mine, because at the end of the day, those people with those wages that are being left on the table are going to have less money to spend out in their community, less money to take care of their kids, less a sense of a security of how they're going to schedule their health care. So again, it's personal to me because I've experienced this, but also, as a city councilor in New London, I know firsthand that this will greatly impact so many of the people in my community that, again, work for these large employers, your Best Buys, your Targets, your Walmarts, and things like that. So happy to answer any questions, but I just appreciate you listening to me this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Burke, for your testimony. I see Representative Hughes has her hand up. Representative?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, James, for your testimony, especially a testimony about the anxiety and the day-to-day impact of not knowing what that schedule is going to be, really how that harms the family, how that harms parents' ability to be there for their parents. I think that that's really important to keep in mind, because I think we think of it in terms of transactional dollars and cents and the true costs. You're talking about the true costs for people that have shown up over and over again to their employers, and they need to show up over and over to their families as well. So we need to measure those costs and support people, and raising the true costs of doing business, if that's what it takes to treat people fairly.
Yes, thank you. And, especially because, in the food and retail sector, so many of these low wage jobs that, this bill would cover for the most part are worked by women and largely people of color. And, especially as, a parent of young children, I think about again, not just the impact on the worker, but the impact it has on the whole family. Our children are finally starting to establish some semblance of normalcy again. And the social and emotional giving them this tool to have less trauma around, they feel it when their mother doesn't know how they're gonna get them to the doctor's appointment, or if she's gonna need to call off work, or if she's sitting on call, not knowing if she's gonna go in to make a living at all. It has a trickle down effect on everything to do with, I think, the health of our society, and it will, greatly improve that for so many of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Any other questions for Mr. Burke? All right, seeing none, Mr. Burke, thank you for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of my good friend and colleague, Representative Porter, who will take over a chair at this point. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. Up next, we have Josh Mictum, and I hope I'm saying that correctly. You have the floor, sir.
You got it just right, Representative. Thank you. Good evening to all the members of the committee. I am a councilman in Hartford, or Hartford City Council. My day job, I'm a public defender. It's hard to go right after James Burke because he kind of hit all the points that I wanted to hit. But I just want to underline that notion of the cascading effects of unstable scheduling, because as a councilman, I hear from a lot of constituents are contending with evictions, right? Rents are going up and wages are not. And when your wages aren't even, you don't even know how many hours you're going to get. And sometimes you have to say no to shifts because you have children and you have other obligations. That puts you in a hole, and it's very hard to get out of that hole. And a lot of my constituents are in that position, and they are working the jobs that serve the whole region, serve the wealthier people in all the towns who surround Hartford, right? Who come in, who do their shopping. Maybe they don't even come to Hartford. They do their shopping at the mall. I know a lot of those folks who work at the mall and who work around there at Best Buys. Those are my constituents. And that convenience for those wealthier suburbs comes at the cost of evictions in Hartford. And it comes at the cost of a higher level of stress all around. And in my day job, I work in the juvenile court and I represent families in DCF proceedings. And that is another place where I see that. When families are court involved, whether it's DCF, probation, anything like that, which we know is something that falls much more heavily on people of color in the state, and poor people of color in particular. To not have steady work accelerates all of the other structural problems that bear down on families, right? It makes it harder to get to mandated therapy sessions, harder to get to appointments. Many of our cities, certainly mine, don't have good public transit. And a lot of my constituents don't have cars. So that change shift, that missed shift, and even in addition to the money, that's missed appointments, that's missed school conferences. It just goes on and on and on. And I know some of you know, hopefully all of you have at least read, if you don't know it from personal experience, being poor is stressful and expensive. And there's a lot of things that we need to do to make that less so. But House Bill 5353, the Fair Work Week bill, is a good start. If the costs have to be borne, I think like Representative Hughes said, if it means the cost of business goes up, so be it. If it means the cost of burgers or appliances or whatever else goes up, well, that is the cost of doing business. And if we have to balance human dignity and business convenience, dignity has to win every time. So I know y'all have had a long day. I won't go any farther than that.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for your testimony. And I mean, what a great way to close. I mean, the awful truth about it is prices don't have to go up. These companies have made enough money during this pandemic to absorb that cost and to pass on the profits, the astronomical profits that they're receiving right now to the employers in the way of wages and also research and development. That's something we don't talk about. Really reinvesting in the company instead of reinvesting in stocks and shares and shareholders. So thank you for making that point. I do appreciate that. I definitely appreciate your testimony today. And I'm looking to see if we have any questions, and we have none. Actually, we do. Representative Aurora, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question on the idea of this cost going up because I do feel that some of these products are consumed by us as well, ordinary people as well. It's not the rich capitalist which consumes these goods, so it's a zero-sum game in some sense. And my question to you is something like this: that do you think that there is some degree of goodwill between the employer and the employee, and we should have guardrails? Or do you really think all employers are bad people and they really exploit the small, especially we're talking about small business? I think there's consensus in amongst many of us that the large businesses can't afford these kinds of rules, and we might that's a reasonable thing. It's what we're talking about is small businesses and small franchises. So my question for you is, do you really think that it is these small businesses are just exploiting and they should be paying more, and that's why you believe, or some of the small businesses have come back and said, listen, we provide this flexibility? So your thoughts on that would be very appreciated.
Well, to begin with this, I'm talking about House Bill 5353, which applies to large businesses, not small businesses. So as far as that goes, that's not what I'm pushing for. But it's not that all business owners or small business owners or even large business owners are evil. It's that sorry, my toddler is upset about a video. It's that, to harken back to the communist who testified not long before me, I mean, capitalism is set up this way, right? Big or small, it's set up to extract from the worker and give to the owner. And it's the worst when we're talking about Best Buys or McDonald's, and it's probably the least bad when we're talking about a small business that operates locally and the folks live locally. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. And this bill is about big businesses. And for them, whether they're personally evil or structurally evil, I don't really care, because the result on my constituents is the same. And so I have no particular care for how this affects them.
You're talking about 5353 though, right?
Yes.
Right. No, absolutely. I think, our concern is for small business here. Really, we really are concerned about small business going out of business. Thank you. I think there's a communist viewpoint out there, take no prisoners. We see that, on TV right now, and that's really take no prisoners. It's not about us talking about take no prisoners as a metaphor. It's like take no prisoners, boom. And, we basically, that's one point of view. Our point of view is the American point of view, which is you make sure the businesses, all people, generally speaking, want to do the right thing. The humans, and they are working hard to create good jobs. And at the same time, we want to talk about, my question was really focused on the small business versus large business, because large businesses have the wherewithal to implement something like this. We believe the small businesses will get unduly hurt, whether they be franchises or whether that's really the discussion which we are seeking your advice and input in.
Well, could I respond briefly on that?
Yes, please.
Point.
Yes.
I think at the end of the day, no amount of goodwill on the part of a business owner is a substitute for guide rails that I think this body, the General Assembly, has to put in place. I think if we trust the business owner and we don't make rules, the ones who suffer are the workers every time.
Well, I see your point. I think the consensus is most small businesses do the right thing, and they would go out of business if something like this would be put in place. But I think that's a really discussion which that's the reason we have this public hearing. Thank you, sir. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I don't see any further hands. I will thank you for making the time to testify today. And I bid you a great evening. Next up, we have James Piccioni. I hope I'm saying that right.
Close enough, Piccioni.
Well, you have the floor, sir.
The light in back of me.
Well, I can see you now.
Can you see me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for taking the time, Madam Chair. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Reporter, everybody on the committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen. My name's Jim Piccioni. I'm a residential aide with the Department of Developmental Services. I have 35 years of service. And I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5356. It's been a long road and we went through a lot. Workers across the state, workers like me, provided care for our population under hazardous conditions during the recent pandemic, but we've yet to receive any sort of recognition and any pandemic pay for what we did. It's almost like the state doesn't want to recognize what we're doing was hazardous. Today, I'm asking you, if it was not hazardous pay, why were the employees banned from working at other units besides their own? We could not rely on other units anymore for staff when we needed them. So getting stuck for 16-hour shifts was a daily routine under very hard conditions. If it wasn't hazardous duty, why was the entire DDS administration working remotely from home? If it wasn't hazardous duty, why were all therapists that serve our population banned from our units and group homes? If it were not hazardous duty, why were all the day programs our populations rely on shut down? The unit I worked on during the pandemic had 9 residents. They all contracted the disease. I believe it was all but 2 of our staff contracted the disease as well. And yet people, as soon as they were able, continued to show up. And it cost a big toll on people. We never knew when we were going to be able to go home. You couldn't make any plans. You couldn't keep doctor appointments. It was not a schedule conducive to making any sort of plans or having a family life or anything. And that in itself wore people down and made them more susceptible to the disease. So we're just asking for you to pass, let me dismiss that. I'm sorry. Can you still hear me? Somebody tried to call me. I'm asking that you pass House Bill 5356 and acknowledge that we earned this by risking our lives and continuing to make Connecticut run. We are essential workers, and it's important that our sacrifices are recognized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and I do concur in staunch support of your testimony. I do not see any hands raised. So thank you again and have a great evening. All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We will have Brian Williams.
Hey.
Hi, Mr. Williams. How are you?
Good evening, Representative Potter. I'm well. And
good.
To Senator Kushner and the rest of the committee. I am Brian Williams, and I'm a 10-year employee at Connecticut Valley Hospital. My title is Certified Addictions Counselor. I come before you today in support of HB 5356. Since March 2020, with our detox unit being the first, most of our units have been closed, including my unit that served men who were incarcerated or at risk of becoming so, and had been identified as in need of substance use disorder treatment. Our capacity to provide addictions treatment was reduced so we could be redeployed to provide care for our long-term psychiatric patients who were contracting COVID at an alarming pace. This was a very frightening time, as we had very limited information about the nature of the virus and also had very limited resources with which to protect ourselves. We had to be quickly trained on medical issues, medical equipment, PPE donning and doffing, fitting others with PPE, and how to restrain infected patients. The goal at all times was to give patients the best care and make sure they were comfortable and establish rapport with them. We did our best to create an environment that felt safe for our patients while also preoccupied with our own safety. My work before the pandemic entailed providing individual, group, and family counseling, and had to quickly adapt to more hands-on care with feedings, monitoring vitals, and changing patients. I have to tell you that in ordinary times, while work may be stressful, home is usually the place of respite for me. These were not ordinary times, and going home was extremely stressful. I was fearful of what I was bringing home. And often I had to call ahead to remind my teenage son, who was still interested in coming outside to greet me when I came home. I had to call and tell him not to come outside and do so because I was fearful of what I may be bringing home unintentionally. This meant undressing in the garage. It meant extreme steps of showering before any engagement and being always conscious of the space between myself and the rest of my family. It meant being hypervigilant and not sleeping in my bedroom if I had the sniffles, because I was worried that I may be wittingly or unwittingly contaminating my loved ones. I said to you earlier that home was usually a respite, but at the time that I needed it most, it couldn't even be that, because the concern, was so severe. We're asking that the state recognize the incredible work that we have done over the past 2 years under very challenging conditions. Please do so by supporting HB 5356. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Awesome testimony. I don't see any hands raised, so I will thank you again and have a great evening.
Thank you, Representative Potter.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Zachary Shelley. You have the floor.
Thank you, Representative, and good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a student in the Oncology Medical Legal Partnership at Yale Law School. In the Medical Legal Partnership, my supervisors and I provide representation to low-income cancer patients at the Smilow Cancer Hospital. I am testifying on behalf of the Oncology Medical Legal Partnership in support of House Bill 5356, and hope to provide some perspective on what our clients, these cancer patients, have gone through during the pandemic. During the pandemic, many of our clients continued to work even though they were undergoing cancer treatment. And that includes a lot of people that were frontline essential workers. For instance, we have one client who was employed as a middle school science and health teacher. And even though she was immunosuppressed, she continued her teaching duties anytime that she was not actively in treatment. Like so many other essential workers, she was putting her life on the line to continue doing her job during this unprecedented pandemic. She stepped up and continued to provide education to children who desperately needed it, even when that meant taking on risks to her own health and well-being. For many of the cancer patients we work with, there wasn't really any choice about whether to continue working. If they took time off, they would not be able to afford life-saving treatments or would be unable to continue paying the bills and supporting their families. They didn't ask for all of this extra risk. And at a time when the state is facing a large budget surplus, I hope that you all will allocate some funding to compensate the essential workers who sacrificed so much and took on all of this risk to keep the world running. They deserve to be recognized and compensated for their vital role. And so I ask the committee to pass HB 5356. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for making the time to testify. I do see we have Representative Hughes. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Taylor, Zachary, did you say you worked at Smilo?
I'm a law student. We work with in tandem with doctors at Smilo to help provide care to patients that they direct towards us.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your testimony, for your service. I just wanted to give you a shout out because my father passed away at Smilo Cancer in the first, I think, a month that it was open, and those workers were so dedicated. And it just brought up to mind how people during the pandemic would have relied, just like my dad did, on those that highly skilled workforce that did an amazing job. And I'm so grateful that the Smilo Cancer Unit opened up when it did so that he could spend his last days being cared for by that expertise. So thank you.
I'm sorry for your loss. And yes, the people at Smilo are absolute angels.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you, Rep. Hughes. All right, that seems to be it for you, Mr. Shelley. So thank you again for your testimony and have a great evening. Up next, you're welcome. Up next, we have Brenda Sedone Pitt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, and thank you to the chair and to the committee. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak briefly regarding our experiences in the past 2 years. I currently work on the mobile crisis team at Western Connecticut Mental Health Network in Torrington, Connecticut, providing immediate crisis response, intervention, and support in the northwest corner of Connecticut. Mobile Crisis is responsible for providing emergency response to 19 towns within our catchment area. We have a team of 10 essential workers, which are level 1 workers, and our team consists of licensed social workers, nurses, community clinicians, and mental health workers. When accepting a position as an essential employee, we were all well aware of the expectations of being a mobile crisis clinician, such as possible mandates to maintain safe staffing and the necessity to work weekends, holidays, and travel in inclement weather. In March of 2020, that original agreement of what essential means changed drastically, and we were given a new definition of title of essential or level 1. In a matter of days, the world stopped and our DEMAS offices became a veritable ghost town because others were mandated to stay home for the safety of themselves and their families. We were facing the unknown as little was known about COVID-19 at this point, and many of us were filled with fear and trepidation. What were we facing and how would this impact our health, our families, and our clients? DEMAS had quickly created a way in which staff could work from home, but due to logistics and the real-time needs of the clients, our duties and expectations as a mobile crisis team were quickly impacted. Community emergency services, DEMAS management, and our DEMAS coworkers and non-DEMAS outpatient clinics were in need of in-person assistance based largely on the logistics of working remotely. Our duties increased rapidly to include case management, medication management, administrative duties, increased wellness checks for clients utilizing telehealth, medical records filing, and even doing some maintenance work. As the pandemic continued, everyone who entered the building required extensive COVID screening. That job was often given to mobile crisis too. A staggering number of clients struggled daily, not only with the abrupt loss of socialization, but also with the transition to telehealth, and many clients lacked the technology to participate fully. We found the abrupt change required more outreaches, evaluations, and wellness checks. Our contract providers in the community began to rely heavily on mobile crisis as they pulled back their services due to COVID precautions. Examples included mobile crisis being asked to transport clients for various reasons, checking in on clients through storms, and meeting their basic needs, including going grocery shopping for them. As a whole, mobile crisis team felt that they were frequently managing the anxiety of not only clients, but staff who were working from home. For example, if a therapist or case manager could not reach their clients, mobile crisis was frequently asked to do wellness checks. Mobile crisis was on the front line in providing education related to COVID, including distributing masks and hand sanitizers to our clients. Meanwhile, due to the pandemic, multiple staff chose to retire early, leaving our team with a staffing shortage, requiring a day shift staff to often work overtime, often being mandated to a 16-hour workday. Despite fear, anxiety, and frequently being exposed to the risk of COVID in the hospitals, homeless shelters, and supervised living apartments, our team continued to focus on providing the best quality care possible for our clients in the community. Many mobile crisis team staff dealt with ongoing fear, anxiety, frustration, and depression during this pandemic, as much of the state was continuously encouraged to remain home for personal safety. One of the largest concerns was around the amount of time mobile crisis team workers were required to utilize due to potential exposures which were exponentially growing. State staff was given an allotment of 10 days at the beginning of the pandemic to assist in the staff not using their own time. We do not think anyone could have predicted the length and the toll this pandemic would have had on level 1 workers and their accrued time. Most of the mobile crisis staff had utilized all of this allotted time within the first 2 to 3 months. Our team has been forced to utilize countless hours of our own time when mandated to quarantine. In Torrington, we have one staff member who has had to use 5 weeks, which equates to 195 hours of her own time based on going out due to exposures from clients.
Brenda,
Yep.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. The chairs have just asked me to remind folks of their 3-minute time allotment. We have gone over. So if you could just take a moment to summarize.
I just want to thank you for hearing us out. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sedone? I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony and thank you for making the time to be here this evening.
Thank you for listening.
You're welcome. Up next, we have Francesco Diaz. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, Senator Cabrera, and the rest of the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. On behalf of the Center for Popular Democracy, I speak in support of HB 5353, an act concerning a fair work week schedule to protect hourly workers in Connecticut's service sector. We provide technical assistance to policymakers and enforcement staff on the development and enforcement of fair work week policy, including laws in Seattle, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, and the state of Oregon. We have deep expertise in the industries where unstable hours are most prevalent, including the business models that have generated these practices and the impact on workers and their families. Just-in-time scheduling is the practice of publishing work schedules just days in advance and tweaking those schedules until the last minute in an attempt to precisely calibrate staffing to match expected demand. For over 325,000 Connecticut residents who work in the retail, food, service, hospitality, and nursing care where just-in-time scheduling is pervasive, this practice means unstable hours that make it impossible for workers to plan their lives and adequately take care of their children and families, leading to unnecessary suffering and harm for children. Moreover, these burdens do not fall equally on all workers. Due to discrimination by managers, people of color, especially women of color, bear the brunt of schedule instability. Fair workweek legislation is a common sense solution that preserves employers' flexibility and management discretion while establishing basic standards that allow working families to thrive. When working people have schedules they can plan around, enough hours and income to pay their bills, a voice in when they'll work, and healthy hours with time to rest, their families and communities, as well as the state's economy, benefit. The companies that would be covered by this bill are already complying with similar laws elsewhere. Workforce Management Company Deputy, for example, which provides technology that supports compliance with these laws, reports positive impacts of Fair Workweek compliance for their clients. Fair Workweek laws generally result in a 14% increase in hours for workers. Absences and tardiness have gone down by over 30%, and covered employers in Fair Workweek jurisdictions have seen a 3% decrease in labor costs. Despite rapid and unprecedented changes in unemployment rates and employment levels over the course of the pandemic, academic evidence shows that scheduling changes did not change significantly. Those trends, however, have a few exceptions. Evidence from 2 years of study of Seattle's secure scheduling ordinance showed significant changes in the lives of covered workers. It increased the share of workers knowing their schedules 2 weeks in advance, decreased the share reporting last-minute shift changes without pay, increased worker satisfaction with their job, increased workers' overall happiness and sleep quality, and reduced material hardship. Connecticut's leadership on the minimum wage, earned sick leave, and paid family leave shows a commitment to building an economy where working families can thrive. For hourly workers with unstable schedules, that vision will only be realized when this legislature enacts a fair work week. Thank you.
Thank you. I really do appreciate all of your testimony. And I do see that we have a couple of hands up. So I will start with Representative Hughes. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, Madam Chair, for especially some of those statistics in the research. I think that's critically important as we review the data, right? That the ecosystem is really tied in with the way that the workers are treated and the economy thrives in that ecosystem where there is, appropriate rest and not mandatory overtime and a fair work week. Can you, have you submitted the data and the research in your testimony? I just wanted to make sure we had that.
Yes, absolutely. I should say what I just went through was a summary of the written testimony, which includes even further data and more citations that I hope can be helpful for the committee.
Great. And if you had to highlight one of the research pieces that was the most surprising for you, which one would that be?
I guess perhaps what might be most surprising for some of the for perhaps the conversation around this, which has often been seen perhaps on different sides as a zero-sum game. I think it's very important to be very clear that this is a positive-sum game where we see long-term decrease in labor costs, which is one of the key ways in which businesses make a profit economically and are able to do so by investing in their workers. And we hope to see that. We believe strongly at CPD that Fair Workweek legislation represents a way to invest in the workforce that ultimately leads to gains for all parties involved.
And when you say decrease in the labor costs, are you talking about turnover, training, absenteeism,
yes.
Filling in? What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So we are seeing increased morale, increased satisfaction, increased life quality, which leads to higher productivity, but also critically decreased turnover and decreased absenteeism and tardiness, which obviously bears its significant costs for business owners as well. And so when all of these things come combined, we really see a big difference in the businesses that have been studied with these types of policies implemented, both voluntarily in kind of private interventions, as well as in the locations where these laws have been implemented.
And just finally, Madam Chair, in terms of where these laws have been implemented, how does this stack up with global workforce destinations? Are these types of practices already is there leadership in these types of practices in other areas, maybe not in America, or even in other states? But I know we've heard about Seattle and some other areas, but I'm talking about Europe and other places.
Oh, that's a good question. It really depends because, for example, a lot of European countries use sectoral bargaining, where these types of issues are bargained on the sectoral level across the economy. Where you also see, very strong laws, though, about the length of work hours that are even shorter on average than American ones, where workers are still adequately compensated. And those sectoral bargaining models lead to massive efficiency gains on the economy as a whole. But I think I digress from my from the relevance to the when it comes directly to HB 5353. But I think it's a step forward to having a high road economy critically. in that type of direction that works for all parties involved.
Thank you. The high road economy was what I was getting at. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Up next, we have Representative Aurora. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Diaz. I really appreciate your testimony because it brings a lot of numbers and database, and I really appreciate that. Now, my question for you is one of your comment on or your input on one idea which has been suggested, which is that we should make an exemption for businesses which do the large businesses. We are saying an exemption for small businesses for under this law applies to everybody over 500 employees. What the suggestion is that for those who have a 40-hour contract, a fixed hour contract, we should allow the employee to negotiate amongst themselves or figure out amongst themselves. Because one of the things which really has been painful or difficult for many workers is that the employer does not give them enough hours, and as a result, they keep them holding. And and one of my colleagues suggested that they may be doing 2 jobs, and that really throws the whole thing, makes it very difficult for them. But let's assume for a moment that an employer, a large employer, hires someone for 40 hours and say, we will, it is a 40-hour a week or on an average, let's say, or certain number of hours a month relationship. And in that case, I would like to have the flexibility that, because my demand is not known, and not because I'm a bad guy and I want to punish you, or because my demand is not known. And there are workers who are like, you know what, I'm fine because, it works for me. Maybe I need to be paid a little more than what you're paying the person who does not provide the flexibility. And that's where the bargain gets cut, or that's where the salary gets made. So the question is, would you be okay, or do you think it's a reasonable idea what some are suggesting? Therefore, if the hours are fixed, then we should let the employee and the employer negotiate or figure it out amongst themselves, because we need to give some employers the flexibility to take the flexibility which the employees may normally have because of their situation in life and figure it out amongst themselves. Do you think that's a reasonable idea, or do you still see a lot of problem with that idea?
I guess I don't see how that situation necessarily contradicts the content of the bill. This applies to everyone. This applies even if you're going to hire somebody for 40 hours. If you basically change their hours, there was somebody who said, well, it's actually going to snow tomorrow. We really don't need anyone tomorrow. But day after is going to be a really good day, because after the snow, everybody's going to want to come and eat, right? So we'll have more demand, 3 days from now and not. So now the business gets really the business owner is running around frazzled to make sure that the meat doesn't get, spoiled and this doesn't happen. And they would like to call the employee and say, well, listen, the extra hours you were going to do tomorrow, please do day after. And this current law, that doesn't work, because you change the schedule, everything changes. You got to pay them half more for tomorrow, 1 hour more for day after. So there's a lot of issues here. Now, to the extent, go ahead, sorry.
I'm just going to interject for one moment, because this has happened more than once now. I'm going to ask both of you to please be mindful when the other is speaking, and allow the person that is speaking to finish their sentence and their thought and be recognized by the chair. So I'm not sure if Representative Aurora was through, so you still have the floor, Representative.
A lively conversation, please go ahead. I'm done.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Sorry about that. And sorry, Co-Chair Porter.
No problem.
I just wanted to, I think it's still really critical to still have that type of, to still have predictable schedules. Now, whether or not we want to actually be encouraging the offsetting of risk onto workers as opposed to having stable hours, I think is another question. But I think this still allows some level of flexibility, and And I believe it addresses, and I still believe that the bill as it exists is still the correct path forward, because it enables that stability, and it ensures that there are strong incentives in play when conditions suddenly change and and don't encourage the offsetting of risk onto employees, but shares that risk across both parties.
Well, thank you very much. I think the value, and the reason I was asking you that question is because the value to some in our workforce for a predictable hours is much higher, and the value to some of our employers of the flexibility is much higher. So the reason somebody proposed this idea to me, and I really kind of thought that I would explore this, is because we are now incentivizing businesses that, listen, if you go and give a stability of hours overall over a week or a month, then you basically get the flexibility, and it might be a good for both ways. And the flexibility is not carte blanche. You still have to work with your, or you will not have them, which is a really which always exists in a competitive market. So I'm going to leave it there. I don't want to take any more of your time. I just you came with numbers, so I thought that you would be the right person for that question. I appreciate the data-driven kind of approach you have. And I think that may be a very good incentive. I like that incentive bargain, so as to say, stable hours for flexibility. But nevertheless, we'll see if there is more someone else who may have more insights into that. Thank you for your time, for your testimony, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other hands, so I will take the liberty of asking a couple of questions at this point in time. And the first question I wanted to ask you, Francisco, is why should we include franchises? This has been a big part of the conversation. And with your deep expertise, I would love for you to speak to that.
Thank you for that question. I think it's a really important topic, but there are several reasons why CPD believes it's critical to cover franchises. First, fast food franchises are widely prevalent and extremely profitable. Fast food franchises are the most common type of franchise, representing a quarter of all US franchises. McDonald's, for example, is the largest fast food chain, operates more than 90% of its 36,000 restaurants as franchises. And in 2021, just as an example, in the middle of the pandemic, profits totaled $7.5 billion, which is higher than even pre-pandemic levels that were at about, I think, $5.2 billion a year. Franchises operate like highly standardized chains. In exchange for access to a franchisor's brand, operational and technological systems, real estate, employee and manager training programs, and other core business tools, franchisees make payments to franchisors in the form of royalties, fees, and rental payments. We've heard that already tonight and earlier today. Corporate franchisors impose standardized policies that control many major aspects of franchisees' daily operations. McDonald's Corporation, for example, has requirements that dictate franchisees' personnel, policies, and practices, working conditions, labor budgets, and scheduling. And fast food franchises have access to franchisors' proprietary workforce management technology to manage point-of-sale systems, payroll, labor utilization rates, and are often required or pressured to use these technologies. McDonald's strongly incentivizes franchisees to use all the features of its workforce management technology, including the system for scheduling staff, timekeeping, tracking meals and break times, and rates of pay. These systems generate just-in-time work schedules that negatively impact employees' lives, but can also be programmed to ensure compliance with fair workweek laws. Access to these technologies make compliance far more viable for franchisees than for small businesses that lack the similar tools. And kind of the couple last big major points that I want to highlight is that franchisors are being held legally responsible for franchisees' employment practices. Evidence of the integrated relationship between franchisees and corporate franchisors is leading courts and enforcement agencies to recognize franchisors as joint employers. And in ongoing enforcement action against McDonald's, for example, for violating workers' organizing rights, the general counsel of the NLRB determined that McDonald's could be named a joint employer. And franchise-operated businesses are generally required to use so just to summarize just this point, or another point that I want to be sure to highlight is the franchise operated businesses are generally required to use the corporate chain staffing ratios. So a huge, and finally, like the last major point I want to make is that a large majority of fast food workers who disproportionately face shift changes work at franchised locations. Any proposal to treat franchises specifically and separately from what's covered in the bill would leave a huge group of low-wage service workers with no protection from unstable schedules. So to summarize, because franchises have access to and are often required to use the chain's workforce management technology, compliance is no more difficult for a franchise-operated business than for any other chain. And for that reason, I think Fair Workweek laws aggregate franchises. For that reason, Fair Workweek laws aggregate franchises in the same way as they do with large chains.
Thank you for that response. You said it a lot better than I could have, or I tried to earlier, but that was exactly the points that I was trying to make with the difference between the franchisees and small mom and pop businesses. Another question for you, Francisco. Could you tell me, how does this affect CPD members?
So CPD is a national network of community-based organizations. We work very closely with workers who are members of our affiliates like Make the Road Connecticut in Connecticut and throughout the country. I just want to kind of relate various anecdotes that I have heard in the aftermath of various bills that have passed across the country. I live in Philadelphia. I have heard from 1PA members as a 1PA member about the impact that it has led to improvements in their lives, the ability to study regularly, the ability to plan their lives around taking care of their children, and the ability to have a second job and be able to advance themselves more effectively in their economy and search for greater opportunity has been a huge impact on our members. And it's also had an impact on workers who have been trying to exercise their federal right to unionize, which sometimes overlaps with our membership. For instance, we've heard in recent weeks, and especially in the last couple of days, that Starbucks workers have faced increasingly unexpected changes in their schedules in recent weeks. A law like HB 5353 would go a long way to protect such workers. And there are protections in place in Seattle and Philadelphia and other cities that will be able to protect those workers in the weeks to come as workers face this challenge and try to fundamentally exercise their federal right to unionize. So just want to highlight, because of these laws, it's illegal for Starbucks, for example, or any other business to hire new staff unless you and your coworkers already have enough hours. So, and this could represent a key way in which to protect workers and avoid kind of an entire policy that has nothing to do with unionization and ensure that that type of interference does not exist.
Thank you for that. And it would also go a long way in actually helping to level the playing field and diminish the structural and systematic racism that goes on, being that these workers, majority are Black and brown and female. So thank you for making that poignant point. And I will recognize Senator Kushner, who I see has her hand up. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much, Representative Porter. And I too am very pleased that you've addressed the franchise issue. But I'm going to ask you to maybe put it in a little plainer language for me. And I know some of my colleagues, because they keep coming up with this concern about the franchise. And I think what happens is in our minds, which, is appropriate, we're thinking of that Dunkin' Donuts that's on the, there's many of them, but we have one in particular in mind, or a Subway where there's like 2 workers that we see regularly, or 3 workers. And I think it's very hard. People still have the tendency to think of that, aside from all of the technologies that you mentioned and the advantages you mentioned, they look at that situation and they don't see exactly how it fits into the equation of a big business. And so, like, if you were talking to somebody, just an everyday person about franchise employers, I want to think less about the advantages and more about how they could potentially operate under this bill, because I think that's what's key. We know that we want to make sure that these businesses can operate. So if you could address, what would it look like? How would it be treated if somebody needed to change their schedule at the last minute for their workforce because of some change in the business volume. How would Dunkin' Donuts address that under this bill?
That's a great question. So, for example, Dunkin' Donuts, I just want to highlight, has mandated software or required software that they require all franchisees to use. You can find that in their sample franchisee agreements. That's publicly available information at various state databases. And the thing that I would highlight is that, you know, there's a lot of good research about this, but critically, actually, there's a core stability that's very predictable year to year about how the expected demand shifts. And instead of trying to wait for kind of the last minute potential changes based on the most recent information, there's a core stability that they know about the number of work hours necessary to fulfill unstable schedules. And it makes sure that they actually that businesses stick to that core stability of kind of business practices and be able to plan out their business, who's going to be staffing the franchisee and help deliver the services that they are in business to support. I think it's when, you know, if there is a sudden change, it says that, you know, that workers, if they have to, you know, workers are required to get advance notice of what their schedules are going to look like 2 weeks in advance, but there isn't kind of the predictability pay, which is time and a half, or it is just half time, not time and a half, excuse me, that until it's within the 7-day window. So if that, for whatever reason, does come up, you know, there is the ability to actually communicate that in that extra 7 days before the final 7 days. But in the final 7 days, you do want to see the costs of the lack of scheduling actually are shared equally between the two partners, and that's what this bill lets it do. And one thing I really want to highlight critically, just as someone who was first trained as an organizer and explain for everyone, is that when you're a franchisee, because you have this common software, it's really easy to actually implement that core stability and implement stable schedules. Whereas with a mom and pop shop, you don't have access to that same type of technology, resources, brand, because with the brand and with those resources comes a very steady stream of income, at least relative to the relative risks and potential gains. You know, great risk comes with great reward. That's, you know, potentially that's an economics 101 concept, but the fact is that if you're, you know, and you're in a franchisee, you're really benefiting from core stability, a brand that folks know, a service people know, and a lot of resources that a national corporation is able to provide you and ensure that this is actually very easy to comply with. And leaving franchisees actually out might make it even more difficult to implement this law should it be passed.
That was very helpful. I do want to say that, you know, I think about this because I love to go to the Subway shop in my neighborhood when it's late and I need to get a sandwich for dinner because I didn't have time, or my husband, to be honest, my husband does the cooking if he didn't feel like cooking that night. I do think about the guy who I've gotten to know over the years that owns that Subway franchise, a great guy who I like very much. And, you know, I know he works a lot of hours, but sometimes he has a worker in there helping him out, or I've seen a couple of different people. And I guess what you're saying to me is that if there is a change in the schedule, he still has the opportunity to bring in someone else, to bring in one of these workers, but he might have to pay an additional hour, for instance, under some of the circumstances in the bill, or in other cases, if he doesn't need someone because all of a sudden his schedule changed and he wants to work those 8 hours, he might have to pay that scheduled worker half of that shift. And so I think that that makes it a little clearer that we're not talking about an impossible situation where the guy's going to go under. We're talking about, we talked about it earlier, as sort of a shared risk or a shared benefit that you're incentivizing it for that worker you're asking to come in with that very short notice. I think that really helps us to understand this isn't going to put these franchise businesses out of business and won't have the administrative difficulties that we would see with the neighborhood deli or, you know, bodega. So I think that's helpful. And we need to be able to explain this to people, because I think none of us wants to be in a position where were impacting a business like my friends at the subway negatively to that extent that they might not be able to survive.
Absolutely. And if I can just quickly add in one thing, I think there's also, it's worth highlighting also the long-term benefits of this type of this policy on even the local franchisees that we know and love. You know, I frequent the Dunkin' Donuts a couple blocks from my apartment, and you know, in Philadelphia, I know that they're covered by a Fair Workweek law, and they are still thriving. And that is partially probably because they have seen reduced costs in absenteeism, tardiness, and real increase in motivation and increased feelings of respect, and actually feeling like they're more of a partner than they would be otherwise without this type of intervention. And I think that's one thing that we can definitely be sure to communicate to those franchisees who might have reasons to be concerned, but we want to be clear that this is a win-win for all parties involved, I think. And that's, you know, and it's easy to comply with because they have the resources already available to them.
Okay, I'm just going to say that last little bit was the most reassuring testimony I've had all day. I really thank you for talking about the Dunkin' Donuts in your neighborhood and the fact that you have Fair Work Week scheduling in Pennsylvania, and that Dunkin' Donuts is doing just fine. And I'm sure that those workers really appreciate the efforts that have helped them to get by in these kinds of jobs. I know Representative Porter and I'm sure you had this experience too, but every time I went into a Dunkin' Donuts after we raised the minimum wage, the workers were so ecstatic. And so I think these legislations that we consider and we pass, you know, have a huge impact on these low wage workers. And you really helped clarify that tonight. And so thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity to clear some of that up in plain language for me.
Thank you. I think it was plain language for us all. So I think many of us are thanking you for that, Senator Kushner. And, you know, it's not like this hasn't been proven. You know, we have the gap study. Excuse me. We see what Walmart is doing with their new scheduling system. And the fact that, you know, it's already showing there's increase in retention, you know, productivity gains, increase in sales, you know, and even seeing lower labor costs as workers were on time, less stressed, right? Not feeling humiliated or stressed. So I think that goes a long way in what we do and making sure that we're making our workers whole. So thank you again, Francisco, for a great testimony and testament to what it is we are actually doing with this piece of legislation and how it will help in ways that we can't even understand the workers that are that would benefit from this. So thank you again. And I don't see any further hands. So I'm going to let you go and bid you a great evening. Thank you so much. All right, up next we have, oh, he moved, there he is. Mike Whelan, you have the floor, sir. Mr. Whelan, are you there? Okay, he may have stepped away for a moment, so we'll move on to Patrice Thomas. Ms. Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kushner and Representative Porter and members of the Labor Committee.
You're welcome. Can I just ask you, did I have the right name for you?
My name is Patrice Thomas.
Patrice Thomas. Okay, continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And I want to thank you for your leadership and for conducting a public hearing on this bill. My name is Patrice Thomas. I live at 130 Boston Post Road in East Lyme. And I have been an employee of Stop and Shop Supermarket since 2012. I'm here to speak in favor of Raised Bill 317, an act concerning unemployment for striking employees. I have worked for Stop and Shop for a decade. I was on the picket line 3 years ago. My union hadn't had a strike since 1988. And I was initially confident our bargaining committee would be successful in securing us a contract we would accept without a job action. However, as bargaining dragged on, it became apparent our only option was to strike. I watched in amazement as my union brothers and sisters stuck together on the line on sunny days and cold moonlit nights. And when the breezy afternoons gave way to a very windy, rainy evening, not knowing when their fight would end. They were humbled and sustained by not only countless donations of food, drinks, and coffee, but also straight up cash and a GoFundMe account. Those donations combined with $200 a week and strike benefits were all we had to pay our bills. We all stuck together despite the uncertainty, but our leaders in our union, excuse me, knew that there was only so long our members could hold out. Because most retail workers don't make enough to build up substantial enough savings to miss 2 weeks of work. I know that our union ended up with a good agreement, but if our employer knew we could afford to stay out longer after, perhaps we would have ended up with even better wages than we did. Last weekend, 3 years after our strike, we voted to accept a great 4-year contract with wages and benefits that we are all proud of. I know that part of the reason we were able to get such a great contract was because the company remembered the power in our voices and our actions from 3 years ago. In the shadow of COVID, we are seeing a resurgence in workers seeking union representation. If we were able to collect unemployment in the unfortunate rare circumstance of a strike, that would give the working people of Connecticut the leverage they need to achieve strong contracts. Thank you for your time, and I encourage you to support Bill 317.
Thank you for your testimony. I do see Senator Cabrera has his hand up. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Patrice, thank you so much for sharing your story and your testimony this evening. My hats go off to you and all the other workers who took that incredible, courageous step to go on strike in 2019. I know it wasn't easy. I was out there with you all on a regular basis, and I know it was a struggle. And I really hope that this is a piece of legislation that we vote out of this committee. At a time, and we're dealing with lots of bills that impact frontline workers, essential workers, as we call them, heroes. And I think this particular bill is a part of what the message we're trying to send, that is that we need to provide more protections for workers to make sure that they have what the support they need to feed their families the way you had to feed your family. So I just want to thank you for having the courage today to stick in there this late hour of the night, to hang in there and share your story, because it matters. What you went through, what you were able to achieve on that picket line for your brothers and sisters matters, and it had a huge impact on all those workers up and down New England. So thank you for taking the time to testify today.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. I really appreciate you guys for taking the time out to listen. And I agree. It's a very important bill, and it definitely matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrice, for your testimony. There was we were out there, and we know what you all went through, and we do thank you for doing what you did. Extreme times calls for extreme measures, and they did pay off. And hopefully, as Senator Cabrera stated, we will move this out of committee and onto the Senate and House floor.
Thank you, and good luck, guys.
You're welcome. I see no further hands, so have a great evening.
I appreciate it. You as well.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Mr. Jody Barr. You have the floor, sir. How are you?
Nice to see you. Good evening,
you as well.
Chairwoman Porter, Chairman Cabrera, and ranking members of the Labor Public Employees Committee. My name is Jody Barr, and I serve as the Executive Director of AFSCME Council 4, which represents about 30,000 public and private sector employees throughout Connecticut. I'm here to testify in favor of several bills for the working families. On behalf of AFSCME's Council 4 members, I am in strong support of HB 5356, which would provide pandemic pay of $2,000 for full-time workers and $1,000 for part-time workers who are deemed essential during COVID-19. When the pandemic began, it was all hands on deck, and workers were suddenly deemed essential and thrown into a chaotic situation, and now are adjusting to a new normal. As workers were adjusting to working during the pandemic, they often had to do so without adequate PPE in the beginning. Even when the state procured enough safety supplies, workers had to provide services at great risk to themselves and to their families. We saw many Council 4 members, especially correction officers and administrative staff, in congregate settings, as well as paraprofessionals, police officers, DPW workers, state DMV workers, and many others get COVID because they had no choice but to continue working. Now is the time to provide compensation for these heroes for the work they did when others were fortunate enough to work from home. The state has a record rainy day fund with a surplus and should spend that money investing in the workers who showed up and who did the essential work of our state to keep it functioning during our challenging times. I'm also in support of SB 321, which would expand workers' compensation coverage for post-traumatic stress injuries for all employees. I want to thank the Labor Committee for being a leader in supporting workers with PTSI. Over the last 2 sessions, we've expanded PTSI coverage to include police officers, correction officers, dispatchers, and other public safety workers. This protection is long overdue and will help support all workers when they suffer from PTSI. AFSCME Council 4 strongly supports expanding workers' compensation to include PTSI for all workers. Council 4 supports SB 318, which would protect workers from captive audience meetings. Recent polls have shown that support for labor unions is at an all-time high, yet membership remains low, which shows that how the laws are geared against workers. The decision to join a union should be free of intimidation or coercion and should be based on a basic right afforded to all workers. However, when workers are subjected to mandatory meetings that misrepresent unions, they are often left to stand up for themselves without the fear of reprisal. Passing SB 318 would help workers even when the playing field for organizing and determining if they would like to join a union is not. I urge the committee to pass SB 318. AFSCME Council 4 also supports HB 5353, which would bring stable and predictability to worker schedules. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Mr. Barr. Thank you. And I don't see any hands raised, so thank you for your testimony on all those bills. And if there's anything that you wanted to add, I'll give you a minute because you actually listed a few bills.
No, short and sweet. I've been on most of the day listening to testimony. You hear where people are going, so I appreciate you.
Thank you. We appreciate you as well. Have a great evening. All right, up next, it's jumping around here. Where did they go? Hold on, I gotta find my person. Nick. Oh, wow, I don't want to mess that up. Middletown Council 4, Police Sergeant Nick, are you in the room?
I am.
All right, you have the floor, sir.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Nick Bureau. I'm the president of Middletown Police Union, Local 1361 of AFSCME Council 4. And tonight I have the honor and the privilege of representing our 114 members and their families and speaking on behalf of and in favor of HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. In its simplest form, the majority of us became police officers to catch bad guys, to help people that couldn't help themselves, and to give back to our communities. We understood the risks and the sacrifices that needed to be made in order to take this job. What we didn't understand or anticipate at the time was having to work through a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's already cost over 957,000 Americans their lives. But despite that all, here we are, still holding the line and standing strong. From the first day of the pandemic, police officers and essential workers have answered the calls for service. During the very early days, we worked with no knowledge of what this virus was or what could do to us and our families. We had very limited PPE. We had no access to testing, no access to vaccines. We had a healthy fear of what could happen to us, but yet 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we were out on the streets, putting our lives in danger, risking exposure to do the job and to give back to our communities. Because of our job, officers suffered exposures, and in turn, our family and friends suffered exposures. Many of us lost family members, friends, even co-workers, but that didn't deter us. Not a day went by that first responders and essential workers were not out on the streets answering those calls for service. At one point during the pandemic, it seemed the whole world shut down. People worked from home or they worked virtual. From personal experience, the city of Middletown closed for several months and employees didn't have to report to work. That is except for the essential workers. We came in and day out and didn't miss a beat. Over half the Middletown Police Department contracted COVID, resulted in hundreds of shifts being filled by officers that initially hadn't intended on filling those shifts, but they did what they had to do. They stepped up, they sacrificed themselves, they risked exposure to them and their families, and they maintained a seamless service to the community. For that, we're very proud. This bill is a chance for that same community to give back to the essential workers that gave so much to them throughout the course of this pandemic these last 2 years. It's a chance for our representatives, our elected officials, and legislators to say thank you. Approval of this bill will go so very far, showing appreciation to those essential workers and their families for their selfless sacrifices that they made. And I encourage everyone to vote in support of HB 5356. I'd like to thank you all for your work on it.
Thank you, Sergeant Nick, for your testimony. I don't see any hands raised, so I'll bid you a great evening tonight.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Up next, we have Stephanie McGuire. Ms. McGuire, you have the floor.
Good evening, co-chairs, Senator Kushner and Representative Porter, and all the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for allowing me to come tonight in support of House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. My name is Stephanie McGuire. I'm the interim chair of the Connecticut Nurses Association Government Relations Committee. As a part of a profession that's 88% female, I thank you for acknowledging International Women's Day today to all of you. In fact, though, both my husband and I are nurses working in the hospital setting, and I feel very qualified to speak to this issue tonight. You've seen and heard many stories all day long, as a matter of fact, of how the COVID battle has occurred, but how for many it's been a 24/7 struggle now for 2 years. For my husband and me, lingering in our minds is a collective statement: if we get sick, who takes care of our patients? And indeed, that has reflected in our activities or lack of activity. In 2022, that question is amplified by the fact that the healthcare workforce is indeed facing nursing and staff shortages, and unfortunately, increases in workplace violence. A recent follow-up survey of nearly 12,000 nurses by the American Nurses Foundation was published in December of 2021, and they found that 71% of the nursing workforce is stressed, 69% reported frustration, and 65% are simply exhausted. Today, we are encouraging you to address the feelings that the majority of these nurses expressed. We are indeed feeling undervalued, overwhelmed, and unsupported at times. The pandemic response required nurses to push fears and worries aside, apply their knowledge and trust in their healthcare colleagues in the face of dramatic policy and practice shifts in the way care was provided. This created moral distress, a term that many, quite frankly, are not even aware of. One definition is that it occurs when constraints prevent healthcare providers from acting in accordance with their core moral values to provide good patient care. And that can be a daunting reality. This bill acknowledges nurses, actually our hard work, courage, and contributions during the pandemic. On behalf of nurses, we request that the process created by the state is simple and that a high degree of respect is provided and support is given to applicants as their applications are reviewed and fulfilled. It's not likely that I shared anything with you that's new tonight, but I appreciate bringing you this message from nurses, the largest and most trusted force among healthcare professionals. Thank you for support of this bill.
Thank you, and thank you for that great testimony. I do see Representative Hughes' hand up, so you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Stephanie, on behalf of the wider workforce that you are witnessing to. And I'm so glad that you brought up the increase of violence in the workplace, the increase of dangerous behavior. This shouldn't be a surprise that we know that severe stress results in behavioral stress, and where we're seeing that is in these care settings. And it literally is creating, you know, an even more stark case for pandemic pay, because people aren't, you know, they didn't necessarily sign up for that. You're part of the care, you know, the care community. And I really want to acknowledge that there's been an increase in the risk and hazard and threats that you're facing. And I don't know that that's going to go away anytime soon. And so that's another reason why we really need to make this happen and make it simple, like you said, in terms of applying. Thank you.
I strongly encourage that simplicity. I think we all are very familiar, and actually we appreciate the fact that it's not subject to the taxes of the state as well. That was kind of a PS. Thank you very much.
Right. I don't see any further questions for you, Mrs. McGuire. So we will thank you for your testimony tonight, and have a great evening.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Up next, we have Sarah Ganong. Sarah, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for your time in this long hearing today, and happy International Women's Day. Really psyched. I'm testifying before midnight, so I can still wish everyone that. Thrilled to be here today in support of 4 bills that would benefit all workers, but especially women workers on this important holiday. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm the State Director of Connecticut Working Families. We're an advocacy organization fighting for an economy that works for everybody and a democracy where every voice matters. Testifying here today in support of the Fair Workweek legislation, pandemic pay, paid sick days, and captive audience. You've heard from several folks, and I know we'll continue to do so throughout the course of the evening, supporting HB 5353, the Fair Scheduling Fair Workweek bill. I'll just echo that for working families, we believe that for far too long, hundreds of thousands of these workers in Connecticut have really struggled to make ends meet, not only because the wages are not high enough for them, although obviously this committee has done a lot of work to address that in recent years, but because they can't count on adequate hours, on reliable hours, or on steady hours as well. With this current system of unstable scheduling, workers can't reliably do things like attend higher educational classes, schedule medical appointments, something really important in this time, of course, arrange childcare, or even procure affordable or reliable transportation to work, having to rely on expensive last-minute Ubers rather than a bus schedule, for example. Providing clarity and expectations around these work hours means that they can ensure balance in their lives, and counting on those hours to make ends meet while meeting other responsibilities as well. So encourage folks to be supporting this Fair Workweek legislation tonight. Also want to speak briefly on a couple other bills of allies that we're supporting as well. We're joining many partners in the Recovery for All Coalition who've spoken today in support of the pandemic pay bill for essential workers. For 2 years, right, we've called these folks essential, we've called them heroes. They've risked their lives for us in the front lines, as we just heard a moment ago from a nurse. Long before we had adequate protective gear or even vaccinations to protect these folks. And this bill would do just the bare minimum to honor their sacrifices, and really needs to pass this year. Also want to speak briefly in support of Senate Bill 312, the expansion of the paid sick days law. Along with pandemic pay, Working Families believes that this is an important and essential response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Really important to be expanding paid sick days to all workers in a time of pandemic, of course, regardless of job title or the size of their employer, and especially important in this International Women's Day. I want to call out that this bill would cover domestic workers who are predominantly women and folks of color who have been left out of this legislation for far too long, as well as many others in other sectors too, and really want to be sort of improving and building on our first in the nation paid sick days law, which is now unfortunately a little bit behind the times. Finally, want to just be here in support as well of Senate Bill 318, the captive audience meetings. I was actually one of the founding unit members of the union at my own organization, and this bill is thus incredibly important to myself and our organization. We had a really positive response from our employer when unionization was happening, but I know that's not what happens to a lot of workers, and that's why this bill is important. Folks are subject to captive audience meetings throughout Connecticut and throughout the country. which are used to harass, intimidate workers trying to just simply talk to and organize their colleagues around their basic fundamental rights. And the bill would protect their opportunity to do so. So thank you all again for your time tonight. I know we're in a marathon hearing, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. That was a marathon testimony. Very much appreciated. I do not see any hands raised. So we will thank you and bid you a very good night. You made it in time before midnight. So happy Women's Day to you.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And up next we have Taylor. And I don't want to mess up your last name, so I'm gonna say Taylor B.
That's okay. Dear members of the committee, my name is Taylor Biniars. It is tricky. And I am in Ellington, Connecticut. I actually work in this field, mostly politics, but without a degree, it's tough to find full-time employment. So I often search for jobs that happen to be on call during the off times. I once worked a job in the making and selling of products in the manufacturing beverage service industry, and I stand in support of HB 5353, an act concerning a fair work week schedule. I'd like to point out that this bill would not actually prohibit the practices of on-call scheduling. Rather, this bill will help stabilize working families by limiting the on-call scheduling. When I worked there, I was given two types of schedules. I was either told my schedule at the beginning of the week, or I was told about the next day on the present day. Both of those schedules consistently changed. I was often told that I was not needed on said day or cut early into one day, but then was also called in on days where I wasn't scheduled. I felt like I couldn't say no because very early on I was asked to. And when I stated in the group chat that I had plans, they were questioned harshly by a coworker, the owner's son. When I was told I didn't have to come in on the next day, I felt like I could not make plans or even sleep just in case I was called, and especially due to my close proximity to the location. I drove to work and found out I wasn't needed many times. I was scared every time I had to leave early or come in late due to my therapy, which I always let them know about in advance. My mental health suffered greatly, and I had to call out sometimes because of it getting worse, causing my lack of sleep and affecting my physical health as well. I received several overdraft fees due to automatic bills being taken out of my account due to some of my hours being shorter than expected, which, coupled with the fact that I wasn't making a living wage, made it worse. If I had to cancel a therapy appointment, then I would have had a $75 fee. To put that in perspective, in 2019, when I learned about the same hearing 2 years ago, I had a therapy appointment that day, and when I canceled it to go testify, I was within 1 hour of a cancellation fee. Honestly, I would have taken the fee 2 years ago because this bill is important enough to me and the working people across this state. This bill would have helped me by being more financially consistent, but it would have helped my mental health more by not making me suffer significantly. I do not want nor have children, but I cannot imagine working one of these jobs if I did. I strongly support this bill. I hope that this committee and Connecticut lawmakers will finally vote favorably this year to empower Connecticut's hourly workers by limiting abusive scheduling practices. And to say that this will hurt businesses isn't a just statement, because it will not hurt the good businesses, because the business that cannot treat their employees with the respect and dignity they deserve should not be allowed to be in business anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Taylor. I really, a lot of that resonates. You know, you brought back some memories for me as on-call shift worker that I hadn't thought about in many, many decades. And I just want to stress that, you know, this bill would also promote economic opportunity, and you expressed that in your testimony just now. So I wanted to validate that as well. I don't see any hands raised. So I will thank you for making the time to be with us this evening and for hanging in there, and have a great evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Up next, we have Brooke Carter. Vice President Carter, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Apparently, Banner's joining us also. Good evening now, right?
Yes.
Representative Porter, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Brooke Carta. I am the secretary of Farm Hill Elementary School in Middletown. I also serve as the vice president of Local 466, AFSCME Council 4. I'm here today to speak in favor of House Bill 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. I am honored to speak on behalf of more than 360 city and school employees that my union represents. Our workforce has stepped up in ways that we never thought necessary or possible, providing seamless delivery of services during the pandemic. As a school secretary, I see and hear it all from my desk in the main office, the hub of our school. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, there were so many unknowns about this brand new virus. We didn't know if COVID could be contracted just by touching a piece of mail, yet our custodians were at school handling the mail and other deliveries, constantly sanitizing doorknobs and other surfaces. We didn't know the long-term effects of contracting the illness, yet our cafeteria workers had to feed students and families in dire circumstances. They came together with our security guards and prepped and distributed thousands of meals every day, doing everything possible to ensure that no child went hungry. Although we did know just how contagious the virus was, we didn't ask questions when a child needed a device or food and didn't have a way to pick it up. We got in the car and delivered it days, nights, weekends. Our school nurses became the go-to people for panicked parents, students, and staff. The school district's tech staff had to immediately find ways to make working and learning remotely possible for thousands of students and staff. Everyone pitched in to solve tech problems coming from kids, staff, parents, grandparents, and caregivers. Our central office and city hall staff had to make sure our city and Board of Ed operations could continue, making sure elections ran, documents were filed, orders placed, bills were paid, and payroll was processed. The Water and Sewer Department ensured safe operation of the city water and sewer systems, while Public Works made sure that city streets were safe, maintained, and snow removal happened in a timely manner. Sanitation made certain that trash was picked up as usual, all often working in very close quarters with each other. The demand for city parks was never higher, and our workers in police, fire, and dispatch had to respond in life or death situations despite the national emergency. And although I do not represent them, I'd like to acknowledge all of our teachers, our paras, principals, and all other school staff for their amazing contributions and tireless efforts. This one-time payment of $2,000 to full-time employees and $1,000 to part-time employees deemed essential would send a strong message of appreciation to thousands of employees statewide, many who were suddenly deemed essential, people who continuously risked the health and safety of themselves and their families by just showing up to work. We never asked why, never complained, never questioned working out of our job descriptions or working extra hours. We came together to get the job done for our families. Please vote in favor of this bill to recognize what we saw and went through every day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. I do not see any hands raised, no questions for you. So thank you again for making the time to be with us and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Taylor?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping here. We do have a phone number we need to ID. If you're listening on the phone, I'm going to call your number. I will give you permission to unmute. You'll press *6. Just let me know who you are so we can get you on the list if you're testifying. Phone number is 860-995-0890. One more time, 860-995-0890.
This is Daisy Sanchez.
Thank you, Daisy. I'm going to get you on the list, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Taylor. Thank you for that. Okay, so up next, we have Kara O'Dwyer, 1199 PCA. You have the floor. Is Kara with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Right.
Trying to get everything unmuted. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Kara O'Dwyer, and I am a personal care attendant, or PCA, living in West Haven. I'm here today to ask that you invest in home care services so that PCAs like me can make a living wage and receive the benefits we deserve. I've been a PCA for 7 years under various direct care waiver programs administered by the Department of Social Services and the Department of Developmental Services. I've cared for 5 different consumers of various ages and with various disabilities. And I've loved caring for these individuals, but the wages are not sufficient and we have no benefits. I'm a single mother working 4 jobs and living with my mother who works 2 jobs, including as a PCA. And even with the half a dozen jobs between us, we still struggle to make ends meet. Despite my dedication, I go without access to health insurance, sick time, or any paid time off from my jobs. One of my consumers got COVID around Christmas, and I couldn't go to my other higher paying job because I had to quarantine for 2 weeks. And even after the 2-week period, I had clients who didn't want to be in physical contact with me out of caution. I didn't qualify for COVID pay, unemployment, or FMLA, and I lost at least $600 in wages. I had to use my credit cards to catch up and then wasn't able to make payments that were high enough to keep my credit score from plummeting once again. I get by on the grace of God and caffeine, but it shouldn't be this way. We desperately need paid sick days. It's essential to our ability to care for ourselves and our consumers and our families with dignity. I urge you to support SB 312, expanding paid sick day laws to include home care workers. And it is not only International Women's Day, but it's also my 40th birthday. So I'm asking for that birthday present. Please pass SB 312. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome, and happy birthday. What a way to spend your birthday. Don't we feel special?
It's a tradition. I've testified honor around my birthday every year the last 7 years.
Wow. Well, that's awesome. And we thank you for your commitment and dedication to this process, because your voice is very, very important. And that is the purpose of the public hearings. And we do thank you for making the time to be with us tonight, especially on your birthday. Representative Aurora, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam Chair, and happy birthday, Kara. I have a quick question. One is that, we heard prior to you as well that, CNAs did not have access to healthcare, which is very concerning, and my question is that either under the, the Husky or the covered Connecticut, which is now recently passed, and the ACA prior to that, although the deductibles in that are quite high, so which is really not as great a program, but it still provides good coverage at really zero premiums or very low premiums with little high deductibles. Are they not available to you? Have you not explored them? Or is there something about the CNA that I do not understand that you do not get access to either one of them?
Well, under our program, each of our individual consumers is the employer. So it's a one-on-one relationship, even though DSS or DDS administers the programs and the state of Connecticut pays for them with Medicaid dollars. I do personally have insurance, but only until my son ages out or I make too much money. My mother's uninsured. She was temporarily on a $6 a month premium with a $7,000 deductible. There's no way she could ever save that much if anything happened. So it's a total catch-22. The other plan that was comparable with a lower deductible was $250 a month for one person. And again, when you're making poverty wages, it's just not enough. There's no bridge between Husky and Access Health that's good enough.
Yeah, no, I see your point. No, I didn't want to distract. I think that's a separate, I'm also part of the Human Services Committee, is that the bridge between, I think you really paraphrased that very well, that we have Husky, which obviously is very, very good program. And then we have Access Connecticut, and there should be a bridge where it should basically at some point slowly graduate as more money, as incomes grow, but we don't have a bridge. It's either on or off. And either you're on Husky or you have a program which doesn't add up to be a good program at all. But I will not distract. I know it's late for all of us, for you especially, and for all of those who are testifying, meaning all the public testifying. And I thank you for and your focus was, or you were speaking both for the pandemic pay as well as the sick days, or just sick days?
Both, really. I was focusing on the sick days, but it's all important.
Yes, no, I think there is a huge consensus around pandemic pay. If we can get it from the ARP or the appropriations money, which supposedly, should be also viable. And on the sick days, there is the PFMLA now. Does that improve situation from your perspective? Because I think we got functioning, the PFMLA program got functioning, I think, earlier this year under the PFMLA authority. Does that really help in that sense, or is that?
It helps that it's there, but I don't, like with the pandemic sick leave pay, that ended in July. So anybody who got sick in the fall or the winter or this year had no opportunity to get anything. It takes weeks for the applications to process, and people can't just be out here waiting weeks to get paid when we don't get paid enough to begin with.
I understand. I think the paid family leave is really being run very well, and I encourage you to kind of explore that as well. I'm very impressed with what they're doing, but at the same time, point well taken, and thank you for your time. And I pass it back to Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. At this time, I will acknowledge Senator Kushner. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be short. Kara, I really appreciate you testifying here tonight. And I appreciated the questions from Representative Aurora, particularly around the paid family leave bill. But I did want to make sure that the public understands that the paid family leave program is in the case of a serious illness. And while we all recognize that COVID is a very serious illness, the determination has been made and across the board by the Paid Family Leave Authority that only in cases where a person is hospitalized with COVID will they be eligible for the Paid Family Leave Act. And I think that's really important to know because while I agree with Representative Aurora, this is a fabulous program and it's being administered very, very well. They did have to make that determination at the beginning of the year when it went into effect that many of the cases we're seeing of COVID now, while they're very serious and can lead to hospitalization, in many cases, people are staying home sick or isolating because of the disease, and they're not necessarily even going to the doctor for care. And in those cases, you would not be eligible for the paid family leave. I think that's why this expansion of the sick days for all workers is so important because we really, and especially if you do have COVID under the expansion, you would have up to 80 hours of sick leave, which I think would address most of the need that we've seen in recent months for folks like yourself who've been out with or people in the kinds of work that you're doing that have been out with COVID. Again, if people are seriously ill, though, we do want to encourage them if they end up hospitalized, please do apply for the paid family leave. That would cover all workers in Connecticut. But if you're out sick for a number of days, not hospitalized, then you would not have that coverage yet unless we pass this bill. So I hope that clarifies it for folks. And I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I see no further hands, so thank you again for your testimony and have a great evening.
Thank you, you too.
You're welcome. Good night. All right, up next we have Daisy Sanchez. Daisy, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Daisy Sanchez, and I work as a vocational rehab counselor at CVH and at Blue Hills. I'm also a member of the AFSCME Council 4, Local 2663. Members of 2663, like myself, have continued providing services throughout the pandemic. I am testifying today in support of the HB 5356, an act concerning pandemic pay for essential workers. This is important legislation would provide a payment of $2,000 for full-time and $1,000 to part-time employers and workers who were deemed essential when COVID started. This payment will be a show of support from the state of Connecticut for the work we did and the services we continue to provide during the pandemic. When COVID-19 began, it became all hands on deck for workers. As a voc rehab counselor, I am typically a non-essential employee, but when the pandemic started, I was suddenly an essential employee. I knew the work needed to be done, and I needed to continue, but that didn't diminish the extra fear and stress that I had at work. Even though I was able to wear a mask and a face shield, I still had direct contact with patients. This increased my risk of contracting COVID or spreading it to loved ones. Workers who were on the front lines of the pandemic provided services and kept our state running throughout the very difficult time. We were called heroes and praised by elected officials for the work we were doing. Now is the time to compensate essential employees with $2,000 or $1,000 payment for being essential during the last couple of years. I strongly urge the committee to pass this proposal and show support for the essential workers that continued working at risk to themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Daisy. I see no hands raised, so thank you again for making the time to be with us tonight and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Likewise. Everyone be safe.
Thank you. You as well. Up next, we have Paul Filson. Mr. Filson, you have the floor.
Hi. Good evening, co-chairs Representative Porter and Senator Kushner, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Paul Filson, and I work for CSU AAUP, which is the faculty union representing over 3,000 teaching faculty, coaches, counselors, and librarians at our public state university system. I'm happy to be here today to testify in favor of SB 315, which would make crucial adjustments to unemployment rules so that some adjunct faculty could finally access unemployment compensation between semesters. We represent over 1,500 adjunct faculty, and SB 315 attempts to fix an historic injustice that has singled out adjunct university professors and made it nearly impossible for any adjunct to collect deserved unemployment compensation over the summer between terms. So for instance, university food service employees who work on campus during the fall and spring can apply for and get unemployment in the summer. Well, you have my written testimony, which includes an explanation of the recent law passed in New Jersey, which is similar to SB 315. And I'll just add that SB 315 also adds a crucial fix that penalizes adjunct faculty, and it's unique that I haven't seen it before, is it if after being assured in the spring, they will get courses in the fall and those courses are canceled, they would be eligible to get unemployment retroactively to the start of the summer. Currently, they only receive unemployment from the date of the cancellation forward. So I'd like to add some personal observations, because during the pandemic, I helped dozens of our members appeal their denials from the DOL. According to internal surveys, fewer than 30% of our adjunct members support themselves and their families entirely by being adjunct professors. But every one of the appeals that I handled were for academics denied unemployment who struggled to earn enough to live. Full-time professor jobs are just not available because universities and colleges are adding more and more adjuncts, creating an enormously inequitable two-tier wage system. During the pandemic, unemployment insurance for many meant the difference between being able to afford food and rent and medicines. I'd like to rebut a few assertions made by some critics. The Connecticut DOL believes that this bill would be prohibited by federal law, but this I don't believe is true. Already several states, including New Jersey, have enacted laws that liberalize the interpretation of, quote, reasonable assurance, unquote. Private universities like Fairfield have submitted testimony that claim there would be incredible cost to them if this was enacted. This I don't believe is true either. Universities always plan ahead, always know almost exactly every course that they will offer from semester to semester, and they have adjuncts who have taught the same courses year after year for, in some cases, decades. Why are adjuncts so poorly paid and so poorly treated? Teaching as an adjunct for many is a full-time job, not a side gig. And so adjuncts should be treated just like others who have jobs, full-time jobs. So I'll also say that that we also support the pandemic pay for essential workers, and that I personally support Senate Bill 318, the captive audience bill. I believe in free speech, and free speech means not having to being able to voluntarily not go to a meeting that has nothing to do with the actual work. It has something to do with an organization that wants to recruit you to be a member of it. So that's my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Filson, for your testimony. And I personally want to thank you for bringing to our attention the fact that adjuncts are being hired at an increasingly alarming rate versus professors with the ability to be tenured. I think there's a lot to be said there, and actually goes a long way. And
I mean, more than 50% of classes now are taught by adjuncts at the universities, and 75% of the professors who teach at universities are adjuncts. The full-time jobs are being phased out that have benefits, that have pension plans, that have all these different things, and adjuncts don't even get unemployment. In the summer, they don't get health insurance in most cases, and we're trying to figure out ways that they can apply for that other than through Husky or through the Access Plan. So, they should be treated more fairly, I think.
I believe so as well, and it sounds like colleges and universities are saving a lot of money with what you just described. So I think that it would be quite equitable for them to be in support of this bill. Yep, just double checking, no hands. So I will thank you for making the time to be with us tonight, and enjoy the rest of what's left of tonight.
Okay, you too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Up next, we have Liza Andrews. Ms. Andrews, you have the floor.
Hi, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, members of the committee. My name is Liza Andrews. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Communications for the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are a membership organization of the state's 18 domestic violence service organizations. I'm here this evening to urge the committee's support of House Bill 5055, which is one of CCADV's priority bills. You have my written testimony, but to quickly summarize, this bill seeks to require that all state employees view a 1-hour virtual training regarding domestic violence. Such training would include how to identify domestic violence, understanding abuser and victim actions, how domestic violence may impact the workplace, and the free resources available to victims across the state at CCADV's 18 member organizations. The bill also requires all employers with 3 or more employees to post information about domestic violence and the resources available to victims. Both resources would be developed jointly by CCADV and the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, and be made available on CHRO's website. There is a substantial amount of research and data available to highlight how domestic violence impacts the workplace, affecting not only the productivity of the employee experiencing abuse at home, but also how the abuser's actions, such as harassing phone calls or stalking, may spill into the workplace, jeopardizing the safety of all employees. The proposed training will serve as a critical public awareness tool that will not only protect the safety of state employees, but it will also offer state agencies the opportunity to lead on creating a workplace culture that fosters support and resilience and makes employees feel safe asking for help. For many victims of domestic violence, work may be the only safe place for a survivor and a prime opportunity for help seeking from supervisors or coworkers. It is critical for employers and employees to be knowledgeable about domestic violence and what help is available if an employee ever discloses abuse. We urge the committee's support.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Andrews. I mean, with this pandemic, we certainly know that there's been a tremendous uptick in DV incidents. And I think the more we can educate people across the board, especially in the workplace, which happens to be, as you said, one of the safest places for them, I think we're going a long way in doing what's right. So thank you. I do see Senator Kushner's hand, so I will recognize her at this time. Senator Kushner, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much, Representative Porter. And I'm so glad that you stayed with us all day, because I know this is a bill that Representative Porter and I have talked about, that we both agree is really critical. And it's a bill that it doesn't cost us much, or it doesn't take a lot of effort. You guys have done a great job in figuring out how to make this happen effectively at very low cost to anyone. And so, yet I feel like the results are enormous. If we can provide one worker with the ability to know where to go when that person is facing domestic violence, or is aware of someone else in the workplace because of the work you're doing that is facing domestic violence. If one person were to benefit from this bill, and it's far greater than that, but just even one person, it would make such a difference in that person's life. And really, you've done a great job of educating us on the importance of addressing domestic violence and recognizing it and the impacts on the worker and in the workplace. It's just another opportunity to really try and end domestic violence. So I'm very glad you stayed with us all day to testify, because we wanted to hear that testimony. And I don't know if there's anything else you feel strongly we need to hear in our deliberations. We have members of the committee here. We will be addressing this in our committee meeting. If there's anything else you feel is important for us to understand, or if any committee members, I think you're the only one who testified on this today. I may have missed someone, but because of that, I really want to give everyone on the committee the opportunity. And Representative Porter, Madam Chair, I know you agree with me about this. This is a really critical piece of legislation.
I absolutely do. I mean, as a survivor myself, I can go on and on about the importance of this bill. And we talk about knowledge is power, but it is actually the application of knowledge that really empowers people. And this tool in the toolbox will do exactly that. And as you said, Senator Kushner, if it was only one life, and we know that it's many more than one. So how much more should we be pushing to get this done? So I will just, reiterate what she's already stated. We are very grateful that you hung in there tonight, because between myself and Senator Kushner, this is the first person to testify on this bill, to my knowledge as well. And your testimony goes a long way, especially with the expertise you have and all the work that you've done around domestic violence with CCADV. So I want to thank you for that as well, Liza, especially on Women's Day. I salute you.
Thank you. And several of our members did submit written testimony, and they will be emailing it out to their local delegations to let them know about the bill and ask for their support of the bill. And I do know that CHRO supports it as well. And we think, both our discussions with CCADV and CHRO, that we can develop these tools at a minimal cost, and it's a minimal amount of time from state employees to view the virtual training. But again, the long-term benefits of that knowledge is tremendous. And obviously, you know, over 50,000 state employees. So it's a big reach.
Absolutely. Minimal cost with huge dividends. Like there's going to be a tremendous payoff for this. So thank you again and enjoy what's rest of tonight.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, up next we have, and I don't want to mess your name up, Laura Narevsky.
Perfect.
Oh, great. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Well, good evening. My name is Laura Narevsky. I'm a counsel at the National Women's Law Center in Washington, D.C. And I want to thank the members of this committee and everyone else who's here tonight for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5353, an act concerning a fair workweek schedule, which, like many of the bills that have been discussed today, would help working women and their families by improving job quality and promoting worker safety. Connecticut has historically been a leader in legislation that supports working people, including through the recently enacted paid family and medical leave law, the paid sick days law, and a $15 minimum wage. Unfortunately, workers across the country and here in Connecticut continue to be plagued by unstable, unpredictable, and inadequate work hours, which impose high costs on working people and their families, as well as the broader economy. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, people across Connecticut, disproportionately women and women of color, working in essential but low-paying jobs often had little notice of their work schedules, experienced last-minute shift cancellations that deprived them of vital income, and were given part-time hours when they needed full-time hours to support themselves and their families. New research has shown us that employers continue to use these just-in-time scheduling practices throughout the pandemic. I believe members of the committee heard from Daniel Schneider at the Shift Project, might have referenced some of his data earlier today. Even as workers faced heightened risks to their health and safety, inadequate access to workplace protections, and additional caregiving challenges posed by school and childcare closures and quarantines, workers continued to show up and to manage unstable, unpredictable schedules. When women's jobs don't allow them to balance their responsibilities at work with their caregiving obligations, when women can't secure reliable childcare that allows them to work knowing that their children are getting the care that they need to thrive, when workers can't get the medical rest or treatment they need to help keep themselves and their families healthy and productive, when workers can't commit to classes to advance careers or hold down a second job that can help them make ends meet, it can be hard or even impossible for women and for workers to get, to keep, and to advance good jobs in the workplace. As we've heard through a lot of the really compelling testimony shared today with this committee, that is exactly what women working in retail, hospitality, and restaurant jobs are facing today in Connecticut. These barriers are just one of the reasons that the gender wage gap persists, gaps that are particularly wide for women of color and for mothers, and for moms of color most of all. Black mothers working full-time in Connecticut make 45 cents, and Latina moms in Connecticut make just 40 cents compared to white non-Hispanic fathers, and those gender pay gaps are larger than the national average. These pay gaps grow even wider when we include both full-time and part-time workers, since women are far more likely than men to work in part-time jobs, which typically pay less per hour than full-time jobs, lack workplace benefits, and are more likely to feature just-in-time scheduling practices. Fair workweek legislation like HB 5353 would help ensure that the more than 140,000 people working in retail, food service, and hospitality in Connecticut have the stability, the predictability, and the input into their work schedules that they need to meet their obligations on their jobs and in the rest of their lives. In my written testimony, I've provided more detail on both the data and the benefits of the individual provisions of this legislation, all of which are already on the books in major cities across the country, as well as in the state of Oregon, and which currently cover more than 2 million working people. And research on these laws that have been enacted show that they're working. Surveys of working parents in Emeryville, California found that workers covered by the local Fair Workweek policy reported a 35% decline in schedule instability and a nearly 50% decline in last-minute schedule changes, along with significant improvements to family well-being after the policy was enacted. And an evaluation of Seattle's Fair Workweek ordinance found that not only was it effective at increasing predictability and reducing instability for worker schedules, but the policy also had really positive downstream benefits of improving worker sleep, economic security, and overall happiness. Just-in-time scheduling practices that ignore workers' needs result in more turnover and more absenteeism. But fair work schedules lead to productive and committed employees, reduce turnover, and also more consistent and adequate hours and advance notice of schedules makes it easier for employers to consistently be, for employees to consistently be and stay at work, which in turn creates for employers stability, predictability, and cost savings for businesses. This bill presents Connecticut. Oh, thank you so much.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I will wrap it up happily.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, I do see Representative Hughes has her hand up, so I will acknowledge her at this time. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks for the National Women's Law Center for their work. I know that this your testimony and the data that you talk about intersect, who is largely responsible for childcare, who bears the burden of juggling that, responsibility. And I just wondered in your testimony about the places where it's been enacted, was it enacted primarily because since the pandemic started and the exacerbation of the childcare crisis as well, or before that? I'm just curious what the data says.
Thank you so much for the question. So there are sort of two pieces there. A lot of the legislation that has been enacted was enacted before the pandemic, which I think is largely a feature of many city and state governments put their hearings on pause during the pandemic or prioritized legislation like we've heard, emergency protections, pandemic pay, sick leave. So a lot of the legislation was enacted before, but in cities like Chicago, it went into effect just before, like immediately before. They put a brief pause on it during the pandemic. And then in Chicago and Philadelphia, it has been re-implemented. So that law is currently in effect. And as for your question on childcare and women's caregiving roles, women are still overwhelmingly likely to be both primary breadwinners and primary caregivers. And that is a trend that predated the pandemic, but continues through the pandemic. And the childcare crisis of the pandemic, with closures of childcare centers, schools not being able to stay open consistently for very legitimate reasons of health and safety, both for workers and for the children in their care, has only exacerbated the economic crisis that women in low-paid jobs were facing. And we have seen and continue to see the unbelievable job losses that women faced have not been able to regain their pre-pandemic levels. And particularly for Black women, last Friday was the sort of annual jobs day, monthly jobs day, where the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out job numbers. And Black women in this country have not even come close to receiving the employment rate that they were at pre-pandemic. And that is the same population of workers who are overrepresented in low-paid jobs and overrepresented when you're looking at women who are both primary breadwinners and primary caregivers. So this is very much an issue that intersects with a lot of different needs that women, that mothers, that caregivers, and that women in low-paid jobs face.
And finally, why do you think it takes a legislation to prompt this practice of instilling predictive schedules?
So I would not pretend to ascribe motives to anyone, but I think there is an element of distance that the large employers that would be covered under this bill have, that for many, they're using workforce management systems, workforce scheduling algorithms that they think are the sort of simplest and easiest way for their management, for their staff, to be able to make a schedule that works for them. But as we've seen with studies like the GAP study that was referenced and other studies of local ordinances that have gone into effect, there's actually much more ease and much more comfort when you allow for the stability from the employees to be the thing that's driving what their work schedule is. And a lot of the algorithms and software that employers already use that they think is giving them the kind of support they need can be tweaked just slightly to comply with these Fair Workweek ordinances and have the exact same support, protection, and ease, but you are making sure that your employees' voices are heard when you're making the schedules happen.
I'm just wondering, because you just spoke about the child care issue, if that was easier to ignore by you talk about distance, but until the pandemic, we didn't have to confront that we already had a broken childcare system that employers were supposed to pretend that they didn't have to address. I mean, employees had to pretend that they didn't have kids to work out childcare for, and to return and pick up and be home from school or whatever, or especially if snow days or schools are canceled, that they didn't have to be the responsible party. And yet, like to your testimony, the two issues are very intersectional, but employers have had the privilege of ignoring that.
Absolutely. For so many, the pandemic brought to the fore what others were already experiencing and that they just weren't aware of. And so now that we are all in this moment of awareness, not only of the crisis that we're in, but that our pre-pandemic status quo was not workable, I think this is a time that we can take the information we have to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Senator Kushner, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you. And the questioning from Representative Hughes, I really appreciate it because it helped me to think about testimony earlier today that we heard from one person from the public who suggested this might not be the right time to enact a policy, a statute about fair work week scheduling. And because some of these businesses are struggling, we've heard a lot of testimony today about fair work scheduling. And so if you're toward the end, we're nearly at the end yet, but you are toward the end. I wondered if you could sort of bring that together, because it sort of sticks in your head, well, maybe this isn't the right time because of the pandemic. And I wondered if you could comment on that, particularly focusing on this is about large businesses, large corporations. And so how do those things jive?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. There is no doubt that businesses, small businesses, the mom and pop stores, the restaurants have been unbelievably hard hit during the pandemic. That is an undeniable fact. It is also an undeniable fact that workers in low-paid jobs have really, really struggled over the last 2 years. And I think we can hold both of those things true at the same time. And there's a reason that Fair Work Week laws that have been implemented across the country are not focused on the diner on the corner or the mom and pop grocery that's been in the family for 100 years. These are focused on the big employers that have the infrastructure, the support, and the financial resources to be able to implement these very small, very modest adjustments. And when we're talking about building an economy that really supports working people, that supports all of us, I think now is the time where, as opposed to returning to the status quo, as opposed to returning what we had, we want to make sure that the jobs that we're creating are better jobs than the ones that workers might have lost or might have been forced to leave before the pandemic. So we've heard a lot in the last couple of months about this unbelievable labor shortage. And we at the National Women's Law Center have always said, well, there are plenty of workers looking for work, but we need jobs the jobs that can support not only the individual workers, but working families, people who are caring for children, for elderly parents, for loved ones who need care. We need to be in a position where we're thinking really boldly about building better jobs so that we can rebuild an economy that really lives up to the potential that we see.
That was incredibly inspiring. So thank you for that testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to ask that question.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Wow. I mean, you did speak to, thank you for your testimony. That's what the wow was. It's like, oh my goodness, a lot of expertise you have. And I thank you so much for sharing a lot of that with us tonight. I'm just wondering, because you did speak to Seattle and their scheduling and how that has panned out. Can you briefly speak to what's going on in Oregon? Because that's been since 2018. And just really curious about what the outcomes have been there.
Sure. I don't have data on Oregon off the top of my head. I'm happy to follow up with you and with other members of the committee. I know there is some research. I don't have it top of mind at 8:45, and I apologize for that.
That's fine.
What I will say is that the Oregon legislation is not quite as protective as what is being proposed in Connecticut and what's been working in Seattle. So I think there have been some supports, but because of the differences in the contours of the legislation, Connecticut, the proposed law here, as well as what was enacted in places like Chicago, Philadelphia recently, is a more inclusive and supportive piece of legislation. So I think you'll see more improvements from the legislation that really supports and prioritizes workers' needs in their schedules.
All right. Well, thank you so much again. We appreciate you making the time to be with us this evening. And I look forward to further conversations in the future around partnering moving forward, because this is just the beginning. There's a lot more that needs to be done. So thank you again and enjoy the rest of what's left of tonight.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Up next, we will have Carmen Lynch, and we will have Norma translating for us. Thank you, Norma. Good evening. You have the floor, madam. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches, senador Kushner, representante Porter y los distinguidos miembros del Comité de Trabajo y Empleos Públicos.
Good afternoon, good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the distinguished members of the Committee on Labor and Public Employees.
Mi nombre es Carmen Lanche, soy directora de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras en la ciudad de Norwalk.
My name is Carmen Lanche, and I'm the director of Comunidades Sin Fronteras in Norwalk.
Y también somos miembros de la coalición Recovery for All.
And we're also members of the Recovery for All Coalition.
Estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo de SB 312, una ley sobre la expansión de los días de enfermedad pagados de Connecticut, y HB número 5356, una ley sobre el pago pandémico para trabajadores esenciales.
I am here to testify in support of SB 12, a Connecticut Paid Sick Day Expansion Act, and HB number 5356, a Pandemic Pay Law for Essential Workers.
En mi trabajo como directora vi a mi comunidad sufrir durante la pandemia. Inclusive yo tuve que seguir trabajando a pesar de dicha pandemia y el virus que afectó a toda la comunidad en general.
In my work as director, I saw my community suffer during the pandemic, and I even had to continue working in person to ensure that I provide, at my job as a director, provide help during this unprecedented public health emergency.
Tuve que seguir trabajando en persona para asegurarme de que los servicios que brindo en mi trabajo continuaran durante esta emergencia de salud pública sin precedentes. No tuve la opción de trabajar desde casa como muchos de mis vecinos en Connecticut.
I had to continue to work during this unprecedented health emergency. I didn't have the option to work from home like many of my neighbors in Connecticut.
Salí a repartir despensas de comida y productos de seguridad personal semana tras semana.
I went out to distribute food and personal safety products week after week.
Los trabajadores indocumentados de Connecticut salieron a trabajar en supermercados, limpiando casas, cuidando niños, de jardineros, de obreros, jornaleros, pusieron sus vidas para seguir cuidándonos a todos nosotros.
Undocumented workers of Connecticut went to work in supermarkets, cleaning houses, taking care of children as gardeners, as laborers, as day laborers. They put their lives on the line to continue taking care of all of us.
Y así seguir ayudando a la economía de nuestro estado. No pudieron acceder a días de enfermedad o desempleo.
And to continue helping the economy of the state, they could not access days of illness or sick days or unemployment.
Este pago pandémico sería de gran ayuda para las comunidades que no han tenido acceso a otros beneficios.
This pandemic pay would be very helpful to communities that have not had access to other benefits.
Desde el comienzo de la pandemia, los 13 multimillonarios de Connecticut se apoderaron de 13,700 millones en riquezas adicionales.
Since the start of the pandemic, Connecticut's 13 billionaires have seized 13.7 billion in additional wealth,
agregando en promedio más de 1,000 millones cada uno.
They've added an average of more than $1 billion each.
Pero los cientos de miles de trabajadores esenciales en los sectores públicos y privados, especialmente los trabajadores de color y las mujeres trabajadoras que arriesgaron sus vidas para mantener a flote a la sociedad, aún no han recibido ningún pago pandémico.
But the hundreds of thousands of essential workers in the public and private sectors, especially workers of color and working women who risk their lives to keep society afloat, have yet to receive any pandemic payments.
También estoy aquí apoyando al proyecto de ley SB 312, porque durante la pandemia del COVID-19, el acceso a la licencia por enfermedad pagada es más crítico que nunca.
I'm also here supporting SB 312 because during the COVID-19 pandemic, access to paid sick leave is more critical than ever.
Los días de enfermedad pagados son fundamentales para los trabajadores esenciales.
Paid sick days are critical for essential workers.
La mayoría de los cuales son mujeres y personas de color y tienen menos probabilidades de tener acceso a días de enfermedad pagados en este momento.
The majority of whom are women and people of color and are less likely to have access to paid sick days.
Ya que continúan trabajando en primera línea en esta crisis.
Just to have sick days right now as they continue to work in the front lines of this crisis.
Ahora ustedes pueden apoyar a la comunidad que tanto los necesita en estos momentos.
You can now support the community that needs you so much right now.
Connecticut es el estado más rico de Estados Unidos.
Connecticut is the richest state in the U.S.
Y sabemos
Norma,
que tienen fondos.
Could you just,
and we know that they have that the funds are here. Yes.
could you just ask her to summarize? I'm so sorry, we've reached our time limit.
Sentence. Termine, Carmen. Termine.
Sí. Sabemos que tienen fondos para ayudar a las familias trabajadoras esenciales. Ustedes pueden hacerlo correcto ahora. En este momento les pido que pasen estos dos proyectos de ley. Gracias.
You can do the right thing. I ask you that you pass these proposed bills. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see Representative Hughes has her hand up, so I will give her the floor at this time. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Carmen. Good to see you. What would be the easiest and simplest way to access pandemic pay if this was passed?
¿Qué sería la manera más fácil para acceder el pago de la pandemia en este momento?
Pues pienso que pueden coger el ejemplo de los estados de New Jersey y Nueva York, como lo han hecho con las comunidades.
I think maybe you could look at the way that New Jersey and New York have done it and how they've doled it out to the communities.
Excellent suggestion. And also, would sick pay, paid sick leave, be distributed in the same way if you needed to access it?
Qué buena sugerencia, ¿qué piensa de cómo acceder lo de el pago por los días de enfermedad o el programa de días de enfermedad?
Pensamos que la comunidad indocumentada y muchas comunidades, aún teniendo un estatus legal, no pueden accederlo porque en las empresas, ahora mismo por 50 empleados está permitido, pero ¿qué pasa con las pequeñas empresas que tienen 5 o 10 trabajadores? No pueden acceder a días de enfermedad pagados. Hay que cambiar esa parte de la ley para que todos seamos beneficiados, no solamente un gran grupo, sino la minoría también.
She's pointing out, and I'm going to paraphrase that right now it's, like the way it is proposed, it's even going to be hard for folks that are in smaller companies or that have less employees to be able to access it. So that's going to be a problem for folks that work in with not that many work employees. So she thinks that they should change that too.
I really appreciate those suggestions because these are public service that workers that are serving the public and essential workers. And we need to privilege and value the work with paid sick leave and not discriminate who's doing the work if they're showing up. And finally, I would just ask, what do you think the impact on the workforce community in terms of once we get paid sick time and pandemic pay, would that be increase loyalty and increase, workers showing up, or decrease it in Carmen, in your opinion?
Dijo algo de que aprecia esta conversación, ¿verdad? Porque el trabajo es importante que hacen y deberían de pensar en lo del público y lo privado. Pero ¿qué piensa usted, Representative Hughes? The question is, how do you think it would have? Can you ask it again? Because
do you think that would increase loyalty to the workforce showing up and being, longevity and so forth to their employers, or decrease?
¿Qué piensa usted que la gente sería más leal a sus trabajos si es que se le diera los días de enfermedad a las personas? Y también el pago de la pandemia. ¿Piensa que usted que los trabajadores serían más leal o menos leal? ¿Cómo les afectaría?
Pienso que el trabajador se encuentra en un trabajo bien cuando es remunerado bien, le pagan bien, le reconocen sus derechos, porque las obligaciones que tenemos son unas, pero los derechos no nos respetan. Entonces pienso.
I think that workers really appreciate when they're taken care of, when they're respected. And then she got stuck.
Que hay todas, porque si no tienen buenas remuneraciones y días de enfermedad pagados, ¿cómo produce un trabajador? Dígame. No puede producir.
When they're got good benefits, are well paid and respected, that's going to produce that of course that's going to produce loyalty. If they have that in their employment. La perdí un poquito, Carmen.
Se agota físicamente y sí, se agota físicamente y mentalmente, porque no puede ir al médico, porque si ese día pierde, ese día no se lo pagan.
Because it's a mental drain and a physical drain if they have to be sick or they have to not work for one day and then they don't get paid because they don't have those sick days.
Thank you so much. It really illustrates how it exacerbates the instability in the economy. It compounds the harm on the workers, and then that harms the employer setting as well. So thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. I hope we can pass this and make it simple to access for everyone.
Gracias, porque muestra cómo afecta lo que le afecta al trabajador, también afecta también a la persona que le está dando el trabajo o a la compañía, ¿verdad? Gracias por su testimonio, Carmen. Espéreme, si necesita más pregunta.
Thank you. Yes, we do have someone else. Representative Aurora, you have the floor. You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Lanchi, for your testimony. I apologize. I was trying to follow, and I know much less Spanish than even some of my other colleagues in the legislature. So maybe I did not follow everything. Maybe I did. That's the reason I'm asking the question. So if it's redundant or it's already been said, please accept my apology up front. I know Ms. Hughes is a very fluent Spanish speaker. If it were Hindi or Punjabi, I would do, but Spanish is not my thing. I would love to. I took many classes, but just getting too old to learn new things.
Aurora, let me just tell her what you said right now. Dice que disculpe, que le va a hacer una pregunta porque no pudo seguir muy bien el testimonio, que disculpe si es que ya habló de lo que le va a preguntar, pero le va a preguntar porque no entendió muy bien.
Okay.
My question is, I am, again, my apologies in advance, are we talking about which is the bill which we are focused here on? Because you referred to a couple of different bills. Can you please, are we talking about the bill on a fair work week here, or the benefits for pandemic workers?
¿Cuáles son las propuestas de ley en las que usted está testificando? Que si está testificando para lo de la semana o lo de la pandemia. Así es que vuelva a decir de los dos.
Sí, estoy testificando a favor de la SB 312 y la HB 5356.
SB 312 and HB 53, 56, 56. So it's a